Suhan shook his head and walked over, carrying his half-finished breakfast. Finish your meal first, then we can start the stream and play the game. If not, no trip to the amusement park for you. Okay, Kali will eat first. At the mere mention that skipping breakfast meant no trip to the park, Kali immediately gave in. She held her chopsticks in one hand and kept her eyes glued to Suhan as he worked changing the stream title. Lucky Clover Kali's morning stream. As soon as the stream notification went live, a wave of fans rushed in. When they saw Kali sitting in front of the computer, holding a small bowl of kanji, delicately taking small bites, the chat lit up with messages like, "So cute. Kali, say hi to everyone." Hee hi everyone. I'm Kali, I'm still eating breakfast, so just wait a bit, and I'll officially start the stream. Her smile was sweet, still as adorable as ever. In the chat, many viewers asked about today's stream schedule, but Kali kept her head down, focused only on her meal. She wasn't even looking at the comments, Suhan was the one answering them. Today is a character draw stream. If you get the specified character, we switch to the next person. It's a random pick from the fan club. Then we'll upload the video later. And after that, Kali will play for a bit before wrapping up. Hearing that, fans immediately started sharing the news in their group chats. A character draw with Kali? Who wouldn't want to try that? Especially when she was streaming while eating. This was a rare sight indeed. The stream's viewer count slowly climbed. Meanwhile, Kali continued eating at her own leisurely pace. Her big brother had told her to chew slowly, it was better for her health. 15 whole minutes passed before she finally finished her bowl of millet porridge and a few shrimp dumplings. Suhan handed her a towel to wipe her face. And just like that, the stream officially began. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Let me know if you'd like the rest of the chapter translated or help with anything else. Today, I'll be granting everyone's wishes, as long as it's something you really want. Once you get it, it's the next person's turn. Big brother, can we start now? Yeah. The live stream gacha event officially began. Before long, the first lucky viewer appeared. It was a fellow with a level 20 fan badge. His wish was simple. He just wanted a Sino. Klee squinted at the screen and asked, "Big brother, is this Sino the one wearing the dog hat?" "That's the one." "Got it. Let Klee make your wish come true. I promise you'll pull Sino." The account logged in smoothly. Klee immediately started rolling for characters. Sure enough, on the 30th pull, a golden glow appeared. And it didn't get re-rolled. They got Sino straight away. This fan wanted Klee to keep pulling, but Suhan shook his head. The rules couldn't be broken. The fan could only reluctantly send a small gift before logging off. Next up was another fan, this time wearing a level 40 fan badge. His request was a bit unusual. Suhan glanced at it and frowned. Wishing for Amos Bao from the permanent banner? That's a bit tricky. How about this? I'll give you 2 chances. You get 2 golden pulls. If you don't hit it in 2 tries, it's someone else's turn. The fan knew his request wasn't exactly fair, but he still nodded in agreement. He had started playing late, didn't have a Loy's signature weapon, and had been using Skyrift Wing all this time. So he just wanted to try his luck this once. Klee tilted her head and asked, "Big brother, what's Amos Bao?" "It's a Bao." "Oh, then Klee wishes this night, big brother, the best of luck in pulling Amos Bao." Klee clasped her hands together and prayed seriously. The viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but laugh. If prayers actually worked, they wouldn't have pulled so many times only to get re-rolled. "Please come out already." "Amos Bao, Klee, you're being called." A small finger pointed lightly. Whoosh. A beam of golden light burst from the screen. The live chat exploded with scrolling messages. "Holy crap, how is this even possible? I can't believe it. I refuse to accept this. 7 out of 7 times, I got the wrong one. 7. If I don't get it this time, I'm gonna start crying. Don't let Amos come out. Make it pull something else. Come on, pull already. Just pull it already." The chat was filled with loud complaints. However, the moment Klee clicked the mouse, the icon for Amos Bao appeared on the screen. Instantly, the live chat was flooded with screams of despair. "Oh my god, this hurts so bad, it's killing me. Brother Tianzhong, please take this Bao already. Damn lucky bastard. Wait a second? Why am I even okay with this? How did I get 2 Amos Bows?" When Klee opened the results of her 10-pull gacha attempt, everyone in the chat inhaled sharply in shock. Because this time, during the standard character banner, she actually pulled 2 Amos Bows. Klee stared at the unfamiliar bow and asked, "Big brother, is this really it?" "Yeah, good job, Klee. You actually got two of them." "Hee hee, I knew it all along. The goddess of luck has always been watching over me. That last time was just a little mistake." The little girl giggled happily. Meanwhile, the chat was flooded with bitter, sour comments. Like a room full of people biting into lemons. Well, pulling two Amos bows during a standard gacha attempt? That's just ridiculous. At that moment, a fan sent a barrage message and gifted a 3-month super chat membership. Suhan glanced at it and smiled, saying, "Thanks for the support, Captain. Next up then, how about we try pulling for Nilo this time?" "Sounds good." Another female fan, "Nice. You're just one pull away from getting her 4th constellation, right?" "All right. Klee's honorary knight sister is counting on you." "Okay, I got it." Klee replied cheerfully. "This time, I'll definitely make sure to offer blessings to Lord Barbados, summon Nahida already." Immediately, she switched accounts. Klee knew exactly who Nahida was. She rubbed her hands together, then closed her eyes and began praying with full concentration. "Please let this night lady pull a Nahida. Please, Lord Barbados." After her prayer, Klee started rolling. 10 rolls, 20 rolls, 50 rolls in, still no legendary character. Many viewers joked that she had already used up all her luck earlier. Now it was time to pay the price. Then, on the 60th pull, a legendary character dropped. Yay, Nahida finally came. Big bro, huh? Wait, is that more than one? When Klee saw that the first character was Nahida, she was over the moon. Because today, she didn't get a single bad roll. Then with a quick tap of her little hand, another Nahida appeared. She froze for a second, completely stunned. Even Suhan was shocked. Was Clover's luck finally exploding today? But what came next was even more shocking. When the 10th bonus roll popped up, it was Nahida again. Wanting a 4-star? How about 3 consecutive 5-star full banners, all Nahida? The chat exploded instantly. "Quick, refund the money, this is too much. My heart hurts. 3 5-stars and not a single bad roll. What happened to Chi-Chi? Where did she go?" Klee prayed for a Nemo, but Barbados just kept giving Nahida. "It hurts, it really hurts." Full 6-star constellations. The fans absolutely lost it. Suhan checked the timer, there were still 20 minutes left. He quickly kept rolling. One weapon he wanted was Nahida's signature weapon, and the other was Sino. In the end, he pulled both. Both came from guaranteed pity, of course, but at least there were no bad rolls. All right, time for rolling is over. Let's watch today's video now. Don't worry. From now on, we'll be holding live stream giveaways pretty often, so don't be too sad, everyone. Although the fans weren't entirely happy with the situation, what the big shot said about the 4th wall gave everyone a glimmer of hope. The video had just finished uploading. Inside the live stream, the video started playing. The title read, "Master, welcome to Earth." Beelining for joy, Paimon cries in the bathroom. Compared to the previous videos, this time the background music leaned more toward an upbeat style. The opening scenes showed the two of them taking photos everywhere, like at amusement parks, tourist attractions, and the Pearl Tower. Every frame looked like a high-definition wallpaper. Then in the video, Beelining and Paimon took their first ride on the pirate ship. But things took a turn. Paimon hadn't fastened her seatbelt and was immediately thrown sideways, grabbing onto Beelining's shoulder last second. Later, when they rode the roller coaster, she actually remembered to buckle up. But she got so scared she passed out cold. Her eyes were literally spinning in circles, just like the first time Beelining fished her out of the water. It was absolutely hilarious, enough to make people cry from laughing so hard. The scene shifted again. Now the two stood at the Pearl Tower at night, revealing a breathtaking view of the entire city at night. While this view is incredible, it doesn't even fall short of Teyvat. Yeah, look Paimon, there are sky lanterns over there too. Following the direction Beelining pointed. Sure enough, countless sky lanterns floated into the night sky. The starlit sky, combined with the glowing lanterns, created a truly romantic scene. The live chat was already flooded with reactions. Absolutely stunning. I thought Master was just here for the comedy, but now he's showing us the beauty of China. It's been ages since I last saw a night sky this gorgeous. The scene cut again. Now Beelining and Paimon were climbing a mountain, with rolling sea of clouds beneath them, and heavy snow falling through the sky. The rosy glow pierced through the clouds. casting shimmering light upon the golden, magnificent palace. It felt as if they were standing in a dreamlike fairyland. In the next video, the two visited many famous landmarks, leaving their footprints behind. The video quietly came to an end, but the audience still felt unsatisfied, craving more. Although it was only 3 short minutes long, the visuals were stunningly beautiful. The composition, the lighting and shadows, and the expressions on Ren's and Paimon's faces. It was nothing short of perfect. However, just before the video ended, a funny scene appeared that made everyone chuckle. Because they had eaten way too much, and the filming expenses had added up quickly, the budget was already nearly gone. Paimon was actually holding out a bowl begging for a triple thumbs up. She looked at the camera with a pitiful expression. "While we're gonna starve if we don't get some support. Please, please, give us a triple like." The fans, of course, didn't know anything about the virtual world and assumed it was just another clever idea from Suhan's team. So they happily gave the triple thumbs up. After all, with the video's incredible quality and the hilarious effect, it was definitely worth supporting. Once the video finished playing, Suhan said to Kuching, "Today's filming is done. Now you can play games to your heart's content. Go blow up some fish for fun." Yay! Finally time to blow up fish. "Oh right, big brother, since I worked so hard today, could you buy me a little strawberry cake? I haven't had one in such a long time." Of course, big brother will order one for you right away. Such a small wish, how could he possibly say no? Just grant it outright. Kuching's live streamed gameplay was actually quite simple. She just explored all over Mondstadt and Liyue, chasing after fish whenever she saw one, and would run after frogs, butterflies, or lizards too. This kind of childish, innocent live stream had somehow attracted a huge following. After seeing so many programs filled with abyss challenges and non-stop gacha pulls, watching Kuching simply enjoy the game itself felt incredibly soothing and heartwarming. She was completely immersed in it. Ugh, where did that red lizard go? Where did it run off to? There are crystal flies over there. Hee, Klee's gonna go catch some. Back end of the platform, countless users were crowding around the video Suhan had uploaded. The instant the Bailey rhododendron footage appeared, the bullet chat blew up. "This is insanely beautiful. That mountain road spiraling upward looked like something out of a dream." Paimon and Lumen sat in the car, taking in the view while listening to the commentary. Then the shot cut. Cherry blossoms blanketed the mountains. The largest cherry blossom forest on Aqua Blue Star. It was nothing short of spectacular. Only when the petals drifted down like ocean waves did everyone realize. The Dragon Kingdom had cherry blossom groves this breathtaking. Brodawe gazed at the picture-perfect scenery, unable to keep from sighing. "I used to think Dimensional Wall was just a guy who could do god-tier cosplay. I didn't expect he'd know the Dragon Kingdom's landscapes this well. Yeah, first that golden temple in the snowy mountains, and now this cherry blossom forest. Absolutely stunning." 80,000 watching live. TSK. I'm jealous. For a video to rack up such a high triple like, favorite, and coin is almost unheard of on the site. Dawe nodded. "Yeah, it's too stunning. This doesn't feel like a fan edit, it's more like a promo reel. Put it straight on the front page. It's already arranged." Suhan had only used Klee's stream for a bit of promotion. Just a small move. Once the video was pinned, the traffic really exploded. The site even added a special tag. "Skip this and you'll regret it. Even if you've never played Genshin, you'd be hooked." Lumen was in the middle of her daily quests. Soon the system chime rang, and it rang twice in a row. That meant a lot of viewers had finished the video and, as a quick afterthought, smashed like, dropped a comment, and hit subscribe all at once. Paimon, buzzing with excitement, said, "Go claim the reward. Hurry. I can't wait anymore. Don't rush. I'm going to claim it now." Was curious herself about what she'd get. She drew a soft breath, quietly hoping for a new weapon or something. Claim reward. The moment she thought it, the system prize popped up. Ding. "Congratulations. You've obtained a treasure. Reward. Speak and it happens toy bird beak." A bird beak? Stared at the thing in her hand, completely puzzled. What even was this? It looked like a toy for kids. Suhan walked over, recognized it at a glance, and chuckled. "I think this would suit Paimon pretty well. I'm not a bird, you are." Paimon planted her fists on her hips, a little miffed. No way was she putting on that ugly beak. Whoever wanted it could take it. Nahida skimmed the blurb and, a bit surprised, said, "Actually, this is pretty good. Name: Speak and it happens toy bird beak. Description: a special treasure from another world. Put it on, and what you say might turn into reality. Uses: up to 10 times per day, 10 remaining. Note: this is a word magic artifact. It can't pull off anything too outrageous. Tip: for example, if the user says coins will fall from the sky, that definitely won't happen. But if you tell an enemy you're going to have a stomachache, that will pretty much come true. Caution: word magic artifacts are peculiar. Even though it's just a magic toy, used properly it can still be quite effective. Special: if you encounter an exceptionally powerful character, this artifact won't be effective at all. Check the artifact's description. Actually, it's a bit more interesting than my own magic genie lamp. Holding the artifact in his hand, Su-Han said to Paimon, "You really don't want it? Think carefully though. If you took that other spear artifact, you wouldn't be able to use it either. And besides, I think you, as the spokesperson, would actually suit this artifact pretty well." Spokesperson? What's that supposed to mean? Well, in the game, Lumen barely speaks at all. Her vision is basically an external magic organ. So if that's the case, then you, Paimon, are basically an external speaking organ, right? Calling you the spokesperson seems pretty fitting to me. As Su-Han said this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Paimon, on the other hand, was furious enough to stomp her feet. Super rude. That's even worse than emergency rations. I'm not your spokesperson. I'm Paimon. The little one, fuming with anger, suddenly had a bright idea when she saw the bird-shaped beak in Su-Han's hand. In one quick motion, she snatched it away and shoved it right over her mouth. "I hereby declare you're about to get the runs, Su-Han." "Wait, what are you doing?" "That's just revenge, isn't it?" Before Su-Han could explain that this thing wasn't meant to be used like that, his stomach suddenly started growling loudly. Then came sharp, stabbing pains. His face changed in an instant, and he bolted straight for the bathroom. "Ha! This thing is so fun, I love it. But no way are you calling me the spokesperson anymore." Paimon took off the bird beak and laughed like she hadn't in a long time. Because truthfully, she wasn't much for combat. When adventuring with Lumen, having this kind of magical item would definitely be super interesting, and it would make things safer too. But before Paimon could finish feeling smug, a hand suddenly grabbed her. "Paimon, okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have messed around with Su-Han." "Pranks, huh? Well, whatever." The other person treated him pretty well. There was plenty to eat, plenty to drink, and things to do for fun. Plus, he even had a personal princess room. The room was filled with all sorts of toys. Fiscal opened her hand and said, "That's acceptable. One more thing. With this thing, we should have a much easier time finding the mole in Chambord." "You mean interrogation?" "Yeah. Those spies won't be able to withstand this bird mask device for long." This artifact, where her words became law, it really was quite interesting. Those tight-lipped spies didn't stand a chance against the power of this thing. When Su-Han finally came out, 5 minutes had already passed. He had originally planned to scold Paimon, but instead, as soon as she saw him, she flew straight over to apologize. "I'm sorry. I promise I won't use any artifacts recklessly again." "Humph. At least you know better now. I was even thinking about deducting from your piggy bank." "No way. No. Let me give you a massage. I'll rub your legs for you." As soon as Paimon heard the threat of losing money, her face completely changed. She immediately started kneading his shoulders and pounding his legs. Suddenly, she was the most hard-working creature alive. Just then, Fiscal also claimed her second treasure. "Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a new artifact. Reward: broken sword." "A weapon?" Fiscal's eyes lit up, and she looked genuinely happy until her smile quickly faded. Because the sword was broken, she had pulled a weapon. But why was it broken? Fiscal opened the item details and finally understood. Name: broken sword. Description: a special rune blade. Even though it's broken, it can produce different elemental reactions based on the power you channel through it. Effect: all elemental skills increase in power by 10%. Note: depending on the elemental force you wield, the sword can gain corresponding elemental properties. Additionally, even if you switch between elements, this weapon's attribute will remain fixed. The blade might have been broken, but the attack didn't end with just a slash. Explosions could be just as deadly. Elemental energy rapidly imploded, and shot straight toward the enemy. Special skill, Gale Slash. This weapon comes with a powerful conical shockwave. Once used, the weapon enters a cooldown period and cannot be activated again for half an hour. This weapon, is it really this strong? It can actually trigger elemental reactions on its own. Lumen stared at the rune-inscribed sword in her hands, her voice full of disbelief. She was certain that such a powerful artifact was extremely rare across all of Teyvat. Nahida tilted her head slightly, surprised. This weapon is no ordinary one. With it, your combat strength should increase significantly. Yeah, I feel the same way. It lets me freely switch between elements and even store elemental energy. It's incredibly smooth and intuitive to use. As she spoke, Lumen tightened her grip on the hilt. She channeled a Nemo energy into it, and a faint green blade of light shimmered into existence, drawing gasps from everyone. With just a light swing, a sharp gust of wind howled through the air. Paimon, who had been giving Suin an apology massage, saw the new weapon appear and immediately ran over. Huh, this weapon looks pretty interesting. Want to go test it out on training dummies in the simulation space? Sure, Lumen replied, eager to try it out as well, a look of anticipation spreading across her face. It was a one-handed sword, extremely light and maneuverable. The group made their way to the simulation space. Suin looked at the sword in Lumen's hand, his expression slightly odd. He couldn't shake the feeling that this weapon reminded him of something from a video game. It was similar to the broken greatsword of a certain character, but Lumen's was a one-handed sword. Lumen activated her Anemo energy, and in an instant, she dashed forward like a gust of wind. Boom! The moment the blade struck the enemy, it shattered into pieces. But the Anemo element transformed into countless tiny blades, piercing deep into the wooden post. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The post shattered instantly. If it had been an ordinary sword, it might have only sliced the post in half. Yet with the same force, Yun shattered it completely, the power more than doubling. Suhan stepped forward and said, "Let me try this weapon." Yun handed him the broken sword. The motion was the same, yet the result was completely different. The moment the sword energy erupted, the pyro element surged outward, quickly followed by a Nemo rushing in, creating a dual element reaction. The wooden post was instantly consumed. In the blink of an eye, reduced to nothing but ash. Paimon gasped, "That was insane," with the wind fueling the flames. This attack was even more terrifying than Yun's skill. Of course, with two elements working together, the power was naturally stronger. After a quick test, Suhan let Yun continue training in the practice space. After all, he himself still needed to meditate outside. When it's time to work, work. And when it's time to train, he couldn't fall behind either. As he stepped out of the training area, Suhan found out Shun he had already returned. "You came a bit late today, let's have lunch together later. Since you didn't show up in the morning, I didn't save you any breakfast." Something wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Shinhee's gaze was strangely different. Suhan couldn't help but ask, with someone so reserved. A few extra questions were only natural. Shinhee stared at Suhan's fingers and asked, "Was there blood from you in the water?" You found out. Well, I just didn't want you to have trouble sleeping tonight, so Thank you for caring. I slept very well last night. The most peaceful sleep I've ever had. The white-haired immortal's eyes had never looked so soft before. Not a hint of brutality, nor the slightest chill. Seeing how relaxed she looked, Suhan gave a slight nod. "All the better. No need to thank me in words. There's likely to be a huge influx of traffic over the next few days if you don't want to deal with Genshin impact. Just focus on your training. I understand if there's ever something you can't resolve, come to me." With that, Shinha turned and headed for the Serenidia pot. She had never been much of a talker, nor did games interest her in the slightest. For her, training was the top priority. Only by becoming stronger could she protect the one she cherished. Watching Shinha's departing figure, Suhan closed his eyes and began to meditate. Several hours passed. Mondstadt. A crowd gathered outside the Knights of Favonius. Large numbers of citizens had come to protest. "Give us an explanation. Why has the Storm Terror crisis still not been resolved? Have you been stalling and passing the buck? Or is there something you're hiding? We pay taxes to keep you fed, and you hide in your shells. What gives a knightly order like this the right to guard the city?" Cavalry Captain Kia used public power to settle personal scores and removed several knights. In one go, care to explain that too? Bring out the acting grandmaster. Thousands of residents shouted at the top of their lungs. It turned out a violent gale had struck again this morning. Merchants couldn't leave the city, and the people were on edge. Spurred on by certain agitators, they gathered here, demanding a change in whoever oversees the city's defenses. This time, it wasn't just the Knights of Favonius in the picture. The Fatui and ordinary townsfolk had joined the protests, and even members of the Church of Favonius were present. The storm terror crisis had shrouded Mondstadt for months with no end in sight. The Knights of Favonius could hardly escape blame. Creak. The great doors opened slowly. Acting Grandmaster Jean stepped out before the crowd, taking in the sea of faces. A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Well, has the canary that's been hiding in its cage finally flown out? Isn't it about time you gave us citizens an explanation? What the hell are the Knights of Favonius even doing? Why haven't you solved the dragon crisis by now? We, the Fatui, have already tried to negotiate with you more than 10 times. If you really don't have what it takes to handle that monster, then let us deal with it. Well, you're planning to do this too? Hand your own city's defenses over to foreigners? Unbelievable. Under that icy stare, the dismissed knights all lowered their heads. But the counselor stepped forward and said, back to our question. Why hasn't the dragon crisis been resolved by now? Are you knights slacking off? You big shots sit at home all day. Have you spared a thought for the people in the city? Replace the knights. End the dragon crisis. The Fatui's elites can make it happen. If the dragon keeps drawing closer, our home will be utterly destroyed. This is all because you knights do nothing. Faced with the crowd's angry accusations, Jean didn't get angry at all. Instead, a faint smile touched her lips. A flicker of unease rose in the female counselor's heart. She frowned and asked, "What are you smiling at?" "I'm smiling because you've already backed yourselves into a corner and still have no idea." Folks, don't panic. What I'm about to say may shock you. It's true the dragon crisis hasn't been stamped out yet. I admit the knights do bear some responsibility, but the most urgent problem right now isn't the dragon, it's the Fatui standing before us. These people, their machinations are what provoked the dragon's attacks. Years ago, Mr. Dilik's father died at the dragon's hands. Since then, the clashes between Mondstadt and the Fatui have, in fact, been going on in the shadows. You've all been duped. These items are the key evidence in our hands. Stacks of paper fanned out, scattering through the air like a blizzard. The Blackfire incident, Storm Terror, the appearance of delusions, and the Fatui pressuring the Lawrence clan, coaxing them into handing over intel on Mondstadt's city defenses. More chilling still, on the Fatui's infiltration list were dismissed Knights of Favonius and members of the Church of Favonius secretly under their control. The Fatui attaché roared on the spot. All of this is a pack of lies you fabricated. Every document is fake. Oh, is that so? Then these people should be more than familiar to you, shouldn't they? Jean gave a slight nod. Several Fatui operatives were escorted into the hall. At the same time, Paimon's voice rang out. Go on, tell everyone what your original plan was, you guys from the Fatui. The operatives who had refused to say a word suddenly found themselves driven by some inexplicable force, their mouths opening against their will. My name is Bantel, a member of the Fatui. My assignment this time was to steal the holy lyre der Himmel. I'm Biter, from Snezhnaya. I slipped into Mondstadt with a merchant, asking around for news everywhere, and even infiltrated the library to steal a key tome. In the end, we confirmed that Storm Terror, Dvalin, is the dragon of the east among the four winds. Back when Durin attacked, the Anemo Archon used the holy lyre to summon him. So our attaché ordered that we must seize it. If the Knights of Favonius refused to comply, we would summon Storm Terror to destroy Mondstadt's military strength. One Fatui operative after another began to speak, giving their names and positions, and detailing their day-to-day responsibilities, laying everything out with crystal clarity. The attaché's face went chalk white. She snapped around to look at the subordinates behind her. If the knights had already caught these people, then her entire plan was as good as blown. Who exactly were these people behind him? Vice Consul, did you sense that things were changing? I thought everything was already settled. Well, I suppose it makes sense. After all, she never could have imagined that we had disguised ourselves in so many different roles, let alone that we successfully retrieved the Harp of the Skies. Amidst their casual conversation, the 6 attendants' disguises quietly faded away. In their place stood 6 knights clad in full armor. The onlooking crowd froze in shock. No one had expected the Fatui to act so brazenly. Weren't they here to help Mondstadt? Why were they attacking the city now? But this was only the beginning. Eula stepped forward with her uncle in custody. Commander Jean, he's all yours. Understood. The acting commander gave a slight nod in reply. At that moment, Paymon's voice rang out again. Schubert, quick confess everything about your collusion with the Fatui. What exactly have you done? Eula, you traitor who betrayed the Raubenhart family. So all those conflicts you had with the knights were just an act. Schubert raged at his niece. But the moment he heard the voice of the vision bearer, his eyes went blank. Moments later, he began to confess everything he had done. Through bribes and manipulation, he had successfully obtained the city's defense blueprints. In pursuit of restoring his lost power, he had betrayed Mondstadt's interests. The consul had promised him that if the Knights of Favonius were eliminated, he would be made city administrator. One by one, sealed letters fell from his coat. The gathered citizens bent down to examine them, their faces twisting in horror. Was Mondstadt really facing a food shortage? Of course it was, because during the dragon disaster, the Fatui had secretly bought up massive food supplies, hiding much of it away. Some of it, which couldn't be hidden, was simply burned to ashes. No one had known any of this until now. You, Schubert, do you even understand what it is you're saying? Your Excellency, Counselor, are you still going to keep up this futile resistance? Humph, don't think this is over. So long as the holy liar der Himmel is here, just you wait for the dragon to descend. Vikost, summon the dragon at once. Understood, Your Excellency, Counselor. Atop the city wall, a masked Fatui operative was plucking at the instrument in his hands. And yet, though the holy lyre der Himmel had begun to play, the dragon failed to appear. The counselor's expression faltered. At the same time, Kia slipped onto the ramparts. Smiling, he said, "Sir, you'd better stop playing. Because haven't you noticed that lyre is a fake?" "What did you say?" The Fatui agent looked down at the instrument in his hands. The illusion had already faded plain as day. It was just an ordinary lyre. Impossible. I clearly checked it. Add a touch of anemo and a bit of illusion. And of course you can't tell real from fake. Humph. Be a good boy and stand down. A flash of steel, and the Fatui was instantly encased in ice. The people of Mondstadt all wore awkward looks. They'd come to demand answers, only to witness a farce. Damn it, the knights you sent to take down Storm Terror, were they fakes too? That's right. Not long ago, those knights you saw had already withdrawn. Accept your fate. Today we're going to purge Mondstadt once and for all. Everyone who betrayed this city, no one gets away. Drop dead. Seeing the situation beyond saving, the counselor led her subordinates in a charge at Jean. Hiding in the crowd, Paimon muttered from behind her beaked mask, "A banana peel is going to appear under the counselor's feet." Huh. Mid-charge, the female counselor suddenly slipped for no apparent reason and went sprawling, face first. Jean blinked, then immediately ordered her restrained. The other Fatui realized things were going south. One by one, they broke and ran. If they stuck around any longer, they might actually lose their lives. High in the sky, a red figure locked onto the targets fleeing below. Vine bullet. Boom. 3 rounds streaked out in quick succession. The ground erupted with a surge of vines. More than a dozen Fatui were instantly ensnared by the eerie growth. Klee grinned at the subdued enemies, then swung her slingshot toward a new angle. Dense fog, vortices, freezing. All kinds of shots flew from her slingshot one after another. The Fatui couldn't withstand Klee's barrage at all. Outside the city, Amber and her team were locked in a standoff with Fatui troops. Dialek spoke coldly. "You really intend to attack? I admit Snezhnaya wields vast power, but if you rashly assault a city-state, even the Tsaritsa, wouldn't he hold us at fault? Damn it!" The knights who had just withdrawn slipped back in without a sound to reinforce them. The thousands of Fatui who planned to seize the city defenses gradually fell back as the standoff dragged on. They don't fear death, but they wouldn't throw their lives away for nothing. Seeing this, Amber finally exhaled. Few if the Anemo Archon hadn't stepped in. We probably wouldn't have lasted this long, and who knows how things are inside the city. I hope it's going smoothly. At least like this, Mondstadt can finally breathe easy. Klee's mimicry is formidable, but the real key is letting the people see the Fatui's true colors. Thinking of his father and the delusions. A flicker of hatred crossed Dialec's eyes. If anyone despises the Fatui most, it's him. The unfortunate thing is, if they really slaughtered all these Fatui, it would only leave Mondstadt on the back foot. Otherwise, he really would love to cut loose and have a proper brawl just now. After he got the blood bodhi, Dialec's power spiked by a huge margin. He was so strong that anyone who tried to stop him couldn't even take a single step. Let us go head into the city and take a look. Yeah, the clouds overhead dispersed. They were Vinny's doing to begin with, and now that everything was over, the wind naturally died down. At the Knights of Favonius Gate, Jean faced the crowd, her expression stern. Listen up. Freedom has never been an excuse to go whichever way the wind blows. If we hadn't seen through the Fatui's plot ahead of time, do you have any idea how serious the consequences would be been? Public opinion? Don't make me laugh. You couldn't even tell right from wrong. The reason we didn't make this public is because Storm Terror, Dvalin, was forced to swallow poisoned blood in order to protect Mondstadt. Now no one in the city believes in him anymore. The poison of the abyss is eating away at him bit by bit. A dragon that has protected Mondstadt for years put yourselves in that position. Could you really bring yourselves to strike it down? Faced with Jean's explanation, the crowd fell silent. They all thought the dragon was evil, never imagining how complicated things really were behind the scenes. That said, the knights also bear responsibility. Mismanagement, lack of fighting strength have left many talented people sidelined. People like Amber's grandfather, Dialec's father. They all suffered because of Mondstadt's injustices. We'll bring all of this to light. From this day on, as acting Grandmaster, I'll carry out a thorough overhaul from top to bottom. Everyone who has been coasting by out, all of you. Whether the enemy is Storm Terror or any other dragon. A knight's duty is to stand in front of the citizens. We are Mondstadt's strongest shield, not mooching parasites living off free meals and idling the days away. That ringing, forceful speech heralded a new chapter for Mondstadt. Jean lightly pressed her lips together, her gaze sweeping across the crowd toward those whose eyes darted away nervously. She spoke, "Anyone who once worked for the Fatui, step forward. If you willingly accept punishment, we can end this matter here." The crowd stirred, but no one was willing to take that step. Because just moments ago, the few Fatui prisoners had already been executed on the spot. Thankfully, the healing pod helped. Recovery was actually pretty quick. This time, we really owe it to you guys. Without Monda's gadget, it wouldn't have been easy to take down these spies so smoothly. Don't be so formal. Everyone's always been super nice to us anyway. Monda scratched her head a little awkwardly. Lately, things had gotten pretty expensive. Food, drinks, and lodging all required money. The Mora from funds commissions alone wasn't nearly enough. Luckily, the knights had covered a lot of their costs, or else the two of them would have been deep in debt by now. Fun gazed at the clear blue sky and softly said, "Now comes the most crucial part. Only when we cure Dvalin of the poison can Mondstadt truly find peace." That's right. Let's wrap up the city matters first. We'll head out to the Wind Dragon ruins tomorrow. Kia and Amber will stay behind and defend the city. Dialec will come with us, along with the traveler. Leave it to me. I swear on my life. Nothing will go wrong. Captain Jean, Klee wants to fight the Wind Dragon too. Well, the city's defenses are pretty thin right now. Klee, you're just too quick and nimble. It's better if you stay and protect the city. Okay then. Klee will wait at home for you all to come back. Though she really wanted to fight the great dragon in battle, Klee also understood. Mondstadt needed someone to guard it, and she was the perfect choice. She remembered what her big brother once told her. Everyone has their own stage to shine on. Don't let the small stuff get you down. Klee has to keep doing her best too. From Mondstadt Castle they set forth. Klee had always dreamed of becoming an outstanding knight. Seeing the little girl acting so maturely, Lisa couldn't help but smile. That's my girl. I'll help you protect Mondstadt together. And there will be some nice, warm egg tarts for dessert tonight too. Wah, egg tarts are Clee's favorite. Come here, sweetie, and you all too. You've all worked hard today. Following Lisa through the city gates, the group walked in silence. Later, the Knights of Favonius released many long-kept secrets that ordinary citizens had never known. For instance, how Amber's grandfather once repaid Mondstadt for its kindness, and how he was later pushed out. Did he really just leave on his own? No. The real reason was because the later generations of the reconnaissance squad became too lazy. They did nothing but slack off all day. They couldn't even finish the most basic training. These good-for-nothings didn't work hard themselves, and instead blamed Amber's grandfather for everything. How pathetic. And Dialog's father had also experienced many strange things. Standing before the piles of newly released documents, the citizens of Mondstadt fell into deep thought. Freedom doesn't mean laziness. A reconnaissance squad that doesn't even train properly? And then you complain when people don't treat you fairly? Yeah, sure you're free, but you've become total nobodies. When the Fatui came right to your doorstep, you didn't even dare to fight back. In the past, they had openly insulted us many times. There were even many hidden threats that the people never even knew about. Now that all this had come to light, the citizens finally saw who was really at fault. So that's how it was all along. Yeah, always talking about freedom, yet we kept blaming the wrong people. What a joke. Amber's grandfather worked so hard training the knights, yet after he left, some people didn't even keep up the training and even called him a traitor. How utterly ridiculous. The Fatui were bullying merchants and driving up prices. Infiltrate the Church of the West Wind and seize the holy relic. These bastards actually had the nerve to pull something like this. Schubert, colluding with the Lawrence family, even joining forces with a former knight expelled from the order trying to control Mondstadt. If they succeed, I can't even imagine what kind of fate awaits us. The Fatui's methods of dealing with their enemies are just too brutal. And then there's Schubert, trying to restore aristocratic rule. That would be the worst nightmare imaginable. People in Mondstadt might despise him, but everyone knows the truth deep down. But if he makes a comeback, it won't just be him suffering the consequences. Many commoners couldn't help but feel uneasy hearing this. Thank the gods we've got Captain Jean taking charge. You said it. Otherwise, we'd all be doomed. Now we just need to deal with the storm dragon. No, wait, help Lord Dvalin regain his senses. Right, but it seems like the Knights of Favonius already have a plan. I think so too. Didn't they manage to repel the attack from Tempest the last time? I believe things will calm down again soon enough. That's right. Public opinion, when used wisely, can actually serve a positive purpose. This public trial was a pretty good start. Jean's decisive actions certainly helped restore people's confidence, and it shut up all those who were still wavering and uncertain. At the Windrise Heights, two figures stood face to face. The woman in the black and white dress glared with barely contained fury. Across from her stood a minstrel, wearing a look of apology. Never thought we'd get outplayed this time. Yeah, can't let the Fatui lead us around forever, can I? The Tsaritsa was once my friend, sure, but that was back then. So what if we were outplayed? Just a bunch of useless pawns anyway. The lady's eyes turned icy cold in an instant. Her fury burned hotter within. She abruptly raised her arm, and the swirling snowflakes transformed into razor-sharp blades, sweeping toward Vinny like a storm. The piercing cold instantly encased him in ice. In the next moment, she had already vanished and reappeared right before Vinny, her palm driving straight through his chest. A moment later, a vision glowing with emerald light landed in her hand. So much for the mighty god of wind. Honestly, this vision isn't even as refined as the chess pieces I've collected. Maybe the problem is your taste, after all. Smartass. No wonder Mondstadt is in decline. It's because a god like you exists. At Vinny's retort, a memory flashed through Rosaline's mind, her gaze sharpening like a blade. She stomped down hard, sending him flying. But instead of finishing him off, she turned and walked away. Her goal had been achieved, there was no need to linger. As she stepped out of the Galesong Hill, a gentle breeze brushed past her ear. I'm sorry, Rosaline. The voice was sincere, yet barely a whisper. Had she not listened closely, she might have thought it was just her imagination. Her accompanying Fatui guards noticed her pause, and, with quiet respect, one of them asked softly, My lady? Rosaline glanced back. The frost she deconjured had already melted away, and Vinny was long gone, as if their battle had never even happened. Had he been holding back? A shadow flickered across her eyes, dark and brooding. She let out a sharp, cold snort, then turned and left. So you just handed your vision over to her? You idiot, you traveling bard. Why would you do something like that, was it really? Because she asked from Mondstadt? Paimon was hopping mad. What had they been fighting for all this time? It was no easy task defeating the Fatui forces. But then Vinny immediately handed the vision over to someone else. Doesn't that just strengthen our enemies? Seeing Paimon's obvious displeasure, Lumen speculated. Maybe it's because of Mondstadt's current situation. What an insightful observation. No wonder you're the traveler. Indeed, the truth is, I allowed my vision to be taken. There's no way that Fatui Commissioner could ever defeat me otherwise. However, you wouldn't want Mondstadt to remain vulnerable after just recovering, with enemies still lurking in the shadows, would you? Since we already knew what the Fatui wanted, handing over the vision ensured that Mondstadt wouldn't be targeted anymore. For us, it wasn't that big of a loss anyway. Don't forget, even though we recently cleaned house in Mondstadt, our current military strength is actually quite thin, and we're about to go rescue Valen too. If our strongest fighters leave and Mondstadt gets attacked again, things could get really messy. Better to give away that little glass orb and buy ourselves some time to stabilize and recover. As long as Suhan remains, we'll regain our strength before you know it. Besides, knowing how stubborn the old man from Liyue can be, even the Tsaritsa herself wouldn't be able to take his vision if he refused. So don't worry. After hearing Vinny's explanation, the tension in the Knights of Favonius finally eased. Lisa nodded in agreement. Getting rid of that troublesome item isn't necessarily a bad thing. While a vision does contain power, in our current situation, it was more of a burden than anything. I actually thought you couldn't handle just one Fatui commissioner. During the mission, I was already discussing with Lumen how we'd get back at him for you. Guess we'll have to save that for next time. Yes, I appreciate the thought. Everyone, why don't you all take a break for now? Tomorrow, we head out to rescue Valen. Temrin, I really hope this old friend of mine can return to his former self soon. As Venti recalled his old comrade in arms, a faint trace of unease lingered in his eyes. Liyue Harbor, deep within the Northland Bank. The orange-haired boy stared at the newly arrived intelligence report, his eyes narrowing. He couldn't help muttering under his breath, "This can't be serious." Mondstadt, the weakest nation among the seven, has completely fallen? How interesting. Taking Mondstadt from that hot-headed woman? But still, trading a bunch of underlings for a vision that might actually be worth it. Upcoming soon is the ceremony to call forth a guardian. I hope nothing goes wrong here. Ararat extended his palm, and a golden talisman slowly floated upward. This was his trump card, one capable of awakening a god. The next day, bright sunlight bathed the city of Mondstadt. Without the presence of the Fatui, and after yesterday's massive purge, the streets felt unusually quiet. At the central plaza, a group of knights was training fiercely. Many of them were fresh recruits, still green and inexperienced, yet determined to push through. Among the ranks stood two familiar figures. One was Elin, the girl who had always trained diligently. Though she didn't possess a vision, she never slacked off. The other was Jean's loyal maid, Noelle. Though not yet officially knighted, she already had a vision. Her unyielding spirit had once saved trapped adventurers during a blizzard. So naturally, she was present at this training session. After all, she had taken blood jade pills, which boosted her strength dramatically. The training was grueling, but the knights' benefits had risen accordingly. Young knights could now apply for personal housing and even receive tax reductions for their families. Married knights received special privileges. Their children were given priority when joining the vanguard squad of the Knights of Favonius for training. Whether it was academic education or martial arts instruction, there were specialized instructors assigned for each subject. Most of these instructors were retired veteran knights, and they weren't volunteering for free. Each of them received a generous monthly salary. In addition, the knights also offered an attendance bonus. As long as one completed the required number of missions each month, they would receive a generous sum of mora as extra reward. All of these institutional ideas came from Suhan. While others were either training or goofing around, he was always thinking of new plans that would benefit the region's development. If Mondstadt truly wanted to become powerful, it had to start with the children, laying a solid educational foundation from an early age, encouraging them to explore the world, while at the same time spreading Mondstadt's culture. For example, the legends of the Four Winds Guardians, and the stories behind Barbato's birth. These classic tales were all highly educational. They could absolutely be included in children's literature. As for those songs passed down by the Church of Favonius, they were practically useless. No one even knew who the Dragon of the East was. Cut them all out. Replace them with the new curriculum. Talented individuals deserved opportunities. Those who were just coasting through life, however, had to be weeded out. Loyalty to Mondstadt was the most important quality of a knight. If someone couldn't even uphold that, then they had no right wearing the armor of a knight. Seeing the gradual improvement in the knight's atmosphere, Kia nodded in satisfaction and said, "If only there were some treasures or items that could enhance their strength. These people could truly become Mondstadt's main fighting force." I was originally worried that these aggressive reforms might upset the younger generation, but it seems now that Mora is still the most effective motivator after all, Lisa said with a smile. Nothing moved people's hearts more than money. To inspire these knights, Mora-based rewards and benefits were the best approach. Of course, loyalty remained just as crucial. If you want to be a total slacker, that's honestly fine. Be an ordinary citizen in Mondstadt, and we 1T look down on you. Up in the sky, a petite red blur was patrolling with full concentration, but her mouth wouldn't stop moving, like she was chewing on something. Munch, munch. I hope the honorary knight and Paimon come back soon. Then we can go see Big Brother Suhan together. It'd be great if Big Brother could come. Once the storm terror problem is solved, Klee wants to take him to blow up fish. Little Klee felt super bored up in the air, because down in the forest below, there wasn't even a single hilichurl. So lame. In front of Storm Terror's lair, a group had gathered. Staring at the towering wall of wind, Paimon blurted out, "How are we supposed to open this thing? Even a rock thrown in would get shredded." "Don't worry, this seal is easy to undo. But let me make one thing clear. Unlocking it is simple. The hard part is how to rescue Dvalin inside. Once we go in, a lot of enemies could swarm out. After all, last time, even though Klee beat them, we did reveal some of what we can do." Vinny had to remind everyone. The power of the Abyss is truly terrifying. If you haven't dealt with it, you have no idea how dangerous it is. Since Dvalin's been controlled, he doesn't think it's just a few Abyss mages in there. Very likely the mastermind, the Abyss Prince, has other arrangements inside. Everyone nodded. As the seal came undone, countless icy arrows hurtled out from within the barrier. "Watch out, enemies." Jean's longsword, riding the gale, smashed those arrows to pieces. At that moment, a group of monstrous creatures emerged from the abyss, appearing before the group. Among them were hilichurls deeply corrupted by abyssal energy, as well as heavily mutated abyssal magicians. And floating in the air was a massive, towering figure, tall and imposing. Dark, murky abyssal energy continuously surged from its body. The moment Paimon laid eyes on it, a sharp pain shot through her head. "Oh, this monster feels so creepy. Just looking at it makes me dizzy." Vinny shielded her with a serious expression and said, "These are the elites of the Abyss Order, the Abyss Herald." "Oh, the weak little Anemo Archon still remembers my name? How flattering. Unfortunately, none of you will be leaving here alive today. Come forth, my servants. They've been waiting for you to walk right into our trap." Hundreds of mitochurls tore through space. Appearing before the group, Paimon gasped in shock. How are there so many monsters? That shouldn't have happened before. Lumen realized she was referring to the game's original storyline. But the premise of the game was that the events unfolded only if the party followed the original path. Now, things had changed. It made sense that the number of enemies had increased. "Everyone, stay alert. I'll hold these guys off." A light breeze transformed into a cage of wind, trapping the swarm of mitochurls inside. Lumen, meanwhile, charged straight at the Abyss Mage. Her broken sword rapidly extended into a sharp blade. The moment they clashed, the Anemo energy vanished in an instant, and Lumen reappeared inside the enemy's shield. Boom! One of the Abyss Mages exploded from a single slash. Blood burst inside the icy shield. Even Venti was momentarily stunned. What kind of weapon is that? It looks really something else. It's a treasure lumen pulled from a gacha, some kind of weapon that enhances elemental power and can even store different elements. Paimon began explaining with a proud look on her face. But she didn't realize. A hilichurl beast hunter had quietly crept up behind her. When Jean saw this, it was already too late to stop it. She could only shout at the top of her voice. "Look out! Paimon behind you." "Huh? Don't come any closer. Your attack feels like a soft massage." In a panic, Paimon put on the word of command bird-faced mask. As a result, the beast that had severely injured her now felt like it was giving her a therapeutic rub-down. Then, in the next second, a blade of flame slashed down, cutting the creature in half. Dialek, watching that strange mask, couldn't help but laugh. This thing actually works. No wonder the traveler calls it the god's lips. "Hey, could you guys please pay more attention to me? I don't have any combat abilities, you know?" Poor Paimon was absolutely terrified. She quickly screamed for help. Vinny, smiling cheerfully, said, "Don't worry. Even without that god's lips thing, I'll still protect you. See, you've got a shield around you." Paimon looked down. Sure enough, there was a thin glowing film surrounding her body. That finally calmed her nerves a bit. Phew, that was so scary just now. Let's hurry up and finish off these monsters and go save Dvalin. I have a really bad feeling something awful is going to happen. Yeah, I actually feel the same way too. By now, the whirlwind Vinny had summoned had already torn the hilichurl beast hunter to shreds. As for the Abyss Herald, it was locked in fierce combat with Lumen. However, because of how fast it moved, they were having trouble landing a solid hit. Seeing his minions destroyed, the Abyss Herald teleported away. Everyone quickly regrouped around Venti. "What now? Should we go after that guy?" "There's no need," Venti replied. "I've already retrieved the Skyward Harp. All that's left is to awaken Dvalin and purge the poison from its body." As soon as he finished speaking, Wendy pulled out her cherished lyre. She began to strum the strings. A crisp, melodious tune filled the air. It drifted gently through the ruins, carried by the breeze. "Yeah, play your heart out, you powerless Anemo god. The dragon you rely on has long been under our control. Now your music is the key to awakening it. Feel the full extent of our modifications. Now this is true power." The Abyss Herald heard the soft, floating melody. He suddenly burst into laughter. As soon as he finished speaking, the once tranquil dragon spire was struck by violent gales. A massive dark shadow rose from the ruins, soaring into the sky. Its eyes burned with a blood-red glow. The grotesque tumors on its back had grown even more horrifying. This version of Dvalin had long since lost all reason. The moment he laid eyes on Wendy, he roared in fury. "Barbados, is it truly your will to see me dead? No, Dvalin. Listen to me. Roar. I will destroy you all. I will destroy Mondstadt. I will destroy everything in this world." A massive swirling stormball slammed down toward the group. Wendy quickly summoned a gust to form a barrier. Boom. The ground cracked and shattered. With the help of the wind, Lumen and the others soared onto Dvalin's back. Everyone knew, if they could just purge the corrupted blood, they could save him. But as Dialek approached Dvalin's back, he was met with resistance. Of course, the Abyss Mage had anticipated this. After that little girl ambushed us last time, we want to be caught off guard again. Dragon of the Abyss, stop them. Several storm projectiles rushed in from all directions. They slammed straight into Dialek and Jean, sending them both flying. Lumen wasn't spared either. Although unharmed, it became extremely difficult just to move closer. Everyone looked up at the dense storm clusters swirling in the sky. A heavy weight suddenly dropped into their hearts. The Abyss Herald had actually controlled Dvalin to guard the poisoned blood. How were they supposed to deal with this? Lumen froze for a moment. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. She still had 2 chances left to draw rewards. Well then, might as well use them now. Right now, Vinny needed to face Dvalin head-on. He had no time to spare for dealing with those storm clusters. "You guys hold on for a bit, I need to claim a reward." In truth, last night, the view count for the video had already passed 400,000. But by then, Lumen had already been sound asleep, and hadn't paid any attention to it. Now, at this critical moment of rescuing the Storm Dragon, perhaps this reward could come in handy. Dialek nodded in agreement. "Fine, we'll hold off the attacks. Flames, burn everything." Blazing sword chi swept forward, instantly shattering 3 storm clusters. Lumen seized the chance to dash into a quiet corner. She quietly called out in her mind. Claim the reward. A cold, mechanical voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations. You have claimed your reward and obtained. Item, portable eggshell shelter. Name, portable eggshell shelter. Description, a great companion for both home and travel. No matter where you are, even in the middle of the open ocean, you can use it to find a warm place to rest. Details, this shelter is shaped like a half-meter high yellow eggshell. Inside, it offers 4 square meters of space, complete with bathroom facilities, an electrical system, and a flushing toilet. Note, the portable eggshell shelter has excellent defensive properties. It can withstand even the immense pressure of the deep sea. Caution, it can be fixed in place anywhere on a cliffside, in a tree, even on the ocean's surface. Extra feature, when not in use, it can be folded and carried with you, turning the portable eggshell house into a pendant or into a simple egg. Either way, it's incredibly handy to use. After she finished reading the treasure's description, Ingmay's expression turned a little sour. For her, it was actually pretty good. Not just practical, but truly convenient. The problem was, this wasn't the kind of travel or adventure gear she needed right now. What she really wanted was something that could let her get close to the wind dragon and purge the toxins from its body. If it could also boost her speed or make the winds die down for a while, that'd be even better. She put away the portable eggshell house. Then she went on to claim the second treasure. This time, it finally didn't let her down. The item that appeared fit the situation perfectly. Ding, congratulations on claiming a treasure. Reward obtained. Observation Hockey Mastery. Name, Observation Hockey Mastery. Description, a mysterious power brought over from a certain pirate world. It lets you sense enemies and anticipate their attacks when trained to the extreme. You can even see a few seconds into the future. Note, this observation hockey is non-transferable. Once used, you'll immediately grasp it and reach the mastery tier. Tip, the highest rank is peak. If your talent is sufficient, you can hone it through battles with the strong and push your hockey even further. Reminder, if you encounter an opponent who can completely suppress your aura, observation hockey 1T function. Trait, precognition lets you glimpse 2 to 3 seconds ahead. The instant this treasure appeared, Ingmay couldn't help feeling a surge of joy. She didn't quite know what this power really was, but it looked seriously impressive. And if she could sense her enemy's movements, she should be able to pull off perfect dodges. She didn't even hesitate. She crushed the orb of observation hockey experience. A mysterious force stirred awake the world around her, even without relying on her eyes. Is this the power of observation hockey? Lumu closed her eyes gently. She felt her senses expanding further and further. There was Vinny, struggling against violent gusts in the distance. Above, in the sky, Commander Jean and Dialect dodging attacks mid-air. And nearby, Paimon shouting frantically. She took a brief moment to appreciate this newfound power. Then, Lumu opened her eyes immediately. Because Paimon, seeing her take too long, came running over in a panic. Hey, Lumu, are you ready yet? Dialect and Jean can't hold out much longer. I'm ready now. This time, I'll definitely take care of that demonic tumor. After obtaining observation hockey, Lumu's perception had greatly improved. Without hesitation, she burst forward from the shadows. The enemy sensed her approach. A dense hail of wind bullets came flying like a storm. Seeing this, Jean couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Be careful. Lumu didn't panic. Her gaze remained calm and focused. She had sensed the attack long before it came. She could even see every projectile's trajectory clearly. Dodging them was effortless. She passed through the wall of wind. Seeing the wounded Dvalin right in front of her, Lumu dove straight down without hesitation. Young lady, you do have guts, daring to come this close. Before the Abyss Mage could finish his sentence, Lumu had already swung her sword down. The unique effect of the broken wing blade allowed her to pierce through shields effortlessly, dealing direct damage to the enemy. 6 Abyss Mages were instantly eliminated. Lumu now stood before the Abyss tumor, gazing at the purple-red toxic blood. She took a deep breath, channeled her power into her blade, and shouted. Tempest Slash, violent anemo energy, raged across Dvalin's back. with the power surging within her and Vinny's support. A massive arc of sword energy erupted. They shattered the last poisonous blood clot. A tearing, soul-rending pain surged through him. Tualin couldn't help but let out a furious roar and dropped like a stone. The two raging gusts that had been locked in a stalemate dissipated along with the syst's destruction. Phew, is that finally it? If this drags on any longer, these ruins are going to collapse. Vinny glanced at the cliffside, fissured nearly to the breaking point, and let out a quiet breath. Just beyond Storm Terror's lair lies Bright Crown Canyon. If that violent wind pressure spreads, even Mondstadt by Cider Lake will be caught up in it. This battle has to stay contained within these ruins. Already crumbling, the ruins shattered completely under Tualin's fall. Thick smoke billowed, filling the air. Vinny flew over, eyed the last remaining poisonous blood clot, then turned to Lumen. You still holding up? I'm fine, just a little drained. Let us clear it together. I'll heal everyone. Okay. Riding the breeze, Jean and Dialek closed in on the dragon in a flash. Vinny pinned the giant down with the wind's force. If it started thrashing, the consequences would be unthinkable. Flames and wind blades crossed and spiraled. Lumen went all in, hammering at the purplish-red cyst. Paimon popped on a bird beak-plagued Dr. Mask to help, but it did nothing, so she switched tactics. Master Dialek, you'll all feel much better. Her words carried literal power. The exhausted party regained their strength within moments. Feeling elemental energy surging inside her, Lumen poured everything into her strongest strike and smashed it into the cyst. Rah! With Storm Terror, Dvalin's anguished cry. The massive poisonous blood clot finally burst apart, and the chains that bound him dissolved into a gentle breeze, softly soothing his turmoil. Easy now, Dvalin. I'm healing you. Don't be afraid. Everything's going to be okay now. Wendy whispered soothingly, her voice gentle as a spring breeze, slowly bringing consciousness back to the once agony-stricken Dvalin. Meanwhile, Lumen was tending to his wounds. About 10 minutes had passed. The purplish-black blood was gradually returning to normal. Dvalin's eyes also regained their clear, icy blue hue. Is that really you, Lord Barbados? It's finally over, Dvalin. Before the two could exchange more than a few words, the ruins around them suddenly began shaking violently. The fierce battle earlier had already left this place unstable, and now this tremor was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Immediately, the entire ruin started collapsing. Oh no, this place is going to cave in. Wendy, don't worry, Dvalin will get us out of here. As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden strong gust of wind rushed in. The wind swept everyone up, swirling them into its embrace. Riding atop Dvalin's back, they soared high into the sky. Behind them, the ruins completely collapsed. Lumen clung onto Dvalin, suddenly feeling waves of exhaustion wash over her. Actually, the battle itself hadn't been that tiring, but the process of purging the poison had drained nearly all her strength. Combined with the continuous use of her support skills, her energy had been completely depleted. It was a serious overexertion, to say the least. Lord Barbados, I'm sorry, don't say things like that. After hearing Lumen's story, I finally understand. This is all my fault. If only I had noticed the poison in your body sooner. If only I had guided more people to keep believing in you. No, I might also bear some responsibility. If only I had found you sooner. Cough, cough. Hearing Dvalin's words, Wendy couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Found him? How easy that sounded. He'd been in Liyue just yesterday having drinks with old friends, and might head to Inazuma tomorrow for fun. Finding him was never that simple. At this moment, Paimon spoke up, since Dvalin has been rescued. Then let it return to Mondstadt one last time, to reunite with the people, and finally mend the wounds between us all. What do you all think? I think it's a great idea. The people of Mondstadt still feel uneasy, and if Dvalin were to appear, it would surely strengthen their confidence in facing the future. Jean voiced her support for the suggestion. Dialek also nodded in agreement. We've just dealt with those traitors. Bringing the Eastern Dragon back with us would also be a way to demonstrate the strength of our Knight's Order. At the same time, it would help restore our ties with the Four Winds Guardians. And it would remind the younger generation that those who once fought for Mondstadt will never be forgotten. I think it's doable. After hearing their words, Vinny's perspective began to shift. He gently reached out, placing a hand on Dvalin as he bestowed a portion of his power upon his old friend. And you, my companion, would you still like to protect Mondstadt? Of course, I won't force you to decide. After all, we were once each other's freest companion. I won't bind you with the name of Mondstadt. This is the power of the Anemo Archons chosen? I am no longer the guardian of the four winds. How can you still offer me this blessing? Dvalin felt the surging power within him, stunned beyond words. After everything he had done after betraying Mondstadt, Barbados still wishes to accept me back? Whether or not you are the guardian of the four winds, you have always been my most loyal companion, Dvalin. Take my strength and fly even more freely than before. If you truly feel that way, then I will continue to protect Mondstadt, as long as they are willing to accept me. A flicker of tears shimmered in Dvalin's eyes. He remembered everything he had done during those dark days, poisoned by hatred and corrupted blood. Yet, even so, Vinny still chose to trust him. How could Tevrin not be moved by this? It flapped its mighty wings and turned its head, flying back in the direction of Mondstadt. A few minutes later, within Mondstadt, the busy citizens suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind and instinctively looked up. A massive dark shadow was slowly approaching. No, the storm dragon is back. Run for your lives. Help! Our children are still outside. Knights, please save them. Panic erupted among the crowd. Yet, at that very moment, a clear and resonant voice echoed from the sky. Friends of Mondstadt, do not fear. Tevrin, one of the guardians of the winds, has been healed by Lady Jean and her companions. It will no longer harm anyone. A gentle, soothing voice rang out across the entire city. Meanwhile, Klee, who had been preparing for battle, spotted Jean and Eula riding atop the dragon and shouted joyfully, "Whoa, Lady Jean and Captain Eula are back. Klee missed you two so much. It's so lonely flying all by myself." She leapt down from her geo-elemental monument and rushed straight into Lady Jean's arms. Her excitement was written all over her face. "Yes, we're back. And look who we've brought with us, Klee. This is our new friend. His name is Tevrin." Upon hearing Vinny's words, Klee looked down at the massive creature beneath her feet, puzzled. When she saw Vinny giving her an encouraging glance, Klee seemed to understand. She floated down to face Tevrin and waved enthusiastically. "Hi there, Tevrin. I'm Klee, the Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. Welcome to Mondstadt. Let's be friends. I'm sorry about last time. Did I hurt you?" "No, quite the opposite. Thank you, Klee, for driving me away. If it weren't for you, I might still be trapped in pain and suffering. If I ever brought harm to Mondstadt, I'd feel truly awful inside." Finally, Dvalin landed slowly in the center of the square. Seeing the dragon so calm and quiet, the newly recruited knights, who had been tense, began to approach one by one. Vinny didn't want to reveal himself, so Jean and Dialek stepped forward to explain what had happened. "Starting today, no one should call it the Windborn Dragon anymore. It is our trusted companion, and the dragon who once protected Mondstadt, the East Wind Dragon, Dvalin. From now on, it will stand with us and continue to protect this city." "Really? Such a powerful being is now our guardian. Wow, it's so tall. And those claws so strong. I bet, if anyone ever dares to threaten us, Dvalin could tear the enemy to shreds with one strike." "That's right. Who needs the Fatui anymore? We've got the Anemo Archon, and now Dvalin standing by our side." There was no blame or fear as many had expected, only excitement and admiration in the voices of the crowd. The Knights of Favonius had actually announced the truth about Dvalin the day before. At first, people had been somewhat skeptical, but now that Dvalin had appeared in person, the rumors were instantly dispelled. Having such a powerful protector gave the people of Mondstadt a sense of peace and confidence, and made them speak with renewed pride. In the crowd, Vinny gave Dvalin a quick wink, as if to say, "What do you think, my friend? You're quite popular, aren't you? The people of Mondstadt really do like you." Dvalin, in response, gave a faint, bitter smile. It wasn't sure how to react to all this enthusiasm, so it simply stood there, lost in thought, allowing the crowd to gather around, touch it, and admire it, as if that alone could make up for its past mistakes. At the entrance of the Favonius Knight headquarters, Lisa watched the group return and smiled as she said, Welcome back. I'm glad you all made it home safely. Looks like everything went really well this time. We really might be turning the tide. All thanks to the honorary knight. If she hadn't suddenly gotten so much stronger, the outcome would have been anyone's guess. Jean thought back to that deadlocked battle and couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. Dvalin's power was terrifying. He hovered high above, and the moment you got close, a howling gale came roaring down. If Lumen hadn't acted in time and destroyed that poisonous blight, forcing him to land, the fight would probably still be going on. Dialek asked, after we left, how are things in and outside the city? Is everything still stable? Don't worry. With Klee and Amber on watch, the city is safe. And according to intel from Eula, the Fatui forces that had been entrenched around Mondstadt have started to pull out. They're heading toward Dragon's Pine and Liyue. Looks like they're after Rex Lapis' Gnosis. That's true, but before that, we should catch our breath. Mondstadt suffered long enough. Jean lifted her gaze to the clear sky, a hint of relief tugging at the corner of her lips. Dvalin's return greatly lifted the spirits of the people of Mondstadt. With a great dragon watching over them, everyone felt much more secure. Even the citizens who had complaints about the knights fell silent after seeing Dvalin's massive form. The decision to drive out the Fatui didn't seem so hard to accept anymore. People had worried about retaliation from Snezhnaya, but now, thinking it over, it didn't seem so frightening. Back at the Knights of Favonius headquarters, Paimon sidled up to Klee and said, "It's almost afternoon, let us get going." Paimon can't wait to pig out. That lamb last time was so rich and juicy. Barbecue. Barbecue. Klee wants barbecue. Let us go. Lumen smiled faintly, took Paimon by the hand, and slipped out the door. The two of them made their way to the villa. It was already noon. Suhan was sitting with Shun He and the others, having lunch. Today's main dish was boiled meat, served alongside spicy stir-fried chili peppers and a cold mixed vegetable salad. Big brother. Klee flew around the whole morning, and now my stomach is totally empty. I want some grilled meat. All right, we'll have barbecue this afternoon. For now, just eat a bit to tide you over. Yay? Sounds great. Meanwhile, Kazuha handed Klee a bowl of fish soup, complete with slippery fish balls floating inside. The little girl was absolutely delighted with her meal. Once everyone had settled in, Nahida turned to Paimon and asked, "How did today's mission go?" Overall, it went pretty smoothly. But someone took the goad's heart from Vinny. Over 100 members of the Fatui were killed, and a lot of spies in Mondstadt were also eliminated. It was basically a major purge. What about the Storm Dragon? He has been purified. The process was a bit intense, but everything turned out okay in the end. If we hadn't gotten that item, things might have gotten really messy. Lumen picked up a bite of the cold salad and slowly recounted how she had been ambushed by Abyss cultists at the Storm Terror ruins earlier that day. Luckily, she used her observation hockey at the critical moment and managed to escape safely. Tartaglia no, Tevlin had already returned safely to Mondstadt and was warmly welcomed the moment he arrived. Suhan nodded and said, "That's good to hear." Actually, the word freedom is pretty vague. Constraints don't necessarily mean a loss of freedom. If freedom simply means doing whatever you want, then would it be okay for the Knights of Favonius to drink on the job? If someone objects, they can just say, "This is my freedom," because there's no enemy in the city anyway. So tell me, is slacking off also freedom? Hopefully, after this turmoil, Mondstadt can rise from the ashes reborn. Well said. Freedom without any rules is just laziness. Everyone, let us eat first. Tomorrow, we're going to the amusement park. An ability called observation hockey. It's unique to that world, but definitely super useful. Yay! I love amusement parks the most. Coley does. I'm gonna ride every ride, swinging ship and roller coaster alike. Speaking of roller coasters, Paymon's expression instantly changed. No way am I going anywhere near those scary things. Seriously, who even came up with that idea? Just thinking about it gives me the creeps, right, Lumen? Let's just stick to bumper cars. But I actually really like roller coasters. Grr, how could you? I'm not going to ride with you anymore, that's for sure. No can do. Lumen smiled gently. Paimon, you're still kid-sized. You have to go with an adult. Otherwise, you're not allowed to ride by yourself. Why would there even be a rule like that? It's totally targeting me. Paimon scratched her head while wearing a troubled expression. This scene caused everyone nearby to burst into laughter. After finishing their meal, Lumen approached Keqing. Would you mind sparing with me a bit? I want to gain more practical experience. After fighting the storm dragon, I realized how much I still need to improve. I'd love to train with someone skilled like you. Of course, I was thinking the same thing myself. The two of them walked together into the virtual training space. An intense duel immediately began. Keqing, who originally had significantly greater strength than Lumen, only realized after the fight started that she couldn't even touch her opponent. No matter which direction she attacked from, Lumen always sensed it in advance and dodged effortlessly. In fact, as the fight progressed, Keqing unleashed her ultimate technique, Heavenly Street Parade, releasing dozens of solid physical afterimages all at once. Yet Lumen avoided them all as if she were dancing. Why did you do that? Why can't any of my attacks hit you? I've obtained an ability called Observation Hockey. With it, I can predict every attack in advance. Lumen paused her movements and explained to Keqing. Suhan added, it's a special ability unique to the One Piece world, but honestly, it's super practical. After her power awakened and she reached the peak of cultivation, being able to glimpse into the future was naturally extraordinary. All right, that's just too ridiculous. Keqing let out a bitter smile and gently shook her head. This level of perception was just too insane. She probably really wasn't this girl's match anymore. Then, Kazumi took to the battlefield as well. There was no doubt about her strength. Her long-term cultivation relying on Shiritsu had led to rapid progress. The sword techniques she wielded were known for their unpredictable, eerie speed. Even so, they still weren't enough to threaten Raiden Mei seriously. All right then, I'm getting serious now, time for my ultimate move. Kazumi quickly stepped back. Her long sword condensed into a flurry of snowflakes, gathered into her folding fan. A bone-chilling cold spread outward, freezing the very land beneath them into ice. Kamisato art, frost scale, violent snowstorms, laced with sharp sword chi, swept across the area where Raiden Mei stood. The attack covered an extremely wide range, and the speed was much faster than what was seen in the game. The storm itself seemed like a blade, rushing toward Raiden Mei in the blink of an eye. This was the true terrifying power of Kazumi's technique. Witnessing this scene, Raiden Mei had no time to dodge. She could only immediately activate her skill, Broken Wing Blade, to respond. Wind slash. Boom. A violent wind blade violently collided with the blizzard, the two forces clashing fiercely before dissipating together. Paimon, watching from the sidelines, let out a sigh of relief. That was way too intense. It's supposed to be just a sparring match, but it felt like life or death combat. No, to grow stronger quickly, you have to push yourself to the edge of despair. That's how you improve fast. Besides, we've got the healing pod, right? Keqing replied calmly. That healing device was truly amazing. Even if they trained here until completely drained, they could recover instantly. She was even starting to not want to go back home. Raiden Mei laughed and responded, I love this feeling of giving it your all. It looks like the weakness of observation hockey. She had also realized it, although she could predict the opponent's attack trajectory. Those wide area techniques were simply impossible to dodge completely. On top of that, the enemy's speed was just too fast. She couldn't react in time. Unless, like what Suhan had said, she could foresee the future. Only then could she avoid the attacks in advance. Don't rely too much on what you can see. Some immortal techniques can actually twist space. In the end, your own cultivation is still the most important. Among my masters, the demon-slaying great sage could tear through space itself. His attacks always struck enemies from unexpected angles. Plus, his ability to conceal his presence was extremely strong. I remember Suhan mentioned earlier that even the observation hockey fears such techniques. You should be careful about this kind of skill. Thank you, Shinhee. Oh, by the way, you might not even be able to block my Feng Ho Chimen. Want to give it a try? Shinhee had been watching for quite a while now. Besides feeling a bit eager to fight, she also wanted to see whether Ling could break through her Feng Ho Chimen with her observation hockey. Of course, I'd love to see the power of Feng Ho Chimen firsthand. After resting for about 20 minutes, the two began their sparring match. This time, Ling took the initiative to attack first. After all, Shinhee was a disciple of the immortal sect, far stronger than Keqing or Kamisato Ayaka. There was no need at all to hold back. Swish! Her observation haki activated. I see it. Shunhee would use her spear to knock away her sword. Ling immediately adjusted her body position. But then a strange force hit her. The weapon in her hand had already fallen to the ground. Yet she hadn't even noticed. It wasn't until she took a couple of steps forward that she finally realized what had happened. Huh? Where did my weapon go just now? Looking at her empty palms, Ling's eyes were filled with confusion. It felt like for a brief moment, she had lost connection with the world itself. Was it caused by the Fengho Chiman? She turned her gaze toward Shunhee. Paimon flew over and asked, Lumen, why did you suddenly slow down just now? You were about to hit them, too. It felt like you slowed down 20 times all of a sudden. It's Luijin Tua, a secret technique from Fengho's odd door, capable of manipulating time. Seems like even Kinbunchika Haki has trouble resisting it. Shinha put away Shizai. There was no point in continuing the match. The brief clash earlier had only been meant as a warning. Lumen nodded, understanding her own weakness, and immediately began training seriously. Meanwhile, Kazuha and Shinha returned into the Tenko pot to continue working hard. Though they lacked Kinbunchiku, they each had their own strengths. In comparison, Keqing seemed a bit down. She had entered the trial first, yet now her strength was the weakest. It left a bitter taste in her heart. Suhan walked over and asked, feeling like you're falling behind a bit? Yeah, I guess. Ugh, I'm just afraid one day I'll really turn into the master Keqing everyone jokes about, swinging the fire spirit sword like it's just scraping a stone. Even in her disappointment, Keqing cracked her own joke. She had obtained a divine weapon and even a blood bodhi fruit. She had thought her strength was already quite solid. But now, not only could she not keep up with Kazuha, she couldn't even beat Lumen. It was hard not to feel a pang of bitterness for someone who always worked so hard. Suhan raised an eyebrow and chuckled, then just post the new video tonight. I bet this upload will probably get you another 5 or 6 treasures. And yesterday's video was pretty popular too. I don't think yours will be that far behind. Thanks, Suhan. Wasn't Klee saying she wanted some grilled meat? We've got plenty of fat sheep. Let us slaughter one today. Sure. Besides the regular sheep, Suhan had also pulled 100 plump green grassland sheep. They're all being kept in the Serenidia pot now. They get fresh cut fodder every day. There's even a little ditty "Don't look at me. I'm just a sheep playing on loop." Never mind Klee craving meat, even Suhan feels tempted just looking at them. Plus, the sheep the system gifted don't have the slightest gamey smell. They're a breeze to process. Keqing had the butchering done in 5 minutes flat. The mutton is crazy fresh, and it looks downright tempting on the cutting board. This quality is even better than Wanmin Restaurant's. If you like it, bring some back for Ningguang. Oh right, remember to give Ganyu some of those pickled cucumbers we brined with Paimon yesterday. Okay, the two of them got to work, and before long the whole lamb was up on the spit. As for the offal, they cleaned it and set it to stew. Suhan was bustling around the yard when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Qingluan. Hey, what's up, gorgeous? Got good news. Wait, you big shot. What are you up to? Roasting a whole lamb. Got an awful stew going too. You're living way too comfortably. Think I can mooch a meal? I'll bring my chopsticks. With the smoke and flames licking at the whole roast. Qingluan, who has been swamped lately, is practically drooling. Suhan chuckled and said, sure. Come on over. One more at the table, there's plenty of meat. This lamb alone has over 30 pounds of meat. And that's not even counting what's already on the grill. Besides the whole roast, there are skewers too. No way a few people could finish it all. And hey, getting a bit closer to Qingluan wouldn't hurt. She could help spread the word. But the moment Suhan hung up, their private chat group suddenly lit up. Those voice actors who had a close personal relationship with him were all planning to come over for a meal. Duo even sent a WeChat voice message directly. Big shot, I want to taste the lamb too. Could you spare me just a small piece? Please. My appetite's really tiny. All right. I already promised you guys a photo last time. So why not just come over this time too? If needed, I'll just slaughter another sheep. Really? Duo shrieked excitedly into the microphone. Clearly, she had been in the middle of a recording session. Right after that, the studio erupted into chaos. Getting to eat at the house of a wall of division big shot was a massive flex. Who wouldn't he want to come? After hanging up the call, Keqing smiled and said, now it's going to be lively. I didn't expect so many people to crash the meal. They're all colleagues. and Qinglan really went above and beyond. She handled everything when we were setting up the accounts before. She did it all on her own and put in a lot of effort. That life-sized Zhongli figurine in your room, she specially arranged for a custom order through someone. It was one of those official limited editions. Even though the main account was under Su-Han's name, being able to create so many sub-accounts from a single card was something only a big studio like MiHoYo could pull off. Plus, all those extra accounts they used to run through the story content were handed to him directly by her. Occasionally, she'd even throw in some Primo Gem redemption codes, a few collectible figurines, and all of it added up to quite a bit of money. Hearing about the figurine, Keqing stood up and laughed. So it was her. Then I'll go prepare the lamb. One sheep should be enough, right? Plenty. Oh, and tell Paimon to stay put. Keep her inside the Serenidia pot and don't let her come out. We'll have her food delivered to her. Got it. About 15 minutes later, Keqing casually carried down a cleaned and prepped sheep. After a light seasoning, she placed it straight onto the grill. The secret to avoiding that gamey smell was to not over-season it. The marinating had taken a long time. After all, they could always season the meat with dry rubs or dipping sauces later. They had just set up the second lamb on the grill when 2 cars pulled up at the entrance. One was Qingwan's private vehicle, the other carrying the voice actors for this project. As soon as the doors opened, a group of people spilled out, chattering and laughing. There was Xiao En. Lin Su was there too, along with Duo, Bao Bao, Zhu Hua, and Hua Ling. In total, 10 people had arrived. The moment Zhu Hua stepped out of the car, she hugged a chibi doll of Raiden and smiled. Dimension Breaker boss, where's Kamisato Ayaka? Make her come out and greet us. The Great Lord has arrived. I even brought her a present this time. When she misses me, she can hug this instead. Su-Han looked at the adorable Raiden and smiled. She's busy right now. Might need a bit more time. Why don't we all get started on some cold dishes? The vegetables were just washed, but still need cutting. Girls, let us get to work. We're having a whole roasted lamb tonight. Yay! The group swarmed into action, joining the battlefield. Some chopped vegetables, others mixed seasonings, everyone bustling around energetically. Just then, Qingwan walked over to Su-Han, a faint look of helplessness on her face. Hope I'm not causing you too much trouble. I just wanted to show off a bit, but they were all at the company anyway. No worries, consider it me returning a favor. By the way, you mentioned something good on the phone earlier. All right. We were wondering if you'd be interested in doing a special feature like filming some everyday life scenes of the characters, not comedy or anything. We'll publish all the content together on the official website. Even though our PV production quality is top-notch, it still doesn't spread as well as your videos. As for compensation, we can talk terms. Let me put it simply, you're trying to promote Genshin through me. Like the PVs they release when reintroducing a character. Each update centers around a single character, just like writing a diary, documenting everything the character did at that time. In that way, it could form a whole series of content. I'm guessing I'm not wrong, am I? Qingwan raised a finger in praise, complimenting the other's quick understanding. No wonder he's a big shot from the other side of the dimensional wall. His comprehension skills really are top-notch. Under normal circumstances, the official Genshin team wouldn't do something like this easily. If anything went wrong during the filming of the videos, the consequences could be pretty serious. But this person in front of her was different. Technically, there was no issue. The personnel setup was also complete. Take Keqing, for example, her acting was solid, and her action scenes were on point. If this world didn't completely rule out the possibility of crossing over from a game, Qingwan might have even suspected she literally walked out from the game itself. These past few days, the upper management had been in continuous meetings. It wasn't until today that they finally reached a decision to collaborate with Su-Han to create a large-scale content series. That's why Qingwan said this was such great news. Because once the show launched, Su-Han would not only gain continuous traffic, but also maintain a stable format for his content. As for funding, Genshin definitely didn't lack money now. Therefore, this collaboration was a win-win for both parties. After all, advertising would cost money anyway. So why not work with Su-Han? The quality was guaranteed, and the updates would be consistent. In fact, he'd already started daily updates these past few days. That kind of update frequency? Absolutely amazing. You guessed correctly. That's exactly our plan. Once the script is ready, we'll send it to you first. So, about the collaboration. Go ahead as you planned. We can fine-tune the content as we go. No problem. The collaboration was finally settled. Qingluan finally felt a weight lift off her chest. Don't let the contract's high value fool you. Her biggest worry was still Su Han refusing to sign it. With so many top-tier cosplayers showing up one after another. If Su Han had taken offense, even as the official Genshin representative, Qingluan would have been powerless to do anything. Before long, all the seasonings were ready. Shinha and Kamisato Ayaka had also stepped out from the Tenma pot. Whoa, finally! My Kamisato Ayaka, you're finally here. Wani-sama is here. I hereby crown you Queen of Inazuma. Chrysanthemum flower, you're going too far. Don't forget about me, okay? I came today too. Wait, Miss Ayaka probably doesn't even know who I am. That's kind of embarrassing. Seeing Chrysanthemum flower clowning around. Miao Jiang couldn't help but chime in with a teasing remark. At the sound of Veni's voice, Nahida and Kale both turned their heads. Wait, is the Anemo Archon here today too? Nope, Kale, but she's just a street performer. Yeah, exactly, a street performer. Why are you staring like that? I'm the one and only Paimon, okay? Duo quickly jumped in to explain. Her bold declaration, however, earned her a playful punch from the Anemo cat, Miao Jiang. In no time, the whole scene turned into chaos. Kale finally caught on. The person imitating Veni's voice, just like Sister Hualing, was also a voice actress. Standing before Shinha now was a beautiful woman. Hey there, junior apprentice. Still remember me? Your senior sister from back then. Gameu. Yeah. Can we take a photo? I absolutely love you. When Lin Su made the request, Shinha didn't refuse. Without the red string binding her anymore, she was no longer as cold and distant as when she first arrived. After snapping 3 photos, Lin Su left, visibly satisfied. Staring at the red bow in her hand, Shinha hadn't expected that the first gift she'd ever received in her life would actually come from Earth. Shinha, don't pay attention to that nasty woman. Let us take some pictures. I'm the one who showed up first, after all. As Shinha's voice actress, Ai was a little annoyed that someone else had jumped in first for the photo op. Luckily, Shinha didn't turn her down. She even played along, striking a pose as if casting talismans. 5 shots landed smoothly, and Ai was over the moon. Now this felt like the real Shinha, cool and aloof, with an extraordinary aura, and her looks simply beyond words. Seeing everyone having fun, Su-Han found an excuse to head upstairs and let Lumen out of the virtual space. After all, on a day this lively, how could they leave out the fan favorite? She was practically starved for attention. She was supposed to be the team's darling, yet here she was, left on the sidelines. Okay, Paimon, I'll bring you a whole roast lamb in a bit. I want to let you go hungry. That's more like it. And another thing, I don't just want roast lamb, I want grilled fish too. The kind that's super crispy and sizzling, charred outside and tender inside. Deal. I'll take care of it. It's just grilled fish. As long as Paimon doesn't make a fuss, anything's negotiable. Back downstairs, Klee was already giggling non-stop as a bunch of big sisters fawned over her. She had more toys than she could carry. Same for Nahida. Even though she's lived 500 years, in little N and Hualing's eyes, she's still a child. They not only bought her plushies, they even rushed an order for a cake and a tea set. Not cheap, either 2,000 yuan for the set. Nahida gave a sweet smile. I love the gift, but I've prepared something in return for you too. You big sisters have been so good to me. I can't let people think I'm trying to show off or get an unfair advantage. As she spoke, she reached into her robes and pulled out a series of bracelets. They looked like ordinary glass beads, but in reality, each one contained a small amount of magical energy she had infused into them. Though the magic wasn't strong, it could help regulate the wearer's physical condition to a certain degree. And because they were enchanted, these bracelets sparkled more brilliantly than the ones sold in stores. The girls immediately burst into excited gasps when they saw them. No way. Did you make these yourself? Wow, Nahida, you're amazing. Of course she is the goddess of wisdom. This is so thoughtful. Wah, total profit. Everyone got one, even Qingluan. When it was Ju Hua's turn, the notoriously wild older sister simply threw her arms around Nahida and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Seriously, I love you so much, sis. Nahida, you're the sweetest. Never expected souvenirs this group S gonna be the envy of everyone else. Ha ha ha. I already posted this in the group chat. The people who missed out are probably fuming right now. I even shared it in my fan group, but no one believed me that I actually got it in person from Nahida. Suhan, can we go live? Of course. Awesome. A few of the girls quickly opened up their live streaming apps. It wasn't just to show off the bracelets. They also wanted to help boost Suhan's account traffic. Because just a few minutes ago, he had posted a new video. He jealous yet? Eating a whole roasted lamb at a master's house. Plus all kinds of delicious grilled veggies. Don't think this is just regular lamb, either. I took a bite, it's freaking amazing. Nowhere near as good as what you get at regular barbecue stands. Haha. We originally had a gathering plan today, but when we heard Qinglan was crashing the meal, we just rolled with it. Hey, little N. Why are you sneaking bites again? Didn't we agree to wait for everyone before we started eating? Hee. Sorry. But this meat really smells too good. After the sneaking got exposed, Xiaoan couldn't help but laugh. That meat smelled ridiculously good. And she hadn't even had lunch. Duo. Why do you keep giving Lumen all the meat? Oh, what about me? Got yourself a new flame and forgot your old love, huh? On the other side, seeing Duo loading up Lumin's plate and topping off her drink, Bao finally couldn't take it anymore. Weren't we supposed to be besties? Best friends for life, remember? The second Lumen shows up, you turn into fake plastic sisters, huh? The rest of the crew saw Bao getting jealous and started egging her on. Face it, Bao, you're the stand-in, Lumin's the real deal. Yeah. Paimon being tight with Lumen is totally normal. With everyone piling on, Bao slid right up in front of Duo, opened her mouth, and said, Paimon, feed me. I'm hungry too. Okay. Coming right up, ha. Once she got a piece of grilled meat, Bao finally flashed a satisfied grin. And the livestream chat just lost it. Is Goofy Lumen messing with Paimon, or what? Ha. Alright everybody, come check out the Cross-Dimension Maestro's new piece. It just dropped, and it's already racking up likes. I even brought a projector. Qinglan glanced at her phone notification and said with a smile, Xiaoan, still live, took a look at the chat and frowned in confusion. Why is everyone saying whatever you do? Don't eat while you watch. What is that supposed to mean, the Cross-Dimension Maestro? How my chat is spamming it too. Please don't drink Coke while watching. Learn the hard way. Juhua looked just as puzzled. Could this video really have some kind of magic to it? Even Master Ku's beef awful isn't this over the top. Miao-chan grinned. Since the fans are all yelling that we shouldn't eat while watching, we'll do what they say. Hit it, sis Qinglan. You got it. Qinglan switched on the projector. The image beamed onto the screen. Since she often needed it for meetings, she naturally kept the setup in her car. As soon as she got the video file, she started playing it. Juhua was sitting beside Suhan. She tilted her head and whispered, Boss, mind spilling why we can't eat while watching this? You'll know once you've seen it. TCH, always teasing and keeping secrets. You're the worst. She pouted in annoyance. Xiaoan, meanwhile, couldn't care less and kept right on eating. The video started off calm. It was all Nahida trying to persuade Keqing. Looked like a story segment with her and the traveler. That outfit has to be the gown, right? Keqing's gown is the prettiest. Whoa, Keqing's expression is way too cute. Even cuter than Lumen. I just want to pinch her cheeks. Miao-chan, don't you think? Totally agree, he. Hey, you two call yourselves gods? If this gets out, it's going to spawn a flood of fan edits. Lin Su murmured a reminder from the side. But Juhua, the queen of hot topics, didn't care at all. She watched while casually grabbing a piece of lamb to eat. Keqing B, but they're really right behind you. The camera slowly panned. Everyone followed the direction Nahida was pointing. In the distance, Lumen wasn't just flanked by two other characters. There was also an adorable little son by her side. Keqing was left completely dumbstruck. The sheer whiplash of the scene had everyone bursting into laughter. Xiaoan actually sprayed Coke out of their mouth. Juhua's food spread was quite a sight. Holy shit, no wonder they're a legend. That move was slick as hell. 3 timing in one go. Pairing Kamisato Ayako with Shinha is one thing, but bringing Klee along too? That's brutal. That hammer drop was so worth it. So damn cathartic to watch. This interdimensional legend is unreal, can even turn a scene like this into a bit. The voice actors on set were already in stitches. The livestream viewers were losing it, too. Who would VE thought you could pull a stunt like this? Off the charts ridiculous, seriously. Shaoan wiped his mouth with a towel, laughing so hard he was wheezing. Haha, never thought they had that move, absolute genius. I figured Keqing would refuse, or there'd be some twist. Turns out the craziest one was Lumen. An arm around each and Klee in tow. Insane. All I can say is, I'm sold. Too bad Tao Isn't here. If she were, she might spit a little patter. I love Hu Tao the most. Yeah, if Hu Tao were here, it'd be even rowdier. Amid all the laughter, dinner wrapped up. Everyone pitched in to clear the dishes. By the time they'd seen Qingwan and the others off, it was already 7 p.m. Back in the living room, Paimon was still gnawing on lamb chops. Clearly, she hadn't gotten her fill earlier. Seeing everyone return, she hugged the plate and asked if anyone wanted some. But everyone was stuffed, so she kept munching while watching the stream. Kamisato Ayaka poured a cup of tea and asked, Suhan, for these multi-person collab videos, how do the rewards get calculated? They're split evenly among everyone involved. No wonder it hasn't hit my account yet, so it's divided evenly, huh? Honestly, that's fine. Consider it a little perk for everyone. True. Even though these collab videos are a lot easier to shoot, the follower growth tends to be slower. But hey, think of it as giving back to the fans. It's still pretty fun. As they chatted, Suhan brought up starting a personal channel. He said MiHoYo had already worked things out with Bilibili, and the official Genshin account would help pin it to the top. I don't know how to film. Compared to everyone else, Shinha still couldn't even work a tablet. The idea that it needed frequent updates had her a little stressed. Paimon floated over and piped up, I'll help you. Actually, Munch smells so good. Filming really simple. I've seen the people who keep their channels updated. You just talk about something on there, or share your daily training routine. Super easy. Then I'm counting on you, Paimon. Don't mention it. After being praised, Paimon looked smug. If her hands weren't slick with grease, she would snapped a few pics already. That's the perk of being on a computer all day. Once she understood the situation, Kamisato Ayaka nodded. So it's that simple? Then it sounds like we could shoot in the Serenitia pod, too. Using a phone would be really convenient. Exactly. It's just a shame the two-way portal can't bring things back. Otherwise, I'd have brought a phone over ages ago to film. There's a bunch of fun stuff in the Jade Chamber we could shoot like Ningguang. Keqing's eyes lit up as she spoke. If they could take a phone back and forth through the portal, that would be so much fun. Suhan glanced at the system and smiled. We're already at 14 million views. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to upgrade the two-way portal tomorrow. Then we'll see if it can bring items back. Whoa, that fast. It hasn't even been that long. Another 5 million views, huh? That's actually not that fast anymore. Suhan already has 3 million followers on that little station. Think about it. How many people would actually watch his videos when he posts one? Not everyone's going to click on it, obviously. But maintaining a daily upload schedule like this? That's already pretty insane. Don't believe me? Check out the video he just posted. How many triple trips does he have now? As Ling finished her sentence, Paimon rubbed her little paws together, poked the screen, and gasped. Already over 30,000? Wow, and it's only been an hour. What kind of speed is that? That's ridiculous. That's exactly why I said he's definitely gonna level up tomorrow. This time it's a level 4 dual world gate. We must be unlocking some new features. Suhan curled his lips upward slightly and said with a smile, I wonder who will get invited this time. Could it be someone from Inazuma? Haven't seen anyone from there in a while. It could also be someone from Sumeru. That's true. As for other regions, I don't think we'll see anyone from there. After all, the game hasn't updated to those parts yet. In the living room, Paimon was holding a bag of sunflower seeds and whispering quietly while leaning on Ling's shoulder. One was chatting enthusiastically, while the other continued playing her game. Klee had already gone to bed. It had been an exhausting day, and she couldn't stay awake any longer. Looking at the empty living room, Suhan claimed his last 4 rewards. He had no idea what he was about to get. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained 3,000 high-quality base fry. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained 10 premium apple trees currently bearing edible fruit. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained 500,000 mora. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained one cat teaser toy. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained a special reward, a property deed for a shop. A property deed? What the heck is this? Suhan was a little confused about what was going on. He thought he'd get a treasure that would boost his strength. Instead, it was a deed. Name, Shop Property Deed 1. Quality, none. Description, a deed for a storefront within the city. Can be used to open a shop or rent it out for profit. Area, 200 square meters, located on a bustling commercial strip. Price, 8 million. After reading the description, Suhan was speechless. Money? He wasn't too short on that. And since it was already handed out, was he supposed to send it back? Fine, worst case, he'd open a store someday. He stowed the deed and kept drawing. This batch of rewards was pretty good, and it put him in a great mood. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained pure mountain spring water. 10 tons available for instant retrieval. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained Jitai My brand. Muscle mass, 110 pounds safe and guaranteed. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained Jitai My brand. Eggs, 55 pounds shelf life, 1 year. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained one pink cat tree. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a special reward. Orthodox 5 Thunder Art Mastery. Name, Orthodox 5 Thunder Art Mastery. Quality, 9 stars. Description, the true secret art of the Celestial Master Sect, a top-tier technique that fuses the Yin-Yang 5 Thunder power. Its might is extraordinary, with offense and defense in perfect balance, reputedly the strongest force in the mortal realm. Note, this art is extremely lethal to demons and malevolent entities. Wounds struck by the 5 Thunder art are very hard to heal. Hint, this method is complete and does not distinguish between Yin and Yang. Caution, upon use, you will directly attain mastery in the 5 Thunder art, but to reach the absolute summit, further personal comprehension is required. Special ability, can draw on the power of heaven and earth to amplify its might, but be careful if the power is too great, it may be difficult to control. I didn't expect to draw the 5 Thunder art, and the complete version, no less. Now that's a pleasant surprise. A faint smile appeared on Suhan's face. The secret technique that the Celestial Master's mansion never passed down. The true scripture of Thunder Dao. With this, it meant he could now control the power of lightning, his secondary attribute. He clenched his fist and crushed the glowing orb. A flood of memories surged into his mind. In that very moment, Suhan comprehended the 5 Thunder Righteous method. He gently curled his fingers. A thunderclap suddenly boomed through the living room. Startled, Paimon, who had been chatting with him, jumped in surprise. Hey, what did you just do? You scared me. Huh? Lightning. Suhan, did you just awaken a lightning vision? But that doesn't make sense, you don't even have one. So what the heck is going on here? Staring at the flickering electricity dancing in his palm, Paimon wore an expression of pure shock. Because the energy was growing stronger by the second, its wild pressure intensifying and condensing. Meanwhile, Keqing, who had been researching in her room, heard the commotion and stepped out. Seeing the lightning in Suhan's hand, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. This lightning feels a bit different. Yeah, it's the 5 Thunder Righteous method, Suhan explained with a smile, as the electricity in his palm faded away. As for why he didn't keep using it, the 5 Thunder Righteous method was too destructive. One small mistake, and the entire villa could be reduced to rubble. He definitely didn't want to end up homeless. Farina watched the dissipating lightning, puzzled. That felt different from yours earlier. I think his lightning feels different from yours, Keqing. Yours feels more like pure energy. But his, it felt like it carried an air of judgment. Good observation, Farina, Suhan said, impressed. You can sense the difference? That's right. The 5 Thunder Righteous method was originally created to deal with demons and evil spirits. Therefore, it contains a thread of righteous cosmic energy. And the lightning that Keqing controls is elemental power transformed through her vision. Oh, I get it now? So if that's the case, Suhan, you must be especially good at dealing with monsters from the abyss, right? And also, those demons and evil spirits. That's right, Paimon. Why was Suhan so happy? Not just because he had mastered the 5 Thunder technique. More importantly, this power was extremely effective against enemies from the abyss. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Keqing, what is it? Do you want to learn the 5 Thunder technique? Can I even learn it? Isn't this a skill that you use once, and then it's gone? Like the Fengho's secret art. Keqing was momentarily taken aback when she heard Su Han's spontaneous offer to teach her the Five Thunder technique. After all, Fengho's secret art couldn't be passed on to others. It was a kind of hidden technique that could only be used once. Was the Five Thunder technique different? Thinking about this, a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. Su Han nodded and said, "Actually, although this skill can only be used once, I've completely mastered it and even reached a level of deep understanding. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But you'll have to start from the very beginning." "I want to learn." Keqing immediately raised her hand. For her, as long as it could enhance her strength, learning was never an issue. And if the Five Thunder technique was truly especially effective against evil beings, then in the future, if remnants of divine evil powers ever appeared again, she wouldn't have to trouble the great sage of demon slaying to intervene in person. She could handle it herself. "All right, I'll write it down for you now." Su Han picked up paper and pen. As he sketched out the meridian diagrams, he explained the profound principles of the Five Thunder technique to Keqing. "You should start with Yang Thunder first. That way, the power will be stronger, and I think you, Keqing, already control lightning as an element. You should pick up the Five Thunder technique quite quickly." "I see. This martial method isn't complicated. I can understand it." Keqing took the mantra and meridian chart and walked aside to begin her cultivation. At this rate, she should make progress soon, right? At that moment, Paimon turned to Ether and asked, "Hey, do you want to give the Five Thunder Dao technique a try too? Who knows, you might be able to master lightning power ahead of schedule." "I don't think that'll work. I guess I'm just not suited for this kind of power." "No way. If you don't learn now, the next chance won't come until you reach Inazuma, and by then it definitely won't be this convenient anymore." Paimon looked confused, shrugging with her tiny hands, clearly not understanding why Ether was refusing. This was such a rare opportunity, after all. Plus, there was even Suin personally offering guidance. Ether gently pinched Paimon's cheek and smiled. "Me? I don't really get all that meridian and acupoint stuff. If I were to actually learn it, I'd have to start by understanding all that first. Just looking at that meridian chart earlier gave me a headache, let alone actually trying to study it." Keqing can learn it because she already understands all of this. Hearing Ether say that, Paimon could only give up. She had originally thought she might get to see Ether wielding the electro element ahead of schedule. Seeing Paimon's disappointed expression, Suin's eyes lit up and he smiled, saying, "Oh, right. I just so happen to have this little thing here. Want to take a look?" "What is it?" "It's not some toy, is it? It's a little spot for taking a break." As he spoke, he pulled out a pink cat tree. It looked like a small tree with several large cat beds attached to it. Paimon curiously examined it for a moment. Then, noticing the topmost bed looked especially soft, couldn't resist climbing right in. To her surprise, it was pretty spacious. Lying down inside was no problem at all. "Whoa, this is seriously super comfy. Suin, this thing of yours is amazing. It's even more comfortable than my little bed." Paimon rolled over in the bed, peeking her head out with a delighted expression. "This is perfect. Now, whenever I have free time, I can just lie here and play on my tablet, and if I get tired, I can just fall asleep right here." Just thinking about it made her giddy. Ing leaned over to skim the product description, and Kudenti helped bursting into laughter. "Hey, what are you snickering at?" "No, I just think this thing is perfect for you." "No way, that's not it at all. That laugh is obviously you making fun of me." Sensing something was off, Paimon fluttered down in a hurry. But when she got a good look at the manual, she froze. "ACC cat tree? This is for cats." "Su Han. Ha, you're still laughing. You glorified doorman, why are you so mischievous? I just pictured you lying on it. You'd look ridiculously cute. That's all. I'm laughing because I couldn't help it, not because I'm trying to make fun of you. How is that any different?" "All right, Paimon. Look at you, snoozing on it like a baby. Besides, we don't even have a cat at home. Why not just use it as a little lounge couch?" I mean, that kind of makes sense." "Wait, no? No, it doesn't. Paimon is not a cat." Fuming, Paimon hopped onto Su Han's head, mussed his neatly combed hair into a total rat's nest, then left, satisfied. "Humph. Serves you right for always teasing me. But you gotta admit, this cat tree is actually pretty comfy. Don't you bring that up." Okay, I'll drop it. Suhan and Ning exchanged a look and covered their mouths, stifling a laugh. Once Paimon was done making a fuss, she started studying the new gadget. Gotta say, anything the system makes is top shelf. This cat tree isn't just cute, the craftsmanship is really fine. It could be Paimon's bedroom on the inside, and there's even space to stash snacks. It's honestly pretty practical. I guess it really is nice. It's just the name cat tree that I don't like. It should be called Secret Base. Paimon's eyes lit up. He hurriedly grabbed some paper and a pen. Then, something called the Paimon treasure tree appeared. Once the commotion died down, Suhan went back to claiming his rewards. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 3 flagship tablets already online. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 200,000 Primo Gems. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained an exquisite fishing rod. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a special vineyard already ripe. Harvest anytime. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a special reward. Pet Evolution Card X1. Name: Pet Evolution Card. Rank: Description: a special evolution card that raises a pet by 1 level and grants it a unique skill. Note: each pet can only use it once. Additional uses have no effect. Tip: the ability will awaken based on the pet's overall capabilities. Warning: if the pet's quality is poor, the awakened skill won't be very strong. If the pet's aptitude is high, it will gain a more powerful skill. Feature: works on any pet. A pretty special card. The problem is, I don't even have a pet. Suhan was speechless. A property deed would be been better. I could buy more houses, open a shop later, and make some money. What am I supposed to do with a pet card when I don't even have a pet? This card's just going to collect dust in the system inventory. Suhan shook his head. Looked like his luck was just bad. Anyway, there was still one last draw. Let us see what I get. He refused to believe he'd be this unlucky. To be fair, the evolution card wasn't too bad. If he pulled a pet later, he could use it right away. System, roll again. Okay, master. There went the last chance. A string of rewards popped up before his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 11 pounds of premium donkey meat. Congratulations. You've obtained 10 tons of weapon refining ore. Congratulations. You've obtained about 110 pounds of spirit rice imbued with spiritual energy. Eating it regularly is good for your health. Congratulations. You've obtained 3 bottles of mango pomelo sago. You've received a special reward, Flying Sword. Shiha. This sword is called Flying Sword. Shiha. Its quality reaches half-step immortal grade. This flying sword hails from the immortal sword world. 3 generations of elder swordsmiths poured their hearts and souls into it, consuming countless rare treasures to forge it. Its nature is pure, blazing young. Only someone with a pure yang constitution and a fire affinity can control it. Tip: the Shiha sword contains immense spiritual energy when wielded by a fire aspect user. It boosts combat power by 50%. Notes: though it has not truly become an immortal sword, it's south extremely close and can even resonate with its wielder's mind. Special: Shiha and Wanshu are a pair of lover-s swords. If used together, their power multiplies, and they can even unleash a joint attack technique. A long, fiery red sword appeared in Suhan's hand. The scorching heat warped the air around it. Golden flames rolled and streamed along the blade. As if sensing its master's gaze, the sword quivered on its own, ever so slightly. What a fine sword. Suhan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He'd just been griping about his bad luck. And now he'd actually pulled a flying sword. This is way stronger than something like the Fire Chelan sword. With this, I'll be able to walk around Tevat like I own the place. I doubt anyone will be able to stop me. Nahida had been immersed in the story experience, but the searing heat in the air made her look up, surprise all over her face. She even sensed a hint of threat from that sword. What weapon is that? It looks pretty powerful. It's Shiha, a magical treasure close to an immortal sword. It took 3 generations of effort to forge such a treasure. If one could gather both Shiha and Wangshu, it might even be capable of solidifying a small world. Suhan spoke with a proud grin on his face. The word immortal mentioned here isn't referring to the kind of immortals from Tevat. Rather, it speaks of the ultimate treasures found in the world of Xianxia. To be able to suppress the phantom mirror realm, Just imagine how terrifying the power of this flying sword must be. Everyone gathered around to take a look at the spectacle. Worried the flames might hurt them, Suhan reigned in his power. The searing heat on the surface vanished accordingly. Paimon reached out to touch it, but Shiha swiftly darted behind Suhan. This really got her angry. Oomph. It's just a weapon, can't even let someone touch it for a second. If you won't let me touch it, then I'll definitely have to touch it. Determined, Paimon vowed to catch that stubborn sword today. But every time she was about to grab it, Shiha always slipped away with uncanny agility. She was practically beside herself with frustration. Suhan, help me catch it. I have to touch it today, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. Haha, all right. Shiha, let Paimon touch you a bit. She's my friend. Upon receiving its master's command, the sword finally stopped darting around and stayed still. It's not that special after all. It's just red and feels kind of warm when I touch it. Paimon examined it for quite a while, but couldn't find anything particularly impressive. She finally let go of Shiha. She had thought the flying sword would be super powerful, but apparently it didn't seem all that special. Hearing this, Suhan chuckled. These kinds of treasures almost at the level of an immortal sword aren't meant to be understood like this. You can't judge them just by appearance alone. The key lies in their spirit, in their essence, and also their material. If I hadn't suppressed Shiha's power, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to get close. The moment he finished speaking, Shiha gently trembled once. Then, suddenly, a wave of heat surged forth, far more intense than before. The group wore expressions of pure astonishment on their faces. So this was the true form of the Iha sword. It had been under Suhan's control all along. That's why it had seemed so ordinary before. Nahida smiled gently and said, Everyone, I think I'll head back first. It's time for me to go. Come to think of it, we should probably head back too. Oh, Nahida, didn't you arrive later than us? How come you're leaving first? Paimon said while counting on her fingers, trying to figure out how much time she still had left. Less than 10 minutes remained. Nahida came after her. So why was she saying it was already time to go? Faced with Paimon's confusion, Nahida explained, You're different from me. It's fine if you disappear for a day or two, but I'm worried the council might notice my absence. So, the figure you saw in Gandharville was just an illusion. Besides, I've already had a lot of fun today. It's better to go back early and think about how to improve the country. After all, getting out of trouble isn't hard. The real question is, how can I become truly strong? Oh, okay then, oh right. Do you want to take some of that lamb back with you? Just reheat it and you can eat it. No thanks, I'm already full. Nahida patted her little belly and said with a bright smile. With that, she vanished. Qin and Paimon left soon after. Suhan looked at Keqing and asked, Aren't you going back to rest? I'd just be alone at home anyway. I'd rather help you clean up. We got a lot of treasures today, most of them should go into the teapot, right? Yeah, things like the fish fry, for example. It's better to raise them instead of just using them now. Otherwise, we'll have to buy more later. They were all obtained through gacha draws. As long as they're raised, the flavor will definitely be better than store-bought. Keqing nodded, exactly. It'll go faster with 2 people instead of 1. All right then, working together with both men and women won't be too tiring. The two walked into the Serenidia pot. Shenf and Kitahara Kazuha had just finished their training. When they heard they were going to do farm work, both volunteered to help. Shenf, you and Kitahara should pick the vegetables first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. Keqing will come with me to release the fish fry. No problem. The 4 of them got busy with their tasks. Shenf and Kitahara each carried a bamboo basket to collect the vegetables. You have to pick the long beans like this. Be careful not to damage the vines, or the flowers won't grow. Just pull the tomatoes off directly. The potatoes need to be dug up from the soil. Once we finish digging them up, we'll take them to the warehouse. It was Shenf's first time doing farm work, and she looked a bit clumsy. She had only ever eaten herbs before, never imagined vegetables required so much care. During the break, she looked at Kitahara and asked, There are vegetable seeds for sale here, right? Did you bring some back? Of course I did. I bought several thousand worth of seeds. But the land we have is limited, so we can only plant high-yield crops like potatoes for now. I hope we can eat them in a few months. If the war in Inazuma could just stop, we'd recover quickly. I've been talking a lot with the Shrine Maiden about civilian affairs these past few days. I realized Inazuma's geographical conditions are terrible. There's very little fertile land suitable for farming. But seeing how Mondstadt has already regained peace, I believe we're not far behind. When that time comes, everything will get better. As she spoke about her homeland, Kitahara smiled gently. Although life was still tight right now, with Suhan's help, things were slowly improving. Those seeds and fertilizers were all bought with his help. She heard the potatoes had already started sprouting. Everything was moving in a positive direction. At the same time, Suhan scattered the fish fry into the pond. Kuchin, on the other hand, was tossing handfuls of feed into the water one after another. That's it. Yeah, these reward fish fry are way better than the wild ones. With this feed to boost their nutrition, we'll switch to regular food once they grow up. After finishing the fish fry release, the two started digging holes and planting trees. All the obtained apple trees and others needed to be planted. They worked the entire day and were completely exhausted. Kuching picked an apple, rinsed it off, and took a bite. Not only was it sweet in flavor, but it was also incredibly crisp and refreshing. So delicious. It's even better than sunset fruit. Well, of course, these fruit trees produce way more than we can eat. You can all take some home later. Yeah, Ningguang and Ganyu will probably love them. After working for nearly an hour, Kuching finally returned to her quarters with some fruits and snacks. Stepping into the office, just as expected, Ningguang was still up. In the dimly lit room, the solar lamp was casting out a soft glow. You're back? It's already past 9. You haven't slept yet? Want an apple? Kuching handed her a washed apple, saying it was grown by herself. Ningguang took a bite, surprised by how good it tasted. She smiled and asked, "You really grew this?" "It's amazing. It was actually from Suhan's gacha draw. We planted a few in the 10,000 realm vessel. If you like it, I'll bring more next time. We definitely want to finish them all." "Sounds great. Although if you give me more, I'll finish them all just fine." Yeah. Kuching handed over the items she brought to buy one, then began reporting on the day's events. This had become a habit between them. No matter how late it was, Ningguang would always wait for her return. Upon hearing that Mondstadt had returned to peace and that Dvalin had returned to normal, Ningguang nodded and said, "Then, the real test has finally come to us. Construction in Gili Plains has just begun. The foundations are already in. Work on the second road has also started. Everything is beginning to fall into place. What we really need to watch out for is the Fatui. I don't know how far we can develop in the next few months. In any case, as long as the right of dissension isn't held, they probably won't dare make any rash moves. That is true, but we can't get complacent. Leaning too hard on the plot isn't necessarily a good thing," Ningguang reminded softly. "What happened to Lumen already shows the story isn't fixed. The original course has long since been disrupted. Besides guarding against enemies, we have to make proactive adjustments ourselves. That is how it is." The two of them talked for a long time, late into the night, and only then did they head back to rest. The next day, Suhan woke from his dreams. Breakfast was a glass of milk, 2 apples, and a pastry. That was plenty. Either Kamisato Ayaka or Kuching would come cook at noon anyway. The two-way portal should be ready to upgrade now. Let us see what new features got added this time. Suhan opened the system interface and checked the messages. Sure enough, the gate of crossing had finished upgrading. And not only that, there were quite a few new functions. Ding, congratulations, host. Video views have surpassed 15 million. Gate of crossing upgraded successfully. Gate of crossing. Current level, 4. Invitees, 6-8. Stay duration, 8 hours. Restrictions. The host cannot travel to Teyvat, but invitees may carry items between the two worlds. Items brought to Blue Star may not exceed 3 kilograms. Note: invitees can set a fixed return point usable once per week. Upgrade condition: auto advances to the next level at 20 million views. So it really did unlock two-way item transfer, huh? Other than personal belongings, all other restrictions have been lifted. And there's even a fixed teleportation location. This feature is seriously amazing, Suhan mumbled, stroking his chin with a grin. In the past, when I traveled across worlds, I had to return the same way I came. But now it's different. I can set my own return point now. Even if I arrive from somewhere else, I can return to a safe location. This is such a huge upgrade. Although this function can only be used once a week, but it's still incredible. After examining the upgraded world-traveling door, Klee and Paimon entered the courtyard, followed closely by Naida. Suhan. Suhan. Is the portal upgraded yet? Yeah, just finished the upgrade. Does that mean we can bring stuff back now? Well, the weight limit is still 3 kilograms. The restrictions aren't completely removed yet. That's still great. Hurry up and take us to buy some phones. I've had my eye on a white one for a while. It's so pretty, wah. Hearing she could finally bring things back, Paimon immediately tugged on Suhan's sleeve, eager to go shopping. Even though Teyvat doesn't have internet, she continued excitedly. We can still take photos with a phone, and then we can post them on Moments when we get back. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Suhan waved his hand, saying, hold on for a bit. Chi-Chi and the others aren't here yet. Let's wait until everyone arrives before going together. First, let me check who the new invitee is. We still have to wait. When she heard she couldn't go right away, Paimon immediately pulled a long face. Waiting this long feels worse than being grounded. Lumen tried to comfort her, saying, don't be in such a rush. It'll just be a little while. At most until noon, they should be here by then. They have work to take care of too, you know? But what if they get busy and don't show up until evening? Someone murmured. The shops are about to close. Sure, you can buy a phone online. But Paimon thought, since we're all heading out anyway, we might as well go together. Besides, shopping is more fun when you take your time and browse around. Just as she was saying that, suddenly, an ethereal gate appeared. Shinha and Kuching arrived at the same time. Then came Kamisato Ayaka right after. Seeing that everyone had shown up unexpectedly, Paimon quickly flew over to Suin and said in a flustered tone, look, everyone's here already. Let's go buy that phone now, and then invite everyone else too, okay? Please just say yes. You're seriously in too big of a rush. Can't even wait a minute? How about this, give me a kiss? And we'll head out. Really? Cross my heart and hope to die. It was just a joke, really. But to Suin's surprise, little Paimon actually took him seriously. She rushed over and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Mua. There. Now can we go already? Yeah, let's go. Suin coughed awkwardly. Honestly, he hadn't expected Paimon to be the first one to kiss him. But hey, stealing this little munchkin's first kiss? Kind of a proud moment, if he was being honest. Not long after, the smart car arrived. Since Paimon, Nahida, and Kale were all so tiny, one car was more than enough. Little Kale sat on Suin's lap. Nahida sat on Kuching's. And of course, Paimon was in Lumen's arms. On the way, Suin reminded them, we can go shopping, but Paimon, absolutely no flying. Either stay in Lumen's arms or walk like a good girl. If you even try to take off, no more outings for you. Fine, I got it. I'm not dumb, okay? I read up on the guides online already. I won't fly, promise. For this outing, nobody wore their usual clothes from Teyvat, because that particular style would have drawn too much attention. Everyone changed into clothing appropriate for this world. Paimon, Klee, and Nahida were all wearing delicate and adorable children's outfits. Kuching wore a fresh and innocent JK-style school uniform. Sakura Ayam opted for a Western-style dress, a graceful, elegant design. Shinha, on the other hand, wore a simple women's outfit. It was plain, but her tall, slender figure gave her a unique aura regardless. The group walked into a mobile phone boutique. The female clerk was so stunned by the sudden arrival of so many beauties that she froze in place. She herself was quite attractive. Back in school, she had always been the class beauty. But compared to today's guests, she was nowhere near their level. Hey, clerk, I want to buy that Angel Wings phone. Hurry up and bring it out. The model number is N6489. Huh? Miss, you mean this one? When Paimon spoke, the clerk finally snapped back to reality. But seeing it was just a little kid, she hesitated slightly. Her eyes unconsciously shifted toward the only male in the group. Bring it, as she said. We'll take the white one, and the phone case should be the Genshin Paimon one. Oh, right away. The clerk quickly signaled a co-worker to help. Looks like they hit the jackpot today, because the standard version of the Angel Wings phone already cost 8,000 yuan. Paimon took a moment to look around, then decided to go with the upgraded version. It had an even better camera function, and its video recording was more vivid and clear. I'm done picking. How about you guys? Lumen, you chose the Golden Flame? ISNT that phone case blank. Yeah, It feels like he S with me this way. Lumen had chosen a model with performance similar to Paimon S, except in a soft, pale yellow color. Of course, her phone case was of her older brother. Meanwhile, Ayam and Shinha both went for the Silver Star model. They turned right and Shogun S Chibi look into a phone case. Another one was printed on the spot using a photo of Suhan. Paimon stared at the chibi Suhan for a long while, and Kuden T helped bursting into laughter. Minnie, you looks about the same size as me. That's what true love looks like, got it? Shinha S the one who spoils me the most. And you ungrateful little thing, I pay for your food and everything. And you still go with a phone case of yourself. No way, you're the one who picked them out for me. Watching the two of them bicker, the people around them started laughing too. Just then, Kaching, holding a Rex Lapis phone case, turned to Nidha. Whose are you using? Greater Lord Rukadavada S. My big sis. Nidha lifted her phone to show it off. The case featured the gentle image of the Greater Lord, paired with a little Dendro Vision charm. The whole thing looked extra cute. After they finished buying phones, Suhan took everyone for a spin around a nearby mall. He figured they'd just browse, but from choosing clothes to trying them on, it took over 2 hours. If the girls hadn't wanted his take on every outfit, it would be wrapped up long ago. One noteworthy moment. When they were buying lingerie, Shinha even wanted Suhan to help pick. But the clerk kept shooting them weird looks, so they had to give up. Thinking back on it now, Suhan still felt seriously regretful. Who wouldn't want the chance to personally pick out lingerie for Shinha? By the time they got home, it was almost noon. The girls, chatting and laughing, carried their bags back to their rooms. After all, young Master Su had treated them today, so they were in great spirits. Watching them head upstairs, Suhan went out to the courtyard, opened the two-way portal, and used the invite function. Liyue Harbor. Inside the Wangxing funeral parlor, Hu Tao, the 77th director, was sprawled over her desk, bored out of her mind. Sigh. This is so incredibly boring. Not even a single job in sight. Zhongli. Where did Zhongli go anyway? I haven't had a single job in half a month. Did you hand out those flyers, at least? A man sitting nearby, sipping tea, heard the shouting and gave a slightly awkward expression. He put down his teacup and replied, Hall Master, I already handed out over 100 flyers yesterday. It's just that nobody's come by yet. Maybe we should try a different approach. You still have the nerve to mention that? Last time you went out for a meal and spent 100,000 mora. Are you serious? That much money. Do you even know how long it would take me to earn that back? We're practically broke this month already. And don't get me started on last month when you said you were going to handle business matters. What happened? You went to watch operas 13 times. I caught you at 8 of them. You're driving me insane. Xiangling was getting more and more worked up as she spoke. She suddenly stood up and continued ranting. Zhongli looked increasingly embarrassed, clearly unsure how to respond. Truthfully, he had indeed distributed all the flyers. Thanks to his connections around Liyue Harbor, whether it was pawnshop owners or tea-house waitresses, most people owed him a favor or two. As long as he handed them the flyers, they'd be sure to help pass them out. But to be fair, times were peaceful now. Business related to funerals was naturally going to be slow. It was perfectly normal not having any customers for half a month. After all, the only time the Wangxing funeral parlor really got busy was during periods of war, something the hall master dreaded most. After all, flying paper money and white mourning cloths meant sorrow and grief. Seeing Zhongli stay silent, Xiangling's eyes sparkled with a new idea as she suggested. How about we ask Madame Ningguang for help? She's super well connected and could definitely send us a ton of business. Just her Thousand Eyes network alone would keep us busy for weeks. The more she talked, the more excited she became, her eyes shining brightly. Joining the Millilith ISNT exactly a low-risk gig. Every now and then someone dies in the line of duty, right? That's when I'd put on a funeral myself. Make it a big, noisy affair, horns and drums and all. Kinda sounds fun when you think about it. At the mention of Ningguang, Zhongli paused for a beat. Well, it's not impossible, but how does the hall master plan to pitch that? The Millilith don't actually lose that many people. You're not wrong, ugh, what a headache. If Wangxing Funeral Parlor doesn't roll out new services, how am I supposed to outdo my grandpa's generation? Hu Tao muttered as she thought. There's no war on right now, so of course business is dead. Even if someone does come knocking, At best, it's just enough to keep the lights on. The girl lay sprawled across the table like a dead fish, all fight gone. Zhongli could only shake his head. He'd long since gotten used to the Hall Master's eccentric streak. Honestly, whenever she has downtime, she loves cooking up something weird. Wanting to start a new line of business is practically standard procedure for her. Once, she cooked for an employee, and the poor guy spent the whole day camped out in the bathroom. Just thinking about it was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Right as the girl was sighing and groaning, a dim, ghostly light flared in the room. A vortex like a sea of stars unfurled before their eyes. Zhongli stiffened slightly, instantly recognizing its origin. A gate to cross worlds? The moment Hu Tao saw the door, a cold, mechanical prompt chimed in her ear. Huh, what the heck is this? Aquamarine star crossover, and you can claim a treasure. Hey, Zhongli, you've seen it all, hurry up and tell me what this thing is. Pressed by Hu Tao's questions, Zhongli fell silent for a moment, then answered. It's a gate that lets you cross over. Only you, Hall Master, can use it. Pass through, and you'll arrive in another world. Shidi only asked offhand. Who would Ve thought? He actually knew the answer. Zhongli told Hu Tao that someone had gone to another world. Hu Tao looked stunned. How do you know it's another world over there? Have you been? I haven't, but someone has. So far, 2 known people. One is Kaching, the Yuheng, the other is Cloud Retainer's disciple Shinha. I only heard the news by chance. By the way, Director, when you get back, please don't go blabbing about it. This is no small matter. To guard the door that led to another world. He had to warn her. After all, if Snezhnaya got wind of it, things could get ugly fast. Hu Tao nodded seriously. I get it. But haha, this must be my luck, Zhongli. This is a gift from the heavens. I was just worrying about where to expand the Wangxing Funeral Parlor's business. What if I take the Wangxing Funeral Parlor to another world, wouldn't that put me past my grandpa? I suppose it would. I've certainly never heard of anyone doing that. Great. Then I'm going all in and carving out my own territory. Just wait for the good news. Zhongli barely had time to say more before he saw Hu Tao already sprinting for the doorway. She and the door vanished from sight, and he could only shake his head with a smile. The director really is something, but perhaps it's for the best. Liyue has 3 invitees, maybe they can bring back something to heal an old friend. Azdaha, just a little longer. I hope you won't be too anxious. Xiao had finally returned to normal, but the one Zhongli kept thinking of was Azdaha, the Geo Dragon King. Once a friend, now sealed underground, unable to break free. For Zhongli, it was both a regret and a helplessness. Now that he had a chance to change his fate, he naturally wasn't going to let it slip by. On Blue Star, Hu Tao stepped out of the house. So this is the fabled otherworld? Looks pretty much the same as the old one. The air is a bit worse. This isn't someone else's place, is it? I'm not about to bother anyone, am I? The girl took in her surroundings. This so-called otherworld wasn't quite what she'd imagined. She'd expected something bizarre and fantastical. Instead, it was more or less like her own world. Hu Tao felt a little let down. It'd be fun if a scary monster jumped out or something. She spotted a figure not far off, so she headed that way. Hey, Hu Tao, didn't expect it to be you this time? Huh, how do you know my name? Are you from Liyue Harbor too? No, your clothes are different, and your accent is a little off. You are. The one who summoned you is a native of this Blue Star. Come on in, there is someone inside, you know. I think it's better if she explains. Then let us talk inside. They walked into the living room. Kaching, who'd been scrolling on her phone, looked up at the newcomer, surprise flickering in her eyes. She hadn't expected another familiar face from Liyue Harbor. Whoa, it really is someone we know. Zhongli was right after all. It's you, the troublemaker. A troublemaker? You mean me? Kaching looked puzzled. Since when was she the difficult one? She glanced at Su Han beside her. He shrugged and said, probably. Hu Tao thinks you're too serious, so it's hard to joke around with you. So that's it. Not that I can help it coming from a noble family, and being someone people in Liyue Harbor keep an eye on. If I don't carry myself with some composure, those merchants and the other workers would all look down on me. But once I got here, it stopped being a problem. Let us start over. I'm Kaching. You can call me Master Ku. Master Ku? Haha, that's a funny title. I'm Hu Tao. Who like who? Let's eat and drink. And Tao, that's peach, not trouble. After a quick round of introductions, everyone more or less knew each other. When Hu Tao spotted Paimon, her eyes lit up with excitement. She even mistook her for a ghost and got chewed out for it. I'm not a ghost. Have you ever seen a ghost out and about in broad daylight? Sure I have. My ghosts come out in broad daylight to watch. As she spoke, Hu Tao reached into her sleeve and pulled out a tiny pink flame sprite. The sight scared Paimon and Klee half to death. Whoa, a ghost? That's so scary. A ghost, so scary. Klee scared. The two little girls were really shaken. Hu Tao didn't apologize, in fact. She just laughed even harder. See? I told you ghosts can show up in broad daylight, and you wouldn't believe me. But don't worry, this one's not a ghost. It's a flame sprite, one of the arts I practice as director of the Wangxing funeral parlor. It's super cute. Look, to prove the little guy wasn't scary, Hu Tao gently poked it with her finger. The tiny sprite instantly did something adorable. It squinted its eyes, like it was dozing off. With its rosy pink glow, it looked extra cute. Paimon hid behind Lumen and watched for a long moment before she cautiously floated back out. It really won't hurt us. Really. I promise. Hu Tao thumped her chest to swear it. She looked dignified and full of righteous energy. But when Paimon leaned in closer, the little flame spirit suddenly stirred awake. However, it didn't attack Paimon. Instead, it tilted its head, wearing a confused expression. Ah, what a cute little thing. It's okay, Kale, come out. This isn't a ghost. It's just Zhongli's magic. Really? Paimon. Kale I's still a little scared. Captain Jean said ghosts eat people. Kale was hiding behind the sofa, a tiny red figure hesitating to show herself. Eventually, it was Zhongli who picked Kale up and carried her over to the flame spirit. Go ahead, touch her. See, she won't hurt you at all. Under Zhongli's gentle and encouraging gaze. And after watching Zhongli pet the flame spirit herself, the little girl finally gathered her courage and reached out her hand. Soon, Kaliai's face lit up with excitement. It's warm, not cold at all, and it doesn't scare me. This is so cool. Hee, I told you so. Zhongli smiled smugly. When it came to comforting kids, she definitely had experience. Truthfully, if she hadn't seen Kale so frightened at first, she would already had the flame spirit make a funny face to cheer her up. It would been even more fun that way. Meanwhile, Paimon, Kale, and the flame spirit were having a great time playing in the living room. First hide and seek, then a game of chase. Laughter kept echoing from that direction. At the same time, with Child's explanation, Zhongli was beginning to form a rough understanding of this world. So what you're saying is, I'm pretty popular in this world. Yep, people all over Teyvat love you. Then does that mean I can open my own shop? I was going crazy back in Liyue, dragging Zhongli around handing out flyers all day with basically no results. Yesterday we were still out on the streets past 10 o'clock. Cough. Hey, what's wrong, child? Zhongli watched him struggle, clearly confused after choking on his drink. Do you think you've disturbed the peace of the city? Or is there just a misunderstanding here? Either way, better explain things clearly first. You're not getting the wrong idea about our business, are you, Kaching? Zhongli said with a smile. We take our work very seriously here at the Yujing Tea House. We would never shortchange our customers. Whatever kind of funeral a client wishes for, we arrange it exactly as requested. Every step follows strict rules, and we never disturb the lives of others. I promise you. As soon as he mentioned his work, Zhongli dropped his playful tone and turned serious. That was the way of the Yujing Tea House. No matter how someone lived their life, everyone deserved respect in death. It was a way of honoring life itself and showing respect for those who had passed. The Yujing Tea House stood as the bridge between the living and the dead. And no, I didn't mean to say you were disturbing anyone. Actually, Kaching asked curiously, why did you even think to come here to promote your business? Although Zhongli had mentioned business was tough, Liyue Harbor only had one tea house like this, so it didn't make sense for things to be that hard. Oh, don't even ask, Hu Tao sighed dramatically. These days, the world's so peaceful, Liyue's so stable. No wars going on, it's totally normal for business to be slow. What can I do? I was even thinking about taking Zhongli with me to Mondstadt to expand, but he said the Church of Winds would chase me out and that I was just going over there to steal their business. But Zhongli doesn't understand my struggles at all. He keeps handing me bills for tens of thousands of mora, and I still have a whole household to support. It's exhausting. If I don't grow the business, How is the Yujing tea house supposed to survive? Besides, Mondstadt just went through a dragon attack, perfect clients right there. And as for stealing business, that's just how competition works. Healthy competition pushes everyone to improve. With that, Hu Tao slammed a stack of bills onto the table. Suhan glanced at them and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Tea house, 5,800 mora. Xinyue cuisine, 31,000 mora. Keqing stared at the bill for a moment before gently putting it back down. Truth be told, she should be expected the Almighty to do something like this. But seeing it with her own eyes still stirred something uneasy inside. Instinctively, she glanced towards Suhan, almost as if seeking help. After all, exposing the Almighty's true identity right now would clearly be inappropriate. Noticing her gaze, Suhan smiled and spoke up. If you want to expand your business, that's totally fine. But stores here aren't exactly cheap. How much roughly? Well, ballparking it, a single storefront would be around 100 million mora. And that's just the space itself, doesn't even include renovations or anything. While that's so expensive, it's even pricier than in Liyue. Child couldn't help but gasp at the number. 100 million mora, how long would she have to work to save that much? Would she even be able to save that much before she turned into an old lady? It can't be helped, Water Blue Planet has a huge population. In a bustling metropolis like this, a house for 100 million mora is actually considered cheap. The better ones go for billions. This is way too hard. Am I supposed to hustle for business every day? Child frowned, clearly troubled. Without a physical store, it really would be tough to take orders. Even though people here liked her quite a bit. Like what Keqing had said, they liked the child from Teyvat. Not this cosplaying version of herself now. I've actually become my own stand-in. That's just painful to admit. You could make videos, slowly save up the money. Suhan thought for a moment, then added, wait, didn't you pull a store yesterday? Yeah, I did. Not super big, but it should be enough. Sells it to me, bro. Without hesitation, Child grabbed Suhan's arm. For the sake of the business at Samsara Salon, she was ready to push through any difficulty. At this point, Keqing also chimed in. Actually, making videos can earn you money pretty fast. Why don't you give it a shot too? Wait, really? You mean besides getting treasures, we can actually make money from this? Of course. We all have our own accounts. It's not much if you only shoot one video, but it's enough to cover daily expenses. If you want to open a shop here, you could ask Suhan for a note. Anyway, he isn't using that shop right now. Really? That's great then. Then you handle the details, Suhan. Hey, what's wrong? You're not going to help me, are you? Come on, don't be like that. I'll beg you. Benny looked at the distracted Suhan. She assumed he was reluctant to help, so she started pleading. But she didn't know Suhan was actually thinking about something else. What a carefree host Vinny is. Even when she's hugging me like this, she really doesn't feel a thing. Ahem. Anyway, I was just thinking about what content we should shoot for you. I can rent you the shop, but you'll have to handle the decoration and employees yourself. You need to figure out how to make money from it. No problem. We've got a deal. Let me write up an agreement. Hearing that he agreed to rent it to her, Benny finally relaxed. Quickly, paper and pen were brought over. The girl wrote out a rental contract. Suhan didn't mention anything about interest. He simply handed over the shop at its current value for Vinny's use. I never thought I'd be so lucky. Just arriving here and already having my own shop. Once I find Grandpa in 100 years, I can show off a bit. We who family members are going to spread the Wangxing funeral parlor to other worlds. The girl carefully put away the contract, smiling with great delight. However, after finishing all the paperwork, what she cared about most was still shooting the video. Now that the shop is in her possession, she also took on a huge debt. She needed to start making money ASAP. Suhan, let's start filming right away. I can't wait anymore. Once I, your host Vinny, make my move, the views are definitely going to go viral. Why the rush? He raised an eyebrow. Didn't he expect Hu Tao to be so proactive? The girl grinned and said, well duh. The earlier we earn money, the sooner we start work. Otherwise, how could I afford to feed Zhongli and the others? Only the hardworking get to eat their fill, you know. Okay, then let us head to the virtual space now. Is there anything I can help with? I don't really have anything else going on right now. Hearing her mention the Geo Archon again and again, Keqing felt a bit uneasy. She'd been looking for a chance to make up for things. Suhan thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. She can totally handle this video on her own. They entered a completely blank world. Hu Tao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She never expected someone from Blue Water Planet to have such an ability, almost rivaling the Adepti. As Hu Tao was looking around, the surroundings rapidly changed, and in an instant, transformed into the area near Wuwang Slope, a place she knew well. Now, the moon hung high in the sky. Ghostly figures drifted through the air. Of course, they weren't real ghosts. More like cute, flame-like spirits. The kind you'd see in decorative lanterns. Wow, Keqing said your powers were unique. But I never imagined you could recreate Wuwang Slope so perfectly. That is amazing. Seriously amazing. The director Hu Tao clapped her hands in awe. If only she had this kind of ability too. She'd definitely give her clients the perfect funeral experience. Of course, Suhan had no idea what she was thinking. He simply handed her a small notebook. What is this? Looks like something the director would scribble down. Big Hilichurl is sick. Second Hilichurl checks. Third Hilichurl gathers herbs. Fourth Hilichurl brews. The girl hummed lightly. She didn't expect the tune to be so pleasant. Even better than songs she'd heard in her past life. Back then, all the songs were game edits. Nothing compared to someone actually singing them. Suhan's eyes lit up, and he smiled exactly. Still, this is a song, not a poem. And we're not filming just any ordinary video. We're making a music video, what people call an MV. The quality has to be top-notch. Sounds easy enough. Let's get started already. Hold on, let's start with an intro. To make this MV a hit, an intro is a must. For example, let's first introduce Hu Tao. No, don't look so stiff, loosen up a bit. Think back to how you used to mess with Xingqiu and the others. And you need to release the flame spirit first. Then catch it with your hand. Got it. Hu Tao curled up slightly. As the music began to play, a little ghost slowly floated out, wearing a relaxed and cheerful smile. But before it could fly far, it was suddenly yanked back by a tiny hand. Hey, didn't expect to see me here, did ya? Huh. Didn't think I'd make it all the way to Aquamarine Star either? The moon's out, time for us to head out. Hu Tao's face lit up with a mischievous grin. The little ghost looked equally eager to play around. They were perfectly in sync. Cut. Awesome job. Next up is the singing part. But we can do voiceover later. For now, let's focus on filming the movement transitions. Let us start with some cute little moves. Yeah. And expressions too, blink those eyes. Perfect. Shot after shot was filmed. One by one, the scenes were completed. Until finally, the entire MV was done. Hu Tao collapsed onto the floor immediately. My gosh, that was exhausting. My arms and legs are practically numb from all this acting. I did a 3-day straight promo tour. And didn't feel this tired? No way, no way. This was worse than hiking. You're wiped out. And you've had to keep that fake smile plastered on your face, Sai. Here's hoping we make a killing this time. Otherwise, this Hall Master taking a huge loss. Staring at Hu Tao, Hu Di flopped on the floor and didn't even want to move. Suhan couldn't help but laugh. He pulled out a freshly rolled fruit from the system and handed it to her. Here, have a sip to perk up. We're only getting started. It's about lunchtime anyway, let us eat first. Fill up, then get back to recording. We're not done yet? Of course not. It's only perfect once the whole set of songs is in place. Alright, food first, what for lunch? Considering how hard this Hall Master's been working, give me something really good. That's hardly a tall order. Suhan grinned. Relax, I'll make sure you're thrilled. 10 minutes later, they were back in the Serenidia pot. Hu Tao eyed the pitch-black little drumsticks getting tossed into the batter, looking puzzled. So the tasty stuff you promised is just fried chicken? Nope. This is clearly a drumstick, okay? Don't try to fool me. This isn't only because brand little black drumstick. You don't appreciate the craft, it doesn't taste like a regular drumstick. What difference could there even be? Keqing, busy marinating the drumsticks, chimed in curiously. Is there really a difference? These look pretty springy. That's something only connoisseurs understand. With the only because chickens, even their eyebrows can play basketball, of course the meat is extra bouncy. Before long, a golden, glistening drumstick was fried to perfection. Done up KFC style. Just the color alone made your mouth water. Crunch, crunch. The drumstick crackled crisply with each bite. The two little girls waiting on the side were practically drooling. Gulp, gulp. Big bro, can we eat now? Clea's starving. Just a little longer. It needs to be fried one more time, Suhan said with a cheerful smile. Technically speaking, it was already fully cooked, but the double frying step was absolutely essential. Meanwhile, Naida was busy frying skewers on the side. It wasn't just chicken nuggets she was frying. It was all kinds of skewered snacks. As long as the seasoning was on point, the flavor was maxed out. Right now, Yunjin was in charge of that part. They had prepared 3 different dipping sauces. The first was sweet chili sauce. Sweet yet spicy, absolutely perfect with rice. The second was spicy chili oil, loaded with fresh Sichuan peppercorns and bird's eye chilies. Together, they were simply amazing. The third was the most basic scallion oil sauce. In addition to that, Kamisato Ayaka was preparing a dry spice dip. As for ketchup, they just bought the ready-made kind. Seeing the 2 little girls drooling nonstop, Suhan chuckled helplessly and added another pot, quickly double frying everything in a flash. All right, it's ready to eat. Just be careful, it's hot. Yay, big bro is the best. Klee stood on her toes and gave Suhan a quick kiss on the cheek, then happily dug in. Paimon did the same. The crispy outer layer, the juicy inside. Eating it plain was already super satisfying. It's seriously so good. It tastes amazing even without any dipping sauce. Klee likes ketchup. Crunch. Crunch. So delicious. Seeing the 2 girls enjoying themselves, Suhan smiled and handed a plate to Hu Tao. Here, try some. Take a break from skewering for a bit. Coming right up. I was about to starve to death. Hu Tao grabbed a drumstick and started biting into it right away. The crispy texture immediately lit up her eyes. This is so good. Seriously, so good. It's even better than Xiangling's. In no time, Hu Tao polished off 1 drumstick, then grabbed another one immediately. Straight up fried chicken legs. And for the chicken breast, she cut it into cubes and stir-fried it quickly. There's also some chicken tenders. After finishing the meal, Hu Tao, the new guest, really enjoyed herself. She hadn't stopped eating much at all. At that moment, Shun Fei brought over freshly squeezed juice. Hu Tao took a sip and said in surprise, "What kind of juice is this? It tastes even better than the last one. I grew the fruit myself. We have a grove right outside. If you like it, you can take some for Zhongli too," Suhan reminded her. Kuching overheard, and her eyes lit up. Looking at the skewers in her hand, she suddenly had an idea. Bring some with you when you leave. Mr. Zhongli might not have anything to eat, either give it to him. Hearing their words, Hu Tao nodded in agreement. Sure? That guy sure does have good fortune. When Wangxing Funeral Parlor officially opens, I'll have him paint some calligraphy to decorate the place. Zhongli may slack off most of the time, but he definitely has talent. Klee, meanwhile, was eating fries and chicken legs, her little hands already covered in oil. Beside her, Naida summoned some clean water to wash her hands, and then the 2 continued feasting happily. I never thought skewers could taste this good, or that there'd be so many dipping sauces. So sweet and delicious. This is amazing, Suhan. You're truly incredible. If my house wasn't so small, I'd come here to eat every single day. And since I don't have much else going on now, I'll just come here for all 3 meals. Charge me whatever you think is fair. Listening to the words of Director Hu, Suhan smiled and shook his head. We don't charge money here. If you're free, just help me take care of the garden and film a few videos. That's easy enough. I'm in. It's just a bit of yard work. Nothing he hadn't done before. For mischievous Hu Tao growing up, it was nothing at all. I've tried just about everything myself. There were rules against certain things, but she went ahead and did them anyway, even though she got punished pretty harshly. The lunch was a hit, with everyone raving about how satisfying it was. During the break, Suhan pulled out several smartphones and said, "This is a little welcome gift for each of you. Take a look, see which one you like." Whoa, this thing looks amazing. What's it for? The feel of it in my hand is incredible. This is an important communication device from Waterblue Planet. It can access the internet and allows for interaction. Plus, it's super easy to use. You'll see soon enough. All right, I'll take this one then. Hu Tao looked through them and finally locked eyes on a red-colored phone. The case was bright red, with the emblem of the Garaja temple printed on it. There were plum blossom patterns, and even a butterfly design from the temple. This one must have been specially made for me. Staring at her brand new little gadget, Hu Tao quickly dragged Suhan over to teach her how to use it. After all, Everyone had just been taking photos, which looked super fun. This one is touchscreen. Point the camera at something far away. Then press right hero, and here's a selfie stick. It stabilizes your phone and makes taking photos way easier. Under Suhan's guidance, Hu Tao took her first photo. This thing is so much fun, hey, can I take it with me? I want to show it to Zhongli. And maybe take a few group photos together. Looking at the clear photo, Hu Tao's mind raced with ideas. How could she possibly miss out on something this exciting? Suhan nodded. Of course you can. But keep in mind that Teyvat doesn't have electricity, so you'll have to bring it back here to charge it. Also, there are restrictions on bringing items from Teyvat back here. Oh, totally. Man, there's so much to remember, but got it. Hu Tangzhu quickly finished setting up the basic phone functions. Meanwhile, Suhan had already helped her register a community account and casually set up a personal Genshin impact column for her. Those netizens who were idly scrolling through their phones and waiting for their stamina to recharge suddenly noticed a new face had appeared in the originally human-exclusive column. And this person was none other than everyone's beloved Hu Tangzhu, just arrived on Shuelon Star. Thank you so much for the help from the great Dimensional Wall Master. I hope you all continue to support me in the future. That was the only topic. When people clicked in to take a look, inside was just one selfie of Hu Tangzhu. She stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Beside her, Yinling crossed her tiny arms and stood with her legs apart, cheering them on. The photo made everyone burst into laughter. Within 5 minutes, the comment section had already exploded past 999 plus comments. Ha ha ha, Hu Tangzhu is so funny. We'll always love Hu Tangzhu the most. Oh my god, Yinling is so cute, I want to hug her. I'm Hu Tangzhu's loyal dog. Don't even talk about it, my ideal image of the Tangzhu is her. Never thought Hu Tangzhu would show up here too, this is so exciting. I really want to hear Tangzhu recite poetry in person. With her personal appearance combined with that playful expression, the newly opened column instantly went viral. A few minutes later, she updated a new post. Thank you all for your support. Hu Tangzhu needs to go to work now. You'll probably see new content tomorrow. Inside the villa, Hu Tao put down her phone, her face filled with smug satisfaction. Never thought I'd have so many followers. These are all potential customers. Suhan, hey, should we do something special for our fans? Buy one get one free? No. That would make me lose too much money as the Tangzhu. Then how about a 50% discount on the second gravestone? Full price for the first, half price for fans on the second. And if they buy the full family package, I'll give him a 50% discount on everything. What do you think? Does that work? Suhan remained expressionless. How was he supposed to respond to that? A family bucket? You've really got some imagination. That's basically a curse, isn't it? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Boss, half price on the second gravestone is fine. But this family bucket thing is seriously scary. No one can handle that. Oh, I guess you're right. Hu Tao wasn't stupid. She could clearly see something was off from Suhan's expression. She scratched her head and sighed helplessly. Still, thinking about how many fans she had, even without the family bucket, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. Enter the virtual space. Resume recording. The second half was the music video portion. It was a super energetic song, specially created for Hu Tao. In the quiet room, after some adjustments, the sound quality was even better than a professional recording studio. Although filming the video earlier had been a bit of a struggle, recording the song was surprisingly easy. They finished the track in under an hour. That went pretty smoothly. What's next? Obviously the ending scene. Let me think. Hu Tao, you totally suit something like this style. Suhan thought for a moment. He figured giving Hu Tao a quirky, playful vibe was the way to go. You do it like this, and then add a bit of this. Seriously? Are you sure? Won't it scare the kids? If someone actually cries from being scared, that'd be bad. After hearing Suhan's plan, Hu Tao's eyes lit up. Scaring people was totally her specialty. But then she remembered how Keely had cried the last time she got scared. She hesitated a bit, wondering if she should tone it down. After all, a lot of her fans were young kids. Wouldn't it be good if they got frightened? You've got a point. Let us make some adjustments then. All right, that should work. Let us start filming. Soon enough, the ending scene was done too. The two finally made it to the outside world. The moment they sat down, Suhan's phone got a DM. He casually tapped it open and took a look. The sender was none other than Tao Dian. Wow, boss, Hu Tao showed up. And you didn't even give a heads up send a real-life wallpaper? Seeing the message, Suhan couldn't help but smile. He turned to Hu Tao, who was bowed over her phone, and said, "Come on, let us take a picture. Who wants a photo this time? Your voice actress." "Huh? Really? Where? I'll take it. I'll take it." The moment she heard it was about voice acting, Hu Tao perked right up. Inside MiHoYo's voice studio, a sweet, adorable girl was staring at her phone, buzzing with excitement. Beside her, Lin Su asked curiously, "What's up? Why are you grinning so hard?" "It's Hu Tao. The legend who breaks the 2D to 3D barrier brought her to life. Was she's just too cute." "Seriously? Hu Tao's not easy to nail, especially that mischievous, quirky personality." Lin Su looked a bit surprised. Cosplay itself isn't that hard. The real trick is how accurate the recreation is. The reason the company keeps working with Suhan is because the cosplays around him are almost always spot on. To the point you get the illusion. She's the real deal. And Hu Tao is a particularly tough character to pull off. Just then, others gathered around. "Tao Dian, what do you say to that dimensional barrier legend? I just asked for a wallpaper. He turned down a small request like that. You really know how to work the angles. We want one too. They're still on the job, so we'll probably have to wait a bit. Let us not bother them, just send us a copy later." "Deal." As everyone was joking and laughing, Tao Dian's phone suddenly buzzed. "Be's easy. Be's easy." She instinctively glanced down, shock flickering in her eyes. "Is that a video?" She gingerly tapped the screen. The clip began to play. "Hiya, everyone. I'm Hu Tao, director of the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Hee. Suhan said you can set a video as your wallpaper. I mean, for someone of my caliber, a photo alone just doesn't cut it, right? I'll send you the video wallpaper, next make sure to check it." Watching the screen, Tao Jian was practically buzzing with excitement. "My baby girl sent me a video. This is a one-of-a-kind perk." Her heart felt sugary sweet. Before long, the wallpaper came through. Hu Tao being mischievous. Hu Tao being playful and adorable. Hu Tao bouncing with energy. The scenes flipped one after another. The co-workers crowding around were about ready to cry from envy. "Tao Jian, how are you this lucky? Ugh, we want exclusive wallpapers like that too. Hu Tao is just too freaking cute." With everyone teasing her, Tao Jian curled her lips. Nope. This video is something Hu Tao made just for me, but photos. I could maybe share a few. TCH. Everyone shot her synchronized looks of disdain. Then the chatter kicked back up. "What do you think Hu Tao's gonna film? Reciting poetry or going on an adventure? A prank? That could be fun too. No idea, but I'm super hyped. Poetry sounds great too. I really want to hear what that doggerel poet comes up with. Should we ask?" Every gaze swung to Tao Dian, clearly still intent on pestering the voice actress girl. "Hey, you guys are too much. We agreed it wouldn't go live till tomorrow, asking now isn't cool. We're just spitballing, it's not like we're actually getting an early peek. We just want a general sense of the vibe. Don't be like that. Tao. Hualing grabbed her hand and gave it a little shake. That pitiful look of hers made it impossible to say no. Tao Jian could only sigh. "Man, I really can't handle you guys. Also, Hualing, don't give me that Klee look. Klee isn't nearly as mischievous as you." Hee. Seeing she'd gotten her way, Hualing shot her sisters a smug wink. Even though Tao Jian was put on the spot, she didn't give a straight answer. But it was basically a yes. "You said you want to sing? Is our hall master who about to make her debut? For real? Just breaking into song like that? Isn't that kind of not appropriate? Even if she's the hall master, but not sure. But that fourth wall big shot has never flopped. I think it's going to be awesome." Huh. Hu Tao just posted a clip looks like an end tag. Seeing the video was only a few seconds long, Tao Jian hurried to tap play. On the black screen, Hu Tao suddenly popped out. He scared you, didn't he? The hall master hasn't left yet. Since you watched the hall master's work, go on and hit like, comment, and subscribe, okay? Otherwise, my spooky little ghost will come looking for you in the middle of the night." With Hu Tao's eerie grin, a cluster of ghostly flames floated up on screen, and her figure gradually faded. Everyone's eyes lit up when it ended. "Oh my god, Hu Tao is way too cute. I'm totally standing this hall master. Starting today, I'm her #1 fangirl." No, that's me. It was just an end tag, but it set the whole recording booth buzzing. In the villa, Hu Tao smiled at Suhan and said, Thanks. I hope my voice actors will like it. This is about all I can do. She's definitely going to love it probably. I got so excited I shouted out loud. How exaggerated. Hu Tao denied out loud. But the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth betrayed her obvious delight. After all, a voice actress is like another version of yourself. When she was little, there wasn't much to play with. So she would just talk to herself. Now someone actually has the exact same voice as her. Even thinking about it was amusing. On the other side of the living room, Nahida was in the middle of a live stream when she noticed the chat exploding with question marks. A puzzled expression crossed her face. Hey everyone, what's going on? Did something happen? She now spent 2 hours each day streaming. Sometimes pulling gacha, sometimes helping viewers clear the abyss. Her popularity kept rising. And there were even people watching her stream secretly during work hours. Hearing her speak, the chat immediately exploded with messages. Did I just hear Hu Tao's voice? Host, is Hu Tao here? Tangju? Where? I heard it too. Nahida, show us Hu Tao already. Seeing the viewers' reactions, Nahida smiled gently. Oh, you all want to meet our new colleague, huh? No problem at all. Just a second, please. She stood up and waved behind her. Hu Tao, the viewers want to see you. Coming. Right into frame. Bounded a girl with twin tails bouncing behind her. Big round eyes. Twin tails. Long brown hair. And that iconic outfit. Who else could it be but Hu Tao? The chat absolutely exploded. Hu Tao waved happily at the screen. Hey everyone. Did you miss me? But I just got here today, so I can't chat with you guys yet. But tomorrow I'll officially go live. I promise I won't keep you waiting for long. I'll make sure everyone is satisfied. She'd only been on camera for a short while before Hu Tao hurried off. Today wasn't her time to be in the spotlight. It was better to let Nahida keep the livestream going. Watching the adorable Home Master sign off, the viewers sighed one after another, desperate to make her stay, but there was nothing they could do. And just like that, a happy day came to an end. Hu Tao was slowly learning the rules of this world. 8 hours later, Hu Tao finally returned to the Wangxing funeral parlor, arms full of bags. Hey Zhongli, you there? Come help me with these. Hall Master, where did you go? Haha, I won a water blue star, didn't I? These are all gifts from the folks over there. Try this grilled kidneys, Suhan said they're especially good. I grilled them just for you. Zhongli was momentarily at a loss for words. Was he supposed to say he didn't eat things like that? But she put so much heart into it. He accepted it anyway. Crispy on the outside, generously seasoned. It actually had some real flavor to it. How is it? Pretty good, great flavor. Told you so. Hu Tao's eyes crinkled with delight. Then she brought out some juice and a few herbs. Kuching had made these. Watching her bustle back and forth, Hu Tao felt a little embarrassed. Try this, Kuching made it especially. Oh, by the way, are you two related? Whenever I mention you, she gets super enthusiastic. Well, you could say that, I suppose. Zhongli answered mildly while eating fried chicken. As for the relationship, he was Morix, she was Liua's emissary. You could probably call them family. Once they'd eaten their fill, Hu Tao started talking about Water Blue Star, her eyes shining with excitement. Bet you didn't see that coming. I actually opened a shop over there. Sure. Here's a natural and contextually appropriate American English translation of the passage, tailored for a novel setting. But right now, they're not even a decent signboard, Zhongli. This one's on you, don't even think about getting out of it. Or else next time, you can handle that pile of bills yourself. No problem. Leave it to me, Zhongli replied with a slight smile. A simple signboard was nothing to him. Child's play, really. By the way, Hall Master, how's the view on Shuelon Star? Zhongli asked casually, still focused on his meal. Oh, you mean over there? I haven't been myself, but I've got a video that looks pretty nice. So saying, she pulled out her phone and switched it to projection mode. Of course, the projector was a portable, battery-powered model. The footage showed exactly what Lumen had filmed. Pearl Tower, fields of cherry blossoms stretching for miles, and endless carpets of azaleas. Though it was only a glimpse, it was enough to make Zhongli feel a sense of longing. What a place, it's almost too beautiful to be real. And strangely enough, a lot of it looks pretty similar to Liyue. Even the writing and landscapes feel kind of the same. Hu Tao nodded as she listened. That's right. There's no shortage of fun places to check out. I heard there's South even an amusement park opening up in a few days, full of all sorts of weird and wonderful things. Too bad I can't bring you along. As she said this, A faint look of regret crossed her face. But Zhongli didn't seem too bothered. They kept chatting over their meal. And once they were full, Zhongli got up and headed out to start thinking about the perfect signboard. After all, it had to meet certain weight requirements. So he needed to give some thought to what material would work best. Meanwhile, aboard the Jade Chamber, Ningguang gazed at the light purple phone in Keqing's hands, her eyes filled with envy. Even though she couldn't connect to the internet from her world, the camera feature alone was enough to win her heart. You want one too, don't you? Well, even if I wanted one, it'd be a hassle. You'd always have to remember to charge it. Let me know if you'd like the next part translated, or if you'd like me to adjust the tone, e.g., more formal, humorous, or action-oriented. In Suhan's world, there's this amazing thing called a power bank. Keqing pulled out a small device that could charge quickly. With this little gadget, her phone could last the entire day without dying. Ningguang's eyes lit up as she murmured, "You really know how to charm people, huh? Who's trying to charm you? Do you like this color?" The phone she gave Ningguang was a soft gold shade, called Morning Glow, not that tacky, flashy gold. The more Ningguang looked at it, the more she liked it. Later, under Keqing's guidance, the young lady quickly got the hang of the phone's basic functions. I've already downloaded all your favorite stories for you. It's not exactly a gaming phone, but it should be more than enough for you. Just there's a lot of content. That's fine. I can take my time going through it. Oh, by the way, Ningguang, can I take some photos of you while you're working tomorrow? Is this for your personal column update? Yeah, honestly, my job isn't all that interesting. Mostly riding around on my motorcycle, checking one spot after another. But you're different. Your fans are really curious about how you work. I'm fine. You can follow me for the morning. Awesome. After making their plans, Keqing brought out today's food. Compared to Zhongli, Ningguang wasn't too fond of fried chicken legs. They felt too greasy to her. But that glass of crisp apple juice? Right up her alley. This tastes really good, sweet and sour at the same time. We juiced it ourselves. Oh, and I'll bring you some fish later, too. We just stocked the new frylings, though it'll take a while for them to grow up. Sure, no problemo. The new invitee is Hu Tao? Then what about the God King? I haven't told anyone else yet. Mainly because I really don't know how to bring this up. As she began to talk about the shogun, Keqing furrowed her brows, clearly troubled. That person treated the shogun like a mere subordinate, always bossing her around and sending her here and there. What was strange was that the shogun herself didn't seem to think anything of it. If she just blurted the truth out, it might make things impossible for her to continue. That's why Keqing was so hesitant. Seeing her like this, Ningguang shook her head with a smile and said, "You really? Why do you overthink so much? Hu Tao's always been energetic and lively. In the story, she gets along pretty well with the shogun too. And besides, she is not even the type who gets addicted to games. If she doesn't know, then she just doesn't know. Even if she found out, it's not like we intentionally kept it from her. Just let things take their natural course." Well, I guess you're right. Forget it. I've been so busy preparing beef offal for the shogun that my hands are sore. I'm going to rest first. See you tomorrow. Ningguang sat on the chair, looking at a selfie on her phone, a faint, dazzling smile forming on her lips. Meanwhile, at Mount Yagami, at the Narukami Grand Shrine, Kamisato Ayaka handed a pink phone to Ye Miko. The phone case had a cute fox pattern on it, and the phone itself was pink overall, named Rosy Charm. Oh my, this phone. I've wanted it for such a long time. Finally got it. This is amazing. Little Ayaka is getting more and more considerate. High Priestess, about the photo shoot. Oh, that. Sure, we can do it now. I have evening prayers soon anyway. Why don't you stay the night here tonight? As you wish. Ayaka carefully placed all the items and prepared food she had brought. This was something she did without fail every single day. If there was even one day she failed to do it, her older brother would be assigned a mountain of tasks. Sigh. To keep her brother from suffering, she had no choice but to keep going like this. Every day, the first thing Kamisato Ayaka does after getting home is come here to report. This fried chicken smells amazing, way better than what Ashing makes. Little Ayaka, remember to bring me some Abura age next time. Lady Guji loves that stuff. Okay, I'll have it ready the next time I go shopping. Mondstadt's back to peace, so enviable. I wonder how my friend over there is doing. Have we gathered all the evidence on the other two commissions? We've got everything. That puts me at ease. It's just that we're short on hands otherwise. We could reach out to Watatsumi Island and knock some sense into that little jellyfish. Jellyfish? You mean Kokomi. Who else would it be? Ye Miko shot Ayako a glare and snorted. She's already the divine priestess. Yet she can't even keep her own people in line. What else would she be but a jellyfish? If she had any brains, she'd understand what war really means. If she really angers Lady Ei, do you think that tiny Watatsumi Island could withstand a single slash? Let me tell you, one strike is all it would take to send Watatsumi straight into the abyss. You can't really blame Ye Miko for being mad. The situation on Watatsumi Island is genuinely complicated. There are too many threads tangled up in it. EI's lenience didn't earn gratitude, it just made those clowns think they could do whatever they wanted. Shogunate soldiers are incredibly precious. Falling in battle one after another has stretched Inazuma's already thin fighting strength even further. Maybe I should go over there. Forget it. We'll have little kooky shinobu make the trip. If they really don't know their place, let them get a taste of discipline. But the plot? Silly child. Knowing the story is exactly why we try to change it. By the time Lumen shows up, it'll be too late. And now that you mention it, when Shinfei looks at people, all she sees is Suin in their eyes. She's practically about to be stolen away by someone else. And here you are, still being all shy and hesitant? Just wait until Liyue wins her heart, and she abandons our Inazuma altogether. You'll regret it so much you won't even know what to do. I understand. After being scolded by the Guji Kamisato, I am suddenly felt tense. Look, don't be mad at me. Although everyone has an equal chance, let us be honest. Men always lean toward the people they like. If you just show him a bit more affection, be a little warmer toward him, and showcase your strengths, he'll naturally start looking out for Inazuma. If Suin's heart is completely set on Shinfei, tell me, what do you think he'll be thinking about every day? How to make Liyue even stronger? That's what. Right now, of the 3 people he's invited, Mondstadt sent 2. Inazuma only has you. Those sincere, heartfelt words finally made Kamisato see the light. Whether it was for the clan or for Inazuma itself, she needed to step up and be more proactive. Besides, Suin had always been kind to her, and he was pretty good looking too. As she recalled that night's fireworks festival, quietly made up her mind in her heart. The next day, probably around noon, everyone started showing up one by one. Cece ran up to Suin and said, "Big brother, look how my pictures turned out. What did you do? Something fun." Seeing the big smile on the little girl's face, Suin had a bad feeling it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, when he saw the cover photo, he burst out laughing, because right behind her was a boy with brown hair, who looked like he was about to cry. "Did you do this?" "And no, it was Kia," he said. "We should take something fun, because that's what people like to see. Big brother, Cece will treat you to some pigeon." Suin silently gave her a thumbs up. That was a pretty slick job. I've been sick of Timmy for ages. Next to them, Paimon watched the video, eyes wide. No wonder when we were buying milk this morning, we heard a kid crying by the city gate. Turns out it was Timmy. "Klee, you're awesome." Lumen couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Out of all the daily commissions we have to grind, the one I hate most is Timmy's. At least today we finally got to blow off some steam. Suhan exported the video from the phone, did a quick edit, then posted it to Klee's community account. Title: Klee's Good Deed of the Day. It also went up on her Bilibili column to pull in some heat. But this kind of clip is so short, it probably won't get as much traction as the long-form stuff. Not long after the upload, the comments started flooding in. Klee really popped off. She totally carries our Blue Planet's sense of justice. Holy crap, that annoying pigeon, I've wanted to smack it forever. I get pissed every time I see that thing. Kia's got something, for sure. The video shows a trap Klee and Kia set up together. They used their mimicking ability to disguise Jumpy Dumpties as pigeons. When Timmy got close, boom, half the flock was blasted into the air. If the blast were any stronger, they might wipe the whole flock. But the bridge probably wouldn't have held. The final shot freezes in the office. Jean is chewing out Kia, while Klee quietly slips away with her phone. Watching Klee's numbers climb, Paimon and Lumen traded a look. Feels like we haven't filmed anything fun. Yeah, maybe we record our commission runs tomorrow? That'd be way too boring. Let us explore a new map. Like Star Snatch Cliff or somewhere else. Great idea. They batted it around for a while. He started looking for inspiration within the game world. Shenfei's video content was pretty simple. Night had fallen. She was sitting alone atop Outsong Mountain. Clouds surged and rolled beneath her. Silver moonlight poured down. The video was only 10 seconds long, yet it carried a unique atmosphere. Not a single line of dialogue throughout, yet the scenery alone left countless people in awe. Granted, places like Outsong Mountain in the game were already stunning beyond belief, but ultimately lacked that immersive sense of realism. Kitahara Kazuha's video, on the other hand, had more substance. It was filmed inside the Yuhing Pavilion. There was footage of Ningguang having breakfast, and clips of her handling official duties. At that extravagant desk, she leaned on one hand, resting her cheek as she flipped through accounting ledgers. When Kitahara walked in, she offered a gentle smile. Though the entire scene only lasted about 30 seconds, it gave countless people their first real look at who Ningguang truly was, especially in the final scene. Leaning casually against a wall, her graceful, slender figure fully on display. So beautiful. No wonder it's Ningguang. Suhan couldn't help but hit the like button. Rex Lapis of Liyue. No wonder people called her that. As soon as the video was posted, the comments section exploded with questions. I just gotta ask, how many people does this master of the dimensional wall have under them? I just saw Kia over there. At first I thought it was only female characters, but then there was Kia and Jean and even the Knights of Favonius. Whoa, watching this is too exciting. Didn't anyone else check out Shun Fei's video? The breeze gently blowing the Qingxin petals, the immortal in the sea of clouds, unrealistically beautiful. This video is wild. Ningguang, plus her 3 secretaries? I'm starting to think Master of the Dimensional Wall actually infiltrated Teyvat to film this. Same here. The short videos instantly went viral. And then came Shinkawa Ryu's video, an absolute bombshell. It directly introduced the scoundrel fox, Saizo no Miko. The opening scene briefly showed the Mikyo shrine. The camera finally settled on the sacred Sakura tree. The scene suddenly cut. Before the viewers stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, leading a group of shrine maidens in intense training. This was no mere performance. Yae Miko wore a serious expression. None of her usual flirtatiousness remained. Instead, she exuded dignity and authority. When one of the shrine maidens lost focus during training, the gorgeous fox goddess's demeanor instantly shifted. A flash of purple lightning flickered in her once clear eyes. Now, how should I punish you? 30 days of yard cleaning for you. Yes, Lady Priestess. The comments section exploded instantly. Holy crap, Yae Miko. My goddess. Wait, did I just see that right? This was supposed to be Kamisato Ayaka's channel, right? How did it get this wild? This must be inside Narukami Shrine. Actual training footage. Unbelievable, not even the game feels this real. Too short, way too short. Lady Kamisato Ayaka. I'll be your dog, please. Just let me see Lady Yae again. The impact of this video far exceeded expectations. Even Qingluan called in a panic. Bro, was this video you posted CG, or was it shot with real people? Guess. Gulp. Qingluan swallowed hard, her heart pounding in shock, because she had an instinctive feeling. These images seemed real. There wasn't a trace of fakery or CGI, especially the bedroom in the Narukami Grand Shrine, even more realistic than in the game. The West Wind Knights, the Yuhing Pavilion. Oh my god, she was getting dizzy just watching it. Suhan simply smiled, not wanting to continue the conversation. He hung up the phone directly. Just then, Hu Tao pushed the door open and walked in. Hey Suhan, I've already finished the signboard, and the filming's done too. You're gonna be super surprised, I promise. Everyone turned their eyes to Home Master Hu had come running and was gasping for breath. But a sudden, inexplicable unease rose in Keqing's chest. She froze. Don't tell me Hu Tao dragged Zhongli into some stun again. No way. Suhan stepped out of the house and looked at the antique-looking sign hanging out front, grinning as he said, not bad, done in just one night. It really has that old-world feel. And the calligraphy-'s got real character. Who wrote it? Zhongli said it's a calligraphic masterpiece left by an adeptus ages ago. We took a rubbing. I think it has a great vibe. Oh, right, come watch the video. Zhongli and I rehearsed all morning. As Hu Tao spoke, she pulled out her phone. Suhan and the others crowded around at once. Just seeing the thumbnail made Keqing's face pale. It showed Hu Tao banging a gong and Zhongli beating a drum. Rex Lapis he. Keqing nearly coughed up blood. The wise, formidable figure she held in her heart. How could he? The video started playing. Hu Tao struck the gong, while Zhongli kept time on the drum. Their rhythm was surprisingly tight. Right on the beat with the music. Wangxing Funeral Parlor Blowout. Second headstone half off, plus free epitaph writing. Guaranteed to send you off with dignity and peace. Boom, boom, boom. With the drumbeat, Zhongli chimed in. Wangxing Funeral Parlor Professional send offs, you deserve it. It was just one line, but it was ridiculously funny. Ha ha. Suhan straight up lost it. The dignified Rex Lapis actually went along with this. Who knew Hall Master who had that kind of pull? Keqing couldn't hold back anymore. She asked Hu Tao, how did you get Zhongli consultant Zhongli to do this with you? This is our grand opening promo, how could he not play along? Come on, don't be so serious. If you knew, he still owed me 200,000 mora last month. You'd understand how I feel right now. Fine, whatever. If the two of them are willing. What else could she possibly say? Keqing was momentarily speechless. And right after that video was released, it instantly sparked heated discussions online. Of course, some people thought it was just a joke, but more people actually wanted to hear Zhongli's legendary tales of the immortal realm. Hu Tao glanced at her homepage. Her brows slightly furrowed. These people didn't even get my music. Sigh, whatever. If everyone prefers listening to old Master Zhongli's stories, then I guess I'll just give you more of that. As long as it helps Myriad Passing Pavilion rise even further. A little extra effort on her part was no big deal. Suhan felt the timing was about right. So he uploaded the video he'd recorded the day before. The video's title read, Lord Who Makes Her Debut First MVAO Drops. And since he personally managed all his own accounts, he naturally didn't forget to promote it like crazy. Now that there were more platforms available, promotion had become much easier. Tao Jian, who had taken the day off, was lounging at home scrolling on her phone. She'd just finished a lively, interactive session with netizens and couldn't stop laughing. Now seeing the push notification, she immediately got excited. Charge. Brothers and sisters ready? Our Who Lord is officially debuting. Let me see. What new surprises Who Lord has prepared this time? The screen was flooded with anticipation-filled comments. After all, previous videos had been funny, cute, or even scenic tours. This MV was a world premiere. Huh. Didn't expect to see your beloved Lord here. Huh. You're here on planet Aquamarine too? The moon's rising. Time for us to head out. The place was eerie as hell. Hu Tao suddenly popped out, all playful. Big, dewy eyes, twin braids, and a little fire wisp at her side. Any one of those would turn heads on its own. Thanks for coming out, folks. The back alley dark poet-s gonna sing you a little number today. The music kicked in. Hu Tao actually started singing. 1 hilichurl fell ill. 2 hilichurls came to see. 3 hilichurls went for meds. 4 hilichurls brewed it. The 5th hilichurl died. 6 hilichurls carried him. 7 hilichurls dug the pit. 8 hilichurls buried him. Back alley dark doggerel poet, that's me. The head of the Wangxing Funeral Parlor will see you on your final journey. Sky high, sea wide, bright moon overhead, I'll send you on your way. A scene like this is perfect for a poem. Hu Tao is just Hu Tao. Hu Tao isn't peach, you know. Hu Tao loves to eat, drink, and play. Running all over by day. Up early, fit as a fiddle. Stay up late, and you'll feel floaty. Eat and drink your fill, then off you go. Just then, the scene cut. The singing paused for a beat. Hu Tao appeared on screen, the corner of her mouth quirking up into a confident smile. Flames surged up from her, roaring, wrapping the whole place. It was the butterflies of the other shore. Crimson butterflies whirled around her, butterfly fire sweeping the land. A torrent of fire burst from her hands. The sheer power left everyone dumbstruck. Hu Tao isn't just strong in the game. She's terrifying in real life too. But she only shown off a little. She reined her power back in and stuck out her tongue, playful. Hey, I didn't scare you, did I? That was just me loosening up a bit. The real show's still ahead. The song picked back up and played through till the music video ended. A spooky Hu Tao popped up again. Haha, scared ya, didn't I? Yours truly, the Hall Master, is right here. Since you've all enjoyed my masterpiece, hurry up and smash that like, drop a comment, and hit subscribe. Otherwise, my spooky little ghost will come looking for you at midnight for a chat. The viewers burst into laughter. This hall master is hilarious. Then everyone's fingers flew, and the likes poured in. Forget the triple, we're tipping directly. Support the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. After watching once, Tao Jian still felt it wasn't enough. That was so good. I love Hu Tao so much. If I could snag a photo with her, that'd be even better, but Xiao In and the others already bothered her a little while ago, so I don't want to trouble her again. Sigh. Hall Master, I really miss you. At the villa, Hu Tao smiled at everyone. Well, how was it? Your Hall Master did all right, huh? It was amazing. Seriously fantastic. Big sis Hu Tao sings so pretty, Klee. Klee wants to learn too. That's easy come. Big sis will teach you. Hearing the praise, Hu Tao's eyes lit up. That was recognition of her skills. Come on. Big sis will teach you a simple one first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 head out to find a client. Can't find a client. Only slimes. Got it, Klee? Hu Tao looked at Klee with a proud grin. This little ditty was one of her signature pieces. Klee nodded, bobbing her head, and began to chant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Klee's looking for squirrels. Squirrels? Squirrels. As she recited, Klee actually forgot the next line, but her made-up version had a nice ring to it. Hu Tao patted her head with a laugh. Can't find any squirrels? Then sit and eat sweet potatoes. Huh. Now I've got it. Squirrels. No luck finding it. Come on, sit down and eat some roasted sweet potatoes. The two of them worked in perfect sync. They were having an amazing time. Suhan quietly snapped a photo of the moment with his camera. After all, hearing Hu Tao recite poetry wasn't something you got to witness every day. Just then, Qing quietly walked up to Suhan and gently tugged at the edge of his jacket. What's up? Come here for a second. Ganyu asked me to give you something. What is it? You'll see in a moment. Qing smiled mysteriously. The two walked upstairs to a room. Qing unwrapped the package, and inside were several pieces of men's clothing. Looking at the style, it was somewhat reminiscent of Zhongli's look, but not entirely traditional. It was actually pretty stylish. You've been helping us out in Liu so much, and Ganyu didn't know how to properly thank you. Qing explained. Giving you gems felt too tacky, and giving you a house wouldn't really be useful right now anyway. So she went to the most famous tailor in Liu and had a few outfits custom made for you. The fabric is top quality. Try them on and see if they fit. Suhan picked up the clothes and realized the package held more than just a jacket. There were socks, even leather shoes, and even underwear had been thoughtfully included. He tried the outfit on and was surprised to find that everything fit perfectly. Even the shoes felt like they were custom made for him. Are the tailors in Liu really that good? Oh please, the truth is Ganyu mentioned this idea a while back. Then later, when I was helping you wash your clothes, I secretly noted down your sizes. Turns out I was pretty spot on. Put it on, and you look totally refreshed. The main color of the outfit was white, with a deep blue layer underneath. Paired with Suhan's build, his whole aura had changed. So you're saying I wasn't handsome before? Don't be silly. I just think this outfit suits you even better. Qing laughed. At that moment, she noticed Suhan's collar was slightly crooked, so she stood on her toes to fix it for him. By the time she snapped back to reality, she realized. Suhan had been staring at her motionless the whole time. Her face flushed bright red. Why are you staring at me like that? Nothing really. I just think you're really cute. Huh. Why do you always say stuff like that? Anyway, the clothes have arrived. I should get back to real work. Kuqing bit her lip, daring not to meet Suhan's eyes, and hurried off in a flustered rush, not noticing the warm, tender smile on the man's face behind her. Back in the living room, everyone's attention was drawn to Suhan's new outfit. Shinomiya Keed asked in surprise, You changed clothes? This outfit. When did you buy it? It was just delivered by Ningguang. Kuqing asked me to try it on earlier. It fits well. What do you think? Does it look good on me? It looks great. The white egret princess gave a gentle nod, thinking to herself that his aura seemed even more remarkable now in the new attire. After lunch, everyone had just a light meal. By afternoon, Kali had already settled in front of the computer for her live stream. Originally, Shinomiya Keed had wanted to talk to Suhan about Inazuma, but then she saw him call out to Shunhee, and the two spoke in hushed tones about something. To her surprise, Shunhee actually leaned her head on his lap and fell asleep. It seems what the high priest said was true. As more and more outsiders get involved, Our influence in Inazuma might begin to fade. He'd thought quietly to herself, and finally made up her mind, walking over. Approaching the couch, she heard Suhan softly humming a lullaby, his hand gently stroking Shun He's forehead. As she drew closer, Suhan raised a finger to his lips, shaking his head slightly, asking her to stay quiet. Only after Shun He was deeply asleep did the two begin to speak in hushed voices, keeping their tones very low. What happened to her? It's fine. After Shinha found out I'd been using my own blood for her foot soak, it really bothered her. So I haven't let her soak these past 2 days, and now she can't sleep at night. This girl, she's too earnest. Maybe she just can't bear to be away from you. Yeah, she looks icy on the surface, but she's just not good with words. Deep down, she's softer than anyone. Suhan lowered his head to look at Shinha in his arms. His eyes were full of tender fondness. That long cascade of white hair, 3,000 strands, really did turn white overnight. 3 ceremonial combings. A step through the immortal gate. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Kamisato Ayaka felt a flicker of envy and asked softly, "We still have one more chance to upgrade the sect, right? When are you going to use it? Let us talk later. If I move now, I might wake her." It took her a long time to finally fall asleep. He paused, then turned to Ayaka and saw she'd been watching Shinha the whole time. He asked gently, "Why don't you lie down for a bit too? Winter's almost here. It's cold, an afternoon nap does wonders." Is that really okay?" She'd meant to refuse, but seeing everyone grow closer with Suhan while she stayed where she was, the words just wouldn't come. Suhan smiled. "Klee and Hu Tao are messing around over there. Nahida and Kaching are teaming up to fight monsters. What's wrong with taking a breather? You think too much all day and keep your nerves strung tight. Sneaking in a little laziness now and then actually makes things easier." Hearing that, Ayaka slowly edged closer and finally rested her head lightly on his shoulder. Feeling that familiar warmth, the white heron princess closed her eyes. Warm sunlight washed over her, and it was as if all the pressure dissolved. A lightness she'd never felt before. A tranquility she had never felt before. When Kamisato Ayaka opened her eyes again, it was already 4 in the afternoon. She had somehow managed to sleep straight through for over 3.5 hours. Shinfei was long gone. The room was now occupied only by Suhan, wearing headphones and seemingly watching a video. Up already? Didn't expect to sleep that long. Ayaka's cheeks flushed slightly thankfully. She hadn't done anything embarrassing. It was her first time falling asleep in a guy's arms. And she had slept so peacefully. Just thinking about it made her feel shy. It's good to relax once in a while, you know. Oh, by the way, how's Inazuma doing lately? With everything going on these past few days, I completely forgot to ask. Anything new happening back home? At the mention of her homeland, Ayaka sat up straight. But before she could get serious, Suhan interrupted with a chuckle. "You're being so formal all of a sudden. If that's the case, then maybe we shouldn't talk after all. We're friends, right? Just chat casually. No need for a formal report." Fine. Then how do you want to talk?" "Just keep lying here," Suhan said with a mischievous grin, gently patting his own shoulder. Ayaka blushed, but obediently leaned back. Recently, Inazuma has remained relatively stable overall. The crops we introduced have been spreading successfully, and things like salt and seasonings have been distributed to the people. But those two families are getting more arrogant by the day, and the Vision Hunt decree has become even more extreme. I think this has a lot to do with the political shifts within the country. I see. If you want to change the Raiden General's mind, you'll have to defeat her directly. That's the only way. But ordinary people can't do that at all. So no matter how anxious you are, it won't help right now. Instead of that, maybe try a different approach. Push for change in Inazuma from another angle. What exactly do you mean? The island of Narukami, for one. Although Kamishira Kanami can be a bit spacey sometimes, but for the sake of the people of the Watatsumi Island, she could still muster her strength. Don't think things over there are all peaceful. Besides the issues on Watatsumi Island itself, there were plenty of hidden dangers lurking beneath the Yashiori Palace as well. It just hadn't erupted yet, so they didn't realize what was happening beneath the island's surface. If possible, you'd better make contact with them in person. There's an old saying, "Out of destruction comes creation." That phrase might fit Mondstadt well, but it works for Inazuma just fine too. If Watatsumi Island truly wants to become strong, It must eliminate those damn bastards first. The two chatted for a long time, until dusk began to fall. Kamisato Ayaka put away the notes she'd taken, then smiled and stood up. Almost forgot about our main task today. We still need to welcome a new member. No worries. This position can wait a little longer. Suhan tidied his clothes and walked outside the villa. It was the golden hour, the time of dusk, when golden sunlight poured down like honey. He gave a command to the system. Open the dual world gate. Summon our new member. At once, master. Initiating target search. The gate to the starry sky had opened, and the system was scanning for the new member. Meanwhile, at the far end of the Tevat world, under the same twilight sky, a lone figure let out a quiet sigh. On the beach, rows of graves stood solemnly, evoking a deep sense of sorrow. War has never been a good word. It always means death, mass death. Why? Won't this war just stop? Why did things come to this? A shrine maiden in a long blue-violet robe murmured softly. She had long pink hair, and her pale blue eyes were filled with sorrow. She had already exhausted every strategy she could think of, carefully planning and replanning for this sudden local conflict. But still, the result was heavy casualties, though the soldiers never complained about themselves. As the young girl looked upon row after row of gravestones, her heart still felt unbearably heavy. Deep inside, she longed for peace. Every time she saw a new grave rise from the earth, a wave of sorrow welled up within her. But what could she do? When facing the people again, she would still be Lady Siko, the all-powerful leader. No one could share her burdens. No one could solve her problems. The woman quietly inhaled, knowing it was time to head back. This was no place to linger. She couldn't even allow herself a sigh, because she wasn't just the shrine maiden of the living god. She was the supreme ruler of the island of Haichi. As a leader, she could never show even the slightest trace of weakness. Doing so could lead to consequences she could not afford. As she made her way back from the shore through the village of Manura to Coral Palace, many villagers warmly greeted her. Lady Siko, with you by our side, we feel safe. If you need anything, just let us know. Even the Shogunate's army won't stand a chance. Faced with such praise and flattery, Coral Palace Siko could only respond with a smile. Though she didn't know what to say, could she really tell them that she wasn't all-powerful? That defeating the Shogunate's forces was the result of the soldiers' hard-fought battles of Kurigane's unit, and that the supplies were obtained through the island's own resources? But the island's people didn't know these things. Most of the villagers were elderly, the young warriors had all gone to the front lines. Only a handful remained behind to guard their home. Back at her office, Shibata handed her a stack of documents. Lady Siko, these are today's reports, and some matters regarding the people's livelihood. Thank you. You may go now. Yes, my lady. Slowly, she opened the documents before her. The expression on Sangonomiya Kokomi's face grew heavier with each passing moment. The food supply was nearly depleted. To be precise, the current stockpile was nowhere near enough to sustain them for long. The common people could still scrape by for now, subsisting on some cinerous hazels and supplementing with fish from the sea. It was just enough to keep their stomachs full, barely. But recently, the front lines had become increasingly unstable. Supply transportation had become difficult. On top of that, merchant caravans were no longer able to enter the island of Watatsumi. At this rate, they were on the verge of facing a complete food shortage. This was truly a headache. Kokomi sighed deeply and set aside the documents she was holding. For now, she could only consult with Goro to see if there was any way through unconventional means to secure some food supplies. Otherwise, life on Watatsumi Island would soon become unbearable. The second report came in. The shogunate's forces had suddenly become stronger, forcing the troops to retreat once again. They had now withdrawn from the originally planned combat zone. Third report. The conflict had escalated, and the area around Tatara Rice Mill was now inaccessible. The merchant contact they had arranged beforehand had been captured and was likely already taken away. How did it come to this? Didn't we have roughly equal strength just moments ago? Did I make a mistake in my strategy? Kokomi frowned deeply. She couldn't for the life of her figure out why the shogunate had suddenly grown so powerful. But right now, food was the most urgent issue. Without food, there would be no question of fighting a war, let alone the people. Even the civilians wouldn't last. They needed at least half a month's worth of supplies. But how on earth can I get so much food in such a short time? Kokomi gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with distress. Just as she sat there, lost in thought, a sudden cold, mechanical voice rang out in her ear. Shuelon Star? Treasure. What in the world is going on here? She stared at the strange, swirling nebula before her. This was something she had never read about in any of her military strategy books. Nor had she ever seen anything like this strange gateway. Should she go inside and investigate? Or should she wait for Goru to return? Kokomi hesitated, unsure of what to do, her eyes drifting back to the reports on the table. Sangonomiya Kokomi, the divine priest of Watatsumi Island, had weathered a long string of setbacks. Staring at the lavender melon on the desk that had long since gone cold, her thoughts swirled. She drew a slow, deep breath. As Watatsumi Island's divine priest, she knew she had to make the journey herself. Even if the road ahead was full of unknown dangers, it was worth the gamble. What she needed most right now were provisions and weapons. If this venture could secure supplies, then it would all be worth it. She pushed open the doors, gave the guards at the gate a few brief instructions, and stepped into the vortex of stars without hesitation. A sharp wave of weightlessness hit her. When her feet found solid ground again, Sangonomiya Kokomi was startled to discover she'd arrived somewhere unfamiliar. The sky was a vivid blue, the sun sinking, the scenery picture perfect. A refined villa stood quietly before her. "Is this Aquamarine Star?" she murmured. Kokomi moved forward, soon drawn to the silhouette of a handsome man. She halted, studying him closely. Suhan was studying her too, and couldn't he help a bit of snark in his head. Didn't he expect they'd summon a deep-sea fish this time? That's a surprise. On one side, Kamisato Ayaka of Inazuma's Tri-Commission, on the other, Watatsumi Island's divine priest. Well, this should be interesting. Who are you and where is this? Sangonomiya Kokomi asked. This is Aquamarine Star. You probably realized that when you came through, right? I'm Suhan, the one who summoned you. No need for introductions, I already know who you are. If you want the specifics, come inside. It's a little cold out. All right. Though Kokomi had questions, the wind in the courtyard did carry a chill. Laughter and lively chatter drifted from inside. It sounded like quite a few people were deep in conversation. Once Kokomi was sure this wasn't an illusion, she followed Suhan into the living room. The moment her gaze met Kamisato Ayaka's, a flicker of hostility flashed in both their eyes. From the shogunate? Kokomi said coolly. Kanazuka's Miko? Kamisato Ayaka, who had been chatting and laughing with Hu Tao, suddenly exuded a chilling aura. She drew her sword, swift and decisive. Only one thought echoed in her mind. The moment this woman in front of her died, Kanazuka would naturally crumble. And just like that, war could be avoided. Lady Hanatsuji wouldn't have to suffer anymore. The shogunate wouldn't suffer any casualties either. Ayaka landed lightly, her footsteps barely making a sound, her figure flashing like light and shadow until she stood before Sarashina Kokomi. Before she could even strike, countless bubbles already floated in the air. Clearly, this goldfish miss had no intention of surrendering. As tension escalated and a fierce battle seemed inevitable, Suhan sighed softly and spoke up. Can't we sit down and talk this through calmly first? An instant later, his authority activated. The two women, who had been furiously channeling elemental energy, were shocked to realize their powers were rapidly fading. They couldn't even move. Feeling their gazes burning into him, Suhan offered a faint smile and explained, I haven't had the chance to tell you yet, this is one of my abilities. Everyone I've invited here is restricted. You cannot attack, cannot harm even a single blade of grass in this world. And most importantly, you cannot harm each other. The restrictions soon lifted. The two beautiful women gradually calmed down, but the icy hostility in their eyes remained unchanged. Looking at Kamisato Ayaka, Suhan consoled her. I understand. Your desire to eliminate her. Her death would save the shogunate a great deal of trouble, and Kanazuka would fall without a fight. But don't forget about the affairs of the Watatsumi Shrine. There are still many issues there that only she can handle personally. If something goes wrong, Inazuma might not be able to withstand the resulting catastrophe. When a complete stranger mentioned Watatsumi, the goldfish's eyes flickered with a trace of shock. You actually know about Watatsumi? Not just knowing, I'm fully aware of everything that has happened. Don't even think about going after Kamisato Ayaka. You want to get away with it. This is a hard rule. I understand, I get it now. Tension. Then, a sudden release. Sangonomiya Kokomi knew this man before her was no ordinary opponent. Even if she truly tried to fight back, there was no chance she'd win. Better to just stay in line and obey. Both sides back off. They sat on the cushions in the center of the living room. Hu Tao, lying on a soft mat, said, "That scared me just now. Are you two enemies?" "Sort of, but it's not personal." "I see. But I feel like there's some misunderstanding between you two." "Suhan, can you mediate?" "I was planning to anyway." Suhan poured each of them a cup of tea. Originally, he had intended for Ayaka to handle the affairs of the Narukami Island. He never expected she'd bring the koi fish along. But then again, maybe that's not a bad thing. There had been misunderstandings between the two sides to begin with. Clarifying things now was probably for the best. Let me make one thing clear, I'm completely neutral. What I'm about to say doesn't favor either side. You can choose to listen or not. That's just how it is. First of all, the conflict between you two should never happened. To put it bluntly, since Oroba defeat, Narukami Island has been holding on to resentment. But tell me this, as an invading force, continuously encroaching on Inazuma's territory, isn't it natural that the other side killed your god? When you lacked the strength and lost the war, not enslaving your people was already an act of mercy from the Raiden Shogun. Don't you agree with that? Suhan looked at Sangonomiya Kokomi. She didn't respond, though every word he said was true. Hearing it all made her heart ache. Suhan paused, then went on. If you want to talk about hatred, Orobashi killed the Raiden Shogun's trusted general, Sasayuri. That grudge, don't tell me Watatsumi Island isn't aware of it. Or is it that you only remember your own people being cut down? Hearing that, Kamisato Ayaka quietly watched the shrine maiden in front of her. The other woman still held her tongue. You don't speak, but you know all this in your heart. I can't fool you. So let me lay out how it really went. Orobashi arrived in Enkanomiya first, and only later brought the people of Watatsumi up to the surface. For reasons of its own, it was bent on dying, and in the end, it died on that island. At the start, the Raiden Shogun had no intention of joining the war, but to provoke her, Orobashi killed Sasayuri. Then came that single stroke, and a god fell. Even so, the Raiden Shogun allowed you, the defeated, to keep worshipping your own deity and let you govern the island yourselves. That kind of leniency, I'm afraid Watatsumi Island has long forgotten it. Now, with the Sakoku Decree and the Vision Hunt Decree on top of it, you've ended up rallying a band of strong fighters. Someone's been stoking the flames from behind the scenes, and war was bound to break out. This long war has bled both sides dry. Even a ceasefire feels like a luxury now, because those soldiers wonder, if I'm not a soldier anymore, what am I supposed to do? In terms of development, Watatsumi Island is just a small island, while Inazuma is an entire nation. Economically, if Inazuma seals off the sea, Watatsumi becomes isolated and helpless. As for military strength, the other side still has a god holding the line. It's just that the Raiden Shogun is currently in the plain of Euthymia. When you really do beat those shogunate grunts, the foe you'll truly have to face is the very blade Orobashi couldn't withstand. Are you really ready for that? With that, Suhan said no more. Rather than stepping in herself, she thought it better to let them weigh the pros and cons on their own. Kanemiya Sakuraomi let out a deep breath and asked softly, "What you're saying is all true?" Suhan never lies. He knows everything literally. Even the game itself will give you the answers. Oh, and there's this thing here called Dubai. You can look things up with it. It has a detailed explanation. As Kia said this, she handed over the tablet. The entry was about Beelzebul, along with detailed files on Raiden EI. Sakuraomi browsed through the content, still feeling a bit doubtful inside. Then, she typed in her own name, followed by information on Goru. Every single line was shockingly accurate. What in the world is this? Pretty shocking, right? I felt the same way when I first saw it. Don't let Suhan's harsh words fool you. He's actually doing this for your own good. After all, you're all from Inazuma. If you keep fighting each other to the death, the only ones who benefit in the end are the Fatui. Kia explained Suhan's earlier analysis. When the topic of the vision came up, Shinogi Aya immediately had a realization. You mean someone in the shogunate is already using one? More or less. Didn't Miss Kanemiya just suffer a defeat? A sudden surge in strength like that probably only a vision could explain it. But this is probably just the beginning. The Fatui S factory isn't even fully operational yet. Once they start handing them out to people like Zephyr, that's when the real trouble will start. Kia remembered this part of the story well. Meanwhile, Sakuraomi was clumsily flipping through the data, but every result she saw felt like a knife to the heart. All the effort she had poured in, everything she had sacrificed, what had it even amounted to? She had once thought defeating the shogunate was something to be proud of. Now, her heart was as cold as ice. She and the shogunate were nothing more than pawns in the hands of the Fatui. The grain they bought at high prices had in fact been stockpiled in advance, set aside on purpose by others. The goal was to funnel the mora they earned into developing delusions. The soldier's betrayal chilled her to the core. She had given it everything she had. What had it gotten her in the end? Sangonomiya Kokomi calmly reviewed the entire affair and finally realized that she had, without meaning to, bolstered the enemy's strength. No wonder the Shirasagi Himejimai had just tried to kill her. If you want to end this war as fast as possible, taking her off the board is the key. And the one to pay the price would be Watatsumi Island. Without an army to hold the line, the three commissions would swoop in and annex Watatsumi for good, and the people would be enslaved. At that thought, Kokomi bowed deeply to Suhan in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Suhan, you've saved Watatsumi Island. Don't say that. I don't want you dead, and I want Inazuma to become better. Now that everyone has calmed down, why not try teaming up? The shogunate and Watatsumi are at odds right now. Sure, but don't you share a common enemy? Hearing Suhan's words, both of their eyes lit up. Right, the Yashiro Commission and Watatsumi Island could cooperate, and there's no fundamental conflict between them. First, the war has to end. Those unwilling to end the war naturally become their common enemy. Kamisato Ayaka trusted that Suhan wouldn't deceive her. She reached out her hand with a smile. I'm willing to do my part for Inazuma's peace. How about you? I'm in too. Sangonomiya Kokomi reached out as well. The two sides formed an alliance. With a preliminary agreement in place, Kokomi turned to Suhan with expectant eyes. She hoped to gather more intel. After all, for a capable strategist, information is everything. Suhan shot Keqing a look. Keqing got the message, took her aside, and started laying out the dose and the basic rules of the Blue Star and the current situation in Inazuma. By the time she wrapped up, an hour had gone by. Sangonomiya Kokomi pressed a hand to her forehead, her expression heavy. She thought Inazuma's problems were just the Raiden Shogun acting up, but things were far more complicated than she imagined. Let me be upfront. The storyline I played was only the Watatsumi side. As for Inkonomiya, I barely touched it. Keqing's schedule was packed. Besides streaming, she had to go out on patrol. During the day, she also had to shoot videos with Ningguang. Any downtime went to sword practice. She honestly didn't have much time to squeeze in a few rounds of Genshin. Kokomi nodded and said, "It's fine. Really, thank you. This is the first time I've realized just how dire the situation in Inazuma is. Still, I didn't expect filming videos could drop all kinds of good loot. That was a surprise. Mr. Suhan, could you let me buy some food first? The people in Wanglong village are still going hungry. A few bags of rice would be enough. Piece of cake, I'll have someone send it over right away. Just a few bags of rice. Hardly a problem." Then Nahida said to Sangonomiya Kokomi, "When you go back, the most urgent thing is to clear out the unstable elements in your army and take firm control of military power. After that, think about slowly easing the public's hatred. That is a long-term process. They've been taught to hate since childhood. Changing their mindset is hard. So don't rush it. I feel the same. Though the resistance won't be small, I didn't expect someone so young to be this insightful. Where are you from originally? You've been here for quite a while. Don't your family members worry about you?" Shogun Konomi asked the little white-haired girl sitting on the couch. Her gaze carried a hint of curiosity. At such a young age, was she already this calculating? Truly impressive. When Klee heard that, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The others joined in with laughter too. Konomi, puzzled, asked, "What's so funny about that?" Well, the one sitting in front of you isn't actually that young. She's over 500 years old, and she's also the god of Sumeru." "A god? Her?" Konomi was so shocked she couldn't speak. Hu Tao was equally stunned. After all, They had just arrived and hadn't expected it at all. This seemingly unremarkable little girl was actually a deity. Wait a second, don't panic. Suhan, is Narcissan actually really a god? 100% real. Your eyes aren't deceiving you. She's the Dendro Archon of Sumeru, known as the god of wisdom Buer. After hearing this response, Hu Tao immediately ran up to Narcissan, looking her up and down carefully. Then she rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Oh my god. No, wait, big client. Hee, Narcissan, since we're such good friends, you've got to let me handle all your business in Sumeru from now on, okay? Don't worry, I'd never cheat you. My business is super reliable. Got talent? We've got talent. Got connections? We've got connections. You wouldn't believe it, but Zhongli used to be able to talk about all sorts of philosophical stuff. After hearing Hu Tao's enthusiastic speech, Narcissan gave a bitter smile and replied, I'd love to have you doing business in Sumeru, but the reality is complicated. To put it simply, I've been trapped here for 500 years. Even if I wanted to hand this business over to you, nobody would listen to me. What? Locked up? A god can be locked up? Hu Tao was completely bewildered. She thought a big client had walked in, only to find out the other party was a bird in a cage. After hearing the explanation, Hu Tao and Sangonomiya Kokomi finally understood just how messy and complicated Sumeru was. All right, then we'll have to wait till you get things sorted on your end before we talk business. She really did want to help, but with her small frame, how could she possibly go up against an entire nation? Unless she found a helper who could really pack a punch. Sangonomiya Kokomi let out a soft sigh who would thought even a god couldn't live freely. Just then, Klee handed over a brand new tablet. Big sis, Klee doesn't know how to help you. But Klee saw other big sisters playing Genshin Impact, and it looked like it solved lots of problems. I hope this can help you. Looking at the gentle, adorable little girl in front of her, Sangonomiya Kokomi gently patted her head and smiled. Thank you, Klee. This is really useful. Since she had already decided to fight for peace for Watatsumi Island, she couldn't just keep sighing. Right at that moment, Hu Tao heard the system chime. She could claim a treasure. This was the second reminder from the system. Looks like that MV really had quite an impact. What a run of good luck. Didn't think I'd get a treasure this fast. Let me see what goodies we've got. Hu Tao claimed the treasure on the spot, and everyone else crowded around to look. Sangonomiya Kokomi was curious too. What did this treasure even look like? Ding. Congratulations on claiming your treasure. Reward, flame fruit. Huh. What is this? A weird-looking fruit. Its skin looks. This thing is practically bursting into flames. It's incredible, Suhan. Don't you think this is so fascinating? Hu Tao held a peculiar fruit in her hand and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, such a strange fruit was something she'd never seen before. Linghua had never seen anything like it either. Her eyes were filled with intense curiosity. The fruit was bright red all over, with flame-like patterns rippling across its surface. It was truly a bizarre object. This isn't the Mera no Mi, is it? What do you mean the Mera no Mi? Are you saying there's actual fire inside? How are we even supposed to eat this thing? Keqing's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. At that moment, Lumen also recognized the object. Ever since she'd awakened her observation haki, she'd been catching up on all kinds of knowledge about the One Piece world. So naturally, she understood the concept of devil fruits. Hu Tao, I know what this is. This is a devil fruit. Once you eat it, you gain the power to control fire. That sounds like a waste. I already know how to use fire. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, you can turn into fire itself. Normal attacks won't even hurt you. Right, Suhan? Yeah, exactly. Devil fruits are treasures granted by the sea. After hearing Lumen's explanation, and with Suhan confirming it with a nod, everyone was left speechless, stunned beyond words. Eat it, and you can become fire itself. And even become immune to normal attacks? That was just too overpowered. While still in shock, Hu Tao quickly checked the fruit's attributes. Name, Mera no Mi. Rarity. Description, a mysterious treasure from the ocean, a unique and miraculous fruit found only in the world of One Piece. Eating it grants extraordinary power. Type, Logia class devil fruit. Details, this fruit has been enhanced by the system and has no negative side effects. Note, if the eater already possesses fire-based abilities, their power will be greatly increased. While improving one's own strength, the control over devil fruits also becomes stronger. However, it's important to note that even devil fruit users can still be harmed if they encounter powerful haki or strong elemental attacks. Being able to elementally shift doesn't mean you're invincible. Special note: if a devil fruit ability is trained to its absolute peak, it may trigger an awakened state. Goodness, this is really a devil fruit. And no matter who eats it, it works. What an amazing thing. I want to experience what elemental transformation feels like. Before Su-Han could warn her, Hu Tao had already taken a bite. But the moment it touched her tongue, she nearly threw up from the taste. Ugh, what is this? It tastes awful. It's like dirt. No, more like rotten fish mixed with mud. While spitting it out, she kept complaining. But the effect of the devil fruit had already kicked in. Because with just one bite, the power begins to work. Su-Han handed her a glass of water and chuckled. I hadn't even warned you yet, and you rushed to eat it. Can you really blame anyone but yourself? Here, rinse your mouth. Gulp, gulp. She rinsed several times, finally recovering a bit. I didn't expect the fruit to taste this bad. What a mistake. It's worse than Xiangling's stir-fried Qingshin with slime. The girl slumped over beside the trash can, looking completely drained. At that moment, Paimon flew over and reminded her. All right, I remember that with devil fruits. Just one bite is enough for the effect to take hold. Hu Tao, try using your new ability. One bite is enough. That's right. Hearing Paimon confirm it, Hu Tao immediately perked up and stood straight. She raised her hand. A blazing flame ignited in her palm, and at the same time, her arm transformed into fire. Wahaha! This is amazing. This is so much fun. It did make me a little nauseous when I ate it, but this power is just too much fun. Hu Tao kept trying it out. Her palm could turn into flame. Her whole body could, too. Even her head wasn't an exception. It was just too cool. Klee's eyes sparkled. She dashed up to her and chirped. Klee wants to be a flame person too, big sis Hu Tao. Klee wants to. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Klee, that I really can't do for you. I only have this power because I ate a devil fruit. Worried she might hurt Klee, Hu Tao drew the flames back. When Klee learned she couldn't go all flame from head to toe, her face fell. All right. Even if you can't turn into an element, Big Sis can put on a little show to make it up to you. How about it? What kind of show? A neat little trick fire appears, then butterflies. Ha, off you go. Hu Tao held out a hand. Flames blossomed up, and in a blink they became dozens of butterflies, then scattered into twinkling starlight that faded in the air. Klee couldn't help clapping, shouting that it was so much fun. While everyone else here, let us claim the second treasure. To let them all have a look. Okay, Klee, we'll play again later. Big Sis needs to go claim a treasure. You go ahead, Big Sis Hu Tao. Klee won't bother you. Seeing her little sunshine be so considerate, Hu Tao couldn't help but smile. Then she claimed the second reward. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a treasure. Reward claimed, Vermilion Red Spider Lily Seeds. Name, Vermilion Red Spider Lily Seeds. Rarity, 8-star. Description, a rare oddity from the depths of the underworld. Its petals nourish the soul, and its stamens are a precious reagent that can beguile the soul. An exceptionally rare seed. Attribute, Netherworld. Required, a total of 50 pieces. Special note, after system optimization, it can now survive even without Netherworld soil. However, obtaining soul fragments will significantly accelerate the growth of Crimson Hell's flower. Tip: if you possess the art of alchemy, you can use the petals of Crimson Hell's flower to craft the Elixir of 3 Lives, which provides powerful nourishment to the soul. Special reminder, Crimson Hell's flower is extremely fragile. The growing environment must be well protected. Growth time. Under normal conditions, it takes 5 years to fully mature and bloom. Huh? Didn't expect this to be a Hell's flower seed. But my place is too small to grow it. Su-Han, how about we plant it inside the Shao garden pot? Yeah, that place is the safest. Hee, great then. Here's the deal, I won't keep this treasure all to myself. If anyone finds any evil soul fragments later on, they can bring them here to nourish the flower. What do you all think? Zhongli Huyao has never been selfish like that. Relying solely on her alone to take care of it was simply not practical. Crimson Hell's flower had far too long of a growth cycle. But with others pitching in, things would be different. The efficiency would increase dramatically. Kamisato Ayaka nodded and said, "Yes, I can help with that. In Inazuma's MT Yagami, corrupted souls often appear. When I return, I can ask the Shrine Maiden to assist in collecting some. That should be of help to you." It seems like there aren't many ghosts around Mondstadt. I'm afraid we won't be much help. Paimon thought for a moment and said regretfully, "Indeed, evil souls were rarely seen within Mondstadt's borders." After hearing that, Suhan said, "Actually, hilichurls and abyssal creatures also release souls when they die. If we can collect those, it should work too, right?" "That's right. How could I have forgotten that?" Paimon's eyes lit up at once. "If we can use the souls of these monsters to cultivate it, the progress would be a lot faster." "No can do. Paimon, we don't have anything to collect souls with," Lumen reminded her. It was true that monster souls could come in handy, but the problem was they had no way to gather them. "In that case, I can ask my master to make something. Maybe then we'll be able to collect souls." Shinha, who had been silent, said softly. For the people of Mondstadt, collecting souls was a major headache to an adeptus, though it was actually quite simple. All it took was a small implement, or a talisman, and the job was done. Hu Tao's eyes gleamed. She grinned. Knew a disciple of the Adepti would have a way. "Hee Shinha, we're counting on you. We'll stash the thing in the Serenitia pot. Whoever needs it later, just give a heads up. It's not like I've got any use for it myself." "All right, it's settled." Everyone nodded, making a mental note. If they came across any soul fragments later, they'd definitely use them to nourish this red spider lily. As they spoke, the rice had already been delivered to the doorstep. Sangonomiya Kokomi checked the time, stood up, and said with a hint of apology, "Everyone, I'll take my leave here. As for filming the video, Mr. Suhan will have to wait until tomorrow." "No problem, we can work that out. Be careful on your way. Don't worry. Since I'm the divine priestess, I have to have the courage to face whatever comes," Kokomi said firmly. Then she wrapped several sacks of rice in orbs of water and vanished from sight. Outside the Sangonomiya shrine, a young general was anxiously waiting. "You really don't know where Her Excellency went?" "General Goru, not long ago Her Excellency said she wanted some peace and quiet to think things over." "Something is up, we can't even tell where she went. Could she have been abducted?" "No way. Her Excellency is no pushover. Besides, this place is locked down tight. How could she get snatched without so much as a sound?" No sooner had he said that than her voice came from inside the door. "Goru, come in." "Yes, Your Excellency." Goru pushed the door open, a stack of documents in his arms. What greeted him was several sacks of gleaming white rice. "Rice? I didn't expect we still had this much." "Your Excellency, where did all this rice come from?" "With this much, the folks in Wanglong village won't have to worry about their meals anymore." Goru was stunned. The grain shortage over the past few days had been eating him alive. Now, with this batch of supplies, the problem might finally be resolved. Don't underestimate these few sacks. An average household only goes through about 2 bowls worth of rice a day. This should easily last a week. Sangonomiya Kokomi looked at Goru's excited face and smiled. "Close the door first. I have something to tell you." "Understood." Goru nodded at once, turned, shut the door tight, and then came back to stand before Her Excellency. "What is it? Is this about the frontline operations?" "I've already sorted everything." Oddly, Her Excellency didn't reach for the files. Instead, she regarded him with a thoughtful look. "Your Excellency?" "Goru, let me ask you. If the war were to end, would that be good or bad for us? Is hatred really that important to you?" Kokomi's question left Goru silent. After a long moment, he looked up and said, "In the long run, war only brings harm. Just like this time. The shogunate forces have already cut off our supply lines. It's become a luxury just to buy grain from other places. Not only that, but the island's people are barely scraping by too. Without war, the world would probably be a better place." As a general of the Watatsumi army, Goru's combat skills and strategic vision were both exceptional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to his current position. As for your second question, hatred? Lady Kamadura, I admit I sometimes wonder myself, what exactly are we fighting for? That might sound strange coming from me. When I traveled outside the island, I've had dealings with people from Edo. They weren't nearly as despicable as we'd been led to believe. What's truly repulsive are the isolation edict, the vision hunt decree, and those arrogant elites clinging to power. If not for this war, I think I could sit down and share a drink with them. There's one fellow named Toma. I found him rather interesting. You asking me these questions? Could it mean the shogunate wants to negotiate peace? The more Goru spoke, the more something felt off. Why would Lady Kamadra bring up such things out of the blue? Combined with those recent sacks of rice, an uneasy suspicion began forming in his mind. Could it be those supplies were sent by the shogunate? But how was that possible? They were still very much in the middle of a war. Looking at Goru's stunned expression, Lady Kamadra gently shook her head. Don't jump to conclusions. Those supplies didn't come from the shogunate. Since you yourself don't truly wish to fight, then I can tell you something. Then, she began recounting everything. The history between Watatsumi and the shogunate. From the invasion of Oroba to the almighty shogun's decisive strike. And all that followed. When she spoke of the fatui and the malevolent visions, Goru's face darkened considerably. I never imagined things were like this. Actually, the reason you asked me about hatred today, I was in a daze. I couldn't remember a thing. The one who betrayed that trust turned out to be Watatsumi Island. And the ones who pushed everything to the extreme were the fatui. If you still don't believe me, we can find a way to verify it. But I can all but guarantee this, none of it is made up. No, I believe you. Whether it's the Dendro Archon of Sumeru showing up, or those schemes to stoke hatred. Goru began to describe what had been happening within the shogunate's ranks. He slowly laid out the whole sequence of events. Some soldiers got worked up the moment the shogunate was mentioned. Back then, he thought they just wanted to avenge their fallen comrades. Looking back now, it might have been someone fanning the flames from behind the scenes. With no war, they'd have to take off their uniforms and go home to farm. And without a war, those people would lose their very reason to keep going. Sangonomiya Kokomi paused, then said in surprise, so there are already voices like that in the army? Yeah, and not just the army. Back in Onegi Unit 2, the squad I used to lead, there were people questioning what the war was even for. I didn't think much of it at the time. Now that I think about it, a lot of people are probably having doubts. Why are we fighting the shogunate? Just like you said, Lady Kokomi. If we keep provoking them without restraint and end up angering the Raiden Shogun, what could we possibly gain? Who could stand against a god like her? If she so much as draws her blade, Watatsumi Island will be reduced to ashes. Even taking a step back, what have we actually paid for this war? All the island's young people enlisted education. Ground to a halt, the pearls we worked so hard to harvest were all poured into the war. They could have made people's lives better. And in the end, they all went to the fatui. At that, Goru's face was etched with bitterness. This feeling was simply unbearable. Everything they had held to all this time had, in the end, been puppeteered by others. Sangonomiya Kokomi nodded and said, "It's good that you understand. I have a few tasks for you next. Maybe we can glean something from them. Please, go ahead. End this war. Pull all our soldiers back from Mizuchi Beach. We don't need to hold the line anymore. Fall back entirely to our strongholds." Understood. You want to see how the fatui will respond, right? Exactly. Since the shogunate can wield delusions, why meet them head on? If we pull back on our own terms, it'll be easier to read the situation. I understand. And Goru. Kokomi hesitated for a moment, then said, "If anyone disobeys orders and leads a charge without authorization, you know how to handle it." I understand. Goru rose to his feet, eyes resolute. For those who defied military orders, execute on the spot. Even if the ones to be executed were his own people, if they kept falling for provocations, the losses would only grow heavier. He knew that. The meeting ended there. Goru ordered provisions to be brought along, then departed. Meanwhile, Sangonomiya Kokomi began thinking about how to improve civilian livelihoods and, once peace returned, how to make Watatsumi Island even stronger. Inside the Wangxing funeral parlor, the moment Hu Tao returned, she boasted to Zhongli, "Look, I got the flame fruit this time." Who would ve thought that just filming a video could? Nahida is such a sweet and approachable person. We already had a deal. Once Sumeru returns to normal, we'll take the Wangxing funeral parlor there to do business. With a god backing us, our business is bound to grow and flourish. That does sound wonderful. Zhongli smiled and nodded. It seemed like Boer was slowly returning to normal as well. Hu Tao chugged down half a pot of tea, finally finishing the recount of all the interesting things that happened today. Oh, right. Zhongli, if you've got the time, Tell me some stories about Liyue back in the day, like about the Adepti and the Abyssal War and stuff. People from Shueilon Star absolutely love this kind of thing. If we could record something like that, it'd definitely be a huge hit, and we could pay off our debts sooner. Not sure which part the director wants to hear first. Zhongli calmly asked under the dim yellow light. For him, this wasn't too difficult. He just wasn't too sure where to begin. Hu Tao thought for a moment, then pulled out her phone and glanced at it. Then let us start with the tale of the dandelion god, she said. Zhongli, who had been sipping his tea, paused slightly with his fingers. He set down the cup and nodded. Very well. But to tell this story properly, tea alone won't do. Something stronger would be more fitting. Haha, I've got just the thing. Hu Tao immediately darted into the next room and came back with 2 jars of aged Mao Dai that Su Han had brought. She also grabbed a few of the drinking snacks Kaching had made. This wine smells amazing. Is it from Shueilon Star? It's from Su Han. He said he doesn't really drink. So he asked me to bring these 2 jars for you. Go ahead, try a sip and see what you think. All right. Zhongli took a small sip. The aroma was rich, the taste smooth and lingering. Truly top-grade liquor. How is it? Excellent. This wine is nothing short of a masterpiece. Great. Then let us get started on the story. Back in ancient Liyue, there weren't any rules much like Mondstadt. All kinds of gods lived on this fertile land, each governing the nearby folk in their own way. One of them was a god named Guizhong, who could stir up dust that blotted out the sky. People called her the Dust Archon. A swig of wine, a fragment of memory. Outside, the rain came down in sheets. Warm amber lamplight spilled. The room felt especially cozy. And then what happened? The Dust Archon met the Geo Archon, Rex Lapis. By rights, they should set the rules first, signed a contract, and only then talked about working together. But she kept rushing headlong into the Rex's battlefield and called it cooperation. So the Rex must hated someone who wouldn't follow the rules, right? Exactly. He even said she was foolish, no formal contract at all, and yet she kept fighting shoulder to shoulder of her own accord. Here, Zhongli paused. His gaze softened. He drained his cup. His thoughts drifted back. On that plain where glazed lilies bloomed, the scene of their first meeting. She was small, wearing a pink coat with a long-sleeved dress. From now on, you and I are partners. After all, we both want the people to live better. Don't think just because I can't brawl that fighting is all fists and kicks. I can make tools to deal with the enemy. Your strength plus my wits if we join hands. We can beat a lot of foes. Don't you think? Morix? The girl's eyes were impish and confident, just like director who's sitting across from him. Maybe the reason he stayed was simply to relive that old feeling. He kept downing the bitter wine, one mouthful after another. When Rex Lapis, the Geo Archon, returned from the wars, she was already lying quietly in a field full of glazed lilies. Her life nearly spent fine grains of sand kept drifting from her body. She whispered, in the end, I still can't walk this road all the way with you. Let the secret of that lock be carried away by the wind. To this day, the Geo Archon still doesn't understand the meaning of the lock of the mortal realm. And all that remained was a desolate ruin. No, by now, even the ruin is long gone. They say a brand new city has risen there. When Zhongli finished, his voice faded into silence. He looked at the girl fast asleep, slumped over the table. A gentle smile touched the corner of his mouth. Looks like the hall master really wore herself out. He set his cup down softly, turned into another room, fetched a heavy coat, and draped it over Hu Tao's shoulders. Only then did he slip away. He stepped outside. The rain had stopped. The air smelled fresh. Zhongli murmured, Can a treasure really bring you back to life? I can't help feeling a little regret if that lock were truly undone. I'm afraid even the last bit of longing would dissolve. He let out a soft sigh and walked slowly toward his room. The next morning, Hu Tao woke from her dreams. She glanced at the phone a little ways off, and it hit her. Oh no, I promised we'd record the story last night, and I fell asleep. That's really not okay. If it didn't get recorded, then it was all for nothing. Zhongli is only a consultant to the Wangxing funeral parlor. He doesn't spend every day at the shop. The reason he has stayed these past few days is that he has developed a keen interest in the blue planet. Hu Tao knows this full well. She hurriedly pulled out a power bank, stared at her dead phone, and felt utterly helpless. Hopefully the recordings are still there. Soon, the phone was charging again. She watched the footage for a full 3 hours before Eula finally broke into a smile. Looks like we got enough material. All right, wash up, change clothes, let's go. The girl quickly freshened up, then opened a portal, and in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Suin, help me edit a video. The footage I shot yesterday, hurry. It's super urgent. What did you shoot? Suin asked, mid-meditation, a bit puzzled by Eula's excitement. She didn't go bothering Zhongli again, did she? Eula handed him her phone. It's Zhongli telling a story. Yesterday, some fans commented asking me to have our guest Zhongli tell one. So I went to talk to him about it. But I was so tired myself, I fell asleep. Haha, you should check if any of it's usable. Zhongli telling a story? Sure, let me see. Suin activated his system. No computer needed. He imported the video directly. There was about 40 minutes of footage. He skimmed through it quickly, his eyes widening in shock. This content was incredibly rare. Stuff even the official channels hadn't released yet. If this went public, it would definitely blow up. What do you think? Is it usable? Honestly, I had no idea. Where he ended up yesterday, I was just too sleepy, and the story was a little dry. So I fell asleep. If it's not good enough, we can take our time. Maybe. Ask him to redo it when he's free. He is our guest after all. Usable? It's more than usable. The story's complete. You go do your thing. I'll handle the editing and post it later. Awesome. Then I'll go take care of shop renovations. We just hung up the sign yesterday. There's still a lot to do. Don't forget to come back for lunch. All right, see you later. Hu Tao waved goodbye, hopped onto her electric scooter, and zipped off in a flash. Truth was, she'd never even taken a driver's exam. And let us not forget she wasn't even an adult yet. Driving was definitely off the table. As for riding as a passenger, sure, that was fine. But Hu Tao much preferred her scooter. 2 words to describe it. Freedom. Go wherever she wanted, whenever she wanted. After watching Hu Tao leave, Suhan started editing the video. At the same time, he logged into the virtual space and added some animation effects to the section featuring the dandelion dusk. The work was extremely time-consuming. So much so that when Kamisato Ayaka arrived, Suhan still hadn't finished. What is that? Ayaka, is that a seashell in your hand? Kuching stared at the object in Kamisato Ayaka's hand, clearly confused. Was she planning to eat seafood for breakfast or something? After hearing that, Kamisato Ayaka chuckled lightly and explained, this is a specialty from our island coral pearls. They're mixed with some herbs and pollen. It's a unique cosmetic product we make. Great for a girl's skin. I wasn't sure what to bring as a gift the first time I came. So I remembered this today and thought, maybe you'd like it. The cosmetics made from coral pearls were natural and non-irritating. Girls from the Watatsumi Island loved using them. Their skin became as smooth as milk. Upon hearing this, Kaching became interested. She took a small box, applied a bit, and found it even better than the face powder from Chuanxiang Kiln. Back in Liua Harbor, Chuanxiang Kiln was a well-known brand. To put it in Earth terms, it was a luxury item. How does it feel? Honestly, it's amazing. This must be hard to make, right? Not really. The main challenge is harvesting the coral pearls. Ever since the isolation decree was issued, we've been unable to export them anymore. Now the warehouses are full of unsold stock. Before, these coral pearls were always shipped to other countries. But ever since the decree was announced, everything came to a halt. The thunderstorm had prevented all merchant caravans from arriving. Nowadays, the island of Watatsumi had long been cut off from the outside world. This time, she had brought several boxes of gifts, all intended to be given away. After all, these were practically the only things Watatsumi could offer. After receiving the gifts, Kamisato Ayaka asked, how is the situation on the island now? Food has already arrived in Maboroshi village, and things are gradually stabilizing. As for the military, I've already ordered Goru to withdraw for now, and we'll see how things develop from there. Yesterday, I spoke with him at length, and even the general of Watatsumi has grown weary of this war. Goru also feels that hatred is meaningless. In truth, it was all stirred up by others. I've made up my mind. I will end this war for good in the near future. It's good that you feel this way. I'll do my best to help from the Inazuma side as well. When Kasumigakaka Yumiko heard about this, she said she no longer holds any grudge against you. She also mentioned that if you have time, you should go talk to her sometime. And she added, If you call her Wanise-san, she might be willing to share some of her thoughts with you. At the chance of such an opportunity, Sangonomiya Kokomi immediately nodded in agreement. If I get the chance, I will definitely pay her a visit personally. I've heard many stories about Kasumigakaka's accomplishments. She's an incredibly capable Miko. After all, the spirit fox itself represented a certain level of power, and even more so, since she was also a retainer of the Raiden Shogun. Building a closer relationship with her would be a great benefit for Watatsumi Island. It would also help ease tensions in the future. Thinking about this, Sangonomiya Kokomi quickly took out several boxes of coral elixir cosmetics and handed them over. They're just small things, not particularly valuable, but they represent a token of appreciation from Watatsumi Island. Please be sure to pass them on to Lady Kasumigakaka. I will. Ayaka accepted the gifts and assured her she wouldn't forget. At this moment, Sangonomiya Kokomi noticed that Lumen and Paimon were missing and asked curiously, "Why does it feel like a few people are missing today? Probably off on an adventure." After all, Lumen is a traveler. And as for Klee, she's probably busy with something too. With Mondstadt still rebuilding and so much going on, there's no shortage of tasks to handle. We should see them again later. I see, then I'll just hop on a quick game of Genshin for a bit. Go ahead. I'm heading upstairs to train. I've got things to take care of this afternoon too, said Shirari Keed with a smile. Meanwhile, in the world of Teyvat, near the Dawn Winery in Mondstadt, a series of thunderous booms echoed one after another. In the sky, Klee was dropping large-sized Dodo-K bombs. One after another, the bombs rained down, shaking the ground with deafening blasts. The cliffside beneath her rapidly crumbled and flattened. Soon enough, the little girl flew back down and excitedly asked, "Miss Lisa, how did I do on the mission?" "Outstanding job, Klee. Here, take a break. You've worked hard." "Haha, not at all. Klee wants to be someone useful to Mondstadt." "That's my good girl," Lisa said with a smile as she gave Klee a kiss on the forehead, took the bamboo dragonfly, and began inspecting the results of the mission. Right now, Mondstadt was in the middle of a major project blasting open a passage to the Gideon S. Salt region. That's right, Lisa and the others were trying to fully open up the route to Liyue. It might only be a waterway, but as long as ships could pass through, that was more than enough for them. Earlier that morning, Klee had drawn a crucial item, the elemental motorboat. As long as it was powered by or rich in elemental energy, or by constructing an elemental engine, the boat could be driven. With this upgrade, Mondstadt's fleet was about to take a huge leap forward. And once the mountains of Gideon S. Salt were cleared out, half the mission would be done. The ship can depart directly from Dawn Winery to Gili Plains. This shortcut saved a considerable amount of travel time. That's why today Klee and Lumen didn't go there. Klee was busy blowing up mountains, and Lumen was occupied clearing out monsters near the Dragon's Pine summit, while also collecting a large amount of ore. In the mountainous terrain not far away, Paimon was wrapped in a thick winter coat, shivering from the cold. "Ugh, it's so cold, Lumen. How much longer do we have to wait?" "Shouldn't be long now. We need to stabilize the flight path first. And we still have to build the road, don't forget." The mission reward this time is really generous. Lumen wore a white down jacket. Her golden short hair danced in the icy wind, looking surprisingly cute and playful. "Let us get to work then. I want to have some fish soup later." The two gradually disappeared into the snowstorm. Not long after, monster cries echoed from the mountains. Lumen's combat abilities had improved rapidly. Ever since she mastered observation hockey, she had become nearly unbeatable in battle. Dozens of monsters were wiped out in just a few minutes. Inside the city of Mondstadt, in the alchemy lab, Abaddon stared at the blueprint in front of him, astonished. Such a design? A completely new approach I've never even considered. And these magical patterns are unlike anything I've ever seen. He had an extensive knowledge base, but even he was genuinely surprised by this blueprint. Name: Mithril Power Furnace Design. Rarity: 5-star. Description: a mysterious artifact from a magical world, developed over a lifetime by the dwarven master, Sfinter. Extremely rare. It is said that the master's homeland once stood atop the summit of a snowy mountain. Transportation difficulties had always been a major issue for the dwarves, which is why Sfinter invented the Mithril Power Furnace. Usage can be used to solve propulsion issues for ships or airships. If used on an airship, it must be accompanied by to fix the aircraft's issues, or it could crash at any moment. Hint, design blueprint for a vessel equipped with an innate magical core. Note, this is merely a means of transportation and does not possess strong combat capabilities. That concludes the description of this item. The bespectacled girl asked in confusion, "Teacher, do you really think something like this can be built?" Absolutely no problem. All right, go let Timaeus know we need the first prototype ship. Done within 5 days. Why such a rush? Sucrose asked, somewhat taken aback. The timeline for this mission was tighter than she expected. Ether nodded and said, right now, Mondstadt is in a period of rebuilding, and we all need to pitch in. As the leader of the investigation team, I also want to do my part for Mondstadt. I understand. We'll give it our all too. Then let us work hard together. All right. The lab was suddenly filled with a warm, enthusiastic cheer. Research requires financial support, and this time Mondstadt had offered surprisingly generous terms. So generous, in fact, that even Ether found them hard to refuse. If he fully cooperated, he would receive a much larger alchemy lab. Furthermore, any similar treasures discovered in the future would be given to him first. That was the real incentive for Ether. Treasures from another world. After repeated attempts by Klee, a massive gap was finally blasted through the mountains. It was about 200 meters wide. The cliffs on both sides had also been reinforced to prevent falling rocks from injuring passers-by and to stop the Fatui from using the terrain for ambushes. We'll need to set up hidden lookouts here, with shifts reporting daily. A small hut should be built on the cliff face, with 3 people rotating shifts. That's the only way to ensure the safety of the airway. Now it's up to Liyue. Once we're done with our part, we should talk to them about supplying cement. Inside Dawn Winery, Lisa stood in front of the map, reporting on the progress. Once we open up this route, transport will be much easier. Jean nodded and said, for the cement plant, I think we should put it right here where Windwale Highland meets the Dragon's Pine Range. We can also station the new recruits here. I remember there's a Hilichurl camp over that way. Exactly, right here. Clear out those monsters, and this becomes a perfect base for us. There's a spring nearby, and it's not far from Springvale. I'm even thinking of building a boot camp here good for guarding the plant and for drilling up on the mountain. What do you think, Dialek? Great idea. I was thinking the same. Plus, it's close to Dawn Winery. If anything happens, I can get there right away. Let us lock it in. Have Kia take the recruits out for live training. And with that, the plan was set. By midday, Klee, Lumen, and Paimon finally arrived at the Blue Star Villa. I'm taking a hot bath first. You guys go ahead and eat Dragon's Pine. Almost froze me to death. Lumen, want to join me? The Serenidia pot has hot spring facilities, so everyone likes coming here to soak. Lumen nodded. It's so cold up there. Feels like the chill burrowed into my bones. A hot bath would be perfect. As they stepped into the living room, Paimon noticed Suhan wasn't around and asked, puzzled, where's Suhan? He's busy in the virtual space, been at it all morning. Sounds like Hu Tao shot some kind of video. All morning? Whatever, I'm going to soak first. More than worrying about whether the video was any fun, what she wanted most right now was to sink into the warm spring and unwind. Inside the virtual space, Suhan finally finished the last frame. He gazed at the spot where the glazed lily had blossomed, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Even though I made this with my own hands, the story really hits home. In the end, did Zhongli fail to cast off or simply choose not to cast off the shackles of the mortal world? Whatever. Let us push the video out first. This time I'm not sparring with fan creators, I'm going straight at the official team. Hope MiHoYo likes it. Suhan grinned and uploaded the video. Title, Zhongli the Storyteller. Old Tales of the Archon Age. Inside MiHoYo headquarters. How's that new column we launched doing lately? The response has been incredible, especially Ye Miko's lessons and training. We're already at 2 million clicks. The buzz is huge. Plus, Klee's photos, full of childlike charm, are super popular. I honestly don't know how that cross-dimensional big shot pulls it off. The expressions look so natural. The staffer running the project was full of admiration. Sure, special effects plus photos can produce great results. But this kind of shoot is bound to have some tells micro-expressions. The subject's a little kid capturing those expressions isn't easy. Of course, if you pour tons of time into meticulous retouching, it's doable. What makes that dimension wall creator scary is they're not just updating one account, every account is updating in sync. That is really something. Daily snapshots are one thing, but those highly realistic, in-game style photos and right videos, too. Qingwan listened and laughed, which is exactly why I said signing that contract wasn't a loss. Community activity is way up. We've got tons of user interactions every day, so much livelier than before. In just 3 days, traffic has surged by 300%. Everyone knows how wildly popular Genshin Impact is. Tons of players are completely hooked. Yet, there's a surprising number of people who don't even bother to check out the community section. Yeah, this latest event really skyrocketed the community's activity. Honestly, sometimes I wonder where the hell those genius minds behind the game are hiding. Lately, they've been updating almost every single day. Have you guys seen Hu Tao's new MV? It's blowing up everywhere, so many covers popping up all over the internet. In just a few hours yesterday, the triple strike stats already smashed past 200,000. It's insane. Big Wei sat there listening to his subordinate's report, grinning from ear to ear. Genshin Impact's popularity has been skyrocketing recently, and players are spending like crazy. The company's revenue is surging, and so is their bank account. Qingwan was about to continue reporting on other tasks when suddenly her phone rang. Dingling, the up you follow has posted a new video. Please check it out. No way, they just updated the MV yesterday, and now another one today? She glanced at her phone with a hint of surprise on her face. Her colleagues beside her were already laughing hysterically. Since we're almost done for the day anyway, why not just play it out loud and enjoy it together? Yeah. Qingwan, come on, play it. As everyone chimed in, the beautiful operations director rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "You guys, I was actually planning to watch it by myself when I got home." "Oh well, fine, I'll be generous today and indulge you." She connected to the big screen and turned on the speaker mode. The lights in the meeting room automatically dimmed. Slowly, the video title appeared on the massive screen. Zhongli's storytelling. The tale of the fallen god of darkness. What? Zhongli's making an appearance? Holy crap, Zhongli's getting a rerun? If they bring in some god-tier cosplay, I'm dropping to my knees and kowtowing right here. Wait, something's off with the timing this time. Oh no, did we mess up? It's already 40 minutes. Just as everyone was murmuring in confusion, Qingwan noticed something strange about the video. She immediately hit the pause button. The others soon realized it too. It wasn't 4 minutes. It was a full 40 minutes. What the hell was going on? I remember that Boss of the Barriers videos are usually just a few minutes long, right? This. Just keep watching, Qingwan, I trust. Boss of the Barriers won't make a mistake. Besides, I have a feeling this might be a big Easter egg. Alright, Qingwan clicked the play button again. The video resumed. At first, the screen showed a dimly lit room. Zhongli and Hu Tao were sitting side by side. They exchanged some casual conversation. When Hu Tao mentioned the fans' interest in hearing stories about the old days of the gods, Zhongli agreed to her request. Now that we're talking about this god, just having tea won't cut it. Something stronger is needed. Alcohol. I just happen to have some. A jar of matai was immediately brought out. And so the story began. Zhongli's voice was deeply captivating, each word drawing the listener right into the scene. Ancient Liyue was nothing like the peaceful place it is today. This prosperous land once belonged to many gods and monsters. Some treated humans like livestock, others like tools. Only two deities were different, Zhongli and Gossamer. Their meeting wasn't romantic. You could say Gossamer simply took advantage of Zhongli's inability to refuse, dragging him into an alliance without much choice. Outside, heavy rain poured down, only highlighting the warmth inside the room. The story continued. As Zhongli spoke of Gossamer from his own perspective, his heart stirred with memories. The scene shifted accordingly. A gentle figure slowly emerged, a young girl who favored long dresses and flowing sleeves. The sea of flowers came into view before the crowd. It was there, in that blaze of color, that she first met Zhongli. She had a sharp mind, always playing little tricks on Zhongli. But time and again, she'd end up hopping mad at his stubborn, quiet demeanor. Though they never signed any formal agreement, people who share the same wavelength naturally gravitate toward each other. She had the brains. He had the strength. In that chaotic era, they worked together seamlessly, and the newly built city became a paradise that humans longed for. The other gods followed the Geo Archon into battle across the land, while Zhongli stayed behind, tending to that flower garden. After every great battle, Zhongli would always crack a smile, thanks to her antics. But because he wasn't good at expressing himself, he was often teased in return. I swear, you're just a walking gourd full of silence. Even after saving so many lives and having people thank you endlessly, you can't even manage a proper smile. Isn't it better to win without bloodshed? At times like that, we gods should show a little joy. That way, mortals feel safe and happy. Instead, you just stand there brooding all the time, making everyone wonder if the gods are angry or something. As Zhongli listened to the girl's words, he nodded in understanding. From that day on, he began to smile just a little more. They walked side by side, sometimes sitting on cliffs, drinking fine wine, sometimes debating philosophy on battlefields littered with corpses. That's what it means to have a true friend. I think back then, the Geo Archon must have hoped those days could go on forever. After all, we're all gods, with endless, immortal lives. Unfortunately, he overlooked one thing. Not every god has the same kind of defense as he did. When he faced the assault of multiple other gods, he made a fatal miscalculation. He believed only 3 deities had joined the battle, but underestimated just how much of a threat he posed to the others. Until the dust finally settled from that sky-darkening clash. He wished he could take it back, but it was already too late. Of the 3 demon gods, 2 fell forever beneath the Guyun Pavilion. The remaining 1 fled in a panic. No one has known where he went since. The Archon, who would usually be cheered by victory, couldn't bring himself to smile this time. He returned to the field where glazed lilies bloomed. The blue and white centers of the flowers had been stained red with blood. In that moment, perhaps the Geo Archon finally understood what pain truly was. Qingwan stopped there, her nose prickling as the urge to cry welled up. Though MiHoYo created Zhongli, it was the first time she'd ever seen the Archon rendered with such depth of feeling. He never said he regretted it. He never mentioned remorse. Yet in his tone you could hear a deep attachment and an unwillingness to let go. The woman in long sleeves lay quietly among the flowers, her eyes empty as she looked at me. It seems we won't be able to walk on together after all. As for that lock, let it be carried away by the wind. This is the token of our pact and my challenge to you. All my wisdom is sealed inside this stone lock. Cough, cough. If you can unlock it, perhaps. Her voice grew weaker and weaker, and finally faded away completely. The billowing dust was the last trace this demon god left behind. To protect the city they had built together, she spent the last of her strength and burned herself out. In the end, 1 demon god was slain, and another was gravely wounded. She could have run. Only, she feared the fruits of their labor would be wasted, and in the end chose to sacrifice herself. The scene cut back to Zhongli. Hu Tao, the listener, had long since fallen asleep. Zhongli's gaze softened. He gently pulled the blanket over her, then slipped out, drawing the door quietly closed behind him. From that final look, you could still see the worldly refinement chain clutched tightly in Zhongli's arms in the video, and it had never been unlocked until the very end. That's where the video ended. The room lit up again with the overhead lights. Qingwan turned her head and glanced at her co-workers. She noticed that quite a few of them had tears in their eyes. This video is seriously amazing. It not only filled in the emotional depth of the Geo Archon, but also made his character so much more 3-dimensional, right? When he joked about not being able to unlock the worldly refinement chain, was it really because he couldn't or was it because he was afraid that once it was gone, even that last thread of longing would disappear? In that final scene, Zhongli practically revealed his identity on purpose. He was so deep in emotion, completely lost in his own memories. Incredible. Just incredible. Looks like the big boss from another dimension is starting to outdo us all. Haha, we've really got to step it up, or the fans are going to roast us. If the official team can't beat the fan creations, that's just embarrassing. Everyone got more and more excited as they talked. They completely forgot they were supposed to be in a meeting. Even Dewego was caught up in the discussion, chatting with everyone about the tiniest video details, like Zhongli's subtle facial expressions, or the transitions between background scenes. Some parts were even worth learning from and borrowing. If even the MiHoYo team was buzzing about it, you could only imagine how chaotic the comment section must have been. Truly, Every minute brought in a flood of new comments, and the view count kept climbing steadily. As everyone knows, Genshin Impact hasn't released a full anime series yet. The only official content available were short PVs. Otherwise, it was mostly fan-made content, like what Suhan had created. A 40-minute-long video like this was completely unique across the entire internet. And not only was the content comprehensive, the quality was top-notch, nearly flawless. But in the barrage of video comments, the most common weren't praise or applause. It was requests for more content. Right, thousands and thousands of comments were just variations of update more, more, more content please. Hurry up and update, Master CIUNB. Even the donkey at the production team isn't this lazy. We've already given you 3 straight likes. We've practically burned out our phone batteries keeping up with your updates. Oh Zhongli, I really want to cry. I originally thought he was just a wooden-headed guy, but now, I truly regret it. Sigh, what can you do with a god? Only realizing its value after it's gone. This saying applies to everyone. Update already. I've given everything I could. I'm practically kneeling broken while watching this video. Watching it for the second time, it's just too amazing. It blows away all those fighting spirit turns into a horse. Or those anime that only show thighs and long legs by a million times. Those fan service heavy animations don't even deserve to carry Master CIUNB's shoes. No, actually, even mentioning them alongside him is giving them too much credit. The official content got completely overshadowed like a whirlwind. It used to just be a joke, but now it's become real. The video quality is just too high. It went viral across the entire internet. No need to say much about the disciples of the Emperor. Regardless of whether someone plays Genshin or not, any self-respecting member of the anime community simply can't resist this video. And Suhan, the one being bombarded with updates soon across the entire internet, was currently discussing something with Hu Tao. You want me to go get Chi-Chi? Sure, that's right up my alley. You almost made me forget. She was under Baiju's protection before, but this time, it's different. Now that I have the Mera no Mi, I can easily dodge Baiju. Just take Chi-Chi and send her to reincarnation. Hee. Looking at the girl who already looked like she'd gotten her way, Suhan couldn't help interrupting. Hold on. Who told you to send Chi-Chi to the afterlife? She's had it tough enough, with such strong survival instincts. Plus the divine fortune granted by the immortal. Even though she's a zombie, she still possesses sacred powers from the immortals. You shouldn't be targeting her. This time, I asked you here to help deliver something to Chi-Chi. A coffin. Looking at the object Suhan had taken out, Hu Tao recognized it immediately. But if he wasn't allowing the soul to pass on after 49 days, then what was the point of bringing out the coffin? Could it be he was planning to give it as a gift to the zombie? Thinking that, Hu Tao shot Suhan a look filled with a strange mix of curiosity and suspicion. Hey, don't tell me you've got a thing for zombies? You've got so many beautiful girls around you, every one of them top-notch. You could just pick any of them, like Shinha, for example. Every time she shows up, everyone's eyes are on you. Where the heck did you get that idea? Suhan gave her a deadpan look and gently tapped her forehead. Hu Tao yelped in pain immediately. Ow, what was that for? This is a 1,000-year-old nourishing corpse-preserving coffin. It has special effects on zombies. Chi-Chi's memory is all over the place right now. She's only moving because of my talisman command. Even though her mind is hazy, she still remembers Liyue in her heart. In the storyline, she risked her life countless times to protect this country. And yet all you think about is burying her. I understand the cycle of life and death. That's what I do at the Wandu Shrine. I believe facing death head-on is actually a kind of liberation for her. But there are always exceptions, and Chi-Chi is a classic case. After hearing Suhan's explanation, Hu Tao stopped smiling and carefully watched the video footage. In the end, she reached a conclusion. Suhan was right. Chi-Chi's condition simply wasn't suitable for burial, at least, not yet. Alright, I get it now, but getting close to her won't be easy either. We might have to ask Baiju for help. I used to sneak over to her place late at night. Looking back now, it's kind of embarrassing. If someone who gave everything for Liyue ended up buried by me, that would been a huge loss. But once her soul is fully healed, just apologize sincerely and everything will be fine. Hu Tao was straightforward and direct by nature. As soon as she realized she had made a mistake, she admitted it openly. Suhan nodded and said, "All right then. You handle it however you think best. By the way, how's the shop renovation coming along?" "It's going pretty smoothly, but the labor and material costs are way higher than I expected. I compared a few quotes online. Even the cheapest option will run us about 2 million yuan. Good grief. I couldn't even raise that much money if I sold myself." As soon as the topic of the renovation came up, Hu Tao couldn't help but grab her hair in frustration, clearly troubled. It wasn't that the contractors were overcharging. In fact, given today's material and labor prices, the quote was actually quite reasonable. The reason it was so expensive was because Hu Tao had chosen solid wood for the entire renovation, high-end hardwood. At that, there was no way it could be cheap. Suhan glanced at his bank balance and chuckled. "Need a loan?" No, no, no. I already owe you way too much. If I borrow more, I'm afraid I'll end up owing you everything I've got. Money comes slowly, I'll save up eventually." Hu Tao quickly waved her hands in refusal. After all, Suhan had already let her take over the shop at a bargain price. She didn't want to owe him any more favors. She didn't know how she'd ever repay them. "Fair enough. Just let me know if you need cash." Suhan didn't push further. Everyone had their own principles and sense of pride. As they were chatting, a tall, elegant beauty walked in from outside. As soon as Paimon saw her, she waved enthusiastically. "Shenfei, you're finally here. Where were you this morning?" "Welcome back. How did things go with Liyan?" In response to Suhan's question, Shenfei gave a slight nod and opened her palm. Several pure white jade talismans lay quietly in her hand. Keqing picked one up curiously and asked, "This is soul collecting talisman?" "Yeah. Yesterday, I told Master about our idea, and she worked through the night with the other 2 masters. In the end, they made 10 jade talismans. You don't have to actively activate them. Just wear them on your body. Or you can even wear them as bracelets. They'll automatically absorb nearby soul fragments. And when you want to release the collected fragments, just take off the talisman, form a hand seal, and channel a little bit of energy into it." These jade talismans were really tiny, roughly the size of a glass marble. Whether you hung it around your neck or wore it on your wrist, it was very convenient either way. Paimon grabbed a pen and sketched a few quick drawings, then found a red string to thread through the jade. She made it into a pendant. "Hey Lumen, try this on." "Okay." Lumen took the pendant and put it on. It actually looked really good, since her outfit had a collar, and her skin was already fair. The extra pendant actually made her look more elegant. "What do you think? My craftsmanship's not bad, right?" "Of course. Paimon is the best." Lumen smiled and praised her, and Paimon immediately beamed with joy. Others also picked their preferred way to wear it. Keqing and Kitahara Kazuha both chose to wear theirs as bracelets. As for Kale, her arms were just too small, so she ended up wearing it around her neck instead. Nahida and Suhan, however, didn't wear one. Nahida had been locked up in the sacred chamber all along, and Suhan's area didn't have any monsters, so the talismans weren't really useful to them. Seeing everyone so fond of the jade talismans, Shenfei also couldn't help but smile. But not long after, she suddenly remembered something else she hadn't brought out yet. "Oh right, there's one more thing. When Master heard we needed soul fragments, she gave me quite a few that she had stored from the past. They were collected from monsters we defeated long ago. Back then, they were usually used for forging artifacts or experiments. But when she heard we needed them this time, she gave them all to me." Everyone turned to look at the small bottle. That looked like a little teapot. Curiosity flickered across their faces. "This thing, just how many souls could it hold?" Klee burst out. "Then let us hurry and cultivate that red seed. Klee really wants to see it bloom." "I'm really looking forward to seeing the red spider lily bloom, too." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us move." Everyone headed over to the Serenitia pot. The red spider lily had already been planted, but without the nourishment of souls, it was still just a patch of freshly turned earth. "Naida, we're counting on you." "MMHM. Don't worry." The white-haired little girl took the artifact and, with a gentle touch, set it in motion. At once, a great surge of soul energy gushed out of it. Watching that chilling pillar of ashen smoke, Paimon and Klee yelped and darted behind Suhan. The smoke was made of condensed soul fragments. In some places, you could even make out the faint visages of monsters. "Big brother," Klee's a little scared. "Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." Suhan spoke softly, reassuring her. In truth, these fragments posed no threat. The artifact held them firmly in check. And even if some did break loose, this place was packed with heavy hitters. What could a few scraps of soul really stir up? Besides, an Archon was standing guard. A wash of emerald light spilled down. Under that power, the soul fragments became a rain of souls, falling in a shimmering shower. Drip, drip. The once parched earth was quickly soaked by the soul rain. In less than a minute, a miracle unfolded. Clusters of red roots and stalks broke through the soil, their vivid scarlet gleaming like gemstones. They stretched and unfurled, drinking in more soul energy. Some of the stems thickened by the moment, and soon a few pushed out buds. The rest kept greedily absorbing the soul-less power. As the rain began to thin out, the first few flowers that had absorbed the soul fragments slowly started to bloom. Wow, so beautiful, big brother. Klee's never seen flowers this pretty before. They're even more stunning than cyclamen. Klee, who had been tense just moments ago, stared in awe at the dazzling blossoms. The group exchanged surprised glances. Those really are amazing. I've never seen anything like this before. But staring at them for too long is kind of making me dizzy. Why does that happen? Seeing Paimon shake her head slightly, Suhan couldn't help but chuckle. These flowers release a scent that can confuse the senses. You were standing too close. Don't forget the power of the stamen is still strong. No wonder the fragrance is so intoxicating. It actually has a hallucinogenic effect. Upon hearing that, Paimon suddenly snapped out of her daze. Sure enough, once she stepped back a bit, the dizziness disappeared instantly. After observing the flowers for a moment, Keqing spoke up. Scarlet, these flowers, this red spider lily, should be usable now, right? Well, technically they can be used now that they've bloomed. But we've only got a few open so far. They still need more soul energy to grow stronger. I believe the more soul energy they absorb, the more potent the effects will be. Nahida carefully examined the flowers for a moment before offering her own assessment. Big brother, when are we having dinner? Please, hungry. Just as Suhan was about to continue his research, he paused at the mention of the little son's hunger and stopped what he was doing. All right, we'll have dinner now. By the way, who's cooking tonight? It's Kokomi. Me and Lumen saw her right after we got out of the bath. She said she wanted to show off her cooking skills. I wonder what kind of dish she's going to make. What could it be? I can't wait to taste it. These were signature dishes from the island of Watatsumi. None of them had ever tried them before. This time around, besides bringing some skincare products, Kamisato Sarah had specially prepared a few local snacks. The meals at the villa were cooked in turns by everyone, so she felt a bit awkward just watching from the side. When everyone came out from the realm key, Sarah was just walking out with a pot of hot soup. You're out just in time. I was about to go in and call you. The last dish, the soup, is finally done. Come, let us eat together. Kokoko wants dinner. This smells amazing. What is it? It almost smells like there are meatballs in there. This is a seafood soup commonly eaten on Watatsumi Island. I added some octopus meatballs. They're super chewy and bouncy. The dish next to it is poultry meat patties. And this cold dish is made with hibiscus melon. As for the main course, I made bird egg sushi. These were all pretty ordinary, everyday dishes on Watatsumi Island. But Suhan and the others had never tasted anything like this before. After trying them, they all praised the food enthusiastically. By the way, Sarah, aren't you from Watatsumi Island? I don't see any fish on the table. Shouldn't fish be a big part of your daily meals? Everyone was enjoying their meal heartily. Paimon looked at her with curiosity while chewing. Sarah, who was in the middle of eating her seafood noodles, paused. Her expression turned slightly uneasy. Well, personally, I'm not really a fan of eating fish. But if you guys like it, I can bring some over. Like fish cakes, dried fish, things like that. I've got plenty stored up. Paimon, just eat your meal already. But I'm just so curious. This is an island, right? So how come there's not a single fish here? Doesn't Kale love fish too? Yeah, boiled sea bass is seriously the best. Klee, who was busy fending off the octopus ball brigade, heard that, and couldn't help nodding hard. Fish is her absolute favorite. Fried fish especially is right up her alley. After lunch, everyone pitched in to clear the dishes. Paimon sidled up to Ing and whispered, Ing, do you know something? Otherwise, why did you stop me from pressing further just now? It's just an unconfirmed bit of info. Huh. So there's a story, then. Mainly, you haven't gotten to that part yet. so not knowing is totally normal. Let me ask you another way, what does Kokomi make you think of? Think of what? Paimon scrunched her brows, Kokomi's image forming in her mind. Little by little, it sharpened. A fish. Puffed ha. So that's it. No wonder Kokomi doesn't tea like eating fish. Right. But don't laugh too loud. Some fans even gave her the nickname ornamental fish, kind of like how they call Kuching master of beef offal. Got it. Next time I see Kokomi, I definitely want to bring up eating fish, one T even mention freshwater fish. Paimon patted her chest solemnly, though a smile still tugged at her eyes. Ornamental fish. Haha. Once Sangonomiya Kokomi finished tidying up, she sat on her heels beside Suhan and asked, "May I ask you something? Is it about Watatsumi Island?" "Yes. Lady Nahida has given me a lot of valuable advice, but she suggested I consult you more, said you understand our Watatsumi Island even better than she does. For now, we've withdrawn our troops to ease the shogunate's pressure, and the people no longer have to starve and suffer. But I keep wondering, how should Watatsumi Island develop from here on out? Every time I dwell on it, I can't help feeling a bit lost." Her panic came from the fact that there was absolutely nothing related in the books she had read. All the knowledge she possessed came from military classics. As for management experience, she had barely touched on that at all. Otherwise, Kamisato Ayaka wouldn't have fallen into such confusion. Suhan looked at the Miko standing before him and suddenly asked, "Do you think this kind of life is exhausting?" I mean, having to maintain your role as the current Shinto priestess every day. Isn't that really tiring? Everyone comes to you for discussion on every single matter. Even the smallest, most trivial things need your decision. Doesn't that kind of life get too heavy? Faced with this sudden question, Kamisato Ayaka felt as if someone had seen straight into her heart. Exhausting? That was an understatement. It was maddening. Every day, countless people were watching her. Everything needed to be reported to her. At first, she felt a bit proud, but as time passed, she just wanted to hide away alone and quietly read all day, never wanting to see these people again. After a long silence, she finally let out one word: exhausting. But then she gave a faint, bitter smile. What can I do about it? From the day I became the living goddess Miko, I was destined to carry the hopes of the entire island. No matter how tired I get, I will grit my teeth and keep going. Looking at her like that, Suhan shook his head and said, "Your intentions are good, but the people on the island don't appreciate it. Instead, they think, well, you can handle it anyway. So they don't even bother to worry themselves. Hungry? Come find you. Thirsty? Come find you too." Once they get used to this lifestyle, they become what we call giant babies. Giant babies? What does that mean? It means someone who looks like an adult physically, but is still a baby mentally. They can't handle anything on their own. Whenever there's a problem, they just bother someone else. Aika, have you ever thought about this? Even though you're the leader, you're still just a normal person. But they're not here to take care of you. You're hungry? Have you ever wondered why you feel hunger? You spend all day fighting wars, yet neglect the people's basic needs. Food has to be shipped in from elsewhere. When there's nothing to eat, they come running to you for help. Do you really think you're some kind of egg-laying hen? Those words might sting, but they struck like thunder deep into her heart. The dark cloud that had been pressing down on this shrine maiden for so long was suddenly split apart. So this was where she'd gone wrong. She'd been desperately trying to prove herself worthy of her position. But by holding all the power herself, she'd only made others grow lazier and more dependent. After all, everything was handled by Lady Kamisato anyway. Hungry? Just ask Lady Kamisato for food. Sick? Just go to Lady Kamisato for treatment. As she recalled everything from the past, Kamisato Sarah finally saw her own flaw clearly. "Oh, that's why I've been getting more and more exhausted and struggling to keep everything together." That's right. I'm not saying you should stop doing everything altogether, but you need to learn how to delegate tasks to others, to trust and utilize people properly. That's what a truly capable leader should do. If every leader in other regions worked as tirelessly as you do, handling every single matter themselves, they'd have collapsed long ago. Just like Ningguang, the Tianshu of Liyue Harbor. She has a whole team working for her, gathering intelligence, managing affairs. Everyone has their own responsibilities, and Ningguang only needs to focus on the most crucial decisions. As she listened, Sarah became increasingly excited, her eyes shining brightly. This was exactly what she truly needed all along. She gently pressed her hand against her chest and exhaled deeply. A relaxed smile, one long absent from her face, slowly returned. Thank you, Suhan. You've truly awakened me from my delusions. I never imagined that the root of the problem on Watatsumi Island lay here. Yes, what I should truly be doing is guiding them to take action themselves, instead of insisting on doing everything myself. Wow, you're incredible. No wonder even the Dendro Archon admires you so deeply. Finally, you've answered the question that has been nagging me for so long. Watching the ornamental fish keep thanking him, Suhan waved it off and said, no need for thanks. How about something a bit more concrete? Concrete? Like what? For example, we could hit a hot spring together? At that, the shrine maiden's pretty little face flushed bright red. Together in a hot spring? In Inazuma, that tradition does exist. When hosting an especially honored guest, women will accompany them into the bath. But that's for ordinary folk. As the divine priestess, a living deity, she would never do such a thing. Besides, Shidi never even had a man hold her hand. A hot spring together. The thought had never even crossed her mind. Ahem, don't take it seriously. I was just kidding, don't let it get to you. What I mean is, try to relax a little, stop keeping yourself wound so tight. Running away doesn't solve anything. Only by facing it head-on can you really fix it. Realizing she didn't have to join him in the hot spring, Sangonomiya Kokomi finally let out a breath of relief. She muttered under her breath. Who jokes like that? Soaking in a hot spring together is something only people who are really close do. Suhan pretended not to hear. He wasn't about to get stuck with the nice guy label. And what good does playing the nice guy do? Better to tease her a little, much more to the point. Gotta admit, Sangonomiya Kokomi's looks were stunning. Those pale lilac stockings were in no way inferior to Kaching's black ones. Who wouldn't be tempted? Alright, that's enough talk about the end of the world. Time to shoot the video. I wonder what I'm supposed to film. Once it came to business, Sangonomiya Kokomi quickly put the little episode behind her. After watching other people's videos, she was especially curious about her own segment. She really wanted to know how he planned it. Suhan gave Sangonomiya Kokomi a careful once-over, and finally, he smiled. Then how about a dance, a truly breathtaking dance in the water? An underwater dance? That's so simple. Would anyone even want to watch? After they entered the virtual space, Sangonomiya Kokomi looked at Suhan, puzzled. It wasn't that she didn't trust him. It was just that dancing underwater really didn't seem difficult. Shidi never actually tried it, but she was born different. Not only could she move freely in the water, even immense pressure didn't harm her. You could say she was more at home in the water than on land. She could even sprint across the surface. Hearing the faintly boastful tone, Suhan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Sure, you can move however you want in the water, but normal people can't. It's not just about running out of air. There are limits on what you can do and how you perform. Now do you get how hard this dance is? Long takes underwater, regular people simply can't pull that off. So that's how it is. With that, Kokomi finally understood. For ordinary people, getting to watch an underwater dance was a rare treat. With a thought, the blank around them surged into an ocean. Seawater closed in and wrapped around them. Thanks to her unique constitution, Kokomi ignored the pressure entirely. And as the master of the virtual space, Suhan was unaffected as well. Let us start with some basics. Keep your body supple and fluid, and put some emotion in your eyes. Don't keep that poker face. Hey, being flexible doesn't mean drifting around like a dead fish. Dance, dance. Suhan had figured Kokomi would breeze through the assignment. But when it came time to actually roll the cameras, it turned out to be anything but. Having served as the divine priestess for so long, Sangonomiya Kokomi unconsciously kept herself poised and proper, her face habitually set in a straight line, projecting an air of authority. Who would want to watch that on camera? After being called out repeatedly, Kokomi bit her lip, aggrieved, and tried to adjust her state. But like Kamisato Ayaka, she had that stubborn Inazuman streak, too restrained emotionally, never able to truly let herself go. They filmed for half an hour straight, and she still couldn't reach the look Suhan considered most beautiful. The hydro energy around them quickly dissipated, replaced by a pleasant stretch of grassland. Sorry, this is my fault. Kokomi touched down lightly and bowed her head to Suhan in apology. The shoot would benefit them both, but in truth, She stood to gain the most, given Watatsumi Island's current situation. If they could secure a few more relics, they wouldn't be so passive. Suhan shook his head. It's fine, Ayaka was like this too. Women from Inazuma tend to be introverted. I'm used to it. Take a break, and we'll continue, no rush. Looking at the man lying on the grass, Kokomi was so aggrieved she didn't even know what to say. Easy for you to say it's not urgent. But Watatsumi can't do without her. If she stays out of sight for too long, people over there will panic, maybe even start searching everywhere. What was she supposed to do? She really couldn't get herself into that dancer-like state. As Kokomi's thoughts began to spiral, Suhan spoke up. Don't overthink it. Did you forget what I told you? Relax. Even without you, Watatsumi would still exist. Even with one less Archon, Teyvat keeps turning. Do you know why you couldn't slip into the state I'm looking for just now? You've got too many distractions in your mind. You keep thinking about finishing the shoot quickly so you can go back. But the more anxious you get, the more chaotic your actions become. In the end, you didn't even get one shot right. Where I'm from, there's a saying, haste makes waste. You can't eat hot tofu fast. The tofu just came out of the pot, it's scalding hot. If you rush to eat it, you'll burn your mouth. What you need most right now is to calm down and relax. Only then can you get into the right mindset for filming. Even if you don't get it done today, you can always try again tomorrow. Failure isn't really failure, it's just experience building up. As she listened to those words, Shanghai from the Coral Palace was stunned. It took her quite a while to snap back to reality. How true. She had been telling herself to let go slowly. But the moment she thought about the anxious soldiers, she couldn't help but toss aside her recent resolve to change and slipped back into that tense state. That saying, haste makes waste. You can't eat hot tofu fast, is truly profound. I'll remember it. Please guide me. I'll do my best to change. After being scolded, Shanghai didn't feel angry at all. Instead, she felt strangely lighter. Too many people flattered her on a daily basis, and it had become annoying. Now that someone had the courage to point out her flaws, she finally understood where her real problems lay. Good. You're actually listening. Now do as I say. Lie down on the grass, close your eyes. Feel the breeze passing over your body. Relax slowly. Don't think about anything, just focus on your breathing. Guided by Suhan, the exhausted Shanghai gradually began to unwind. Once her body was no longer tense, she drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. 2 hours passed. She woke up from her nap, opened her eyes, and discovered the world before him was floating in a haze of colorful bubbles, as if he had stepped into a dream. Suhan, what the hell is going on here? Awake now? These bubbles? Just a little visual flair I threw in, inspired by your island, the sea folk, what else? No wonder it looks so familiar. It's got the feel of home. Seeing the scenery brought back memories, and Kokomi couldn't help but laugh softly. Her smile was warm, genuine. So beautiful it was hard to look away. Suhan glanced at her and said, "Want to take a walk? Here? Walk around here." "Yeah. If we go outside, dressed like that, people might think you're some kind of oddball. It's almost winter, after all. I'll take you shopping when I get the chance." Sounds good." Kokomi didn't refuse. She simply smiled, and the two began walking into the distance together. They talked about their lives along the way, but before long, it became her doing most of the talking. "You once said not to hold yourself back, but as the Guji of the present age, every move I make has to be careful. Like, if I say I don't like eating fish, people might stop eating it too. So even if I really don't like something, I can't just say it out loud. Truth is, I've known for a long time that I never really wanted to be the Guji. I just wanted to read military treatises all day and be an advisor. When I had free time, I'd read novels, live a simple, easy life. But my bloodline decided otherwise. I didn't have the luxury of saying no. That's just my destiny." As she slowly opened up, Suhan began to understand. She saw everything clearly. Otherwise, there was no way she could kept fending off the shogunate again and again. Because she was bound by doctrine and the island of Watatsumi, she had never dared to think more for herself, to give herself a little more time. In the golden glow of the setting sun, the two wandered for a long while, until the girl had poured out everything from her past. Only then did they finally slow down. "Suhan, thank you for listening to me. Talking about all the things I've been holding inside really lifted a weight off my chest. I think I'm ready to start filming now." If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please don't hesitate to guide me. All right, then let's begin now. Suhan smiled, and the previously romantic atmosphere quickly faded away. The ocean once again wrapped around the two of them, as they returned to the embrace of the sea. Kamisato Ayaka seemed much more at ease now, no longer as reserved around Suhan. But before we start, let me properly thank you first. Thank me? What do you mean? Suhan asked, slightly taken aback. Kamisato Ayaka responded with a playful smile, her body gently twisting, as she swiftly swam right in front of him and reached out her small hand to take his. Then the two quickly darted off into the distance. Since the setting was a real ocean, it was inevitable that their high-speed movement would run into schools of fish. But every time, Kamisato Ayaka would gently use her power to guide the fish out of the way. I may not be able to bathe with you, but playing like this in the open water, this is truly the first time in my life. Suhan, did you know? I've always had a dream to joyfully swim and play in the ocean with my dearest friend. And today, I've finally made it come true. The two played in the water for a long time, chasing each other back and forth, engaging in a lively game that lasted a full half hour, before finally calling it quits. Then, they officially began the filming. For the first scene, let's start with a dance on the water gracefully gliding across the surface. Come on, show me your dance moves, and then twirl and dive into the water. Give me your most captivating look. Right? Keep your body fluid. Think about how you strike your enemies. Don't restrict your movements, be as agile as a fish. Hearing that, Sangonomiya Kokomi shot him a sharp glare and gritted her teeth. As she replied, "You're the fish." I was just making a metaphor, you know? A metaphor. Humph. After that exchange, Kokomi stopped holding back her feelings. Her entire demeanor visibly brightened, more lively than before. Still, after that little incident, the filming picked up pace noticeably. Once the above water shots wrapped up, they immediately moved on to the underwater scenes. After watching the choreography once, Kokomi remembered every single movement with perfect clarity. Her body floated and twirled like a fairy dancing in the air. Schools of fish swarmed around her, mimicking her movements as they danced alongside. The sight was absolutely breathtaking. Even Suhan, who was handling the filming, found himself captivated by her graceful performance. Ripples shimmered in the water. A fairy danced, so beautiful it was hard to look away. After a full hour of shooting, the water was slowly drained away. Wiping sweat from her forehead, panting slightly, Kokomi looked at Suhan and asked, "How did it go?" After countless takes, they had finally completed everything. Now they just had to wait and see the final result. Suhan gave her a thumbs up and grinned. "Amazing job, but we still need an ending. I need to come up with something that really wows the audience. I have a feeling this will end up being something weird." "Got it. Here, hold this." Suddenly, a huge toy shaped like a dried fish appeared in front of Kokomi's eyes. It was a popular toy from a few years back. A fat little salted fish was sobbing pathetically. At this very moment, it couldn't have been more perfectly timed. "Come on, smile for the camera, hold up your big salted fish, and say, 'Everyone, please be a good sport and cough up those 3 likes already. Otherwise, don't blame me.'" Kokomi 1T, take it lying down. "You gotta mess with me, don't you? Otherwise, you just can't feel right. But it really is kind of fun." Shinobu Kokomi could only resign herself to doing as told. After all, she was the one asking for help. Finally, the video was done. As the two were getting ready to head out, the sky was already starting to darken. Realizing how late it had gotten, Kokomi tidied up her clothes and said to Suhan and the others, "Well then, I'll be heading back first. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, Kokomi." Watching her walk away, Kachin couldn't help but ask, why did it take so long? Was it like a full-on MV like Hu Tao's? Not really. I originally asked Kokomi to dance, but she turned out just like Kamisato Ayaka, way too stiff and shy. So I just took her around for a walk, chatted a bit, and finally finished filming. Don't worry, the final product is going to blow everyone away. Suhan looked completely confident. The underwater dance was from a performance he'd seen in his past life, something others had trained hard for to pull off. Now that he had recreated it, the effect would definitely stun the entire crowd. Kaching chuckled and said, all right, we believe you've got the talent. Take a break for now. You've been at it all afternoon, you deserve some rest. Suhan, here has some juice. Paimon, why are you acting so sweet today? Are you trying to trick me into buying you snacks again? No way. I'm just being nice because I saw how tired you've been. Oh, right, how about we go out for hot pot stuffed chicken tonight? I heard the food at that restaurant is amazing. I knew you'd say that. Trying to butter me up for no reason? You must have some ulterior motive. Don't care. You already drank all my juice, so you have to take me there now. Otherwise, otherwise I won't give you leg rubs or massages ever again. Faced with Paymon's threat, what could Suhan even do? Of course he agreed. Even though this little guy was always after free food, she'd been trying her best every day to please him. Seeing Suhan finally say yes, Paimon immediately buzzed excitedly over to Klee and grinned. Klee, we're having hot pot stuffed with meat for lunch later. Hee hee. Let me tell you, it's absolutely amazing. Better than Timmy's pigeons? Of course. Then Klee wants hot pot stuffed with meat. Ever since she blew up Timmy's pigeons last time, Klee had been having a blast every day. But today she didn't catch a single one in the morning. It seemed like all the pigeons had been scared off by her. According to Kia, Timmy had been sitting by the bridge every day waiting for his pigeons to come back, completely unaware it was Klee's doing. Inside the Watatsumi Island Palace, everyone anxiously searched in every direction for their strategist, finally finding her inside the Sangonomiya Palace. Your Highness Sangonomiya, where have you been today? We've been looking everywhere for you. What's the rush? It's like this, the townspeople think the foreign merchants' goods are too expensive and they want us to arrest those greedy profiteers. But honestly, we didn't know what to do about it. Looking at the angry soldier, Sangonomiya Kokomi asked calmly, Shibata, what do you think we should do? I'm not sure how to say it. The soldier hesitated for a long time, but in the end couldn't bring himself to offer any real suggestion. Truth was, he wanted to arrest them too, but doing that would make future supplies even harder to obtain. So he was certain that Lady Sashina must have a solution to the problem. Sangonomiya Kokomi turned to her aide beside her and asked, Shizuru, what do you think? Milady, Shizuru replied. I think we should make him lower his prices. But Shizuru, Kokomi countered, he risked being captured by the shogunate's soldiers just to come here. Do you really think he can afford to lower his prices? If he gets caught, it could cost him his life. At this, everyone fell silent. A moment later, Kokomi shifted her gaze to another shrine maiden. Ruko, pass the order, keep the prices as they are, and we'll compensate the merchant as well. If anyone isn't satisfied or can't afford the goods, they're free to go buy them in Inazuma City themselves. Starting today, the shrine maidens of Yashiro Island will not only continue their magical studies, but also begin learning how to handle administrative affairs. Something as minor as this today should be dealt with by you from now on. Lady Kokomi, are you serious? You want us to handle governance? This is unexpected. Several shrine maidens in blue dresses looked at each other in confusion. None of them had anticipated such an order from Sangonomiya Kokomi. Normally, although they occasionally helped pass along messages or tasks, they rarely got involved in administrative affairs. Those had always been handled personally by Lady Kokomi herself. What was going on today? Seeing the bewildered expressions on her subordinates' faces, Kokomi calmly explained, Yashiro Island is our home. If I'm the only one managing everything, it's not only inefficient. If I make a mistake, none of you will be able to correct it in time. From now on, all active shrine maidens will take on some administrative duties. In addition to their daily spiritual training, you will also be responsible for guiding and educating the people. Don't worry about making mistakes. I'll still be here to guide you in the beginning. But next comes this. Anyone who won't put in the work or doesn't have what it takes will be stripped of their status as full-fledged shrine maidens and demoted back to trainees. At those words, the shrine maidens felt their hearts clench. But there was nothing they could do after all. Sangonomiya Kokomi's standing was exalted, her authority immense. Whatever she declared was as good as law. After settling everyone's duties, Sangonomiya Kokomi had a map of Watatsumi Island brought in and began dividing up the areas each shrine maiden would be responsible for, while also allocating soldiers in charge of maintaining order in each region. Then she issued a second order, summoning all personnel at the captain rank. Apart from the guards stationed in Enkinomiya, every other captain was called to Sangonomiya, and Goru was among them. Your Excellency, what on earth happened today that you called all of us here? Don't tell me the shogunate is about to launch a full-scale offensive? Unease showed on every face. Kokomi looked at them and spoke calmly. I called you here to tell you this. I intend to bring an end to the war with the shogunate. Don't panic, listen to me, and I'll explain. As she laid everything out, the crowd gradually grasped the full story. In truth, this war should never have happened. The death of Lord Orobashi and the seeds of hatred piece by piece, the truth behind it all was revealed. Goru, your turn. Present your findings. Yes, Your Excellency. As Watatsumi Island's general, Goru clapped his hands, and a subordinate immediately presented a dossier. It contained all the evidence he gathered during this time. The spark that set off the recent hostilities, the moles hidden within the army, and the ones who had been stoking the flames from the shadows, they were all listed, one by one. How is this possible? So this is the truth. Factory spies? Delusions? And that factory? Are all of these real? But, even so, is Lord Oroba just going to die in vain? Among the crowd, a captain shouted furiously. All eyes turned toward him. Kitahara Kazuha instinctively gripped his weapon as well. What are you doing? Don't you have faith in Lady Sukuna? I just can't accept this ending. And Oroba was killed. As his people, can we really just keep living like cowards? Hearing these words, the expressions of several captains began to shift. Sangonomiya Kokomi spoke coldly. Didn't you hear what I just said? The shogunate has the thunder god behind it. What do we possibly stand to gain? If we keep fighting, it's the civilians who will suffer. We're only opposing those two corrupt magistrate families, not the riding god. You're all nothing but cowards. Especially you, Lady Sukuna. Wasn't it your order to retreat last time? And now you want to compromise again. You're nothing but a lapdog. Enough. Captain Sayatari. Forget it, Kitahara. Don't stop him. He's not the only one who feels this way in the army of the Narukami forces. But Kazuha clenched his fists tightly. Because he knew, Captain Sayatari wasn't just some ordinary soldier. Seeing that Kokomi made no move to stop him, the captain sneered and said, What? You're just going to accept your own weakness? No, quite the opposite actually. I've just been waiting to see your true colors. Tell me who put you up to this. At some point, a bird-faced mask had appeared on Kokomi's face. It was one of Paymon's tools, an artifact that enforced truth-speaking, once used during the interrogation of spies in Mondstadt. She had borrowed it for this very moment. Of course, Goru and the others had no idea such a secret treasure even existed. But what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. The leader of the Marlins suddenly spoke up in a dazed tone. The one who's been pulling the strings behind the scenes is an executive of the Fatui. As long as I keep stoking the war between the shogunate and the Narukami Island forces, making their hatred grow deeper and deeper, they'll pay me huge amounts of mora in return. Once the mission is complete, I can fake my death and escape, fleeing straight to another nation to live out my days in peace. Do you have any proof for these claims? Hidden beneath the pots in my kitchen, back at my base, is a token used for our secret exchanges. Upon hearing this, Sangonomiya Kokomi gave a slight nod to Goru and immediately dispatched another squad leader to go investigate. As for the Marlins leader, he was knocked out cold on the spot. Less than 10 minutes later, Goru and the other squad leader rushed back, panting heavily. In their hands was a bundle they carried carefully, containing not only the exchange token, but also a letter that hadn't yet been destroyed and a heretic vision. The evidence was undeniable. After reading the letter, Kokomi fell silent for a moment, then handed it to the others. The contents were shocking. Those critical intelligence reports hadn't come from battlefield captures, but were obtained through secret help from the Fatui themselves. The very reason this leader had been able to track the shogunate army's movements. That explained why they had been unbeatable in recent battles. Now that they had regrouped and recovered, it was finally time for the shogunate to strike back. They had been puppets all along. Their entire war manipulated from the shadows by the Fatui. Damn it, so something like this was happening all along. No wonder Lady Kokomi summoned us all here. Even the soldiers have been corrupted? How could it have come to this? These squad leaders had all been carefully handpicked. Not only were they strong, but their character and integrity were trusted. And yet, among them was a traitor. Kokomi swept her gaze across the room and spoke slowly. Enough. Don't lose heart, everyone. Now that we've traced the problem to its source, This is exactly when we should be pushing forward. Her Excellency is right, we mustn't give up so easily. There is still time to turn back. But even if we want to call a ceasefire, it won't be that simple. The shogunate. Exactly. We're willing to withdraw, but the shogunate won't just let it slide unless we make them see the Fatui's true colors. Watching the argument drag on, Sangonomiya Kokomi spoke up. Please, rest assured. I'll handle the shogunate, step by step. I've already gotten in touch with the Yashiro Commission, they understand the current situation. And behind them is the Electro Archon's familiar Lady Gujiye is supporting us as well. Lady Sangonomiya, are you saying the Electro Archon's familiar supports peace too? Gora glanced at her and said, of course. Watatsumi Island is still part of Inazuma. Wait, if that's the case, does it mean the shogun herself has been kept in the dark? But the shogun. He looked to Kokomi. She gave a slight nod. It's just as Goru suspects the shogun has been deceived. Once the crimes of the two commissions are exposed, the fate awaiting them will be the collapse of their clans. Peace is within reach. The real question is whether we truly choose it. Her words left no room for doubt. Watatsumi Island is far from weak. If we don't initiate hostilities and focus on self-defense, neither the Fatui nor the shogunate can do much to us. Soon, the captains departed with their orders. Kokomi also informed Guru in detail about her upcoming journey to Aqua Blue Star. I may be away from Sangonomiya more often from here on. If anything comes up, I'm counting on you. Yes, Mayam. I see. I didn't expect such a wonderful place to exist. It seems like peaceful days are finally approaching for our island. Yeah, I feel the same way. Life used to be so tough, I even felt like I was turning into a machine. From now on, you can focus more on military affairs, while I'll have Ryusen and the others help with administrative duties. Even though we've chosen to submit, we must maintain sufficient strength to defend ourselves. That's the only way to live up to Lord Orobashi's expectations. Our island deserves dignity. I understand. Lady Kamisato, I'll take my leave now. Please remember to rest early. All right. After watching the figure disappear into the distance, Sangonomiya Kokomi softly exhaled. A gentle smile slowly formed on her lips. Even after living so long, this is the first time I've ever felt this relaxed. Such a wonderful feeling. In the future, when everything settles down, I'll finally have time to read novels every day and study Earth's military strategies. Yeah, what an exciting future to look forward to. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, deep within the mountainous forests of Liyue, far from Inazuma. Moonlight gently poured down. A small figure was slowly crawling along the ground. Before the girl stood a fully grown medicinal herb. She reached out carefully, only to find it just out of reach. So she began inching forward again. Heave, 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 heave. Due to her small stature, her movements were painfully slow. However, the girl possessed exceptional endurance. After all, she was a zombie, she never had to worry about running out of energy. Just as she plucked the herb and placed it into her basket, a voice suddenly called down from above. Gotcha, Chichi. Finally found you. At the sound of that voice, the girl's body stiffened slightly, and an image instantly flashed through her mind. Fake smile, heat, death, hate. These were the labels Zhong had unconsciously assigned to Hu Tao in her mind. None of them were things she could possibly accept, because every time that person showed up, she always tried to bury her. There was even one time when that girl with the fake smile actually showed up on the mountain carrying a shovel, trying to bury her right there on the spot. If it weren't for Zhong's quick reflexes and her desperate roll off the cliff, she might succeeded. Looking up, though the talisman paper blocked her view, Zhong could still vaguely make out half of that demon-s figure. The reddish-brown ombre twin tails, the traditional Chinese floral-patterned outfit. That's right. She could never mistake her. This devil woman. Without thinking twice, Zhong snapped back to reality and immediately jumped off the cliff. Everyone knows that's a bottomless abyss. A normal person would be smashed to pieces, but she was a zombie, so she'd be fine. She had to escape this terrifying place, or else. If she got caught by this woman, she'd definitely end up buried underground. Absolutely not. Run. Faster. Zhong was already deeply terrified. Meanwhile, standing on the mountaintop, Hu Tao was also startled. Actually, she had come to apologize this time. She hadn't expected that the moment she appeared, she'd scare the other girl off again. What if she got hurt from the fall? Hu Tao would definitely be held responsible. That wouldn't do at all. Hey, don't run away, Zhong Zhong. I really want to bury you this time. I swear. Wait. After saying that, Hu Tao leaped from the cliff, chasing after Zhong Zhong. But what she didn't notice was that the moment she said those words, Zhong Zhong's expression turned even darker. You said the exact same thing the 45th time. A memory flashed back, although just a fragmented scene. It was the same pitch-black night, the wind howling. She was walking in the wild with her medicine basket on her back, gathering herbs outside Liyue Harbor. She dashed straight toward the cliff. She had taken this path countless times before, but that day, a young girl blocked her way. The moment she saw the girl, Chi felt as if a surge of energy had surged through her body. Her stiff limbs loosened, and she suddenly felt light on her feet, racing forward at full speed. But barely 20 meters into her sprint, she fell headfirst into a trap. There was a net at the bottom, but after all, she was a zombie. Her strength was extraordinary, and she tore right through the mesh. Without even thinking of her basket, she ran for her life, desperate to escape that terrifying girl behind her. She ran forward, the other chased from behind. Under the moonlight, the sight of their chase was intense and wild. Chi, this time I really want to bury you, I swear. Even as she said those words, the moment Chi slowed from her stiff movements and was caught, a delicate black net awaited her as always. You're a bad person. Let me go, Chi. Chi wants to go home. As she struggled, Hu Tao smiled cheerfully and said, There, be good. I'll let you go in your next life, okay? And I meant it when I said I wouldn't bury you this time. I changed my method this time. I built you a tomb right on top of you. Now you can rest easy, right? She laughed while saying these terrifying words. And that face, Chi would never forget it for the rest of her life. In the end, it was Mr. Baiju returning from a nighttime visit who rescued her. After that experience, Chi avoided Hu Tao like the plague. And the moment she saw anyone even slightly resembling her, she turned and ran. All that running had kept her in great shape. Her body had become far more agile. Her memory ended there. Now her body was plummeting downward, focused only on escaping, unaware of the howling wind rushing toward her. A sudden gust of wind blew violently, sweeping her entire body toward the sharp, jagged rocks in the distance. Oh no! Above, Hu Tao watched as Chi was about to crash into the rocks. Flames surged up all at once as she unleashed the elemental power inside her in an instant. As someone who had eaten a devil fruit, she had the rare ability to turn her body into pure element. Everyone watched Hu Tao leap into the air, erupting with staggering energy. She rocketed toward Chi even faster than before. A ribbon of fire carved a dazzling arc across the sky. Chi was about to smash into that razor-sharp rock wall. Hu Tao caught her at the very last second. Few good thing you didn't crash. That thing is way too dangerous. Even a zombie wouldn't survive hitting that. Hu Tao carefully set Chi back on the ground, then handed over the bamboo basket and the herbs, one by one. In that split instant, she turned to element. She manifested countless arms and managed to scoop up everything that had scattered. Got all your stuff back, nothing missing. You can check it, relax. I really didn't stash anything this time. If I say I want bury you, I want I was in the wrong before. How was I supposed to know you'd been blessed by an adeptus? I thought you were just a zombie with a bit of wits. I'm sorry, really. Hu Tao pressed her palms together and bowed deeply to Chi. With sincerity like that, she should earn forgiveness, right? But when Hu Tao lifted her head, Chi was already gone without a trace. Trust? That's for other people. Hu Tao doesn't deserve it. In Chi's mind, the only way to deal with this dangerous woman is run. So I guess I finally understand the mess I made before. If Suhan hadn't reminded me, who knows how long this would be dragged on. Still, I caused this trouble, so I've got to clean it up myself. Forget it, better catch up to her. Flames surged again. In just a few breaths, she had scooped Chi up. Chi kicked and flailed, but couldn't break free no matter what. After a long moment, Chi forced out two words. Fraudster. I didn't lie to you. Fraudster. Oh, come on. I came looking for you because I have a treasure here. It can help heal your soul, and it can also help you remember what happened before. I came to apologize. See, here, just eat this if you don't believe me. Zhongli suddenly seemed to remember something. She reached into her pocket and grabbed a handful of flower petals. Chi-Chi took one look and started struggling violently. Not going to bury me alive this time. Huh? This time you're poisoning me, right? Ugh, you're giving me a headache. These are soul-nourishing flowers, you know. They're really rare. Let me go home. I'll believe you if you just let me go. Hee, knew you'd say that. Crimson petals of the red spider lily were shoved straight into her mouth. Chi-Chi instinctively tried to resist, but the juice had already slid down her throat. Her previously hazy consciousness seemed to shift slightly. What is this? Red spider lily, something that only grows in the underworld. It's really good for the soul. We specially grow some here. Come on, eat a little more. It'll work even better for you. Faced with the crimson petals again, this time Chi-Chi didn't struggle. Instead, she opened her small mouth. The petals gave off a strange fragrance. Just smelling it made Chi-Chi feel comforted. She ate a few more pieces. Her previously muddled mind seemed to grow even clearer. Somehow, Chi-Chi felt like her head wasn't as foggy as before. Her thoughts started flowing smoothly again. I want more. She opened her mouth again, begging Zhongli for more. Seeing this, Zhongli's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but smile. Seems like it's really working. You're not even stuttering anymore. Big sister, there are no more flowers here. Why don't you come home with me? There's a treasure waiting for you back home. It should help you a lot. And this time, I really mean it. I came to apologize. I never knew you were so determined to stay alive. There was no sound of petals falling. A flicker of disappointment flashed across Chi-Chi's eyes. But the word treasure had definitely caught her attention. What treasure? A special coffin. It's really good for zombies. I want you to try it out. Okay. As long as you don't bury me, I'll go back with you. Great. Let's go home. Klee took Chi-Chi's small hand in hers. She was smiling as she spoke. The two walked along the path heading toward Liyue Harbor. About an hour later, they returned to the Wave Rider. Zhongli wasn't home, and all the other staff had already gone to sleep. Pushing the door open, Chi-Chi's eyes immediately fell on the coffin. It was pitch black, with golden patterns carved across its surface. It clearly wasn't an ordinary object. Klee poured herself a glass of water and said, "This is it. Why don't you get in and give it a try?" Okay. Chi-Chi slowly opened the lid of the Millennium nourishing coffin and carefully climbed inside. The moment she entered, a strong, icy chill rushed into her body. This aura was completely different from cryo-energy, yet it was something she truly loved. Just like lions love meat and sheep love grass, Chi-Chi naturally adored energy. After all, she was a zombie. As the Millennium nourishing coffin began to activate, Chi-Chi slowly drifted off to sleep. With every breath, her body occasionally emitted a faint glow. Watching Chi-Chi sleep peacefully, Klee smiled and said, "All right then, everything's all set. I should get some rest too. What a long night. Time for bed. Otherwise I won't be able to wake up tomorrow again." Moonlight poured down. She wasn't the only one still awake. At the bottom of the village well in Natsumi village, Ye Miko gazed at the figure still standing there and spoke softly. "You should go if I go. I might just scare her away." "I understand, Lady Ye," said Kazuha with a slight nod, then stepped slowly into the well. Footsteps echoed. The distracted shrine maiden slowly turned her head. Seeing the unfamiliar visitor, she asked with mild confusion, "Who are you? Your outfit doesn't look like that of someone here for the grand exorcism ritual. May I ask what your role is?" "My name is not important. I have come only to purify this land." "I see. Are you also someone who protects Inazuma? Please forgive me for wearing a mask. I, like you, am a guardian." "I am well aware of that, Miss Shrine Maiden." He reached into his robe and pulled out a small pill. "This medicine is said to nourish the soul. Would you care to try it? It might help you in what is to come." "A medicine? That's right." Kazuha extended her hand, offering the pill carefully crafted from crimson petals of the Sakuja. The medicine had a powerful pull on spirits. Even the dazed Hana-chan would instinctively desire it. Her instincts told her that consuming it would stabilize her soul. Yet she shook her head and did not take it. "Is something wrong? I think you can already tell I don't have a real physical body. I'm merely a form made of consciousness. Though I don't know why I appeared here. I understand my mission, and I have a vague idea of how my story will end. This precious medicine should be saved for the true guardians of Inazuma. It would be a waste to use it on me. It wouldn't be a waste, Kazuha replied gently. Not if it helps you fulfill your purpose. Hearing those words from the other person, Kamiyama Ayaka felt a sting in her nose. Even after becoming this way, even after forgetting who she truly was, she still carried the affairs of Inazuma in her heart. It's all right. I still have more of these pills. And I can even cultivate more. As for matters concerning you, I have it all figured out. Please, take it. Flower scattering. Priestess Hanakanzuri. Petal drifting. Soul returning home. That is the name I gave myself. I didn't expect you to know it. Very well. I shall take this pill. A rare and wondrous treasure, glowing like a crimson ruby, slid down Hanakanzuri's throat. Her once muddled consciousness, after absorbing the nourishment of the flower from the other shore, gradually regained clarity. Her spiritual form also grew more stable. Yet as Hanakanzuri's awareness returned, a flicker of regret flickered in her heart. This body, formed from impurity, should not have taken such a precious pill. You're wearing the attire of the Kamiyama family, aren't you? That's correct, Lady Hanakanzuri. I am indeed a daughter of the Kamiyama household, and my name is Kamiyama Ayaka. You said earlier that you know my identity and understand my current state as well. To be honest, I am merely a collection of filth, yet somehow possessing the memories of that celestial fox. I am not that fox spirit. I am nothing more than a being, forged from impurity. Hearing Hanakanzuri speak so lowly of herself, a voice emerged from the shadows. Roan, I won't allow you to belittle yourself like that, even if you are not the elder I once revered. Your actions alone are worthy of respect. Gazing at the figure stepping from the darkness, Hanakanzuri blurted out, It's the little fox, huh? I didn't expect you to have grown this much. At that familiar term of endearment, Yae Kurigane's voice trembled with emotion as she pressed forward. You remember me? Only fragments of memory return. I'm sorry. Just now, calling you like that was just instinctive. I'm not that celestial fox. I'm just a being of impurity. Huff. I understand. Don't be tense. Since you've regained some awareness, it proves our approach is correct. No matter what the lady says, I will bring her back one day. You, Hanakarisato, whether impure or whatever you are, you're still our companion. Yae Miko stepped forward and suddenly embraced her. The gesture caught Hanakarisato off guard. Still, she gently stroked the other's ears and softly said, Little fox, you're still as stubborn and greedy as ever. Isn't that exactly what you told me? That a fox should be a little greedy. After the brief embrace, the three finally sat down together. They began discussing the Shinsengumi's exorcism ritual. Miko spoke seriously. With my current power, I can't purify this much corruption. Otherwise, I'd have done it already. Same with me. This half-corrupted body can't perform purification either. Don't worry, elder sisters. As long as the Crossworld Gate still exists, someday we'll completely cleanse the corruption buried beneath this land. Shiratori Ayaka smiled gently as she spoke. Being able to help restore her clarity made her genuinely happy. If the great lady could see this scene, she would surely be delighted too. Exactly what is this Crossworld Gate? It's a gate that connects to other worlds. Through Ye's explanation, Hanakarisato finally understood why they were so confident and why they believed so firmly in being able to revive the Fox Sage, a mysterious artifact from another world. Incredibly powerful. Perhaps one day they would obtain the key to resurrection. After finishing her explanation, Ye spoke with conviction. I hope you won't give up on yourself. We'll find a way. For the Shinsengumi's exorcism ritual, regarding your condition, we'll do everything we can. Even if there's only the faintest hope, we'll keep at it to the very end. Is this really possible? No matter who you are, you're one of Inazuma's own. Please do your best to stay alive. Hearing the two of them, Hanakarisato felt a warm rush in her chest, deeply moved. Then thank you, both of you. Actually, it's Miss Kamisato who ought to be saying thanks. I can't do much. At most I can send her a few soul fragments. And hey, Ayaka, you've got to push harder. After all, on the Shogunate's side, you're the only one who's received an invitation. Haven't you noticed, even the ornamental fish are already clinging to coattails? Keep playing it so reserved, and one of these days Watatsumi Island might slip right out from under our control. Then it LLB Lady Yi doing the crying. You don't want to see Her Excellency losing territory. Sobbing her eyes out, do you? I'll do my best. Please don't worry. Kamisato Ayaka answered, a bit flustered. The next day, soft sunlight filtered through the window and fell across a quiet little face. As if warmed by it, the girl's brows trembled. She slowly opened her eyes. She took in the unfamiliar room and sank into thought. It didn't take Chi-Chi long to remember where she was. At that bad woman's place. Hey, you're awake? Want something to eat? I just picked up breakfast from Xiangling. The sudden voice made Chi-Chi jump, but with her soul pieced back together, she was no longer as foggy as before. She could speak clearly now. As for her old memories, Chi-Chi still hadn't recovered them. But the person etched deepest in her mind was the Hu Tao standing right in front of her. Oh, Chi-Chi hopped out of the coffin. As for the lid, in the morning, Tao Nut opened the door. There were 2 bowls of hot rice porridge on the table. As they were eating, Tao looked at Chi-Chi and spoke up. Your basket's outside the door. Finish up and head back soon. From now on, come stay at my place at night. If you keep using that gathering and corpse nurturing coffin, your memory will slowly improve. That is what Suhan said. Okay, all right, I'm done eating. I'll head out first. Don't forget to go home by yourself, or else Mr. Baiju might think I buried you. Tao ate quickly. After finishing, she wiped her mouth, stood up, and left without another word. But Chi-Chi was still sitting there, staring down at her own body. I remember everything from yesterday. My memory really is getting better. That coffin really works on me. I should come more often. The girl murmured to herself. Even though she was a zombie, she felt somehow different now. After leaving the room, Tao immediately went to the water blue star. She had already taken care of everything at home. As for Chi-Chi, everyone in Liyue Harbor knew her there wouldn't be any trouble. When Suhan saw Tao, he smiled and asked, how did it go? Did you fix Chi-Chi's problem? Yeah, though there was almost an incident. She was actually scared of me. As she recounted last night's events, Tao looked slightly embarrassed. She had never thought she would leave such a psychological scar. She had just believed that once someone passed away, they should be properly laid to rest. After using that 1,000-year-old gathering and corpse nurturing coffin, the misunderstanding should fade away gradually. Besides, Chi-Chi isn't an ordinary zombie. She was granted the title of a divine guardian by the likes of the Dharma Blight Vidyadhara. She is quite powerful, and she still protects Liyue Harbor. Sigh, how was I supposed to know all that before? All right, I've got to head out and get things done. The orders came in today, so I need to put up a few signs and get things set up. Hu Tao remembered she still had a mountain of tasks left to finish. So she quickly hopped on her Vespa-style electric scooter and zoomed off. Not long after she left in a rush, Sangonomiya Kokomi and Kamaya Aya also arrived one after another. Morning, Suhan. Hey, you look a lot better today. The little melancholic aquarium fish from yesterday now had rosy cheeks. Clearly she'd had a good night's sleep. Kokomi smiled slightly and said, I've handed off most of the work, so I'm not nearly as swamped now. At first I was worried something might go wrong. But this morning I got word that Nano and the other shrine maidens, though a bit flustered at first, quickly got the hang of things. After all, they're from the island and know the area well. Yeah, that's good. Just take it step by step and train them gradually. Suhan nodded. That's just how it should be. Even someone as sharp and capable as Ningguang has plenty of people helping her behind the scenes. Her 3 secretaries each take on their share of the pressure. If she had to do everything herself, she'd collapse under the weight of running Liyue Harbor alone. After talking about what had happened yesterday, Kokomi suddenly remembered the video and asked, Suhan, when are we releasing the underwater dance? Let us wait until 10. A lot of people are still asleep now. There'll be more viewers around 10. Got it. Then I'll go play Genshin for a bit. Since she had some free time now, she wanted to use it to dive deeper into the game, experiencing the foreign culture, while also keeping a learning mindset. As she walked off, Suhan turned to Kamaya Aya with a smile and asked, Did the Higanbana start working? Yes. Last night, I and the shrine maiden met with her. After we talked her through it, the opponent finally consumed the petal, and her soul briefly regained clarity. Now let's see what good stuff we can get. How many reward attempts do you have saved up right now? 3. Kamisato Ayaka answered obediently. Since the last time she claimed a reward, she hadn't touched any. Suhan nodded after hearing this. Then let's claim the reward. I can also help you choose carefully. At the beginning, rewards come pretty quickly, but it gets harder as you go along. Plus, you guys are actually in a pretty passive position. 3 rewards already isn't bad at all. Then I'll leave it to you. Kamasato Ayaka nodded slightly and chose to claim the treasure. Ding. Congratulations, you've claimed the treasure and obtained. Reward. A complete scroll of Tanuki magic techniques. Name. A complete scroll of Tanuki magic techniques. Quality. Human grade. 5 stars. Description. An inheritance scroll from the Tanuki clan of the yokai world, containing over 100 cultivation methods. Any Tanuki can cultivate these techniques without restriction. Types included flame, illusion, shapeshifting. Note: this scroll comes from the great sage Thousand Changer King of the Tanuki clan. The core content consists of illusion and shapeshifting techniques. Hint: the Tanuki clan is very clever. Their shapeshifting techniques are extremely difficult for even powerful magicians and shrine maidens to detect. Their mighty fire techniques can even burn the souls of evil spirits. Warning: master-level techniques require certain talent to master. Suhan's eyes lit up as he looked at this treasure. He smiled and said, "This item is pretty good. We can let Saemon's subordinates study it. Those Tanuki are already quite strong." "You mean those little guys guarding the forest?" "Yeah. Don't underestimate those Tanuki. While they're considered a weak type of yokai, if they have proper cultivation methods, they can accomplish many tasks. For example, surveillance, assassination, even something as significant as exorcism. Oh, right, once you get back, you should have Yakumo Yukari release Ishinomori. With a great Tanuki like him standing guard, the shogunate's power will be greatly strengthened. The Tanuki clan are masters of transformation. They're perfect as spies among yokai. Back in the day, Ishinomori and his kind achieved great feats on the battlefield." Kamasato Ayaka gave a slight nod. "I never expected such a use. I understand now. If the first treasure was already this practical, it only made her more excited about the next one. And the second treasure was actually a weapon. Ding. Congratulations, you've claimed your treasure and received the reward. Dragonfang Blade Shattered Snow. Name: Dragonfang Blade Shattered Snow. Quality: human tier 7 stars. Description: one of the top 10 legendary swords in existence, said to have once slain a dragon. Exceptional power. Element: ice. Effect: increases ice attribute damage by 20% when equipped. Bonus: Shattered Snow grants strong ice-type enhancements to its wielder, capable of briefly altering the surrounding environment for up to 10 minutes. Note: weapon power increases by 50% during blizzards. Special ability: the Dragonfang Blade Shattered Snow possesses a unique skill. The wielder may channel their power to shatter the blade itself, unleashing a storm of snow infused with sword chi, which can be freely controlled for up to 5 minutes. As the blade, Shattered Snow, materialized before her, Kamasato Ayaka was visibly surprised, because this sword was just too strong. Just equipping it boosted her ice damage. And while that special ability seemed somewhat similar to her elemental burst, her own skill was a one-time release. Once used, it was gone. But this blade allowed her full control over the storm's direction. Most importantly, it could summon a blizzard. Under such conditions, her combat strength would rise to a whole new level. This weapon is really something. Ayaka, with Dragon Scale Shattered Snow in your hand, I'm afraid even your brother wouldn't be a match for you. Don't say that. I have zero interest in being head of the clan. Kamasato Ayaka could tell he was teasing her. She couldn't help firing back. Either way, the position of clan head held no appeal to her whatsoever. Ayaka, your sword is so pretty, can Klee touch it? Of course. Just be careful, don't hurt your hand. Seeing little Klee's face brimming with curiosity, Kamasato Ayaka passed the weapon over. The blade of Dragon Scale Shattered Snow was silver white, as if carved from ice and frost, and the spine was set with deep green dragon scales. It looked exquisitely crafted. Klee tapped it lightly and immediately pulled her hand back, pouting as she said, "Too cold, this weapon's all chilly. It's no fun. Klee doesn't want to touch it anymore." With that, she dropped the weapon and ran off. Ayaka was puzzled. Why would it feel cold? It felt pretty warm when I held it just now. Hearing that, Suhan reached out and touched it as well. Sure enough, a chill seeped into his palm. He turned to Ayaka. Do you feel cold? Not at all. It feels nice and warm to me. The white heron princess shook her head. From the moment she gripped dragon scale shattered snow, a gentle warmth had been flowing into her. There was nothing uncomfortable about it. Suhan chuckled. Makes sense. Looks like this weapon can only be used by those with a cryo affinity. Everyone else will just feel the cold. So that is how it is. Shinha, you try. The woman who had been resting with her eyes closed opened them and walked over. And just as Suhan had expected, Shinha felt no discomfort. In fact, it felt rather pleasant. Only then did Kamisato Ayaka realize the weapon truly was tailor-made for those attuned to cryo. Well, obtaining something like this divine artifact really makes one burst into laughter. Then came the third treasure. Compared to the first two, this one looked far more ordinary. Ding, congratulations, you have received a reward. Reward details: warm sunflower seeds. Name: warm sunflower seeds. Quality: quantity: 30 seeds. Description: when planted, these seeds will grow into a very special kind of magical plant. It absorbs sunlight and bears sun fruits, which can be harvested once per week. Note: the warm sunflower may only bear fruit if it receives at least 7 hours of direct sunlight every day. Function: consuming a sunfruit can heal physical wounds and illnesses. Warning: however, if the injury is caused by a curse or involves missing organs, the fruit will be ineffective. Its only use in such cases is to stop bleeding. This treasure seems kind of useless. Kamisato Ayaka wore a look of disappointment. At first glance, it seemed decent, but in reality, it could only treat minor injuries and common illnesses, completely useless for anything more serious. But Suhan didn't see it that way. No, quite the opposite, Ayaka. You missed something. These sunfruits can be carried by soldiers during battle. Sure, healing pods are powerful, but they're bulky and can only be used by one person at a time. The sunfruits are different. Once harvested, they can be carried anywhere. After hearing his words, Kamisato Ayaka finally caught on. So this sunflower wasn't just for decoration after all. Looking at the description in the compendium, the fruits were about the size of chestnuts and easy to carry around in daily life. Whether going on missions or heading to the battlefield, soldiers could bring sunfruits with them. Realizing this, Kamisato Ayaka finally smiled. I thought I had pulled something useless this time. Looks like I was just looking at it the wrong way earlier. Put the seeds away and keep them safe. All the rewards for this round have been claimed. If we want to cash out again, we'll probably have to wait quite a while. We're still more than 90,000 points short on the 3-part mission. Looks like Kamisato Ayaka has already gone to test the new weapon. So Suhan took advantage of the downtime and uploaded the water dance video. Hope the fans don't get too shocked. After all, seeing a fairy dance is a rare sight. Heh. In a Bilibili livestream, a sweet-looking streamer who was singing suddenly noticed a pop-up alert. Huh, what is this? She killed the background music and clicked it open. Seeing it was an update from Dimensional Wall, she smiled at her viewers. Guys, new video, go check out Dimensional Wall's update. I wonder whose video it is this time. If we get Zhongli telling a story, that'd be perfect. Compared to the big-name voice actors, this streamer wasn't especially famous. But her voice was sugar-sweet and she was easy on the eyes. So it was only natural she attracted a lot of fans. Plenty of people followed her just for that voice. She opened the video, and after seeing the title, Turtle Girl couldn't help but scream. Oh my god. Fam. Dimensional Wall finally remembered me. Boo-hoo, I'm gonna cry. This is actually a Kokomi video. Can you believe it? I don't care. Everyone else watching this with me singing can wait. When people heard that the Dimensional Wall guy had made a fan video of Sangonomiya Kokomi, the bullet chat lit up, with interactions flooding the screen. Anyway, she's just an ornamental fish, nothing special. Still okay. Man, your play just broke the dimensional barrier, bro. Big shot. Please give me a follow. Let me guess, it's definitely ornamental fish being cute again. Uffed, you guys upstairs don't get it. When does ornamental fish ever need to act cute? She just flops on the ground and becomes a meme. Crack me up, our 5-star jellyfish sect absolutely disagrees. Ornamental Fish's second army has arrived at the battlefield. As the screen filled with playful comments, Turtle Girl twitched her lips. You're all wrong. Just look at the title properly. Geez, isnt this like the legendary fairy descending from the heavens? A fleeting beauty dancing on the water? This is obviously a dance, duh. Besides, if Hu Tao can drop an MV, why can't Kokomi dance? And let us be real, just think about Kokomi's flexibility. If she danced, I'm telling you, even I can't help but drool a little, hee. The video officially began playing. On screen, Kamisato Kokomi stood atop the ocean surface. In the distance, a dreamlike coral palace shimmered. The scenery so beautiful it was hard to look away. As the music started, she began to sway gently. Seeing this, Turtle Girl and many fans felt a bit disappointed. This is just dancing on water? Seems kinda ordinary, honestly. After all, ornamental fish as previous content was already pretty awkward, and everyone's kinda seen it all before. If it's just a simple dance like this so-called dimensional wall-breaking big shot might finally flop. But just as they thought that, the music suddenly changed, and Kokomi's body actually moved like a fish, plunging swiftly into the ocean depths. Oh my god, what even was that? Can a human body really be that flexible? Watching Kokomi roll backward like she had no bones, gliding effortlessly into the sea, Turtle Girl froze on the spot. Instinctively, she leaned back and slowed down the playback speed by 50%. Sangonomiya Kokomi danced across the surface of the water. Her moves weren't complicated, but she embodied that distinctly feminine grace to perfection. In the instant she flipped backward, her figure became a nimble fish, slipping lightly into the sea. The camera followed, diving into the world beneath the waves. And Kokomi's breathtaking dance didn't stop, it stayed elegant and mesmerizing. Her sleeves unfurled in the water, blooming like petals. Schools of fish seemed drawn in, floating with the current and whirling in time. The seawater was a deep, velvety blue, yet she played within it as freely as if it were air. Beautiful, so beautiful it stole your breath. It wasn't just her looks, it was the charm radiating from her movement. Granted, Kokomi herself was striking, but her technique made you forget her face. Clusters of jellyfish drifted into view, bubbles and ripples shimmering so vivid it was jaw-dropping. Hold on, did I see that right? Was this really shot underwater? Holy shit. Turtle Girl sprang to her feet, stunned. At first she thought the whole clip was just CGI, even the dance on the surface. But a closer look said otherwise. The person dancing was actually in the seawater. How could a human possibly dance underwater and make it look that breathtaking? Meanwhile, the chat was nothing but question marks. No way someone actually dancing underwater. Humans can't do that. I originally thought the breathtaking dance was just added effects. This is a fan edit, after all, but judging by this footage, it looks real. I don't buy it. No way a human dances underwater. Where's the oxygen tank? Do they think they don't need to breathe? By the time the video ended, everyone had the same doubt. They were convinced it had to be VFX. Even a professional diver couldn't pull off something like this. There was no way to pull off the kind of flashy moves in that video. It was so gorgeous it didn't feel real. Even for the dance section, it was top tier. But the Kokomi in that video, the performance ran a solid 7 or 8 minutes. One continuous take. No post-production at all. That's where it got tricky. Is that something a normal person could even dance? As soon as the video dropped, it blew up on Bilibili. A bunch of folks in the dance section saw it and were stunned, put their moves next to hers. And what they were doing barely even counted as dance. It was like ducklings learning to walk. No surprise, the video went viral. Likes, favorites, coins, the whole 9 yards. The numbers went through the roof. It blew past 200,000 views in no time. But by the afternoon, Suhan got a call from Chingwan. Hello? Boss, I've got a question for you. Shoot. That Kokomi video, how did you make it? VFX compositing or? Oh, we just got in the water and shot it. Filmed for hours. In MiHoYo's operations office, Chingwan was completely dumbfounded. What? Not VFX. She snapped back and pressed on. Boss, you're saying that was shot straight. Isn't that obvious? It was one long take. How would you even cut it? Who's gonna buy some VFX crap? If that's all, I'm hanging up. I'm in the middle of a game. Wait, don't hang up yet. I've got something else. What now? Suhan was getting annoyed because he was busy farming mats with Kaching. Here's the thing. Boss, some dance expert is live right now, saying your video is suspected of plagiarism. And that dance in the water clip was obviously a special effects composite. They're even demanding that Xiaopozen take down the video. And they want you to apologize publicly to the actress who plays Sangonomiya Kokomi. Wait, what the hell is this about plagiarism? Who is joking here? I choreographed all these dances myself, and I still have the original footage of the underwater dance. Want to take a look? Hearing the firmness in Su Han's tone, Qingwan finally relaxed a little. Senior, please don't get mad, let me just send you the link first. She is still live streaming right now. Fine. Oh, and by the way, who exactly is this dance expert anyway? Back 20 years ago, she was pretty well known. But later on, she became someone's mistress and slowly faded out of the entertainment industry, seems like. She recently made an account on Xiaopozen, but the few videos she posted didn't get much attention. Qingwan didn't dare say everything out loud, because this so-called expert was already in her 50s. Her figure had gone completely out of shape, and she had one of those faces that just made people angry the moment they saw her. Earlier in her career, she'd been a mentor on a reality show, and her critiques were ruthless, nothing but put-downs. Sometimes she'd even go out of her way to cause trouble, mocking contestants. Inside the villa, Suhan clicked open the link. On the screen was a woman as fat as a pig, spitting and ranting into the camera. Look at the world today, some little girl who thinks she knows how to dance. Can't even get the basics right. Dance. Got a certificate to prove it? Don't think I can't see those special effects. Dancing underwater? If that girl really can dance underwater. Teacher Pan, will do a handstand and kowtow to her right here and now. You don't believe me? Then go ask others. Anyone who actually knows anything about dance knows that dancing underwater is absolutely impossible. Not even using a push-off, just floating to the other side. What? You think you're the Little Mermaid? After that so-called expert finished ranting, a few suck-ups hurried over with tea. Mr. Pan, don't get worked up. Mr. Pan, please calm down. Back in the day, you were the belle of the dance world. Don't worry, Mr. Pan, I already called the HQ of that crappy little platform. They'll take the video down any minute. Faking it and plagiarizing on top of that this time will make her understand you can't just claim you know how to dance. Hemmed in by flattery, the chubby expert kept nodding. That's right. They used to call me Fairy Pan. I just haven't danced much these years, so I'm a little rusty. Watching that shameless speech, Suhan actually let out a disbelieving laugh. Hearing the commotion, Sangonomiya Kokomi put down her tablet and walked over. When she saw someone on a live stream tearing into her video, confusion clouded her face. What is this? Just a clout-chasing fat pig, living off a few shady awards from back in the day, and now she is saying your dance is fake. How can someone be this gross? Suhan, we have to hit back hard. Paimon had watched from start to finish and was fuming. Lumen, who was streaming, paused the broadcast when she got the news and came over to Suhan. After all, they were a team. If something happened, they'd face it together. What do we do? Suhan, do we clap back? The stream is still up, that should be fine, right? It's fine. Perfect chance to show the fans. That fat pig Pan loves picking fights for clout, right? Then I'll show her what a real gap looks like. Suhan wasn't the type with a gentle temper. If someone wanted to pick a fight, they'd better be ready for the blowback. He stepped up to the camera. In the live chat, messages flew by, don't get heated, stay calm, that kind of thing. Suhan smiled and said, guys, don't worry. Why would I be mad? She is just a washed-up fat chick. Didn't she say we faked it tonight at 6? We're going live and doing the dance on time. See you there. And for the one saying I ripped someone off, have her bring the receipts. If she can't, she can try dancing it herself. I'm not even gonna bother with her. I'm trending hard right now, and I get it, some people just want to hitch a ride on the hype. But I've got one thing to tell her. I'm not your average guy. That gunpowder-laced response blew the platform up. A flood of fans swarmed her stream, and the chat filled with nasty stuff. Fat pig, clout leech insults flew across the screen. The mods couldn't mute fast enough, there were just too many people. In the end, they had to slap on a global mute. When Expert Pan heard, she let out a cold laugh. Call me a fat pig? I want to see what this little punk can do. You there, go tell him. If he can't pull it off, he can get the hell off the platform. Delete the account. Straight up. Water dance. What a joke. No way a human can do that. You can't just splash around and call it dancing. Didn't you say you could replicate it? If you can't, then beat it. If she could tank a creator with 1 million followers, she'd be hot again, maybe even open a few more dance classes. Thinking about the incoming wave of traffic, that so-called expert couldn't help flashing a smug grin. After getting her message, Suhan's mouth quirked. He said coolly, "Quit the platform? If I don't quit, I'm a little bitch." It had been an entire afternoon. In both live streams, there was nothing but constant arguing. Seeing this, Guoliang had no heart to continue the stream, so she just left it running. On the other side, in the other stream, aside from the expert's apprentice promoting his own training course, it was mostly ads for various skincare products. When the staff at Xiao Pazin got wind of the situation, they immediately contacted Suhan. After all, they didn't want to see a cash cow collapse. "Master Yuan Yuanbi, we didn't handle this very well. But that guy surnamed Pan often appears on TV shows, and he didn't break any rules, so we have no authority to ban his account. It's fine, it's all just small stuff. Just pin our stream today, so those ignorant people can learn what 'there's always someone better' really means." "Master, you're not seriously planning to go live, are you? Just consider it a thank you to my fans." After saying that, Suhan hung up the phone. Then he immediately dialed Qingluan's number. "Master, what do you need? Aren't we partners now? Can I borrow a few of your lawyers?" "Don't worry, Master. As long as we're not breaking any laws, our lawyers are always on standby." That works. Originally, he hadn't planned to go after ordinary people on Shuelan Star. But now, someone had the nerve to provoke him. Time quickly passed to 6 p.m. All eyes were on this moment. The clash between Suhan and that dance influencer quickly became a classic clip shared endlessly online. Xiao Pazin even pinned both live streams to the top. Countless people were glued to their screens, waiting for the result, especially the voice actors who were close to Suhan. They were all extremely tense right now, terrified that something might go wrong. The image in Suhan's live stream quickly appeared. This time, the broadcast location was an indoor swimming pool. But since it was already autumn, the place was nearly empty. This time, he came over and rented out the entire venue. Other than a few cameras, only a handful of Suhan's crew remained nearby. "Ladies and gentlemen, today was supposed to be a joyful day. Song Yin and I have been preparing for quite a while to bring you the grace of the Flying Dragon Dance. But out of nowhere, some idiot showed up claiming we plagiarized. He even said our underwater dance was fake. I swear, I couldn't stop laughing. Nowadays, can anyone just spread rumors without consequences? You can doubt all you want. But just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't either." "Song Yin, are you ready?" The camera slowly shifted. The live stream audience's eyes lit up. Before them walked a young woman with graceful elegance. She had soft, light pink hair flowing like silk, dressed in a beautiful blend of blue and purple. Her beauty radiated even more. And with that light pink hair, and that noble aura, she looked like true aristocratic heiress. After all, appearances can be imitated, but that kind of innate elegance can't be faked. "Hello everyone, I'm Sanrokut Songyen, the current divine priestess of the Mermaid Island. This was supposed to be a time for me to relax after work, but unfortunately, someone questioned my dance. I don't know who that person is, but I have a message for him. Those with a corrupt heart will always look at others with prejudice and can never see others fairly." The moment those words came out, she instantly won the hearts of countless viewers. The so-called expert was watching the live stream as well. Upon hearing that, he got so furious he smashed his water cup. With such a narrow mind, the difference between them was immediately clear. After speaking, Song Yin nodded slightly to Suhan, then gently pushed off with her toes. She immediately flipped backward. It wasn't a particularly difficult move. Many people who exercise regularly could do it. But when Song Yin performed it, it looked like slow motion, exuding a unique sense of beauty. She was on full display now, like a free-spirited fish. She flipped gracefully midair and landed lightly on her feet. Coral Palace Heartsea smiled slightly, loosening her limbs with a quick stretch. Without missing a beat, she leapt again, diving straight into the water. The camera followed her under. This pool was deep about 5 meters. Yet Heartsea was gliding effortlessly at a depth of 3. She wasn't really swimming. Her body moved like it was dancing agile, flowing. The live version of Ripples of a Fairy Dance had officially begun. The live chat exploded with comments. All of them stunned. Whoa, is this even real? No way this is human. This has to be a fairy descending from heaven. Dude, I'm serious, I'm floored. My older sister is a pro swimmer, and even she is in shock. So beautiful, just so beautiful. This time, there were no schools of fish to accompany her. But Heartsy had completely let herself go. Her movements at times resembled a fluttering butterfly. At others, a surging water dragon powerful and commanding. Since only one camera was filming, the live footage wasn't as overwhelming as an edited video. But precisely because it was live, the impact was even greater. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 15 minutes passed, and still, Coral Palace Heartsea showed no sign of oxygen deprivation. Tipping notifications were flooding the screen nonstop. Congratulations to user Tortoise Girl for sending a monthly admiral. Congratulations to Billy for sending a monthly governor. Congratulations to Genshin Impact for sending another monthly governor. She was almost numb from receiving so many gifts. It wasn't until the 20th minute that Heartsea slowly rose to the surface. She looked straight into the camera and smiled. Now then, she said cheerfully, does anyone still doubt that we faked this? Is the water fake too? Or maybe the entire venue itself is fake? Also, to the person who accused me of stealing your dance, would you mind hopping into the water and performing it yourself? Oops, I almost forgot to ask earlier. The so-called expert once said something like, it's impossible for a person to dance underwater. My sincere apologies. As that sweet voice echoed. Meanwhile, in another live stream, that so-called expert was actually so furious she spat blood. That same night, she was rushed to the hospital in an emergency, and the live stream ended abruptly. On her way home, Sangonomiya Kokomi heard she could claim another treasure and immediately broke into a delighted smile. On the Genshin Impact forum, a certain post had been pushed all the way to the top. As an important partner of Mihoyo, being smeared like this, the official side announced they would thoroughly investigate and hold someone accountable. However, the suspect was currently in a coma, so the matter had to be temporarily put on hold. Yet, under the post, comment after comment was filled with cheers from Genshin players. A fat pig actually dared to challenge a swan? What guts? That water fairy just laughed and drove her opponent crazy. Kokomi, you're amazing. Who else is next? Today was a day of celebration for every Genshin player. After being falsely accused like that, everyone was worried something bad might happen. But Sangonomiya Kokomi slapped her opponent straight in the face with pure strength. She truly vented everyone's frustration. However, this incident wasn't over yet. Less than half an hour later, this so-called expert had already been exposed for a ton of shady history. Her dance studio was involved in countless issues, and even her diploma was fake. It was also revealed she had taken money behind the scenes on variety shows. This string of explosive revelations was beyond anyone's expectations. But everyone understood one thing clearly. This expert's reputation was completely ruined. Back home, since she still had a bit of time, Kokomi quickly claimed her treasure. Otherwise, she worried that if she went back later and encountered some strange artifact, she wouldn't know how to use it, and that would be super awkward. Ding. Congratulations. You've claimed the treasure and received. Reward, Rainbow Breadfruit Tree. Name, Rainbow Breadfruit Tree. Rarity, Human Grade, 2 stars. Description, a magical tree that bears breadfruit. People say this kind of tree ripens every 3 days, bearing big, plump fruit. Pick one and take a sniff. It smells like fresh bread, and it tastes sweet. You could absolutely treat it as a staple food. There are 100 fruits in total once picked. They shrink for storage, but pop back to their original size the moment they touch water. The tree is highly adaptable whether it's beach sand, bare rock, or plain soil. It will survive. It really loves sunlight, though without light it simply won't grow. As for flavor, there are breadfruit that taste like fresh fruit, ones that taste like roasted meat, and even ones with a weedy note. It's incredibly hardy and thrives with almost no upkeep. It does have one weakness, though. It's vulnerable to fire, and flames tend to cause problems. Sangonomiya Kokomi smiled when she saw the item. Kachin glanced over and said with a grin, not bad pulling something this practical on your first try. Compared to dried shrimp, breadfruit is definitely more useful. You can eat it straight, it comes in all kinds of flavors, and you can plant it all over Watatsumi Island. Yeah, no more buying rice every single day. the shrine maiden said happily. As she spoke, she hurried to stash the box of breadfruit away. This was the hard-won result of her pull. Then she turned to the second item. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained an item, Runic Submarine. Name, Runic Submarine. Quality, 4-star. The description says it hails from a magical world, seats 12, can withstand monster attacks, and can dive as deep as 5,000 meters. A tip notes the submarine uses runic energy as its power source, automatically replenishes energy, and can sail for up to 27 hours on a single run. Once the energy is spent, it 1T move. Remarks: restores 3% energy per hour. To refuel, feed magic infused ore into the power core. The higher the ore S grade, the longer the range. Cargo hold. The submarine is equipped with a spacious cargo hold, large enough to carry up to 3 tons of freight. Special feature: it has the ability of fish-like mimicry, allowing it to disguise itself as an ordinary fish. It only reveals its true form when attacked. Submarine? What kind of thing is that? It sounds kind of like a ship, but something that can move underwater? Coral Palace Kokomi had never seen such a strange device before, so she could only guess at its purpose based on the description. Kaching stared at the treasure curiously and asked, could this thing dive deep into the ocean to mine for ores? Although its endurance is a bit of a weakness if we loaded it with, or would that extend the submarine's operational time? That's exactly right. Your guess is pretty close. There's something similar on Aquamarine Star, though the propulsion method is a bit different. Submarines like this had already existed on Aquamarine Star for a long time. They were extremely useful transportation tools for reconnaissance, training, and gathering intelligence. After a detailed explanation from Suhan, the group finally understood the submarine's true potential. Once war broke out, it could be used to secretly deploy troops behind enemy lines. In the vast ocean, who would ever expect the enemy to strike from behind? Of course, its uses weren't limited to the military. It also held great promise for civilian applications. The seabed held countless precious treasures, but not everyone could survive underwater for long like Coral Palace Kokomi. The submarine perfectly compensated for that limitation. So Suhan suggested to Coral Palace Kokomi. With this, you could transport resources from Inazuma's Watatsumi Island to Liyue for sale like coral pearls, for example. In the deeper ocean regions, there shouldn't be any thunderstorms either. That way, you can relieve resource shortages and earn some mora at the same time. That makes a lot of sense. I was actually thinking about that just now. I'll have someone test it out as soon as I get back today. If this plan truly succeeds, the pressure facing the island of Yashiori will be greatly reduced, she said. Food supplies would be plentiful. Water sources wouldn't be an issue either. And we'd be able to trade with other nations. Continuing this war with the shogunate would then become pointless. It would also be much easier to convince those stubborn people. Sangonomiya Kokomi finally turned her gaze toward her third treasure. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained a treasure and successfully unlocked. Reward: Suetun, Adamant Stream Mastery. Name: Suetun, Adamant Stream. Rarity: 7-star human grade. Description: this is a forbidden technique originating from the ninja world. Its power is incredibly shocking, with destructive force ranked among the top tier. It's the signature move of the second Hokage. Rank: S rank forbidden technique. Tip: using it grants an instant-use mastery level spell scroll, but it can only be used once and cannot be reused. Note: condense a vortex of water in your palm, compress it into the shape of a javelin, then hurl it forward with multi-layered, high-speed, unpredictable spinning. Upon impact, it unleashes a massive water spout. Caution: the stronger the charging, the greater the destructive power and area of effect. Special warning: this is a forbidden technique. Its power is terrifyingly immense. A single mistake could lead to widespread destruction of structures. A ninja technique? The World Tree actually has such a powerful jutsu. Kokomi couldn't help but mutter in surprise. Looking at the skill description, this move was indeed extremely impressive, and it came in the form of an instant-use scroll. No need to learn or train, it could be used right away. When Paimon saw the adamant stream appear, she shouted in shock. I've seen this before. Yesterday in the anime I watched, there was this exact move. It was seriously super powerful. It must be the second Hokage from that village, Lumen recalled. I remember his techniques were especially scary. Back when Paimon was watching that anime yesterday, she had been dragged into watching it too. So she wasn't unfamiliar with this second Hokage at all. Man, I'm jealous of Kokomi's luck. She actually pulled 3 pretty good items. We've gotta step it up next time. Look at what Lumen drew. This thing's got a pretty long beak. Practical skills like this are more dependable anyway. Lumen nodded. I think we should have Klee help us make a wish. Plus the 4-leaf clover luck buff. This time's gotta be way better than last time. As they were talking, their allotted time was up. Sangonomiya Kokomi waved goodbye to everyone. Lumen and Paimon went to get dinner. Everyone had gone out earlier to shoot some footage. They still hadn't had a single bite. Watching everyone disperse, Shinha sat down beside Suhan, rested her head on his shoulder, and slowly closed her eyes. Sleepy? Yeah, a little. There've been more monsters in the mountains lately. I've been fighting through the night, and I can only catch a little sleep around dawn. Once I get back, it's probably going to get busy again. Then take a nap here. I'll wake you when dinner's ready. Hearing his gentle words, Shinha slowly closed her eyes. Before long, she was fast asleep. Only by Suhan's side could she drift off this quickly. She didn't wake until the food was ready. They started talking about how things were in Liyue. She was puzzled too. The monsters had appeared out of nowhere. They'd run into similar situations before. Oh, right, if you're heading to Liyue, try not to go at night, or you'll probably run into monsters. At Shinha's reminder, the two of them nodded quickly. Paimon added, don't worry, we're not going to Liyue anytime soon. Mondstadt's short on hands right now, and we can't get away. How are things progressing in Mondstadt? Ever since Albedo arrived, the new ship's been built and is out on sea trials. Give it a few more days. It should be ready for use pretty soon. So fast. Suhan was a bit surprised. After the cleanup, Mondstadt had definitely gotten much stronger. Lumen took a small sip of her juice and explained, the reward offered by Captain Jean is extremely tempting, and with Albedo, the genius alchemist, overseeing operations, many apprentices are working their butts off. Back in the day, this would been almost unthinkable. Yeah, Klee chimed in while sipping her ginger drink. Back when I used to visit the alchemy lab to make my dandelion bombs, most of the older kids were just spacing out or reading the newspaper. Now everyone's super motivated. Klee had been to the lab often in the past since she made her bombs there, and she knew everyone pretty well. But back then, most people were just slacking off. But yesterday, when she visited again, everyone was completely focused on their work, so focused. In fact, they didn't even notice her coming in. For a moment, the little girl actually thought she wasn't welcome anymore. Paimon giggled as she spoke to Suhan. If you ever come to Mondstadt one day, you'll be totally amazed. The whole city is changing every day. It's even prettier than in the game. Now that actually makes me look forward to it. Truth be told, Suhan really wanted to visit Teyvat. Too bad the portal's level wasn't high enough yet. Otherwise, he would be gone in a heartbeat. In the world of Teyvat, on the island of Narukami, Kamisato Ayaka had planted the first batch of breadfruit trees. The location was chosen near the ruins of the Moryogi Shrine. The area was clean and free of monsters. Only minor cleanup was needed before planting. As she looked at the rows of breadfruit trees, each over 2 meters tall, Kokogo Lina gracefully raised her hand, summoning a large amount of hydro energy. As the trees absorbed the nourishing hydro, their originally unripe fruits began to mature, slowly turning golden and soft. Everyone, pick some and try them. From now on, this will be Watatsumi Island's new staple. We don't need to fight, we can still live well. Goro was the first to step forward. He cracked open the hard shell. Inside was a fruit about the size of a soccer ball. It felt soft in his hands, with a fresh, apple-like aroma. He took a careful bite, and his expression turned to astonishment. Oh my god, this is incredible, you guys have to try it. Goro shared the breadfruit with everyone. One by one, the soldiers' faces melted into bliss. This is basically dessert. It's so good, Lady Sangonomiya. Can I bring some back for my mother? I want to take some back for Azzy too. This is wonderful, Lady Sangonomiya. Hearing the laughter around her, Sangonomiya Kokomi nodded. Of course. Didn't you all say it yourselves? Breadfruit is a treasure for all of Watatsumi Island. With it, we'll never have to worry about food again. Hooray! Long live Lady Sangonomiya. Long live Lady Sangonomiya. The crowd cheered as one. Because of Watatsumi Island's terrain, many had known real hunger before enlisting. If they had something like this back then, who would have wanted to gamble their life on the battlefield? The just ripened breadfruit was quickly handed out, and Sangonomiya Kokomi led Goru toward the palace. How are the soldiers taking it? My lady, a few think the ceasefire was a mistake, but most really don't want to fight anymore. It's not that they're afraid to die, they just feel the war has lost its meaning. Keep an eye on it, we can't let our guard down. Oh, and Tsuko have people sort the Sango pearls in the warehouse. Once we have the submarine, we're going to do business with Liyue. The Liyue Qixing has already agreed to it. She'll help us get an audience with Ningguang, the Tianquan star herself. We won't have any trouble selling our goods. Understood, sir. Everything had been arranged perfectly. Meanwhile, Kamisato Ayaka had returned to her private bedroom. Normally, she would still be working at this hour, probably not getting rest until deep into the night. But now, she could lie in bed and relax by reading any book. She picked up her phone. Looking at the wallpaper on the screen, a faint smile flickered across Ayaka's eyes. On that wallpaper was a photo of Suin and Paimon play fighting. Earlier that day, Shinobu had made some sweets for Paimon, but Suin had secretly taken a third of them. That's when the two of them started chasing each other around in a frenzy. Paimon was pulling on Suin's hair, while Suin was pinching Paimon's ears. It was a rather comical scene. Ayaka stared at the photo for a moment. Then, she switched into study mode. Early the next morning, near Guyun Lodge in Liyue Harbor, a small boat slowly surfaced from the sea. The boat had a very unusual shape. It looked just like an eel. At this time, thick fog covered the ocean surface. No one noticed exactly when the boat had appeared. When Five Tart, along with others, stepped out from the cabin, Kaching had already arrived at the scene with her team. You must be the general from the Watatsumi Island, right? I'm Kaching, the Tianing star. How much makeup did you bring? About 200 boxes. We wanted to bring more, but unfortunately, we didn't have enough time. No, this is already more than I expected. The price will be 20,000 mora per box, totaling 4 million mora. Would you prefer to take mora or trade for other resources? I didn't bring that much mora with me. Then let's go with trading for resources instead. After all, the war isn't over yet, and even if we had mora, we wouldn't be able to use it. Sounds good to me. Kaching raised her hand with a swift motion, and the Liyue Qinyan soldiers, who had been waiting by the side, sprang into action immediately. They began delivering various weapons and equipment one after another. Among them were also fabrics and medicines that the island of Watatsumi urgently needed. Altogether, it added up to a full 2 tons. Kitahara Kazu and the others looked at the supplies with beaming smiles. No one had expected that their very first trade would bring back so much valuable cargo. Now, the Lord of the Coral Palace would surely be very pleased. Just then, Kaching spoke up, by the way. If you're planning to do business with Mondstadt, following this map will take you directly to Eagle Ridge's beach. However, if you want to make a trade, you must have Kokomi notify us in advance. Otherwise, without anyone to meet you, it'd be easy for your cover to be blown. We understand. Thank you for your help, Miss Kaching. We'll be sure to keep this map safe. Of course, Watatsumi's goal wasn't just to trade with Liyue. They also hoped to establish trade relations with Mondstadt. This transaction had truly been a huge success. When Kitahara returned with the goods, the soldiers on Watatsumi Island all wore expressions of shock. Though they didn't know exactly how Lord Kitahara had managed it, these supplies were undeniably the very things the island needed most right now. Textiles, daily necessities, and various medicines, all of which were the most critical and scarce resources for Watatsumi. Someone, get these supplies transported to the Coral Palace's warehouse. Miss Rosin will handle the distribution arrangements. Yes, sir. When Kokomi learned of Kitahara's safe return, she finally let out a sigh of relief. With this, the internal situation on Watatsumi Island would stabilize. From here on, as long as they improved discipline and management among the troops, Watatsumi would be able to survive steadily. Near the Dawn Winery, 8 ships had already been prepared. Each was loaded with fine wines characteristic of Mondstadt, along with agricultural products and local specialties. Captain Kata stood aboard the lead vessel and gave the order, set sail. The ship's furnace was ignited. The ship without sails slowly departed from Mondstadt, heading toward the direction of the Azure Plains. passing through Stone Gate Mountain and the Salt Range. They gazed at the city currently under construction. It was only then that Kia signaled the ship to dock. There was a port here, recently built. Got here in under an hour pretty fast. So this is the new city built by the people of Liyue? It's beautiful. These buildings are so tall they're even taller than the headquarters of our knights. The workers from Mondstadt marveled at the new city beside the colossal Guizhong machine. Not long after, a woman with flowing blue hair and wearing a white short qipao approached gracefully. Mr. Kia, hello? I'm Ganyu, the supervisor here. Just unload the wine directly at the dock. The people will come pick it up shortly. Please hand me the invoice, and the payment will be settled immediately. Sure thing. Thank you, Miss Ganyu. Kia handed over the invoice. Everything was carefully checked. The Mora was paid on the spot. Smiling, Kia asked, I was wondering if we could take a quick tour? This place really intrigues me. Of course, you're welcome to. Hello Ganyu. I'm Paimon, and this is the Traveler Lumen. We're here today as bodyguards. Oh, right. You probably know us already, right? The two who had gone through the events of Liyue's storyline were practically old friends to Ganyu. She had a gentle personality, was highly efficient at work, and also extremely powerful. Who could possibly not like someone like that? Seeing them, Ganyu smiled and nodded. Keqing already told me. I really enjoyed the baked eggplant and tofu skin you made last time. Thank you both. Of course she recognized them. After all, they'd once fought the dragon disaster together, and were even travelers from another world. Plus, she always loves to treat herself to little snacks. Even though they never met face to face, Ganyu had an especially good impression of them. Haha, I'm so glad you like it. Lumen and I are going to head inside and look around. We've got to get back soon. Okay, go ahead. Ganyu's workload is heavy on most days. As much as she wanted to tag along, she really couldn't get away and could only watch their figures as they walked off. By now, most of the foundations in Geely Plains were finished. Even the big department store had officially opened for business. A number of residences were essentially complete, and some workers and their families had already moved in. The men handled city construction, while the women and kids pitched in with logistics, earning a decent amount of mora each day. Some had even managed to save up a little nest egg. Once the school opens, they'll be able to send their children to class. The city's blueprints came from Su Han's world. Keqing printed them out and then gradually refined and perfected them. The streets are wide and spotless, the design with a strong eye for beauty. Everywhere it carries Liyue's signature style, an adeptal aura hanging in the air, mist curling around, glazed lilies everywhere. In one corner stands a massive stone monument, carved with all the deeds and labors of the Geo Archon, Rex Lapis. Wow, it's so beautiful, prettier than Mondstadt. Don't you think so, Lumen? The streets here are cleaner than Mondstadt, and the houses are laid out more neatly. Some parts of Mondstadt feel a bit haphazard, with buildings at uneven heights. It looks lively on the surface, but there's a bit of chaos to it. Even without bringing other big cities into the discussion, just measured against Mondstadt, this new city already surpasses the original. You can imagine how much heart and effort Ningguang has poured into it. The two of them each grabbed a grilled sausage from a street vendor, then headed back with Kia. The first test flight was completed smoothly. Their next destination was now Liyue Harbor. Once they left this place, they could directly set sail into the Yunhai Sea, and continuing forward would lead them straight to Liyue Harbor. Back in the day, if you wanted to trade, you had to take the water route through Jinfu Harbor. But now you could just depart straight from the Dawn Winery's tavern, saving a huge chunk of travel time. Forget about Qingchuan's fur trade, just getting to Mondstadt itself was much closer now. After all, traveling from Mondstadt City to Jinfu Harbor required passing through several regions. But leaving from the Dawn Winery was far safer. Along the way, they passed through Qingchuan Town and the recruitment camp, and the entire route was escorted by the Knights of Favonius. So, of course, the merchants were thrilled. But Lumen, Paimon, and Klee couldn't care less about any of that. The moment the escort mission ended, they secretly opened a portal and headed to Planet Aquamarine, because the long-awaited team-building trip had finally begun. After stepping through the portal, they arrived at the villa at 1 p.m. Shinhe and the others had already been waiting there, and Nahida had just finished her live stream. Big brother, everyone's finally here. Let us go to the amusement park already. Klee's been super excited about this. Little Sunny was dressed head to toe, and still as adorable as ever. Kamisato Ayako wore a white casual outfit, with a pink hat on her head, looking especially playful. As for Kuching, she went for a sharp and efficient style. Her twin tails now a neat bun. Hu Tao didn't change clothes at all, but now held a stack of flyers in her hand. Suhan gave her a deadpan look and said, Tao Tao, we're going out to play, not to work. Of course I know that, but the amusement park is definitely going to be packed, right? My new shop hasn't even opened yet. I just want to grab some early customers. Don't worry, second one half-price family combo is so last season. Let me know if you'd like a version with more casual slang or adjusted tone, depending on the genre, e.g., YA, epic fantasy, etc. Now I've got a brand new slogan. Look, it's stylish and totally on trend. Isn't it amazing? Zhongli said proudly, holding up a sign. You can't choose where life begins, but you can decide how it ends in style. Naida stared at the billboard and couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest, Zhongli, this slogan of yours, people from the water blue planet really seem to go for this kind of thing. Right? Hee hee, it took me forever to come up with this last night. If I just fix up the shop's decor a bit more, Yinshang Funeral Parlor is definitely gonna blow up. Seeing Zhongli so excited, Suhan couldn't help but throw some cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't get too carried away. It's strictly forbidden to hand out ads inside someone else's theme park. If you try that, you'll get kicked out faster than you can say banished. How come? Think about it. How would you feel if someone was handing out random ads in your place? Oh, I get it now. Zhongli scratched her head and finally understood what Suhan meant. Promoting on someone else's turf. Wasn't that basically slapping them in the face? Of course that wouldn't fly. Sigh, I finally had a decent idea, and now this billboard is just wasted. I even got Li Yue's help writing the copy. Well, you could always promote it during your live stream. It doesn't have to be right now. After hearing Karasuma Sarah's suggestion, Zhongli immediately perked up. That's true. Then I'll just wait for the right time. Today's for relaxing anyway. Just then, Shinfei finished changing clothes. As she walked out, Suhan couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Gray long coat paired with jeans. Nothing fancy, pretty casual overall. But those long legs and that subtle, mysterious aura. As she walked by, she was practically a celebrity-level presence. What do you think? I tried on so many outfits, and I couldn't find the right one. I was actually planning to ask your opinion. But when I saw, if you're in the middle of chatting, I won't disturb you. You look really good in it, it suits you perfectly. Hearing Suhan's compliment, Shunhee's lips curled up slightly at the corners. Finally, everyone had arrived. Only then did the group officially set off. 2 cars had been arranged in total. On the way to the amusement park, Paimon drove while enthusiastically pointing out the scenery along the way to Kokomi Sagara. They heard that Hu Tao rode around everywhere on her little scooter every day. At first, they were still a bit stiff and awkward, but gradually, everyone started to relax. As for Kokomi, since she had arrived that day, yesterday was the only time she'd gone out. Accompanying Suhan to buy clothes and a phone before the live stream, it had been just a single outing. Since then, she'd stayed indoors, barely stepping foot outside. This is amazing. I didn't expect Water Blue Planet to be so modern. Even with so many people, it doesn't feel crowded at all. Looking out the window at the scenery, Kokomi couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although she had seen plenty of videos beforehand, seeing it in person was still incredibly breathtaking. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Kuching said, most people are still at work right now. Wait until after work hours, and you'll see what I mean. Getting home within an hour would be considered lucky. It gets that bad? You bet. There are just way too many people. About an hour later, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. The tickets had already been purchased online in advance. What a coincidence, the weather was especially nice today too. Everyone followed Suhan into the park. Since it wasn't the weekend, there weren't many visitors around, and lines were practically non-existent. The first ride they headed to was the carousel. Paimon, Klee, and Nahida wanted to go on it. The rest of the group stood nearby watching, looking slightly embarrassed. Suhan, aren't you going to ride it? I'm not a kid anymore. What about you? Paimon's waiting for you. I'm not that young either, you know. Yeah, I couldn't help but silently laugh. Still, she quietly took a photo of the moment with her phone. The ride ended. Then they continued on to a small ring toss booth. Here, The ring toss game costs 100 soft coins for 5 rings. Whatever you ring, you get. Suhan didn't hesitate, he bought 50 rings right away. The booth owner, seeing such a big order, was practically grinning from ear to ear. Sir, may I ask who is going to play? Me. Little Clee shot her hand up high, super eager to take the stage. She had already set her eyes on that red plush doll. People in the line waiting around exchanged glances, clearly amused. This tiny little kid trying to play ring toss. Isn't that just throwing money away? But to everyone's shock, Clee gently flung a ring, and it landed perfectly around the doll. Ignoring everyone else's stunned expressions, Clee turned to Suhan with a big smile and said, Big brother, which one do you like? We got that doll already. I want that cup. Yes. Got it. What about you, Paimon? What do you want? I want that ceramic bowl with the cartoon design. Swoosh, got it. Ring after ring was used up, one by one. The booth owner watched helplessly as this group of people just kept claiming prizes like they were shopping. His expression slowly went blank. This one round basically wiped out his entire week's revenue. Truth was, to attract attention, he had even placed a grand prize in there worth 10,000 soft coins. And of course, it didn't survive either. Even though he was a business owner, his heart was sobbing like a dog while he still had to force a smile on his face. Come again next time, please. The amusement park in this world had many storage drop-off points. The 50 prizes they won were all packed up and sent straight home. So convenient. After finishing the ring toss game, Suhan led everyone toward the pirate ship ride. As for this particular ride, Paimon was totally against it at first, but couldn't resist Lumin's persistent begging. It wasn't long before her screams echoed through the sky, one after another. I seriously can't see anything anymore, please stop already. Wah, Paimon never wants to ride this again. Finally, the ride came to an end. Paimon was instantly stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. Suhan shook his head. Forget it, maybe she shouldn't ride the roller coaster. We'll just go without her. Someone needs to stay and take care of her. I'll stay, Lumin volunteered. I've ridden it before. The rest of the group went off to enjoy themselves. After one full ride cycle, they returned. Everyone had an amazing time. As for thrills? Fear? Well, just look at who's riding the roller coaster. Hu Tao, Nahida, Klee, Kaching, Shinha. Each one of them has seen intense action before. How could they be scared of something like this? Especially Klee. Right after finishing one ride, she wanted to go again. But in the end, Suhan dragged her away because there were still other attractions to check out. Then when they arrived at the forest-haunted house, Klee finally cracked. She clung to Suhan's chest like a koala the entire time, refusing to get down, no matter what. Meanwhile, Paimon stayed curled up in Shinha's arms. Why Shinha, you ask? Well, obviously because she's a disciple of the Adepti. Of course, she's not scared of fake ghosts. However, something funny did happen there. When Hu Tao first saw one of the actor ghosts, without even thinking, she threw a punch straight at them, knocked the poor guy out cold. Wait, that's not a real ghost. I thought it was real blood all over its face. Cold aura coming out of its body too. What a waste. No fun at all. Hu Tao frowned with a look of disappointment. Suhan had no choice but to apologize repeatedly to the staff member's companion and offered to cover the medical expenses. Even though it was a commercial attraction, the injury was caused by their own person. Responsibility had to be taken. After exiting the haunted house, they all boarded the Ferris wheel. Nahida stood by the glass window, gazing outside as she said, "This is actually pretty cool. Being able to see the scenery from up high. Before, I could only fly by riding on birds. This is my first time on a Ferris wheel. It feels really fresh. They actually have dining here, but the prices are no joke. A candlelight dinner is $688. That's outrageous. Forget it. Let us head back and eat later. I swear, nothing out here tastes as good as home cooked. Totally. The fried fish at my place smells better than anything you get outside." Suhan had been about to order, but seeing the girls weren't interested, he dropped the idea. Honestly, he'd never tried that meal himself. He was just curious. After wandering around, before they knew it, evening had fallen. They picked up a bunch of souvenirs and snapped tons of photos. Sangonomiya Kokomi and Kamisato Ayaka started out a little reserved, then warmed up, and by the end were totally into the vibe, having an absolute blast. Shinha, meanwhile, stayed close to Suhan, and, when no one was paying attention, would quietly slip her fingers into his. Standing in front of the ice cream shop, Suhan ordered several desserts. Just as they were waiting in line, a sudden gasp sounded from behind them. Kokomi, why you're not Sangonomiya Kokomi, are you? The girl waiting couldn't help looking up when she heard someone call her. She was curious who it was, and the voice sounded eerily like her own. The girl known as Gui Nyang was just as stunned. She'd only come out to have some fun and never expected to bump into her own daughter. Talk about insanely good luck. Who are you? Staring at the woman in front of her, Sangonomiya Kokomi looked puzzled. She played Genshin Impact, but had no idea who her voice actress was. She just thought the girl sounded a lot like her. Kuching thought for a moment and asked, "Are you Kokomi's voice actress?" Yeah. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Gui Nyang, you can call me Gui. I never thought I'd run into you all today. Are you here to hit the rides at the park? And you guys call this a team building event? Wait a second, is that really Klee? Gege was just too excited a moment ago. She naturally ignored everyone around her in that frenzy. Only after she calmed down did she realize how many incredible cosplayers were actually here. Like Kazuha and Klee, Gege was practically overwhelmed with excitement. Oh my god, how lucky could she possibly be? But the moment Gege blurted that out, all eyes in the place turned to her. Klee tilted her head with a confused expression and asked, "Big sister, do you like me too?" That familiar voice confirmed everything Gege had suspected. The guests who had been waiting in line quickly gathered around. As soon as they recognized Kuching and Klee, they all screamed with excitement. No way is this the legendary Kos everyone has been talking about online. They're actually here at the amusement park. OMG Klee, we love you so much. That girl over there is Naida. Even though the crowd was super excited, nobody got too close. They were still pretty polite. Just then, Hu Tao noticed she'd been recognized. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately took off her hat, hands on her hips, shouting, "How could you forget about me?" That fiery red-brown gradient twin tail hairstyle, and the traditional style outfit peeking out from under her jacket. Who else could it be but Hu Tao, the director of the Wangxing Funeral Parlor? It's Hu Tao. It's really Hu Tao. Hu director, will support you forever. When's Wangxing gonna open, by the way? Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, Hu Tao grinned happily. And to everyone's surprise, she actually pulled a bunch of business cards out of her pocket. Everyone was confused for a moment. When Hu Tao smiled sweetly and explained, "Wangsheng is still under renovation for now, but feel free to give me a call if you ever need my help. You can't decide how you're born, but you sure as hell can choose how you leave. We at Wangxing Funeral Parlor are true pros." That business card was instantly recognizable, the same familiar shade of red. On the back was a plum blossom. At first, people figured it was just a little gimmick. But once they took the card, they realized it actually had a real phone number and a full address. "Hallmaster, what is going on? Don't tell me you actually opened a shop. There really is a place like this. That is awesome. I remember that spot. It used to be a restaurant, and I think it's been under renovation lately." Everyone started talking at once, confirming Hu Tao really had opened a store. But when they heard her quirky sales pitch, they couldn't help laughing. After all, that is classic Hallmaster Hu. Hallmaster, can we take a picture with you? Just when my little sister really likes you, I do too. No problem. Hu Tao didn't turn anyone away, grinning as she posed for photos. The others lined up, too. As for Shinha, just standing there was enough to keep people from getting close. Watching the crowd swell, Suhan felt a headache coming on. Folks, it's getting late. We need to head back. Let us take more pictures another day. When we've got time, we've got work tomorrow. People were reluctant, but with their favorite characters right in front of them, all they could do was watch them leave. On the Genshin Impact forums, those who managed to snag a photo posted their shots, drawing a flood of jealous comments. But someone had rotten luck, the staffer Hallmaster who knocked out. Too tragic, dressed as a ghost, and still got KO'd by the Hallmaster. He was a college student working a part-time gig. Nobody expected he'd get knocked out on his very first day. There were more photos in the comments. A ghost lying on the ground, too scared to move, and Hu Tao scratching her head, looking sheepish. Just looking at it made people crack up. The comment section blew up. Everyone was laughing themselves silly. "Man, you really got skinned alive this time, sent off straight by director Hu. Bro, all I can say is you got seriously unlucky. But honestly, The director showing mercy by not burying you right there on the spot? That's already generous. Think about 77. Haha. I heard the director didn't even have a shovel today. Otherwise, you'd have been buried on the spot. I'm so jealous. I wish the director would hit me too. When the director taps you, it's actually super cute. Dude, I'm just a guy selling soda at the amusement park. How come I never get to experience this kind of thing? Same. Me and my girlfriend went to the park too, and didn't run into anything like this. It's pissing me off. You guys ain't seen nothing. Remember that ring toss booth owner? He just shut down his stall completely. At first I thought he looked familiar. Turns out it was Keely. There was even a meme attached after the post, comparing the clothes. It was definitely Suin and his crew. Back home, Suin looked at the community posts and chuckled, shaking his head. This is blowing up way too much. Who knew just going to an amusement park could spark so many posts? Yeah, no wonder you told us to keep a low profile before we left. Otherwise today probably would have turned into a total circus. Honestly, I didn't expect to be this popular either, Kokomi said with a sigh. At first, she was having a pretty good time. But that final scene reminded her of her days on the Watatsumi Island. It was just too terrifying. Paimon lay on Lumen's lap, looking sulky. I'm the one who suffered the most. I could have been carried the whole time, but no, they made me walk by myself. I'm completely exhausted. Then next time, I'll get you a stroller to lie in. I'm not a baby. Wait. Maybe sitting in one could be fun. At first, Paimon was pretty annoyed by Suin's comment. But then she thought about it. If she didn't have to lie down, just sitting would actually be pretty comfortable. And she wouldn't have to walk by herself. That didn't sound so bad after all. Keqing saw that Klee had already fallen asleep and, with a gentle touch, pulled a blanket over her. This little one had the most fun today. Now she's so tired she's out like a light. Yeah, ever since we got into the amusement park, Klee's been over the moon. It's no surprise she's worn out. Suhan looked at the little ray of sunshine sleeping peacefully and spoke softly. Once Klee was asleep, everyone stopped chatting. They went off to wash up or take care of other things. About half an hour later, Nahida, having just finished the Inazuma storyline, slipped into a daze. She'd imagined the Anemo Archon as free-spirited, carefree, and romantic. But he turned out to be a guy who drinks every day and sweet-talks people left and right. She pictured the Geo Archon as upright, principled, and disciplined to the extreme. But he was actually a laid-back retiree who just wants to enjoy his twilight years and is constantly in debt. In her mind, the Electro Archon was someone who pursued eternity and was unmatched in martial skill. In reality, she was a homebody hiding in the plane of euthymia. Even her retainer said she'd D-tier up if she couldn't get tricolored dango. Thinking of all that, Nahida felt her fantasies crumble. She turned to Suhan and asked, "Tell me, why are the three Archons so different? What am I even supposed to learn from them?" Everyone has flaws. Honestly, that's the most real version of the three Archons. Alright, I get it. In the end, I have to rely on myself to build up my own nation. With her study plan completely up in smoke, Nahida could only pep talk herself. Either way, shooting videos still earns treasures. As long as I put in the effort, there's nothing I can't handle. However, as she gazed at Kamisato Ayaka streaming in the distance, she muttered under her breath, that former Electro Archon, could she be hidden inside the sacred Sakura? That's likely the case. That's why I said Ayaka seeking her out might not be a good idea. If her consciousness really awakens, then next we're in for a true storm. Only the thought of an end. Unlike Kane, Lightning True's final obsession was to protect Inazuma. As long as she sees her sister open her heart, she will fade away on her own. An obsession, and bringing back a god of war, isn't as simple as reviving a celestial fox. The treasures required to resurrect such a being are things that defy the natural order. A god of war involves divine authority. At the very least, one must possess power surpassing that to even attempt a true resurrection. Whether it's the soul or the physical body, even the slightest imperfection makes resurrection impossible. Upon hearing Suhan's words, Nahida gently nodded, showing her understanding. If a god of war could be resurrected so easily, that would be absurd. Kokomi, who had been listening to their conversation, spoke up. So now, the Dual World Gateway needs another upgrade, right? I mean, Zhongli's MV alone already has over 3 million views. When are you planning to invite the next batch of people? Pretty soon. Thanks to that fat fraudster from yesterday, the views on Kokomi's video skyrocketed. We're only 500,000 views away now. I'm guessing it'll hit the target tomorrow. Once it upgrades, I'll invite them right away. Oh, why are you asking? It's just that with the new city under construction recently, there are so many places I need to personally inspect and approve. I won't be able to come around much. If there are any new invitees, let them do live streams for now. Once this busy period passes, I'll take over again. Kokomi explained her situation. If she had the chance, she'd love to spend more time here. But these contractors are too shrewd. If they cut corners, the consequences would be serious. She had to be careful. Suhan smiled and nodded. No problem. You go ahead and focus on your work. The new city is more important. I'll think about what new videos to make in a few days. Right now, many people have only posted one video, and their fans are already getting anxious. A new creator had posted a video. You guys support Shouldn't T be left behind either. MMHM, filming 1T get in the way at all? Chongyun said with a smile. It really felt warm to be understood. Truthfully, she also wanted to ask when would the next video be filmed? For Liyue, work was important. But the video? That was the top priority. Many of the treasures shown could even influence an entire nation's ecosystem. At night, when it was Hu Tao's turn to go live, many people asked about the Wangxing funeral parlor. Oh right, that thing you're talking about. Yep, we officially opened the store. Although we haven't got the funds for renovations yet. We only hung up the signboard. But don't worry, everyone. I'll definitely work hard and save up enough for the decoration fees. So please, hit that triple likes button for us. When Hu Tao said that, the fans were all stunned. The Wangxing funeral parlor actually opened in the real world? Would that even work? Facing the doubts, Hu Tao cheerfully replied, Don't worry, everyone. We're super experienced in what we do. Any funeral-related matters. We'll handle it perfectly. If you find any issues, the service is on the house. In one fan's home, several family elders were arguing over funeral arrangements. Dad was a very particular man. You think you can just cut corners and save money like this? Second brother, what exactly are you implying? 30,000 for a funeral service that's highway robbery. Even if it's a master funeral director, I'm not buying it. I also think it's way too expensive. But Dad didn't want to leave without dignity. Inside the bedroom, the young girl listened to the arguing from her family, feeling a massive headache coming on. Her grandpa had just passed away, and her heart was already heavy with grief. But now, the post-funeral arrangements had turned her uncles into a bickering mess. The old shops in town were all charging sky-high prices. 30,000 is just the cost for holding a proper funeral. The price of the cemetery plot has to be calculated separately. Even if you have the money, nobody would just throw it around like that. But then again, most people don't have the skills for this sort of thing. After all, Grandpa's old friends were all well-educated folks. If we ended up making fools of ourselves, our whole family would probably be too embarrassed to show our faces in public. Just then, Hu Tao's voice came through the live stream. The girl suddenly had an idea. What if we ask her for help? She had already subscribed to Hu Tao's channel as a way of support. Since she was a patron, her messages would show up right away. Meanwhile, Hu Tao, who had been chatting with her fans, received a private message. Boss, I've got a funeral to handle. Can you help me out with it? Huh? A customer? Can we talk over voice chat? Sure, little butterfly. The patron quickly replied. Soon enough, the voice call connected. Hu Tao wiped the playful grin off her face and turned serious. After listening to the request, she thought for a moment, then presented 3 different plans. So what do you think, customer? As for the cost, including all the little extras, it'll start at around 150,000. And funerals have their own traditions and etiquette. You should really talk it over with your family first. If this works for you, we can seal the deal. I'll come by bright and early tomorrow, and we can go over the details. Sounds good. The live chat exploded instantly. Who would VE thought? Who boss actually took the job? Not long after, arguing and questioning voices came through the call. Then, a middle-aged man spoke up. Excuse me, are you a professional in handling funerals? The Genshin undertaking is a full-service funeral agency. Though currently, I'm the only employee. But please, trust in my professionalism. Besides, a funeral is a person's final moment of dignity. It's not something we can afford to take lightly. Absolutely no mistakes or oversights were allowed. After hearing your daughter's request just now, do you think this arrangement is appropriate? Hu Tao spoke with complete seriousness, walking through the entire process from start to finish. She covered every detail from the wake, the mourning rituals, the burial ceremony, to the memorial tablets and ceremonial items based on the deceased's background and status. Some of the terms she used were ones even a middle-aged professor of classical literature hadn't heard in a while, but he understood the meaning just fine. This girl probably really knew what she was doing. As for the cost, since the Wanderer's troupe hasn't officially opened yet, the total should be around 150,000 mora, and I'll only charge you 5,000 as a service fee. Does that work for you? That price wasn't just acceptable, it was a steal. It was basically half of what it should have been. The man glanced behind him, and his siblings all nodded in agreement. Someone who could explain everything so clearly must really know their stuff. No problem. All our family members agree. But you spoke a bit fast earlier, and we didn't get some parts written down. Would it be okay if we asked you to send over a checklist? Sure thing. The voice call ended. The chat absolutely exploded. Live job orders. And she actually pulled it off. Even more impressive, Hu Tao immediately started making a spreadsheet. Things like what size candles to use, custom tailoring requirements for the deceased's clothing, and all the details about memorial tablets. After seeing her go through the whole process, the fans couldn't find a single flaw. They had no choice but to admit defeat. Once the table was done, she sent it right over. Don't think arranging a funeral is a hassle. No matter how much wealth or status the deceased had in life, they all deserve a proper send-off that fits their standing. Even for ordinary people, it's important to give them a peaceful final rest. When someone reaches the end of their life journey, they deserve to be seen off with care and respect. I've been playing all day, and now I even have work tonight. So that's it for today's stream. See you tomorrow. The screen went black, but the discussions among the viewers were only just heating up. Some people questioned whether Hu Tao was just putting on an act, but when they thought back to how Kamisato Ayaka had performed before, they felt the whole thing was pretty absurd. Could it actually be true that Hu Tao's actress was a seasoned professional in handling funerals? The internet exploded almost instantly. To her fans, Hu Tao's actress was just an ordinary girl, maybe a bit quirky and mischievous, at most. No one had expected that she'd actually land a real job, and the professional terms Hu Tao had mentioned, though the fans didn't quite understand them, turned out to be actual industry jargon. After a quick search on Baidu, that was genuinely shocking. At the dinner table, Hu Tao casually mentioned that she had landed a small gig. She said proudly, "It's just a small job, but as long as I put my heart into it, I'll save up enough to pay off my debts soon." Kamisato Ayaka gave her a thumbs up. Getting clients this fast was truly something to envy. Truth be told, she was also thinking about whether she could open up a small shop of her own in this world. Granted, currency couldn't be exchanged, but resources could still be traded. The island of Watatsumi was still lacking in many things. Suhan said with some surprise, "Damn, Tao Tao? You landed a job even before officially opening shop still? I gotta warn you, don't use any magic. Just handle it like a regular funeral service." Yeah, I get it. Besides, there aren't any ghosts or spirits in this world anyway. I know. If she used elemental powers in public, that would cause a lot of trouble. Hu Tao knew this all too well. After dinner, Hu Tao waved goodbye and left the table early, because just during the meal, the client had messaged her privately, saying that some items had become unavailable at the last minute, and asking if she could help order replacements. Of course, that wasn't a problem. This way, Hu Tao could make a bit more money, and she was in a hurry to get back and take care of it. Surely, it's best to prepare these things in advance. Zhongli, are you here? Is there something you need, director? Zhongli was sitting there flipping through a book when he heard the voice. He slowly got up. His eyes showed genuine concern. Phew. Yeah, so, I just took a commission from the Water Blue Star. Zhongli, can you make a memorial tablet for the client? I'm gonna go to Xiao Su's to get a burial robe made. Gonna pull an all-nighter, but I think I can get it done by tomorrow morning. No problem. Just tell me the name, and I'll write it. That's great. Zhongli nodded, clearly satisfied. After giving Zhongli the name, she turned around and hurried out. Of course, The Wangxing funeral parlor offered custom burial robe services, though the price wasn't cheap. After all, these were for the deceased. Every detail, the fabric, patterns, and colors, had to be carefully considered. Walking into another small courtyard, Zhongli spoke to a young woman. Su Xing, time to get to work. This needs to be finished by tomorrow morning. The specifications are like this. The floral pattern and the size is like this. Can you make it happen? No problem, director. We'll get it done tonight. Hee, that's great. Good. I'll cover the overtime pay. And also, here's something. This is some face powder from the Inazuma Island. A gift for you. Director, this is way too valuable. I can't accept it. Oh, come on, Xiaosu. Someone like me, who's naturally beautiful, doesn't really need stuff like this anyway. This was a gift someone gave me, so I'm just passing it along to you. Looking at the director's retreating figure, Su Xing couldn't help but smile, feeling both touched and a bit helpless. Her job itself already involved a lot of overtime, and when there was free time, she would take on additional handcraft work, which was basically doing 2 jobs at once. After all, funerals rarely happened at predictable times, so preparation in advance was usually impossible. But the director always found various excuses to give small gifts as compensation. This made her feel grateful all the time. Putting away the box of face powder, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. She adjusted the oil lamp, brightening the flame. The young woman began her work. The next day, around 8 in the morning, Walnut gazed at the freshly carved memorial tablet and chuckled. This handwriting is amazing. Well then, I'll be on my way first. Leader, have a safe trip. Yeah, don't worry. I'm leaving things here to you. The girl waved and left, carrying a large backpack. When she arrived at the villa on Azure Star, her phone rang immediately. Hello, yes, it's me. I was just resting, she answered casually. The items are ready. I'm heading over now. Got it. She tied the package onto her moped. Then she grinned at Su-Han. I'm heading out. I might not be back for lunch, so just eat without me. All right, drive safe. Hee, I know. The cute little scooter sped up, and in the blink of an eye, she was gone. She reached the location an hour later. The anxious crowd waiting on site saw the girl finally arrive. Their eyes held a hint of doubt. After all, Walnut looked so young. Was she really capable of handling this funeral properly? I've brought everything. How about you guys? Have you gotten the incense and candles ready? We're all set. Great. Here is the memorial tablet. Let us put the burial robe on display too. Wow, this calligraphy is incredible. An elderly man who adored calligraphy stared at the writing on the tablet. His eyes lit up instantly. This wasn't a copy. The brushstrokes were powerful and flowing, as if encompassing all styles, like the work of a true master calligrapher. When the burial robe was revealed, murmurs of amazement spread among the crowd, because this garment was hand-sewn entirely by hand. Even without being told it was a burial robe, no one could easily replicate it with modern techniques. It was practically a piece of art. Seeing the family members stunned, Walnut asked, "What's wrong? Is this shroud not quite to your liking?" I'm really sorry, time was so tight. This was the best we could manage. No, we're very satisfied with it. The one old Mr. Qian wore when he passed last month. Doesn't he even compare to this? Of course. Wangxing Funeral Parlor's reputation isn't just hot air. Whatever level you want. We'll handle it to that standard. We're not about to phone it in. Besides, you have to respect the departed. That's basic courtesy. Only then can people in both worlds be at peace. All right, since everyone is happy then, let us officially begin. Back on her own turf, Hu Tao perked right up. From where to hang the memorial couplets, to how to organize the mourning. She had everything squared away. The girl in mourning clothes was filming on her phone, stunned. This hall master is incredible. She's directing a whole crowd by herself, and it's still perfectly orderly. Most importantly, her father and a few uncles were very pleased with Hu Tao. Over in the Genshin community, a user named Little Butterfly was uploading photos and videos. Because of what happened yesterday, a lot of people were doubting Hu Tao. Some said she was making skits for clout. Others suspected it was a staged shoot. Little Butterfly didn't care about any of that. Hu Tao had helped her, so of course she'd support her. She posted shot after shot from the scene. And of course, nothing showing her grandpa. Just photos of Hu Tao running the show. But those were striking enough. In the comments under the post, Little Butterfly wrote, A lot of people say it's just hype, but I think, when Hall Master who handles things, it really puts you at ease. She also laid out, in detail, everything she'd gone through yesterday. Parents and elders were in the middle of a heated argument. But Walnut, Hu Tao, shut everyone up in her own way. Even the guests who had just arrived at the door to pay their respects couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At the same time, she dropped a cold line. Think we're faking it? Then why don't you guys try hiring this many extras? Besides, if the neighbors don't believe it, feel free to come check it out in person. In reality, Xiao Huti didn't need to prove herself like this. Because her family was never just an ordinary household, the locals had already taken photos and dumped them all online, right in the comments section of Walnut's column. The comment only had 5 characters. Hall leader who, damn impressive. The truth was the strongest evidence. A mountain of videos and photos proved that Walnut wasn't just cosplaying, she actually had real skills. After this incident, Walnut's follower count skyrocketed. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Suhan was scrolling through the forums, finally hearing the system notification he had been waiting for. The dual portal had finished upgrading again. Ding, congratulations, Master. The video view count has surpassed 20 million. The portal has successfully upgraded. Dual portal. Current level, 5. Invitable characters, 8-10. Maximum stay, 8 hours. Restrictions. The Master cannot enter the Teyvat world, but invited guests may carry items between the 2 worlds. Items brought from Teyvat to Aquamarine must not exceed 5 kilograms. Note: invited guests may set one fixed return point once per week. Next upgrade requirement. Reach 25 million views automatic upgrade. Heh. After waiting a few days, the dual portal finally leveled up again. Sweet. Suhan stretched lazily, a grin spreading across his face. Although this time the upgrade only eased a few restrictions, he wasn't in a rush. After all, the more people he invited, the faster the portal would level up. Nahida walked over and smiled, saying it would be great if someone could come over from Sumeru. That way, I wouldn't have to use my authority every day just to keep an eye on the entire world. I'm hoping for the same thing. Hopefully, it'll work out. After all, the invitations are random, you can't choose who gets selected. If it were up to Suhan, though, the first person he'd pick was Raiden Ei. That way, all those problems in Inazuma would be resolved in an instant. The Starborn Gate slowly began to open as the system scanned for its target. Meanwhile, a fierce snowstorm raged across Dragon's Pine Mountain. A woman with short, striking blue hair and wielding a massive ice-blue sword was locked in battle with a towering Cryo-Abyss Herald. Dozens of defeated Hilichurls lay at her feet, their corpses twisted in gruesome death. Fine snow drifted through the air, and howling winds swept across the mountainside. Yet this Knight of the Tides moved as if completely unaffected by the storm. With a light, graceful twist of her body, she easily dodged the Herald's powerful strike. Her blade came down on its weak point, slicing through its icy shield with razor-sharp energy. Now, her eyes narrowed. Eula's sword flashed through the air, unleashing a storm of blade chi forward. Boom! A brilliant arc of white light cleaved the Herald in half at the waist. The fight should have ended there. But then, something unexpected happened. The Frostarm Herald, already on the brink of death, swung its massive axe in a final, desperate attack aimed straight at Eula. Damn it! Still recovering from her last move, Eula had little strength left. Worse, her leg was already injured from earlier. She'd taken a hit while saving an adventurer. She couldn't dodge in time. A sharp pain exploded through her body as she was sent flying, tumbling straight off the cliff's edge. This was bad. If she hit the ground like this, she'd be lucky to survive, even if she somehow lived. She tried to adjust her posture midair, but her injured limbs made it impossible to move properly. Just as despair began to set in, a cold, mechanical voice rang out. Eula's eyes lit up as she quickly spoke up. I agree. In the sky above, a gate made of stars slowly opened, and she just so happened to fly straight into it. Inside the villa's grand hall, Suhan and Nahida were sitting quietly, waiting for news. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the air, and before the two could even process what was happening, Suhan was sent flying by the impact. What the hell? Who does that? He cursed as he hit the ground, his vision blurred, his frustration spilling out in anger. But strangely, his arm felt pinned down by something. He couldn't even lift it. Hey, get off me already, you're crushing me. Wait, what? Hearing that voice, Suhan felt a chill run down his spine. No way. Could it actually be her from Mondstadt? He quickly shoved the person off. As his vision cleared, he finally saw who had been right in front of him. It was her body that had landed on top of him. No wonder there was a faint fragrance. It was her natural scent. But her beautiful armor was now soaked in blood. TCH, it hurts. Still on the floor, Eula couldn't help but cry out in pain. Her injuries were too severe for her to even stand. Eula, what happened to you? Did you get into a fight with the Fatui? No. I was trying to save some people from the Adventurers Guild. We ran into a huge group of Hilichurls and a Hilichurl Frostarm King. You're Suhan, right? Humph. I'll remember what you just did. Eula said coldly as she rubbed her sore limbs. Cough. Excuse me? That's not fair at all. How was I supposed to know it was you? I was just sitting here minding my own business when you slammed into me. Heh. I heard from the honorary knight and Klee that you're supposed to be quick on your feet. So how come you couldn't dodge me? And you even kept feeling me down there for quite a while. Even if you didn't recognize it was me, you could tell just from the scent I'm obviously a girl. Save that for later. There is so much blood we need to treat the wound first. Seeing the two of them still locked in a spat, Naida walked over to break it up. Suhan nodded, then scooped Eula into his arms and headed for the Serenidia pot. Eula didn't struggle anymore, she was too smart for that, and the pain was unbearable. Her entire arm felt swollen. He settled Eula into the healing pod and pressed the start button. A pale green liquid swiftly enveloped her. With an injury like this, 5 minutes should be enough. Sure enough, before long the liquid had fully receded, and Eula's body was back to normal. Staring at her good as new arm, the Spindrift Knight was stunned. Under normal circumstances, it would taken at least 5 days of rest. She never imagined that inside this strange device, she'd be completely healed in mere minutes. It was unreal. How do you feel? My body is completely recovered. What is this thing? It's incredible. It's a healing pod, even organ damage can be repaired. What an amazing invention. No wonder the honorary knight said Aqua Blue Star has all kinds of wondrous artifacts. If the Knights of Favonius had one of these, that would be fantastic. But before we get into that, let us talk about what just happened. Seeing the Spindrift Knight's face dark with fury, Suhan scratched his cheek, embarrassed. How about you pinch me as payback? Think of it as my apology. Scoundrel. I'm a noble, how could I possibly touch a man down there? I haven't even let a man touch my hand. Eula was livid. Though she disliked being tied to the Lawrence clan, she'd never forgotten a noble's upbringing and status. Even now, she deliberately kept her distance from men. In Eula's mind, only the man who would someday be her husband had the right to touch her body. But Suhan had laid a hand on her. Granted, he hadn't meant to. Even so, for a chaste knight, it was hard to accept. Staring at the Spindrift Knight, furious like a lioness, Suhan had no idea how to explain himself. Still, to be honest, Eula did have a great figure, and there was a faint minty scent on her skin. It was Mondstadt's little son, Klee, who finally broke the awkward tension. At the time, the little son was tinkering with bombs in the Serenidia Pot's workshop. Hearing voices outside, she bounced over. Oh, it's big sister Eula. How why is your outfit ripped? Hey, Klee, my clothes got torn fighting the enemy. Anyway, let us not dwell on unpleasant things. Seeing you here makes me happy too. Eula smiled, but when she looked at Suhan, there was still a spark of anger in her eyes, as if to say, this absolutely cannot get out. If anyone else finds out, their LL held to pay. Suhan nodded quickly, promising he wouldn't breathe a word. Only then did Eula set it aside for now. Then they finally learned why Eula had gone alone to the dangerous Dragon's Pine. Right now, the Knights of Favonius are short-handed. The new recruits have all been reassigned to the trade routes, so the defenses along the snow-covered path are pretty thin. Besides, I've always been used to operating solo. Going without an escort is normal for me. What I didn't expect was that the people trapped on the mountain would draw a whole horde of Hilichurls. It's a real headache. Talking about it, Eula couldn't help sighing. It still came down to her not being strong enough. If she were stronger, she wouldn't have run into trouble like this. Suhan suddenly remembered something and asked, wait, the person you saved wouldn't happen to be Bennett, would it? How did you know? Well, in Mondstadt, the adventurer with the worst luck has got to be Bennett, right? Not that bad, really. This time, the knights were short on manpower, so they asked him to help investigate. The main goal was to track the Fatui's movements near the Dragon's Pine area. Hold on, if that's the case, then maybe Bennett didn't lead them there on purpose. Maybe he was actually set up by the Fatui. Yun-Jin slowly began to understand. At first, she thought Bennett had just been unlucky. But now, thinking more clearly, things probably weren't that simple. Even though the Fatui had publicly withdrawn from Mondstadt, many of their agents were still hiding nearby, watching closely. It was likely that Bennett and his team had been targeted the moment they decided to infiltrate. The enemy had just hidden themselves too well for anyone to notice. After hearing this, Suhan nodded and said, "If that's really what happened, then I can be sure this whole conflict was staged by the Fatui. Dragon's Pine holds many secrets. The Fatui have been investigating them in secret for a long time. Even before this, the doctor had built a lab here. Hardly anyone in Mondstadt knows about these things. Although Lumen had played through the original Genshin storyline and completed the Dragon Pine quest, she only managed to unlock the Frost-bearing tree. There were many details she had missed. It looks like we were a bit careless after all. When we get back, I'll need to report all this to the higher-ups." Although Yun-Jin had been a bit annoyed with Su-Han because of the earlier incident, she wasn't the type to hold grudges. She also knew that Su-Han had done a lot for Mondstadt. You could even say he was one of Mondstadt's benefactors. That little act of holding a grudge earlier, it was just something Yun-Jin did to ease the awkwardness. Even without Klee being there, she wouldn't have held it against him for long. While everyone was chatting casually, Yin and Paimon stepped through the door. As soon as they spotted Eula, both of their faces lit up with smiles. "Huh? So you actually got Eula here?" "Just now," Captain Jean was saying. "She was about to send someone to search for you in the snowy mountains. Didn't expect you to come here on your own." "Yeah, after rescuing Bennett and the others. I ended up here kind of by accident." "Have you guys finished your mission already?" "Yep. We chased off those Fatui Harbinger guys. They were so annoying they tried to blow up the flight path. We had to chase them for ages before finally finding their hideout," Paimon said, clearly annoyed. "I was originally heading out for shrimp dumplings this morning. But right after I woke up, we got a mission alert. We spent the entire morning tracking them down. Now I'm starving. Almost too weak to stand." Nahida smiled and said, "Perfect. We were just about to start cooking. Eula, you must be hungry too. Why don't you help out?" Sure. This was the first time Eula had ever cooked with others. It felt kind of exciting. In the past, she always lived alone. And life hadn't been easy. Merchants wouldn't even sell her fruit. And not once had the hunters ever offered her service. That period of her life had been really tough. Suhan was trimming some lamb meat as he asked, "I've got to ask, even if you could hunt something, how did you eat it without any spices?" "What else could I do? Buy them in Liyue, obviously. Or else, just hope I got lucky and ran into a merchant from Liyue." Eula replied, skillfully seasoning the lamb and skewering it onto bamboo sticks. Nahida tilted her head slightly, confused. "Why would you need to go all the way to Liyue just to buy spices? You must not have done Eula's legendary quest, or you'd already know. Her family has been seen as criminals in Mondstadt for years. That's why the Lawrence family has never been well liked, especially during the time her uncle roamed free. The outside world's hostility was particularly evident." Paimon, who was busy juicing at the moment, volunteered to answer Suhan's questions. Only then did Nahida have an epiphany. She hadn't realized this tall, elegant knight had gone through such a difficult past. Sighing softly, she said, "Sometimes I really don't know what to say. Should descendants really have to bear the sins of their ancestors?" Actually, the Lawrence family once made quite a few contributions to Mondstadt, but unfortunately, their later actions completely erased all those good deeds. "Then, are you doing okay now?" Suhan asked while grilling meat, genuinely caring about Eula's current life. After what happened with Schrader, her mindset must have changed somehow. Hearing this, Eula smiled and replied, "Much better than before. Merchants are trading normally again, though there are still some elderly folks, and those with stubborn minds, who treat me rather coldly. But I don't care anymore. At least it's better than being constantly ignored or hated." Watching Eula laugh so openly, Kamachi Kimiko couldn't help but sigh. Such a thing as hatred really brings nothing but harm. Exactly. That's why the shogunate and Inazuma shouldn't keep fighting either. You're absolutely right. Everyone continued chatting and laughing as the smell of grilled meat slowly filled the air. Cold beer paired perfectly with freshly grilled skewers, and Eula's mood lifted accordingly. Her smile became more natural by the minute. Gradually, she began sharing her past. Truthfully, I never wanted to always be at odds with the people of Mondstadt. It's just that some people like what you just said, Suhan. If they truly despise me or hate me, they should just come challenge me to a duel openly. If I lose, I'll accept whatever punishment they see fit. Yet this simple, rightful request was one no one was willing to grant. Everyone just remained silent. Speaking to others humbly and politely only made them see me, Eula, as a criminal. But I haven't done anything wrong. I merely wanted to buy things normally, to live my own simple, ordinary life. Yet even this basic wish was denied across all of Mondstadt. Sometimes I wonder, is this what they call freedom? It's probably just weakness. Hearing Eula's heartfelt words, Suhan couldn't help but shake his head. The old Mondstadt bullies to the weak and cowards to the strong. The Fatui have been secretly stirring trouble. Did they ever resist? All they ever did was pick on the helpless. Like you said, they wouldn't even accept a duel. What else could they be but cowards? Though things probably aren't like that anymore, it used to be too lax. Yeah, nowadays some kids even greet me as Big Sister Eula, which really warms my heart. As she spoke, a smile spread across Eula's face. If even innocent children hated me, I would truly be disappointed. Paimon chuckled and said, "Well, you've got Suhan to thank for that." Him? Yep. Right when we arrived, Suhan spoke up about many things. Among them, he insisted that Mondstadt's heroes must never be forgotten. That suggestion came straight from him. He even specifically told Knight Captain Jean that she had to act on it. Like Amber's grandfather or Dilik's father. The reason their heroic deeds are now known to everyone is all thanks to Suhan. Hearing this, Eula felt a wave of emotion. She herself was one of the beneficiaries of that proposal. In fact, not long ago, notices about it had even been posted around the city. So all of this was his doing? A confused Lumen asked, "You didn't know?" I've been out on solo missions this whole time. I only just got back to the city to carry out new orders. I thought they were from acting Grandmaster Jean. Eula took a sip of cold, crisp beer. The resentment in her heart had already faded away. Maybe he really hadn't meant it earlier. After a good meal and some drinks, Eula pulled Suhan into an empty room. Facing the fierce aura of the Spindrift Knight, he actually felt a little nervous. "What are you trying to do? You're not planning to throw hands, are you? If we're really going to fight, can we pick somewhere roomier? This place won't survive a brawl. Nobody is hitting you. I've already taken note of what happened before, but don't think I'm letting you off that easy. If I find out that anyone besides the Dendro Archon of Sumeru knows about this, you're done. I swear, I won't breathe a word." Suhan held up a finger, hastily making his promise. Eula let out a cold snort and released his collar. "That's settled, then. Next, let us talk about the video. I heard you can get rewards just by filming one, right? That honorary knight only beat Storm Terror because they got a treasure. Do you know how to make a video? I was just thinking if I can boost my strength, maybe I won't end up in danger. It's easy. We just enter the virtual space. I've already arranged everything for you. This video is guaranteed to go viral." Go viral? What does that mean? It means the video becomes super popular. The rewards aren't up to me, they depend on how much people on Blue Star like it. The more popular it is, the more rewards you get. After that explanation, Eula understood right away. In simple terms, we handle the filming. And the more likes, coins, and saves those people give, the bigger the reward I get, right? Exactly. Then what kind of content are you planning for me to film? I want to film anything weird. Don't worry. The content is something you're very familiar with, something you're passionate about. Passionate about? Yura frowned in thought, then her eyes lit up. Could it be the festival dance? Something that she truly loved, and at the same time, highly performative. The festival dance was undoubtedly the perfect choice. Suhan gave a slight nod and smiled. "Actually, I did consider having you try a more comedic style, but after serious thought, I decided the festival dance really showcases your charm best. It's a dance of true nobility, and combined with your graceful posture, your performance would be nothing short of an art piece." It's not like you said it's that exaggerated. The festival dance was just a treasure I happened upon amidst the whirlpool of hatred in the Lawrence family. Compared to all those hateful things, the festival dance is pure and noble, allowing me inner peace and helping me rediscover my true self. Don't think a few compliments will make me forget what happened earlier. Let us get on with it. If we wait any longer, I'll have to return to the knights for my report. Vanishing the entire day would worry them. Yura glanced at him indifferently, and slowly, a faint smile appeared on her lips. After all, who wouldn't he feel a bit pleased when complimented? Suhan nodded. All right then, let us go film now. With a thought, the two instantly found themselves inside a virtual space. But just then, Yura suddenly called out, wait. What's wrong? My clothes are torn. At least let me fix them first. It wouldn't be good if someone saw me like this. Suhan looked down at her outfit. At this moment, Eula's right sleeve was completely torn away, leaving only a few tattered pieces still clinging to her shoulder. Her left calf was in a similar state. The fabric had practically turned to shreds. Her pale, smooth skin was now exposed to the open air. Hey, don't go looking all over the place, okay? I'm serious. I'm not looking around. I'm just saying, in this virtual space, you actually don't need to change clothes at all. I can just tweak a few settings and… Tweak what? Before Eula could even finish her sentence, she noticed that the sensation of the breeze against her bare skin had suddenly disappeared. She looked down and saw, to her shock, that her clothes were completely intact again. Is this magic? Nope, just some visual effects processing. You can think of it like temporarily swapping out the image. Don't overthink it. Let us just start filming already. If everything goes smoothly, you'll be out of here before sunset. Eula reached out and touched her clothes, surprised at how real the texture felt. It was just too unbelievable. Even though he said it was an illusion, it felt more real than real. Hearing the word filming, she quickly wiped the shock from her face and put on a serious expression. Wait, we're not actually in battle. Relax a bit. Just imagine you're out on the grasslands outside Mondstadt, with a gentle breeze blowing. As the words left his mouth, the scenery around them shifted rapidly. The ground beneath their feet turned into soft grassland, and in the distance, the familiar skyline of Mondstadt appeared. So what should I do? Just give a short introduction of yourself. Oh, and draw your sword that's the real Flower Knight vibe. The filming went extremely smoothly. After all, Eula naturally carried a mix of prideful aloofness and icy charm. As long as her opening lines were formal enough, she nailed it perfectly. All right, next we'll film the ritual dance segment. By the way, there's something I wanted to ask you. How many segments are there in the festival dance? Suhan recalled the third act that played in the game, and that particular act was handled by the Lawrence family. But if they were only going to perform just that one segment, it felt a bit lacking somehow. After all, everyone had already seen it. Upon hearing the question, Eula began to explain. The festival dance consists of 6 segments total. Our family is responsible for the third and the final one. Back when it was originally choreographed, it was a collaborative effort between several noble families. And so, the tradition has been passed down through those same families. The segments I learned are Sparkling Luster and the Closing Constellation. The first one is sharp and decisive in movement, symbolizing the moment when the banquet reaches its peak, while the Closing Constellation marks the end of the festival dance. Both are equally important. A thought struck Suhan. He asked, so what you're saying is, you know all 6 segments. That's thanks to the strict upbringing of the Lawrence family. Even if others have forgotten, we must still master them. It's just another one of those boring old rules. Something about how after Mondstadt's liberation, manners and elegance were in short supply. In any case, every eldest daughter of the Lawrence family is required to learn it. I was no exception. Perfect. Then for our performance this time, how about we do the first 3 segments? Certainly, but I should warn you, the first 2 aren't as dazzling as Sparkling Luster. The pace is slower. No problem at all. Suhan didn't care about the tempo. What mattered was the festival dance itself. If they could bring out something that wasn't in the game, that's what would truly draw people in. Eula took a moment to prepare, recalling her memories. Then, slowly, her body began to move. A knight who had braved countless storms. Yet now, her movements were soft as water, like a gentle breeze. grazing one's face. She hummed a light and cheerful tune. Eula's dance told a story, even with a sword in hand, and clad in the armor of the knights. Her essence still exuded the elegance of a noble lady. As she twirled gracefully, Eula didn't notice that her attire had subtly changed. Just moments ago, she had been in full knightess gear, but with a single spin, she now wore a flowing blue and white gown. Blue, symbolizing nobility. White, representing purity. And the black accents added a touch of mystery. This time, she danced with more passion than ever before, pouring her entire being into the performance. Only when the first movement came to an end did this magnificent transformation finally settle. What is the name of this dance in the festival dance? It's called Morning Light Breeze, the first chapter of the festival dance. It symbolizes the sunrise, when nobles welcome their guests in the gentle morning wind. It's also the part performed by the Lingian Fender family. The first scene was filmed successfully. The two took a short break. Eula asked, slightly out of breath, "How was that?" "I got a little too into it. Didn't he realize it was over until the end?" "Absolutely stunning. Beyond my expectations." "That's good. If it didn't turn out well enough, I can always do it again." "No need." Suhan quickly waved his hands. The previous take had already been near perfect. There was absolutely no need for a retake. During the break, they chatted about many things. Since Suhan wasn't originally from Mondstadt, Eula began recounting many old memories, like how strict her family had been when she was learning to dance as a child. As the eldest daughter, she had not only endured the strange looks from Mondstadt, but also suffered through the family's nearly cruel methods of education. After hearing her story, even Suhan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. But those days are long gone. Maybe it was karma. Or maybe we were just fooling ourselves into thinking we were nobility. No workouts. After a serious illness, my parents just passed away. Without their restraints, I actually felt much lighter. All right, break us over. Let us begin the second act. The two of them stood up. They plunged back into the performance. Compared to the graceful beauty of the first act, the festival dance of Act 2 emphasizes decorum and integrity. This is true chivalry. It may be a dance, but at a glance you'd swear you're seeing a real knight. Focus, rigor, humility. From this dance, you can feel everything that makes a knight. Softness, gentleness. That's the mood the latter half conveys. The dance came to an end. Eula smiled and said, "I think you can guess. Which family oversaw this part?" "The Gunhilder clan." "Exactly. Act 2 is the one I like least too. Constrained, too stiff, and it doesn't have any beauty to it. The Lawrence family's old tomes even criticized it. It's nothing like a ceremonial dance." And honestly, that's true. Ever since Mondstadt was liberated, the Gunhilder clan has completely forgotten this piece of the dance. Even Jean, the acting grandmaster. "You asked her?" "Of course. I used to spar with her often, and we talked about this quite a bit." Eula paused, seeming to drift into memory. "We were supposed to be on opposing sides, yet she always trusted me so gently. She really is a gentle person." Next comes the final act. Flickering candlelight. "All right, now I'll show you Eula Lawrence's signature move. Don't blink, because this is the dance I've practiced the most." The Spindrift Knight said with a soft laugh. Her whole body flared with a passionate glow in an instant. The rhythmic clack of high heels echoed against the floor. Eula began her performance. This was the most intense part of the dance track. Every movement was precise and perfectly executed. It showed the grace and elegance of a woman, yet carried the strength and presence of a knight. Her motions were clean, sharp, and flawless. Her tall, slender figure moved across the floor like a proud swan, gliding gracefully through the dance hall. Suhan was momentarily mesmerized, because the game PV he had seen before wasn't complete. It had cuts to battle scenes in the middle, but this Eula was completely different. She was performing the entire sacred dance now, in full, until the rhythm reached its peak. Then, suddenly, she stopped. "What do you think?" "It was amazing. If not bad, I guess." Finally, the filming ended. Eula's mood had clearly improved. After all, she used to dance when she was feeling down. "Oh, right, we still need to record the ending scene. How do I do that?" "Cross your arms, look a bit more serious, and say in your normal tone, 'If anyone sees me like this today and still doesn't give a triple like, I'll hold a grudge.'" "Humph. Don't imitate me. That's the closing line. Suhan emphasized again. Though a bit reluctant, Eula eventually finished the shoot smoothly. By the time both of them logged out of the virtual space, it was already 3 p.m. Suhan checked his watch and asked, "Are we heading back now?" "Of course my clothes are torn. I need to change. I'll come back another time when I don't have a mission tomorrow. See you." "Wait, Eula." "What? What now?" "This is for you." Paimon handed her a pack of snacks. Meanwhile, Lumen held some small treats. And Kokomi from the Coral Palace had also prepared some healing medicine. "Although we've met before, the fact that you've come here means we're all comrades now, so I'd like to give you these." These were all handmade by Kaori and Lumen themselves. They taste amazing. There's also some medicine if you get hurt while exploring. This will heal you super fast. It's a specialty product from the island of Narukami. And this jacket, it must get pretty cold on your way back from the Dragon's Pine Mountains, right? Faced with everyone's warm gestures, Yunjin found herself a bit overwhelmed. It was the first time she'd ever been cared for by so many people, and a deep warmth spread through her heart. "You've prepared so much. I can't possibly carry it all. I'll just take it tomorrow." "No worries. We've got a bag right here, hee. Paimon had already come prepared. One woven basket, and everything was taken care of. Shinfei even gave her a coat of her own. Looking at the pile of gifts before her, Yunjin smiled and said, "Thank you all so much. I finally get why Keely loves coming here." "Well then, see you all tomorrow." "Tomorrow, I'll make sure to treat you all to my cooking. Besides the festival dance, cooking is another one of my specialties. Can't wait to see what you've got." With her arms full of gifts, Yunjin began her journey home. As she looked up at the overcast sky and felt the biting wind, she finally realized she was truly back in Teyvat. It actually feels pretty nice being welcomed by so many people for the first time. I'll skip the hot spring today and head straight to the knight's headquarters. Holding her gifts tightly, she made her way toward Mondstadt. Once her stamina and injuries were fully recovered, those scattered little monsters didn't stand a chance. One swing of her sword, and they were all cleared out. When she finally returned to the knight's headquarters, Jean looked at Yunjin wrapped in the coat and asked, "Why did it take you so long? I was almost about to go look for you myself." "Do I look that delicate? I just walked into an ambush. I think there might be a large number of Fatui hiding in the mountains." Alara shared her suspicions and recounted her experience. When they heard that she was the newest invitee, Jean and Lisa exchanged glances. Then both smiled. "This is actually great news. After all, the honorary knight will have to leave sooner or later. Now that we have you as the new invitee, we can finally relax a bit." "Yeah, lately Mondstadt has returned to normal, so the honorary knight won't be staying as long. Plus, she still needs to find her brother. It wouldn't be right keeping her on duty all the time." At that moment, Jean looked at Alara and asked, "How's the filming going?" Suhan said it's going smoothly. The results probably won't come out until tomorrow. Also, I need to take a day off. A lot of people gave me gifts, and I want to return the favor. "No problem, I approve. If you ever need to go to Earth in the future, just let me know beforehand." "That would be great." After finishing her report, Alara turned to leave, since walking around in torn clothes definitely didn't help her image. Earth. Inside the villa, around 4 in the afternoon, Hu Tao finally came back, riding her electric scooter. The way she was chugging water bottle after bottle, Suhan couldn't help but laugh. "Have you not had a single drop of water all day?" "Not exactly. It's just that I was the only one managing everything today, and I ended up talking nonstop until my throat was completely dry. Phew. This job really wears you out. We should hire more people to help out in the future." She plopped down on the couch, too exhausted to move. Kuching walked over and asked with a smile, "So does that mean you're done?" I handled the main guests in the morning and recited the eulogy for the elder as well, and people always say never to keep a rooster for more than 5 years. It eats too many poisonous insects, and its meat gets full of toxins. Eating it is like eating arsenic. Here we go again with all these old superstitions. Once I get all this sorted out, I'll come right back. Guess how much I made this time? 10,000. Calmly, Sangonomiya Kokomi threw out a number. Handmade funeral robes, mourning scrolls, memorial tablets. When you add it all up, it's really not that much money. Hu Tao proudly flashed a 3 with her fingers. 30,000. Originally we agreed on 20,000. The funeral robe alone was 8,000. That was all handcrafted work with golden thread patterns. But the client thought my service was so good, they insisted on adding another 10,000. That's amazing. Sister Hu Tao, Klee wants to make money too. Ah, Klee, don't worry. When we get a cremation job, I'll definitely call you in. At that, Klee nodded eagerly. Her standards weren't high. A little money for toys, and some small gifts for the older brothers and sisters, that was enough to make her happy. After calming the little girl down, Hu Tao glanced around the living room and looked at Su Han, asking, "Didn't you say the dual world gateway had an upgrade? Where is she?" "Oh, she left first to film a video. She had something come up last minute." "I see. I was hoping to greet the new arrival. Guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow then." Sitting on the sofa, Hu Tao hugged her tablet and opened the community forum. Homepage hot topic. There was her name, and even a photo. Hey, Su Han. Come quick, the hall master," made the headline. And they wrote, "Everything I did today. Never thought I'd be such a photogenic person." Su Han leaned over and took a look, then couldn't help but laugh. In the image, Hu Tao stood, hands on her hips, clearly in the middle of explaining something. A crowd nearby all suddenly looked as if they'd just figured something out. "What were you two doing back then?" someone asked. "It was all because of those rules. I explained everything, but they looked completely lost, so I had to start over and explain again why we do it this way and exactly how it should be done. I thought this family, being so strict about etiquette, would get it right away. But no, they didn't understand anything. I wasted so much breath for nothing." As she recalled the scene, Hu Tao wore a clearly annoyed expression. In Liyue Harbor, big families like that are actually the easiest to deal with. But here on Shuelan Star, totally different story. Can you believe it? Doesn't that just burn you up? Su Han chuckled and said, "I suggest you check your inbox. I bet you've got a ton of messages waiting." "Huh? No way. I know I did pretty well today, but I'm not that popular." With a light tap of her small hand, the backstage interface of Xiao Pajan appeared before her eyes. Looking at Hu Tao's personal account, the number of private messages had completely blown up, 9999 plus. At the sight of that number, Hu Tao's eyes went wide with shock. This is way too crazy. All of these are orders? Wow. She quickly started flipping through the messages. Most of them were greetings asking if she was tired today, stuff like that. Some people were curious how she'd learned all those customs. After all, nowadays almost no one studies classical Chinese anymore. Yet during the live stream, Hu Tao had acted like an old scholar, handling everything in a well-organized, logical way. None of these are orders. Made me excited for nothing. Ha! Su Han couldn't help but laugh out loud. If they were all orders, this little girl would be flat on her back from exhaustion. Besides, what are the chances of something like that happening anyway? Just finished a funeral, and a new matter came knocking right away. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Su Han's mind. He turned to Hudo Teo and said, "Tao Tao, how about you just go ahead and do a live stream? Answer some of the fans' questions? We're updating the video tomorrow anyway, so this could be a good way to warm things up early." Actually, that is not a bad idea. Might as well treat it as promotion." Hudo Teo thought it over seriously for a moment and decided that doing a live stream was probably a good move. After all, so much had happened today, and it was time to explain things clearly to everyone. Not long after, the live stream went live. As soon as the fans saw their hall master go online, they immediately started dragging others to watch. "Hey everyone, just got home after finishing work. Did you miss me? I wasn't planning to go live today, but since you're all so enthusiastic, I guess I'll hang out with you for a bit. Let me check what questions everyone else asked." "Oh, the first question is, what exactly do I do for a living?" "Simon now. I'm totally legit. I work in the funeral business. I've been around it since I was a kid. I think it's pretty interesting, honestly. And why did I choose this job? Well, somebody else got to do every kind of work, right? You just happen to know that I'm the one doing this one. And as for why I know so many rules and customs, that's just because my elders growing up were too good at this." Just thinking about the image of her grandfather smacking her palms with a ruler as a child made Hudo Teo's hands hurt again even now. And the fans watching this unfold burst into laughter. They all understood now. With a mischievous personality like Hall Master S, getting scolded by the adults was totally expected. Onto the second question, how was today's job? Everything went smoothly, of course. Although, I'll have to go back again tomorrow, since, in Chinese tradition, funerals usually last 3 days. How could something like this possibly wrap up in just one day? Let me say it again, this entire shoot was completely self-initiated and led by Xiao Hudai herself. The family was on board with it too. She handled the entire production process personally. I really didn't have time, and I think you all probably noticed that. Things have been absolutely crazy lately. My head feels like it's about to explode. If I could just get some experienced people to help take some stuff off my plate, I'd probably be a lot more relaxed. As for the price, let's not even go there. Let's just say the client was extremely generous, and they were also super impressed with my professional skills. Right now, though, we're not taking any new orders. We won't start accepting orders again until further notice, mainly because the shop's still under renovation and a lot of stuff hasn't arrived yet. Thanks again for all your continuous support, seriously. After hearing Zhongli's explanation, the fans' curiosity was finally satisfied. Those who had previously criticized the live stream as being inappropriate or disrespectful went quiet. This was clearly a recording the person had actively wanted to make, capturing Zhongli at work. It wasn't like Zhongli had secretly gone live just to make money. There was actually a little surprise during today's live stream too. We've got another brand new friend joining us, and the video will be up tomorrow. Are you guys excited? Hearing that, everyone immediately got interested, flooding the comments with questions asking who it was, begging for hints. Zhongli, smiling brightly, said, "As for who exactly it is, let's keep it a bit of a secret for now. But I can tell you this person has an amazing figure. Not only are they super pretty, but they also dance really, really well." As soon as the fans heard that, they immediately got super excited. Could it be Nilo? Oh my god, leader. Nilo, amazing figure, amazing dancer. This has to be my beloved Nilo baby. Someone who can dance well. I don't think there are that many people like that, right? I remember Barbara can dance too, but her figure doesn't really have much going on, if I'm being honest. The dude above me, the way you used plain and ordinary was absolutely brilliant. I just had a crazy idea. Guys, killer body, drop dead gorgeous, and she can dance. Do you think it could be Lady Ye Miko? Whoa, the analysis above makes so much sense. I mean, who else out there can dance and be an absolute stunner? Besides Ye Miko, who else could it be? Preach. I'm voting for that. Watching the chat flood the screen, Hu Tao had no plans to spill any more details. The hype was already there. By tomorrow, the truth would come out on its own. Soon, the stream switched hosts. Hu Tao was pretty beat today. That last hour was just her popping into chat. Sangonomiya Kokomi took it from there. Ever since they scaled back the forces, reclaimed supplies, and started handing off authority, the Divine Priestess had been a lot more at ease. In her words, this was what real life finally felt like. Before, she was practically a puppet on strings. Today's stream theme, let us keep working on those Mondstadt quests, Kokomi said with a smile, then slipped into her usual streaming routine. Streaming brought in money, after all a pretty sweet gig. For the fans, getting to watch a girl that gorgeous was already worth the price of admission. Especially after that breathtaking dance in the water earlier, who would still dare call her just a pretty face? The ones who did would be the first to eat their words. The next morning, Hu Tao headed out again. Kuching still hadn't shown. Shinha was probably still out exorcising. Around 9, Eula finally strolled in. Arms full of bags of all shapes and sizes, quite a haul. Suhan took one look and couldn't help laughing. Don't tell me you dragged in a whole wild boar too. Don't be so dramatic. I just brought some everyday supplies. There are no seasonings on Waterblue Star. I double-checked yesterday. Spices that are common all over Teyvat are nowhere to be found here. So if I want to cook something good, these seasonings are absolutely essential. Agreed. Today is my chance to thank my friend. Don't you dare interfere. Okay. Seeing Eula's serious expression, Suhan naturally had no intention of interrupting. Truth be told, he was actually quite curious to see what kind of delicious dish this noble lady could whip up. After neatly laying out all the ingredients, Eula got started. She tossed the raspberries straight into the freezer. She peeled and diced the tomatoes for later use. Wait a second. What is it? Eula, busy prepping ingredients, turned her head towards Suhan. He was holding up a blue apron. Don't get your clothes dirty, put this on. But I can't really spare a hand. Then let me help you. Suhan walked over and tied the apron around her. The light blue apron actually suited the Oceanid Knight pretty well. The only downside was that the apron was clearly too small. This feels kinda tight. Eula frowned, clearly uncomfortable. She suspected Su-han was doing this on purpose. She shot him a sharp glare. Don't look at me like that. This apron was bought by Kamisato Ayaka and Hu Tao when they went shopping, so it's naturally a bit smaller in certain places. You know what I mean. How about we go out shopping at noon? We can grab you a phone and some daily necessities too. After Su-han's explanation, Eula couldn't help but smile slightly. She definitely knew the body types of those two girls. They were nowhere near as well endowed as she was. After all, girls were girls. They couldn't compare to her. With her mood lifted, her cooking sped up significantly. The first dish came out tomato meat omelet roll. The second was raspberry salad dessert. The third dish was a banana split topped with wind whale mushroom. They were all traditional Mondstadt snacks, though not necessarily sweet. Take tomato meat jelly roll. For example, it was filled with a savory aroma. On top of that, Eula had also prepared some beer, though it was non-alcoholic, or nearly so. After all, no one could predict what might happen during the live stream. If someone got drunk, especially with Paimon around. Originally, they'd planned to use a holographic projection for the stream. If they were exposed, there would be no way to explain it. Before long, the desserts were served. Eula smiled and said to everyone, "Go ahead and try my cooking, but just so we're clear, Klee, you can't eat too much cold stuff. It'll hurt your stomach." Klee understands. The little girl grabbed a warm, fragrant wind whale mushroom roll and stuffed it into her mouth. It was sweet and chewy, with layers of rich flavor. How does it taste? Super delicious, Eula asked. The best. That's good to hear after all. You gave me a present yesterday too. Everyone, eat as much as you want. If you need more, I can always make more. As she watched everyone enjoying the food she'd made, Eula's face remained lit with a smile. She never would imagine that a place called Earth would allow her to fulfill a dream she'd held for so long. That's right. Eula, who had always been looked down upon in Mondstadt, had only ever wanted a few friends to share a happy meal with. But whether it was her former subordinates or past co-workers, prejudice against the Lawrence family had always remained. If it hadn't been for Amber constantly helping her out and often buying her meals, Eula thought she might have given up long ago. Even so, she still longed for the day when she could sit down with friends and truly enjoy good food with happiness in her heart. Big sister Eula, you should try some too. This waffle is seriously delicious. Slow down, Kale. Have some warm milk first. Eula looked at the little girl in front of her, her face smudged with food, and couldn't help but smile. Gently, she handed Kale a glass of warm milk. The milk was mixed with walnuts and dried fruit, filling the air with a sweet, inviting aroma. It really did smell amazing. Kale took a small sip and her eyes instantly lit up. While everyone was enjoying the meal, Su-han quietly uploaded the breakfast video he'd taken of Eula onto the internet. Kale, cradling her milk, asked, "Big sister Eula, can I show my fans these yummy things? They seem to really like watching me eat." "Of course you can. Just be careful not to spill anything." Okay. Kale had already been live streaming before this. She just wanted to shift the camera over for a moment. The fans in the live chat were waiting for her return. As soon as Kale reappeared, the chat exploded with messages. Hello everyone, Kale is back. Look what I've got here. This is the breakfast big sister Eula made for me. There's waffles, raspberry cake, and cute little mushroom pastries. Just as Kale was happily introducing the food, a soft, gentle voice suddenly called out from off-screen. "Kale, you haven't picked up your milk yet." "Ah, thank you, big sister Eula." That one sentence instantly sent the live stream into chaos. The chat screen was flooded with question marks. Wait a second, did I just hear something super juicy? Eula. Could it be that today's video was filmed by Eula herself? I heard it too. That really was Eula's voice. Meow, meow, meow. As the fans were buzzing with speculation, a tall, graceful figure slowly stepped into frame. Her short blue hair gently swayed in the breeze. She stood tall and elegant. Her refined, delicate features could belong to no one else but the illustrious Knight of Waves, Eula herself. What is this, a live stream? Right now everyone's saying, how pretty Miss Eula looks. Following the direction of Klee's gaze, Eula saw the screen filled with scrolling comments, with everyone calling her their wife. She smiled slightly and spoke, "Isn't this perfectly normal? I am naturally beautiful after all. I should probably greet everyone properly. Hello, everyone and my dear fans. My name is Eula Lawrence, and I'm currently the captain of the West Wind Knights Guerrilla Squad. This short self-introduction alone sent a flood of gifts pouring across the screen. There were indeed many girls online who dressed up as Eula, but they were either too seductive or showed too much skin. None of them could match Eula's own upright and noble aura. Her gentle kindness toward friends, her cold ruthlessness toward enemies, and her firm resistance to Mondstadt's prejudices. That was Eula, the Knight of the Rolling Waves. How could someone like her not be loved? Oh, by the way, I've already uploaded the video. Would everyone like to watch it together? Even though it's my first time dancing all 3 acts of the ritual dance in one go, I believe the result will still be quite good. The comments lit up with replies saying they wanted to see it. Eula chuckled softly, dragged over a chair, and casually clicked on the video link. The scene opened. On the countryside of Mondstadt, Eula stood on the lush green grass, her signature greatsword held in hand. After the opening remarks ended, the music began to play, and the ritual dance officially began. Unlike the graceful elegance of Kamisado Ayaka by the spring, or the breathtaking beauty of Sarah Samata in the water, Eula's dance moves weren't complicated. Even a child could learn them easily, smooth and natural, like a little bird hopping through the trees. Every movement radiated a warm welcome to friends. But the real highlight came when, as the music shifted, her outfit changed as well, effortlessly and seamlessly. A moment ago, she was still the knight's captain. The next, she was dressed in an elegant evening gown. The scene around her turned into a star-strewn night. On the distant lake, the moonlight shone especially bright. The dance went on. Eula was completely lost in it. Maybe only when she danced could she set aside every prejudice and simply savor this light-hearted moment. The piece ended. Night slowly bled into the first light of dawn. What is this part of the dance called in the rite? This is Dawn Breeze, the first act of the rite dance, symbolizing nobles greeting their guests in the morning air. This section is the responsibility of the Ragnvinder family, but at a formal banquet it's used to invite guests onto the floor, since some might not know how to dance. So the steps are simple and easy to pick up. Only then did countless viewers catch on. Ragnvinder that s Dialek s family, isn't it? No wonder this dance is called Dawn Breeze. So Mondstadt's banquets have all these rules. Come to think of it, that tracks. If guests from out of town don't know how to dance, they'll feel awkward at a banquet. In that case, dancing isn't welcoming, it's making things hard for them. And these simple steps let guests ease into the party that's the whole point of the first act. Over on Bilibili, a streamer who went by Zine was locked in on his game. Suddenly, the screen filled with flying comments. Streamer, your girl S here, go look. Quick, you'll miss Eula's dance if you don't go now. Eula looks so beautiful. Zine glanced at the chat, stunned for a beat. Then his face lit up with delight. Wait, you're saying Eula showed up? Where? Tell me, drop the link. Seeing how excited she was, a bunch of helpful viewers in chat reminded everyone this was the cross-dimensional stream. The moment Zine heard, he ditched his teammates and bolted. Hey, Zine, you'll get penalized for running off like that. Dock me then, my daughter comes first. He tapped the link. On camera, sitting next to Klee was a mature-looking lady knight. That familiar outfit. Who else could it be but Eula? And the likeness was insanely accurate. Zine was practically drooling. Holy crap. Guys, my daughter actually showed up? How am I supposed to hold back? Wait, is she dancing? Ugh, I actually missed it just now. In the video, Eula started her second routine, with the progress bar right there. He hurried to spam gifs, grumbling under his breath, while the rest of the viewers were cracking up. We warned you yesterday. It's your fault for not paying attention. Angry Zine is so cute. Welp, that grudge is locked in. Haha, Eula's keeping tabs on our grudges. You guys are unbelievable. The video kept going. Compared to the simple moves in the first segment, the second one's tempo was way faster. Less a dance, and more a knight showing her prowess. Watching Eula on the screen, Zine couldn't help sighing, so badass. She's moving as sharp as a soldier. Wow, this routine is insane. Low-key, upright, unafraid of the powerful, undaunted by hardship. That's the spirit of a knight. A knight of Mondstadt should be like that. When the music ended, Eula looked into the camera, You can probably guess which family this dance comes from, right? The Gunhilder Knights? Well, the second act is the most boring part of the entire dance. It's way too dull and rigid, lacking even a shred of elegance. The ancient records of the Rauenstein family once harshly criticized it. This dance completely violates the rules of proper etiquette. Honestly, I have to agree, especially after Mondstadt gained its freedom. The Gunther family completely abandoned these dance steps. Even Jean chose to forget them. Did you ever ask her about it? Oh, absolutely. Back in the day, we used to spar together often, and we talked about this kind of thing quite a bit. The second act ended quickly, with a few interesting details sprinkled in between, offering some backstory on the dance, and a few hidden little surprises that made the audience laugh out loud. After all, the her that Eula mentioned was none other than the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. But compared to the dancing in the second act, I much prefer the third. Although many fans have seen it before, that version wasn't complete. Today, I'll show you the real, full version. Sparkling candlelight. The background music started, the tempo noticeably faster. Eula's movements became strong and passionate, like a flame burning brightly. It was easy to imagine, if she hadn't joined the knights, she would have been a graceful and noble lady of high society. In the PV, that dance was only briefly shown, nowhere near as complete as what she performed now, this time lasting a full 3 minutes. Ziyun was completely captivated, only snapping out of it when the final move came to an end. Already over? Huffhaven T danced like that in a while. Felt pretty good. What a lovely afternoon. Oh right, if anyone sees me like this today and still doesn't hit the triple buttons, well, I'll be keeping score, let me tell you. With Eula's signature closing line, the video slowly came to an end. Of course, there was a small post-credits surprise. The ritual dance. There are a total of 6 acts. If everyone wants to keep watching, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, a favorite, and a follow. Only then will we have the chance to bring you the remaining 3 acts. The video ends. Klee claps her little hands happily. Miss Eula, that dance was amazing. Klee absolutely loved it. Will you teach me to dance someday? Of course I can. As long as you're willing to learn. I'll personally teach you. But maybe wait a few years. Until you're a bit older. Otherwise, your body won't be fully developed yet. And dancing might hurt you. Okay. Thank you, Miss Eula. Then I'll leave you to your work. I'm gonna head out now. Eula gently pats Klee on the head and walks away. Meanwhile, the fans naturally feel a sense of loss. Consonant spams the comment section. Don't go. Wah. Eula, it's me. It's Consonant. Unfortunately, she's already far gone. Everyone gradually returns to their daily routines. But more than 80% of them still feel like the video ended too soon. And they click back to re-watch the video. Consonant, who missed the first act, does the same. After watching it again, he says in astonishment, "Wow, incredible. No wonder she's my favorite. Turns out there's so much to that festival dance. Things I would never known if she hadn't explained them. Many of Mondstadt's traditions have long been lost to time. This festival dance is one of them. And did you all notice? This video just gets better every time you watch it. I'm actually getting the urge to play it again. Hey, what do you guys think would happen if I danced together with Eula? I've got the WeChat of a mighty cross-dimensional expert. Maybe I can ask them later." As soon as Consonant hints at stirring up trouble again, the fans immediately get excited. They all start cheering and egging him on. Some wealthy fans even shout out bluntly, "As long as I get to see Xian and Eula dance a duet together, I'll immediately send a 3-month Admiral gift." Boss, you're serious, right? We had a deal. As long as I go, you'll send a gift. To show she was sincere, Xian quickly pulled out her phone and started sending a message. Coincidentally, Suhan was watching short videos at that moment. He saw the message pop up on his phone, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Wants to dance a duet with Eula? That's actually a pretty interesting idea. Eula, want to do it with her? Huh, what? Eula, who was halfway through eating fries and sipping chilled beer, was caught completely off guard by the question. Suhan explained, "It's your voice actress. She probably saw you dancing earlier and got interested. She wants to invite you to dance together. She even asked if you're willing, and mentioned she's prepared a little gift or something." Do others do stuff like this too? Yeah, except for Shinfei, most of the other voice actresses have interacted before. Like Xiao En, the voice actress for Kamisato Ayaka. She came by for dinner once or twice. It's kind of like increasing exposure. There's also the voice actress for Lumen. Of course, if you're not comfortable with it, I can just decline for you. Dancing is fine, but I can't come every day. Kaching is young, so it's no problem for her to come often. But people like Barbara and Paimon, who aren't official squad members, can come daily without issues. But as a squadron captain, I have tons of reconnaissance missions every day, so I can't possibly be here all the time. Eula explained her situation. Her role was simply different from theirs. She had to constantly track Abyss cultists and Fatui agents in the wild, so naturally, she couldn't come over whenever she wanted like the others. She actually wanted to join in, but she couldn't neglect her duties. Suhan chuckled and said, "That's easy. Just come whenever you have time. Besides, you can't stay in Tevat all the time, right? You can drop by whenever you want to take a break. I've lifted all the restrictions, just think about it, and you'll be back in an instant. It's just as convenient for you to come over here too." "Oh wait, really? Then how about I just rest here every night from now on?" Yunjin suddenly blurted out. As soon as the words left her mouth, the living room fell silent. Lumen, Paimon, Kid-Kazua, Nahida, and even Suhan all turned to look at her. "Don't get the wrong idea," Yunjin quickly explained, noticing the looks everyone was giving her. "I just figured, since there's a place this safe to rest, we don't have to sleep under the stars anymore. I can stay the night and get back to work the next day. It's super convenient. No more worrying about being discovered or sudden weather changes. It's actually a pretty good idea." Lumen smiled and said, "You know what? That is not a bad idea at all. I think it works. Don't you agree, Paimon?" Actually, it's not just us. Shinha has been coming here almost every night lately too." "Yeah, she shows up right around sunset," Suhan replied casually. What he didn't say out loud, though, was that Shinha had fallen asleep in his arms last night. The reason was simple: soaking in blood had helped suppress the dark energy in her body, but relying on that too often wasn't good for her either. So she changed tactics. She started sleeping beside him at night instead, because as long as he was there, she never had nightmares. But that? Yeah, Suhan had no intention of ever saying that out loud. Otherwise, once Paimon opens her mouth, the whole city will find out. After hearing that, Eula laughed softly. "Then that's settled. If there's a mission in the future, I can come by in the evening too. That way, I can not only have dinner, but also wash up a bit." "That sounds nice." Meanwhile, Zine, who had been waiting for a reply, finally received a message. After reading the content of the private message, she couldn't help but scream out loud. "Ahaha, girls, big news. The mighty cross-dimensional master has agreed. Though, Eula has worked during the day, so she can only come at night. Once the video is filmed, I'll send it to you all. Oh, and the cross-dimensional master also said, if she brings friends, 1 or 2 would be okay. I remember Tao Dian hasn't been before, right? I'll ask if she wants to come, and Guanyang too." As soon as Zine received this good news, she immediately forwarded it. Tao Dian, of course, didn't want to miss this chance, and was instantly filled with excitement. The two agreed to go together in the evening to pick out a gift, planning to go over to Suhan's place for dinner later. As for Guanyang, she immediately started thanking during her live stream. Although they had taken a photo together before, she still hoped to have a meal with Kokomi someday. Last time there were just too many people, so she didn't dare to ask. Now that the opportunity had come, there was no way she was going to miss it. Time flew by quickly, and before anyone knew it, it was already afternoon. Before finishing work, Eula finally received the rewards she had earned over the past 2 days. Since most people were still working, 200,000 triple likes were already the daytime limit. The real peak traffic would come at night. "Suhan, come see what great stuff I pulled." Coming, Eula claimed her first reward first, and immediately, a system notification sounded. "Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a treasure. The reward is Busashoku Haki Ryusho. Name, Busashoku Haki Ryusho. Rarity, 8-star human grade." Here is the full English translation of the passage, rendered in a natural and stylistic American English suitable for a novel context. A cultivation method originating from the great pirate world. Once mastered, it grants battle power on the level of Ryusho Flowing Sakura. Its power is astonishingly immense. Rank, strongest in the mortal world. Note, even after learning Ryusho, one's own strength must be sufficient for this power to truly shine. If your foundation is too weak, even if you can land internal damage, it will still be difficult to actually kill your opponent. Description: Ryusho represents the pinnacle of armament haki, also known as internal injury techniques. Without breaking the opponent's defense, you can directly damage their internal organs. Warning: this ability can only be used once and must not be passed on to others. Trait: those who possess armament haki can use this technique to counter and dismantle elemental-based abilities. Seems pretty impressive. I remember, Yin has mastered observation haki, right? She used it to defeat Dvalin. I think I've awakened armament haki too. Ryusho? Internal damage strike. That's right. You're so lucky to have obtained the power of Ryusho. This strength is truly overwhelming. The power of Ryusho is incredibly formidable. It makes battles much easier. Take the Cryo Regis Vine King, for example. Eula could take it down instantly, no need to break its defense. After confirming this, Eula immediately activated her armament haki skill, and a flood of memories surged into her mind. Meanwhile, Yun wore an envious expression and said, "Eula's so lucky to have drawn armament haki and even Ryusho." Yeah, I also think it's too much of a coincidence. Paimon nodded in agreement. After all, Ryusho haki is just too powerful. It's in a completely different league from ordinary haki. Suhan replied, "You're all misunderstanding something. The real truth is, let me know if you'd like me to continue translating the rest once the full text is available. What's impressive isn't Ryuo itself, it's the effect of haki. If you master haki, it basically means Eula can break any kind of elemental power at will. Even flames, she could blast them apart with a single punch." Eula blinked, then asked, puzzled, "Hold on. When you say using your fists to destroy elemental power, what does that even mean?" It's simple. Your haki can crush any elemental power. If you don't believe me, go back and try it. Whether it's flames or lightning. As long as you coat yourself in haki, you can blow it up with one punch. That strong? Eula was taken aback. She'd never imagined she could draw something this high tier. If she could even shatter elements, wouldn't that make her unbeatable? Lumen, who watched plenty of anime, chimed in, "Haki is super versatile. You can infuse it into weapons to make them sharper, or even onto an archer's arrows. Bottom line, it's incredibly practical. Oh, and once you buy a phone, I'll send you a video. You'll get it after you watch." "Sure, thanks." Eula steadied her breathing and hurried to open the second reward. She still had to head out shopping later. With a thought, the system's voice chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a treasure. Reward: Elemental Weapon Enchant Blueprint. Name: Elemental Weapon Enchant Blueprint. Rarity: 5-star. Description: a special alchemy schematic that lets you enchant weapons. As long as the weapon's quality isn't too poor, it can be imbued with elemental power. Tip: available elements for enchantment: fire, ice, water, wind, lightning. Note: the strength of the enchantment depends on the materials used. The denser the elemental energy in the materials, the stronger the enchanted weapon will be. The process of crafting a permanent enchantment is painstakingly complex. It consumes a large amount of rare materials. Worth noting, a standard enchantment only lasts for a month, and the requirements for a permanent one are even stricter. If it fails, the weapon is destroyed outright. Compared to armament haki, this artifact does look a bit plain. But Suhan felt there was more to it than meets the eye. Because it's not only highly practical, it's broadly applicable. "Eula, about this thing, could we make a backup?" "Of course. We're friends, after all, and I remember Lumen mentioning our rules around here. For general-purpose artifacts like this, we always share what we have. Just like the cement tech from before Mondstadt is researching it now too. If an Azuma or Sumeru needed it, Ningguang wouldn't keep it to herself. Unfortunately, neither place can really use it at the moment." Suhan had Paimon make a duplicate, then handed them to Sangonomiya Kokomi and Kamisato Ayaka. "You can issue it to the soldiers, but there have to be strict rules. Do not use it on your own people. And Ayaka, you need to make it clear to Ye Miko that while this thing is handy, it mustn't be used against Sangonomiya." I'll pass it on." Ayaka nodded to show she understood. If it were used to wage war, it would be no different from delusions. It should be turned on the enemy, not allies. He kept a spare for himself and entrusted the original to Eula. All right, the artifact S squared away, let us get moving. Time to show you what the big cities on Blue Star look like. Okay, though this outfit feels a bit weird on me. Can I change into something else? Sure, Shinha's outfit should fit you. Shinha was one of the invitees, after all. Shunhee and Eula were about evenly matched in terms of figure. The others were just slightly lacking in that department. A few minutes later, Eula had changed clothes and came downstairs wearing a trench coat. The coat was gray. Underneath was a white blouse, and paired with light-colored jeans. Just like that, a stylish urban woman made her appearance. I tried on a bunch of stuff, and this one was the only decent option. The rest just didn't fit my style. Oh, by the way, how are we handling payment? Seems like we can't use Mora here. Don't worry about the money for now, I'll cover it. Once we make some money from the video, we'll deduct it from there. That's just how everyone does it. Got it. Then let's go. It was a bit chilly outside, so Klee didn't tag along when they left. No one else went either. Suhan and Eula got into an autonomous vehicle and headed straight for the mall. As she watched the towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic outside the window, the night finally felt the true vibrancy of this modern city. These buildings are so tall. Won't they fall over? This place is amazing. I just realized how convenient it is for people here to travel. You blink, and you're already so far away. What is that? Eula asked, pointing at a small white dot in the sky, clearly puzzled. Suhan chuckled and explained. That's an airplane. It's one of the common transportation methods in our world. All right, we're here. Let's get out. Eula put her curiosity aside, quietly followed behind Suhan, and walked through the entrance of the mall. The staff here already knew Suhan well. He had a VIP card, for starters. But even more memorable was the fact that he always showed up with different women, sometimes even bringing kids along. Look, that rich guy is back again, and this time with a blue-haired shorty. She's got serious charm, and her figure? Absolutely stunning. Even more attractive than that elegant older woman he brought last time. Man, being rich really does let you do whatever you want. Cut the chatter. That's one of our VIP clients. Anyone who keeps whining will get docked on their performance review. As Suhan approached, the female sales associates quickly bowed in greeting. Suhan led Eula straight to the women's clothing section, hoping to find some elegant outfits. After glancing through the racks, she frowned slightly and said, "These clothes feel too formal. I'm not really into this vibe. I'm more comfortable in my own style. These look too stiff and distant." Got it. Suhan understood exactly what she meant. Eula wanted to move away from that overly sophisticated, unapproachable image. She preferred something more laid back and casual. By the end of the shopping trip, they walked out with 5 complete outfits. Pajamas were naturally included too. They opted for home delivery to avoid carrying everything around. In addition, they picked up all the essential toiletries. Even the hair dryer was carefully selected together. When it came to bedding, Eula initially wanted to pick blue again, but Suhan suggested otherwise. You're already wearing that color. Why not switch things up with your bedding? Maybe go for a cream white tone instead. It'll make the bedroom feel cozier. Eula didn't object. Once they were done with the household essentials, Eula suddenly asked, "Do they sell kitchenware here? I noticed today that we were missing a bunch of tools while cooking. If we wait until we get back to Mondstadt, I'll probably end up frustrated again." "Yeah, there's a section upstairs. Buy whatever you want. Don't worry about the cost. I made pretty good money from my latest video. And once my column launches, you'll get a share of the income too." "Thanks, I appreciate it." When they arrived at the kitchenware section, Suhan finally realized just how much a little shopping meant to Eula. She grabbed a full set of Western-style cookware without missing a single piece. A coffee machine, a decanter, even tiny tools for winemaking. If Suhan hadn't suggested ordering some items online, Eula would have walked out with a full home beer brewing system too. As for choosing the phone, Eula picked out a crystal blue case. The tablet had the same color scheme. On the way back, she was in an especially good mood, chatting the whole time about all the dishes she could make with the new kitchenware she bought. She even said, "If it weren't for the coffee machine needing to be plugged in, I'd bring it back right now for Lisa to try." After all, Lisa was a total coffee addict. Looking at the bag Eula had been carrying the whole time, Suhan asked curiously, "Hey, what's that? I noticed you've been holding it this whole time and didn't send it back." "Oh, it's a little gift for Amber. She has always been so nice to me. As friends, I should show my appreciation somehow. Don't peek. It's just some girl stuff you wouldn't understand. Oh, right. Suhan got the hint and quickly turned his eyes away. About an hour later, Eula arrived back in Mondstadt, just as the sun was setting. When she found Amber, she was sitting at home, polishing her bow and arrows. Huh? Eula, you're back already. What's that? A gift for you. Come on, open it, and see if you like it. Eula handed over the present. Inside was a set of red lingerie, with a cute print of Paimon the Bunny Duke all over it. Amber fell in love with it the moment she saw it. Whoa, you actually bought this for me? I love it so much. Eula, I couldn't just go all that way and not bring back something. Besides, you've done so much for me before. Oh, and there's more than just the lingerie. Eula pulled out a telescope, explaining that now Amber could see much farther, without always having to fly up high for reconnaissance. In addition, there was also a box of strawberry mini cakes and a high-definition smartphone. I got you a power bank too at LL last 3 days. So whenever you need to reach me or Klee, you can use this. It can't make calls or connect to the internet, though. But you can take pictures, When you're scouting, once you spot something through the binoculars, just snap a photo with your phone. Yeah, I got it, thanks, Eula. Amber tucked her phone away and threw her arms around her. People used to have a problem with Eula, but Amber knew deep down that Eula was gentle and that she cared a lot about her friend's feelings. It was exactly because of that she kept pushing herself. Now she finally had proof her judgment had been right. Eula had been quietly looking out for her all along. All right, don't get so worked up. I still need to swing by the Knights of Favonius. There's something I want to confirm. Confirm what? Amber asked, curious. Eula answered with a grin. I want to see if my hands can disperse Dialec's flaming phoenix. Ever since the moment she obtained hockey, that idea had been swirling in her head. She didn't know if she could break through Dialec's flames. Now that she was back in Mondstadt, of course she had to try. Amber jumped. What? You're going to challenge Dialec? But his strength is almost on the level of the acting grandmaster. So what? I'm not exactly weak anymore. Did you get some kind of treasure to be this confident? Come on, spill it. Don't keep me in suspense. You'll see in a minute. They stowed their things and headed for the Knights of Favonius together. When Dialec heard Eula wanted to challenge him, he asked, a little puzzled, You've gotten stronger? Quite a bit. I should be able to beat you easily. Oh, that's interesting. The honorary knight used their new power to challenge Dvalin. I wonder what you've mastered this time to be so confident. Let us take it to the plaza and find out. Might as well let those rookie newcomers see what a real top-tier showdown looks like. What do you think? No problem. The two reached an agreement and walked out together. After the news spread, the knight's excitement quickly rose. Yin Jin was challenging Dialec. This was truly a rare and exciting event. Did you hear? Yin Jin is going after Mr. Dialec. Seriously? But that's Dialec we're talking about. His strength alone is more than enough to make him a deputy captain. Isn't Yin Jin being a bit too reckless? Yeah, even though we've acknowledged her position, that doesn't mean she can just challenge Mr. Dialec. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. A match between two captains isn't something you see every day. It had only been a few minutes, but the plaza was already packed with people. Eileen showed up, and Noel came too. Captain Yin Jin is challenging Captain Dialec. Is there some kind of conflict between them? Not sure. The challenge came out of nowhere. Yin Jin hadn't shown her face all day, and the moment she returned, she made her move. Could it be she's trying to prove something? The two looked at the two captains in the center of the plaza, their hearts filled with worry. They were afraid something might go wrong during the match. Once Dialec saw that everyone had gathered, he spoke up. Today's match is just a friendly duel between captains. If you think you're good enough, you can challenge your superior anytime. Win, and you get promoted. You get one shot every month. Right now, Captain Yin Jin says she can beat me. So here we are. The crowd immediately broke into murmurs. So you can challenge your superiors now? And winning means a promotion? This was a real opportunity. But the reason for this match was quite unexpected. Who actually believes someone can beat Dialec? In Mondstadt, not even Knight Captain Jin would dare speak so brazenly. Even though it's been a long time since he was last active. Dialec has barely shown his face in the Knights of Favonius lately. But his strength has never faded. Some of the captains in the organization wouldn't stand a chance against him. Now Eula claims she can win? That just sounds completely absurd. You don't believe me? Then just watch. Dialec, You make the first move. After this, everyone still needs to get some rest. Fine. A blazing flame ignited around Dialek. Boom. He slammed his foot hard into the ground, shooting forward like a meteor toward Eula. He struck with full power, holding absolutely nothing back. The gathered crowd gasped in shock. So fast. Wait, what is that? Why can't Lord Dialek's sword even touch Captain Eula? The nearby knights stared in disbelief. Because Dialek's flaming sword slashes weren't even reaching Eula. They were being blocked from afar. At that moment, Paimon and Lumen returned as well. Witnessing the scene before them, Paimon exclaimed in awe. This must be the power of armament hockey. It's seriously incredible. It's not over yet. Something even stronger is coming. Hardly had Lumen finished speaking when Dialek was suddenly kicked flying. But he reacted quickly, flipping midair, and landed firmly on his feet. Then, suddenly, a fiery phoenix erupted. Dialek means business. He used his elemental burst right off the bat. That crimson fire phoenix. The intensity is insane. Even the floor is charred. How will Eula respond to this? Everyone turned their eyes to the other side. But what happened next left everyone completely stunned. Eula sheathed her greatsword, raising just one hand. At the exact moment the fire phoenix lunged at her, she actually crushed it with sheer bare-handed force. Though right after, Eula began breathing heavily. The plaza fell deathly silent. Someone had actually crushed the pyro-elemental burst Dialek unleashed with their bare hands. What kind of power does it take to pull that off? How is that possible? Captain Eula is actually this strong? Just who is she really? The onlookers were stunned. But the fight didn't end there. The opening move hadn't worked. Dialek immediately switched tactics, trying different forms of attack, but no matter what he threw out, Eula handled it with ease. Armament hockey wasn't just overwhelming on offense defensively, it was like invisible armor. In the end, the battle concluded with Dialek conceding of his own accord. The members of the Knights of Favonius were struck speechless. No one had expected Eula's strength to be this terrifying. Back at the Knights of Favonius, Eula drew a scroll from inside her coat and handed it over. Here, this should be useful to you. Is this a weapon enchantment scroll? Jean studied it closely and more or less grasped its purpose. This kind of scroll works by alchemically inscribing runes. Once a weapon is enchanted, the wielder can channel elemental power in battle. What does that mean? It means that even without a vision, you can wield elemental power. Of course, the effect isn't permanent. It only lasts for a while, and enchantments that truly hold for the long term are far beyond what ordinary people can afford. Lisa thought for a moment, then asked Eula, "Did Suhan give you any other instructions?" "Huh. How did you know he had more for me to pass on?" This looks very useful for us, but even ordinary cryo, or is pricey. If Suhan hadn't found a workaround, there's no way he'd have you bring this over. He must think it can be deployed at scale. As Mondstadt's foremost Witch of Roses, that level of deduction was well within her wheelhouse. Eula looked genuinely impressed, then uttered a single word. "Slimes. So that's it." Lisa suddenly understood. What's the most common thing in Teyvat? That would definitely be slimes. These creatures are everywhere. So numerous, in fact, that they gather in groups. Normally, they're difficult to deal with. They can freeze entire lakes. They can even start raging fires. You could say slimes are a constant headache for every nation. But now, with weapon enchantments, things are different. These slimes can become materials used to strengthen the Knights of Mondstadt. Jean, let's try it out now. All right, there are plenty of slimes in the alchemy lab. Should we head there directly? The three walked out of the Knights' headquarters. In the distance, at the city square, Dialek was addressing a crowd. Failing isn't shameful. The Loron family may have made mistakes in the past, but some of them were still people of integrity. Should we judge them solely based on their ancestors' errors and ignore their abilities? If you're afraid of Captain Eula, then why not work hard to improve yourselves? Mondstadt is the city of freedom. We should remember past grudges, but they shouldn't drag into the present. We shouldn't blame Eula for the sins of the past. She's been out there fighting monsters in the wild. What about you? If you want to change how others see you, then prove it with real action. Yes, Sir Dialek. Hearing Dialek's words, Eula murmured, "Thank you, all of you. Don't say that. We remember everything you've done for Mondstadt. We won't let heroes go unrecognized." nor will we tolerate those who harm Mondstadt. That's what we must stand for. Eula, the kind of person you are. Everyone already knows. Jean smiled gently. If she truly hated Mondstadt so much, why wouldn't she secretly sabotage it? Again and again, she had pulled members of the Knights from the brink. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. The reason they hadn't acted before was out of concern for what others might say. They worried it could backfire on Eula. That was why Jean had held back all this time. But secretly, the support had never stopped. That was also what Grandmaster Varner thought. They walked into the alchemy lab. Sucrose was deeply focused on her experiment, so absorbed that she didn't even notice the three of them entering. Lisa released 3 electro slimes from their containment seals and began working, following the rune extraction method used in elemental weapon enchantments. Soon, large quantities of purple crystals slowly emerged from the runes. It worked. I didn't actually think it would. But let's test the enchantment effect first. Lisa grabbed a regular dagger from the side and began casting the enchantment according to the procedure. A mysterious magical symbol lit up, and the electro enchantment was successfully applied. The previously ordinary dagger now shimmered faintly with purple light. She casually swung it toward an empty space, and a small bolt of lightning shot out, exploding on impact and leaving a crater. It was incredibly fast, and the power was decent too, roughly equal to 30% of a knight's full strength. However, since the elemental enchantment wasn't very high level, the dagger's glow visibly dimmed after that one strike. Jean watched the result and smiled. With something like this, the strength of our knights will definitely take a big step forward. It's not just a step up. Look at this enchantment effect. This isn't just for weapons. Anemo can increase speed, pyro causes explosions, and hydro can even heal. Granted, it's just basic elemental use. But the user doesn't need to possess their own elemental power. As long as they have the stamina, they can control it. For example, in a duel between 2 knights, if one's wearing armor enchanted with Anemo, they'd definitely be faster than their opponent. Why didn't I think of that idea? So, in that case, Eula's performance this time was indeed exceptional. She deserves a promotion. As soon as Lisa finished speaking, Eula immediately showed a hint of shyness. It's not like it's that big of a deal. I just got lucky with the draw. A promotion really isn't necessary. No, I think Lisa is right. Achievements should be rewarded. And Eula, what you've done needs to be made public in order to truly earn recognition. Jean's eyes were filled with determination. I believe that one day, the Lawrence family will once again become a pillar of Mondstadt. Fine then. Seeing the sincerity in Jean's gaze, Eula finally stopped resisting. She, too, wished to fight for a future where her descendants would never again face discrimination. The next morning, an official notice was posted in Mondstadt. Knight of the Waves, Eula, defeated Dialek in a duel and presented a treasure that greatly enhanced the overall combat strength of the Knights of Favonius. Promoted to deputy captain. At the same time, the former cavalry captain, Kia, as well as Dialek, were both appointed as deputy captains. Suddenly, there were 3 new deputy captains. At first, the citizens were a bit surprised, but once they heard that Dialek had been defeated so easily, they realized just how astonishingly strong Eula had become. Moreover, Mondstadt officially released a detailed record of her achievements. As a regular knight, she had once hunted enemies alone, outside the city for 3 consecutive months. Later, she successfully rescued an honored guest from Liyue, making significant contributions to the friendship between the 2 nations. After that, she rescued multiple members of the Knights of Favonius from the snowy mountains and destroyed enemy outposts. All of these deeds came with solid evidence and witnesses. As a result, people's perception of her began to shift. Meanwhile, within the Knights of Favonius, new weapons were being distributed. Elemental enchanted blades. Once the knights felt the overwhelming power of the new weapons, those who had previously voiced discontent toward Eula finally shut their mouths. Waterblue Star. Suhan woke up in the villa, still holding a sleeping woman in his arms. He looked at her, a hint of affection playing on his face. It was just past 3 in the morning. He had been sound asleep when he suddenly felt some movement in his arms. He turned on the light. It was Shun he returning. She mumbled, so tired, before burying herself into his chest and falling asleep instantly. And now, it was already 9:30 a.m. She must have really been exhausted. Suhan tried to get up quietly, but an arm pulled him back. I'm so sleepy. Did I wake you up? No, I just sleep badly when you leave. Then I'll stay. So Suhan obediently lay back down, letting Shunhee hold him as they slept for another hour. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that she slowly opened her eyes. You were so tired last night, did you run into a really tough monster? I remember you know the wind rearrangement technique. Yeah, but this time the enemy was tricky, strange movements, strong power. I barely managed. Where did you go? Suhan looked puzzled. Around Aocang Mountain. He didn't recall so many monsters. Shinhee thought for a moment before replying, probably Kaiqiao Valley. Master said there's been too many monsters there lately, so she sent me to clear them out. Kaiqiao Valley? Could it be that something's wrong with the Tsinlan Abyss? Suhan pulled out his phone and checked. Sure enough, Kaiqiao Valley was located near the Tsinlan Abyss. His eyes darkened. He sensed that things weren't that simple. If it really was the Tsinlan Abyss causing trouble, Mayu might be in for a big headache. Seeing his expression change, Shunhee asked cautiously, what's wrong with that place? It's not just a problem, it's what's underneath the Tsinlan Abyss. Big trouble's coming. This isn't something ordinary people can handle. Even a Xianren would risk their life trying to deal with it. In the game, the great sage equaling heaven went to Layerstone Abyss to complete a mission. He nearly got permanently stuck there. If it hadn't been for the timely intervention of the Divine Sovereign, Liyue might have lost another immortal. Looks like we'll have to wait for Keqing to arrive and ask if she found any clues. Suhan said to Shinfei, when you clear out the monsters near the Kaiqiao Valley today, try to get close to that big crater. Check if there's something wrong with the seal. Could it have been sabotaged intentionally? Okay, I understand. Went downstairs, washed his face, brushed his teeth, grabbed a quick bite to fill his stomach. Shinfei's visiting time happened to be up. She had just left when Yunjin and Hu Tao actually showed up together. The two were chatting and laughing all the way. They seemed to be getting along quite well. Hey, Suhan, you woke up pretty late today. Were you up all night again? No way. I just got held up a bit this morning. But wow, you're looking good today. Did Mont finally start treating you better? Yeah, you guessed right. Not only did I get promoted, but Jean also made all my contributions public. And I beat Dialek yesterday too. While quite a few people are still a bit scared of me, at least they don't reject me anymore. Congratulations then, but wait, there's still one invitation slot undecided. Since we have time now, I want to invite that person too, to see who it finally ends up being. Suhan walked into the courtyard. The others followed out of curiosity. Hu Tao grinned and said, let's make a bet. Whoever guesses wrong about who comes today has to treat everyone to lunch. Deal, count me in. Count me in. I want to join too, Vinny. Then I guess I'll tag along as well. Sangonomiya Kokomi, hearing the voices, stepped out from the living room. In the end, everyone gave their own choice. Hu Tao guessed it was someone from Sumeru. Yula thought it was a Liyue person. Sangonomiya Kokomi believed it was someone from Inazuma. Kamisato Ayaka shared the same opinion. Naida thought it was a Sumeru character. And Kale also leaned toward Inazuma. Hu Tao asked, puzzled. Kale, why do you think it's someone from Inazuma? I'm not really sure myself, it's just a feeling, maybe it's Kamisato Ayaka's turn this time. Hearing the little girl's words, Hu Tao paused for a moment, then laughed. Feelings, those are the least reliable things. We should trust Ayaka instead, it's definitely someone from Sumeru. Maybe that guy with the long ears. The long ears here naturally referred to Tinary. Although she didn't play Genshin much, she just happened to see Lumen playing earlier. Yesterday, she had just pulled Tinary. Paimon had laughed about it for quite a while. Now it was Lumen and Paimon's turn. The two whispered together for a bit, and finally decided, Sumeru, because so far, Sumeru only had one character available, so the odds were clearly in favor. Suhan watched everyone finish their choices with a cheerful smile. All right then, I'll start the invitation now. Who it ends up being, well, that's all up to luck. Kamisato Ayaka silently prayed in her heart. She hoped it would be someone from Inazuma. That way, her own plans would be easier to carry out. Inazuma. Inside the Grand Narukami Shrine, cherry blossom petals drifted gently in the breeze. The fox spirit leaning against the railing held a cup of sake in her hand, gazing into the distance. Normally, Yae Miko didn't drink, but lately, The pressure had eased up a bit. A little drink wouldn't hurt. Besides, she never got drunk. That was what mattered most. While the fox priestess was lost in thought, footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. Lady Gujiye. Speak. How did it go? My lady, for now, things are exactly as you predicted. The soldiers from Watatsumi Island have retreated and ceased their offensive, which has left people in the two commissions very displeased. They're working on plans to bolster their forces. Also, as for using delusions to boost their strength, they're strongly in favor. Fools. They don't even realize they're being toyed with. Keep gathering intel, and when the time is right, send it all to General Kuju. Yes, ma'am. Hearing the person behind her leave, a cold glint flashed in Ye Miko's eyes, but as another thought surfaced, she couldn't help letting out a sigh. My old friend, when will you wake from that illusory dream? You're surrounded by nothing but traitors. I'm getting sick of days like these. She was the Electro Archon's familiar, and the one who truly ran the Grand Narukami Shrine. Ye Miko wasn't the idler outsiders thought she was. In truth, her word didn't even count in many matters. The shogun was just a puppet, utterly out of touch with the state of the nation. You can't solve everything by chasing eternity alone. People whose lives have been wrecked by war, how could she turn a blind eye? In the end, she had to pay out of her own pocket, providing money and provisions. The impoverished families? The two commissions didn't care in the slightest. She had to fund loans herself and even help arrange jobs. And those hunted under the Vision Hunt decree, she was the one who secretly helped them escape. During that stretch, she nearly worked herself to the bone. Books from Ye Publishing House made money, and they were something Ye Miko was passionate about. But those bastards in the two commissions not only carried out seizures on a regular basis, they kept slandering her. Fortunately, the shogun still remembered her status as a familiar. Only then did she let it go and stop digging. But the anger in her chest had nowhere to go. What was Ye Miko supposed to do? Just wash her hands of it? Really just let it all drop? She looked at the common folk kneeling before the shrine, whispering their pleas, asking for nothing more than a bowl of rice. Could she really tell them, cold as ice, that the Raiden Shogun wouldn't be helping them, and they'd have to figure out how to survive on their own? If she could say something like that, she wouldn't be Ye Miko. If the day ever comes when Lady Yi regains her senses, just watch me hunt you down and give you a proper earful. Humph. This kitsune has been fretting over your messes so much I can hardly eat, and little Ayaka can't even be bothered to show a bit more heart. Sigh, it's enough to worry me to death. She tipped her head back and drained the cup. With a quick sweep of her senses, Ye Miko found that no one needed help today. She decided to head back to her room and catch a short nap. After all, she had several cups already. Her head was still a little hazy. She wasn't drunk, not quite. Mostly, her heart was just tired. She just wanted a break, that was all. Even a kitsune gets weary, sneaking a little laziness now and then isn't such a big deal. These days, the shrine maidens were more and more able to handle things on their own. For the head priestess to slack off once in a while was perfectly reasonable. Ingmei, Lady Guji, I'm here. If anyone comes by today, remember to imitate my tone and soothe them a bit. This Guji hick needs to sleep for a while. Yes, my lady. Rest well. She helped the kitsune into the bedroom. Ingmei withdrew, and the instant she shut the door, a starry gate quietly appeared before Ye Miko. Tipsy and bleary-eyed, the kitsune lady stared at the sudden star vortex in front of her, completely baffled. What is this? Don't tell me I'm actually drunk. Whatever. Even if I am, seeing this whirlpool makes me think if only I could go back to the way things used to be. Windborn little sister of the water blue star. Why can't I go too? I'm the current high priestess of the Narukami Shrine, you know. No way I'm coming along too. Kamisato, Ayaka wobbled as she stood up. Her body swayed unsteadily as she took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps. After just a few steps, Ayaka tripped over something and staggered. Her whole body lurched forward, right toward the swirling starry vortex. Sohan, who had been waiting by the door for quite some time, felt puzzled. Why is it taking so long? Don't tell me she's gonna fly out like Eula did. Hey, I got blasted out last time, okay? And besides HMPF, even if a pretty girl did come flying out, you should be thrilled, shouldn't you? Taking advantage for a little grope is your favorite thing, isn't it? At Eula's teasing, everyone couldn't help but laugh. But Shogun interrupted, saying, "What are the odds of something like that happening?" Before she could finish her sentence, a pink figure came flying out of the Stargate, and that figure was all too familiar. In an instant, Shogun froze. Wasn't this the shrine priestess? How come she came out like this too? Everyone else was just as stunned. Paimon shouted excitedly. She really did fly out, and she kinda looks like a fox. Wait a second, something's off. From this height, she's gonna hit the ground hard. Amidst the chaos, Lumen tried to sense what was going on. She could tell something was off. Ayaka seemed tipsy. Eula had been blasted down, but Ayaka had tripped on her own, which meant only one thing. Face first. Sohan was closest. Of course, he didn't want to see her get hurt. So in a flash, he darted forward and caught her right in his arms. Dazed and swaying, Ayaka suddenly felt her fall stop. Half conscious, she slowly lifted her head. A strange man suddenly appeared right in front of her. "Who are you?" "I remember. Men are strictly forbidden in the sleeping quarters at Narukami Shrine. Anyone who dares to barge in will be torn limb from limb, because this is where the kitsune rest." Suhan immediately let go. This fox was drinking in broad daylight. Is she so drunk she doesn't even know what is going on? With a thud, Ye Miko landed hard on her, but a jolt of pain snapping her back to her senses. "Hey Suhan, what are you doing?" "Nothing. You were the one talking about chopping people to pieces." "I'd rather not die. I'm just drunk, and you don't know how to be gentle with a lady? No wonder you're still single." "Ow, that hurts." With Kamisato Ayaka's help, Ye Miko managed to struggle back to her feet, but she still wouldn't back down. Suhan curled his lip and snarked, "Be glad I didn't let you face plant. You start running your mouth about tearing people to pieces this isn't your Narukami Shrine. Boring man. Can't even take a joke. The moment you grabbed me, I already caught on. Because my bedroom at Narukami Shrine doesn't have this many people." Ye Miko might have been drunk, but her head wasn't completely cloudy. The moment she crossed the threshold, she sensed something was off. Otherwise, how could an ordinary man touch her? He'd have been struck dead by lightning. Who would have thought he'd take a joke? So literally, he just let go? What a man with zero sense of romance. No wonder he still hasn't won over the Yashiro Commission's heiress. He's a total blockhead. Paimon and Lumen heard her and slowly came around. Could this be the Guji of Narukami Shrine? You are Yemiko? "Big sis, I am Sangonomiya Kokomi, the divine priestess of Watatsumi Island. I offer you my respects." Facing the high shrine priestess whose beauty and presence eclipsed her own, Sangonomiya Kokomi bowed without hesitation. However, she never imagined this foxy vixen could be so infuriating. "Well, isn't this Miss Ornamental Fish? That dance was pretty good, I kinda liked it." "I am not an ornamental fish." Kokomi's face darkened, and she shot Suhan a vicious glare. He was the one who came up with that nickname. Sure, fans online called her that too. But for Ye Miko to know it as well? That had his fingerprints all over it. "Alright, little sis Kokomi, I was just kidding, don't be so serious. Since you're calling me Big Sis Miko, let us wipe the slate clean about the past. I was in a bit of a funk today, but ending up on Blue Star? My mood instantly improved." The summoning ritual concluded. No one stayed out in the courtyard. The weather turned cold in a snap, so they all moved into the living room. Ye Miko took the main seat without a hint of shyness and said to Kamisato Ayaka, "Bring me a bowl of hangover soup. Would you?" "Of course. One moment, please. And I want some snacks. Preferably spicy mala duck necks." "Big sis Miko, I'll order delivery for you." Hee. I knew little sis Kokomi was thoughtful. "Come visit Narukami Island sometime. Big sis will treat you to the hot springs." The shameless fox let her gaze sweep the room and finally settle on Naida. Her eyes lit up, and she leapt forward to wrap her in a hug. "Ah, the god of wisdom from Sumeru gets me. I hasn't let me hug her in ages." "So, that's what's been bothering you today?" Suhan sat down beside her. Considering everything else that had happened, there probably wasn't much else that could trouble a fox like her. Upon hearing the question, Yakumo Siko let out a sigh and said, "Yeah, who else could possibly give me this kind of headache besides the Raiden Shogun? Back then, she wouldn't even listen when I tried to talk to her. And now, when I actually want to communicate, she just hides away in the realm of eternity and refuses to come out. If I weren't so outmatched in strength, I'd drag her out myself and show her just how much the current Inazuma has changed." She wants eternal peace, wants to give the people eternal stability. But first and foremost, there have to be people in the first place. If there are no people left, then what exactly is Inazuma anymore? Although this fox, Siko, could be pretty unreliable at times, she truly had Inazuma's best interests at heart. Unfortunately, her closest friend had locked herself inside the sacred realm, leaving even Siko powerless to do anything. Paimon tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What about the incident with Hanakara Sato? Didn't you tell her about that?" If her former closest friend stepped forward, maybe things would turn out differently. "No, you're missing something. The current Raiden Shogun wouldn't believe me even if I told her. Better to wait until something actually goes wrong and reveal myself then." Siko hadn't ignored that idea. She had thought it through carefully, but ultimately decided against it. Her only remaining option was to wait until there was a chance to revive Raiden Mikoto in the future. That was her true trump card. As the group chatted casually, the hangover soup was finally ready. Siko took a few sips, and her head finally started to clear. She turned to Suhan and asked, "True, she's not really completely gone yet, right?" "That's right. If you want to see for yourself, you can watch a video." "Klee, can you lend your tablet to Siko for a moment?" "Sure thing. Here you go, Siko-ne. Klee's such a good girl. Here, let me give you a bracelet." Yae Miko reached over and ruffled the little girl's hair. Then she took off a string of pink beads she was wearing and handed it to her. These beads were no ordinary trinket. They were enchanted with her spiritual power. Very rare, and if danger ever arose, they could generate a special protective barrier. Klee stared at the soft pink bracelet, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, so pretty. You're the best, Lady Miko." "Of course I am. I've got plenty of awesome things like this." Yae Miko smirked, then turned her gaze back to the tablet in her hand. She knew how to use a smartphone, so naturally, a tablet was nothing to her. Suhan had set this scene up for her. 1.5 hours? That long, huh? Yeah, but you can skip it if you want. This part's about what happened after Inazuma's shogun opened her heart. Oh, so it's basically her being clumsy and embarrassing herself? I have to watch this. Imagine the teasing I can do later. Super fun. The fox spirit tapped the play button. Truth was, the mission wasn't that hard. After watching for a bit, Yae Miko nodded. "Ah, I see. So this is when the Shogun-S will started to clash with her other self. Back then, I told her, don't make the rules for the puppet too rigid or strict." Suhan shook his head slightly. Yae giggled, covering her mouth. She said, "If we are to pursue eternity, the will must be unwavering, with no room for weakness. Anything less would fail to achieve true eternal perfection." See what I mean? Fighting against her own puppet self. So silly. In the distance, Hu Tao quietly poked Shizuka Narukami. Seeing the confusion on her face, she whispered, "Hey, is the Electro Archon really like this? She sounds like a kid who never grew up." "Ahem, well, I really shouldn't comment on matters concerning the Lord of the Realm," said one of the subordinates. How could Kamisato Ayaka easily respond to such words? After all, even if divine beings occasionally make mistakes, it's not our place mere mortals to judge them. Kushinada Hana's ears twitched slightly, and she turned to Hu Tao. Smiling, she said, "You're absolutely right, my dear friend. She's just an eternal child who never grows up." "What? Are you really that surprised? Did I say something wrong? Locking yourself in your room whenever things don't go your way. That's the kind of behavior only a child would do." Ha 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 ha. After the laughter, the sly fox turned her attention back to the video. When the spirits of the fallen warriors appeared from the sacred Sakura tree, her smile unconsciously faded. "If we feared death, we would never have taken up arms. Exactly because the divine watches over us. We must step forward and prove our devotion. Please step back, my lord. Leave these enemies to us." The three samurais' actions proved what samurais of old were truly like. Even in the face of death, they would protect the peace of Inazuma. They would uphold the dignity of the shogunate. What are these dark creatures anyway? Wasn't it for moments like this that I received the vision? When I was still a mortal, I couldn't protect my family in the face of disaster. That unshakable belief was born solely for the sake of protection. Sigh, I wonder what Lady Ye would think if she could see this. I was still young back then, yet I struggled forward through the storm. Whether samurais or shrine maidens, all fought to protect their homeland. Standing nearby, Sango Mahiru overheard these words, and something stirred in her heart. If those samurais from back then were still alive today, I'm afraid our Hijui army wouldn't stand a chance against them. Nahida watched the screen and nodded slightly. As a god isn't just powerful, they also have to shoulder the duty of guiding their people. Exactly. Eternity doesn't mean a nation that never falls. It's the conviction in our hearts that never wavers. The footage kept playing. EI finally stepped into that mysterious realm, the plane of Euthymia. The Raiden Shogun was already there, waiting. The two immediately clashed in a fierce duel. Ye Miko's smile grew even brighter. My finding it hard to keep up, old friend? I told you your eternity is far too rigid, no flexibility at all. To change it, you have to make such a big fuss. Tis quite the headache. After hearing that, Suhan asked, so what did you have in mind back then? I suggested that even while secluded in the plane of Euthymia, she should listen more to the voices of the common folk. Sadly, that stubborn old friend said doing so would only shake the shoguness will. And now that things have gone wrong, she has only herself to blame. I said Lumen should come to me, didn't I? See, at the end of the day, it still takes the Guji to step in, whether it's in game or in real life. This Kitsune is forever the foxiest. Seeing herself take the stage, Ye Miko was positively smug. As expected, it still had to be her. When Lumen returned to that realm, EI and the Raiden Shogun were still locked in combat. Only when the fight ended did Ye Miko let out a small sigh of relief. I thought I'd have to step in, but it wrapped up sooner than I expected. Looks like she's already realized where she went wrong. Wait, Muzu Ishin, could it be she's really starting to reflect? In the video, with the swing of that blade, the true consciousness slowly stirred. It was only the faintest glimmer, but Ye Miko was already beside herself with excitement. Because it means the true soul hasn't fully dispersed yet. Suhan, give me a straight answer. Inside that treasure, is there anything that can bring someone back to life? There is. But whether we can get it all comes down to luck. That's why I told Kamisato Ayaka not to touch it for now. Once you stir up the lingering will inside Muzu Ishin, that last bit of soul might be gone for good. I think you know what I mean. You know better than anyone how hard it is to revive a god who has completely vanished. But if we repair the soul first, then rebuild the body, that's much easier. After hearing Suhan's explanation, Ye Miko nodded earnestly. Bringing someone back from nothing would take an astonishing amount of power. Mending an Archon-level soul isn't easy either. But compared to creating one out of thin air, it's a lot more manageable. On that, there was no doubt. Listening to Makoto's assessment of her younger sister, Ye Miko couldn't help laughing. See, I told you EI just won't listen. Her big sis is worried sick, don't even get me started on me, the Guji. If she keeps ignoring us, I'll record this whole bit and blast it 1,000 times through a megaphone. Everyone was speechless for a moment. You're something else. With a subordinate like you, the Raiden Shogun would never be bored. She'd probably chase you down every day to take a swing just to blow off steam. Paimon, exasperated, whispered to Lumen, I finally get why EI always wants to chop people. Emma, me too. At the end of the video, sacred sakura petals drifted on the wind. The rule change went through without a hitch. Everyone was delighted. But when Paimon and Lumen saw the sacred sakura pruned into a fox shape, they couldn't help glancing at the kitsune. Why are you looking at me? Don't you think the tree looks great like this? This is my turf. After all, of course the tree should be shaped like a fox. That's only fitting. Although it's a manifestation of truth, it feels more approachable this way. Kitahara Kazuha gazed at the sacred sakura tree. Inside, her guard against Ye Miko had been raised to the highest level. She smiled sweetly, calling herself a good little sister. But somehow, Kazuha felt that one day she might get tricked by Ye, and still have to call her Wani-san with a smile. The video ended. Ye Miko finally had a clear picture of the situation. Right now, she couldn't tell EI about the matter regarding the Raiden Shogun, and at the same time, she still needed to complete the grand purification of the sacred sakura. Here came the problem. Her power alone didn't seem enough to cleanse those evil presences. The sly fox turned her head toward Lumen and asked, Little Missy, when do you plan to visit Inazuma? Me. Yeah, we've been waiting for you in Inazuma for quite a while. If you come, well, Maybe all the problems will find a solution. Wait a second, we haven't even finished dealing with Mondstadt yet. And besides, there's still Liu. Paimon definitely didn't want to skip a country and rush straight to Inazuma. Everyone knew that with Lumen's current strength, she wouldn't stand a chance against the almighty Shogun. Yae Miko looked slightly disappointed after hearing that. Well then, I understand you need to find your brother. I won't bother you for now. Suhan, what kind of video are you planning to shoot? Just a heads up if it's too ordinary a theme. It won't show off this immortal fox's charm at all. That simply won't do. Since she couldn't bring the traveler over right away, Ye had no choice but to proceed step by step, like shooting a short video to earn some treasures, or hosting a live stream to make a little extra mora on the side. Light novels and comics were incredibly popular in this world. And of course, she couldn't afford to miss out. Though she really wished to obtain those resources immediately. Work always comes first, but your loved ones are the most important. Everything else can wait. After a brief moment of thought, Suhan spoke up. Yairozu Yumiko, what do you think of this idea? Let's hear it then. Yumiko's eyes lit up. She was clearly interested. She had seen Suhan's videos before. All of them, in their original form. Every time, it was Kamisato Ayaka who downloaded the videos and showed them to her. The production quality was genuinely impressive. Still, Yumiko's favorite part was the contrast at the end of each video. Hearing that the script was already finished so quickly, the fox girl naturally wanted to hear more. She was curious how Suhan planned to shoot it. I think if we just shoot a short skit or make a parody video, it'll be pretty boring. Wouldn't it be more interesting to showcase your multiple personalities directly? People are complex, multifaceted beings by nature. A celestial fox like you should be no different. How you act around enemies versus how you behave around friends. I'm sure people from Etheris would love to find out. This actually sounds pretty good. Yumiko nodded. All right then, let's get started. I'm sober now anyway. Time to get serious about work. After we finish shooting, you better recommend a few light novels I like. Got it? Of course. Without another word, the two vanished from the room. As soon as Yumiko left, Kamisato Ayaka visibly relaxed. Hu Tao chuckled. Seems like the presence of our celestial fox goddess was quite nerve-wracking for you. Honestly, there's really no need to be that tense, right? Doesn't that just wear you out? No, it's not like that. I just deeply respect the Shrine Maiden. My mother told me when I was little that the Shrine Maiden holds a noble and sacred position. She has sacrificed so much for the sake of protecting Inazuma. After meeting her in person, I've come to believe that even more deeply. She's always protecting the people of Inazuma in her own way. That's why, when I'm in front of the Shrine Maiden, I always end up seeming a bit reserved without even meaning to. When Yae Miko came up, Kamisato Ayaka's voice brimmed with respect. No matter what happens, Lady Miko handles it with ease. That effortless poise is something she just can't imitate. The others weren't overthinking it, still playing when it was time to play, still eating when it was time to eat. Klee was fiddling with a bracelet, while Eula, under Lumines's guidance, was watching videos about armament hockey. Shidi already grasped part of Flowing Sakura, but there were still plenty of things she didn't understand. Maybe more real combat footage would spark something. After finishing the videos related to the Raiden Shogun, Nahida felt that a god's most important duty is to guide the people. So she began thinking about Sumeru's future development. In the virtual space, Yae Miko said in surprise, so that's what your power is like. How interesting. It feels even stronger than EI's plane of euthymia. Can it conjure almost anything? Of course, with a single thought, Suhan let the white void peel away, and the familiar Grand Narukami Shrine appeared before them. Yae Miko took a moment to look around, then shook her head. This is the layout from the game. It's a bit off from the real thing. You've put buildings here and there. But the place where I live is the dwelling of generations of Kitsune and should occupy the main seat, the most important spot. Now this looks like the real Grand Narukami Shrine. Also, I have to complain. In the game, the road leading to the shrine is broken, and that's not right. If it were really like that, ordinary folks wouldn't be able to come and pay their respects. Under the Kitsune Chief, Shrine Maiden's guidance, a faithful recreation of the Grand Narukami Shrine finally took shape. That feels right. Where do we start filming? Let us start with the everyday stuff, the most ordinary. Yae Miko. Suhan seemed to have thought of something amusing. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Daylight suddenly turned into night. The once serene atmosphere of the Narukami shrine gradually filled with liveliness. A shrine maiden approached Ye Miko and bowed respectfully. Lady Ye, the festival is about to begin. Ye Miko glanced at Suhan, her eyes filled with reluctant resignation. This is what you call filming? This ISNT filming, it's pure torture. Ahem, but it's all for authenticity, right? How about I take you to experience the New Year festival on Earth later? Deal. Ye adjusted her expression. Then, with a serious look, she turned to the shrine maiden. Then let us begin. Fireworks lit up the sky in the distance. And as the head priestess of the Narukami shrine, she could only stand there chewing on a candy apple, watching longingly from afar. That elegant and composed demeanor from earlier? All an act. After holding back for a while, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She turned toward the young shrine maiden beside her, a sly, knowing smile creeping onto her lips. Hataru, come here for a second. Yes, my lady. What do you need? Come with me to my quarters. I need to grab something. When they returned, Hataru was gone. In her place stood a certain high priestess, looking slightly flustered. Down the mountain, among the lively crowd, a pink blur slipped through unnoticed. Ugh, festivals like this are way more fun when you actually take part in them. That shadow has such a pain making me priestess, but not telling me I'd only be allowed to watch and not touch. If I'd known that, I never would be taken the job. Being a general was way more fun anyway. The fox spirit grinned brightly. And the filming? Done in one perfect take. Absolutely no acting needed. Cut. That scene's done. How did it turn out? Amazing. We got both the daily life and the festival action. Next up is the part about friends. It might get a little emotional. It's all right. However painful, the past is already behind us. Ye Miko answered, her voice tinged with melancholy. The scene shifts. A small table stands quietly beneath the sacred sakura. A few simple dishes. Salmon sashimi, tricolor dango, and a plate of fried tofu. Ye Miko sits at the table, gazing at the poetry cards, and the cup brimming with sake. She lifts the cup, petals of the sacred sakura drifting across the surface, and drains it in one swallow. The loneliness flickering across her eyes seems to slide down her throat with the liquor. Look closely, and you'll see it. A glimmer of tears at the corners of the Kitsune Guji's eyes. It catches Suhan by surprise. Trust Ye Miko, her acting is almost too real. One glance, one subtle move, and the image of a crestfallen Guji is rendered to perfection. A few handmaids keep their distance, not daring to disturb the Lady Guji, watching in silence. Even Shikano Nana and Sayu are unusually quiet, not bickering like they usually do. When sorrow lifts, joy takes its place. Ye Miko strolls through the streets. Now a noble lady, now a handmaid. A fox wears 100 faces, whether you can see through them depends on your own eyes. As for becoming the Guji of the Grand Narukami Shrine, at first, she was genuinely excited. But boredom set in quickly, so she made her own fun. Sometimes she point the wrong way on purpose, sending Shikano Nana off to hunt down Sayu. Sometimes she conjure up Miss Hina, just to watch Goru squirm. My, that look on Goru's face, I can't help but laugh. If the readers found out that the warm, caring big sister they adore is actually Goru in disguise, they'd be crushed. But I'm not about to spill the secret. After all, that's how I keep him in my grasp and keep teasing Goru. When I have free time, I prefer to soak in the hot springs at Kasava's bathhouse. But there's a little issue: soaking too often might make a fox's fur fall out. Other than that, I help out a bit with the editorial side at the Shrine Maiden's publishing house. Giving those writers some direction is actually pretty fun. A scene had just wrapped up. Suhan hurriedly switched sets and prepared for the next shot. This kind of shooting pace, he had never experienced it before. It was just too fast. Ye Miko's demands for the light novel adaptation were extremely strict. Every suggestion she made went straight to the heart of the problem, without even realizing it. She brought a lot of pressure to the authors, but also a strong sense of motivation to improve. After finishing the 7th scene, it was finally time for the last one. Now it's time to truly show your strength. You must fully spread your foxtail and bring an intense sense of pressure. That's not hard after playing with the opponent a bit. It's time to wrap things up, I understand. Ye Miko slowly walked toward the camera. Lightning crackled around her body. Her pink tails were now wrapped in arcs of thunder. That overwhelming pressure It wasn't just intense for the filming, even Suhan's heart was pounding. This was the legendary power of a celestial fox? Too strong. Under the blinding flashes of lightning, everything else seemed pale in comparison. Suddenly, a massive bolt of thunder came crashing down. And with that, the scene was complete. Next up is the closing line, Miko. I've already prepared something for the ending. Miko turned around, facing the camera directly. Her voice carried a faintly seductive tone. Now that you've learned the little secret of my shrine, do you consider giving a like, dropping a coin, or maybe even hitting that follow button? Or perhaps, your heart already belongs to someone else. What do you think? Isn't this ending far more exciting than your original version? I'm sure many fans are going to fall head over heels for me. Badass. Suhan shot a big thumbs up. That last line landed so hard, even the fans were a little overwhelmed. With Suhan's seal of approval, Miko was all smiles. All right, I should take a breather. Didn't he expect we shot a full hour? By my count, we've still got 5+ hours in us. What a grind. Let us roll. Yeah, they walked out of the set. Everyone was already back at their stations, busy at work. The live host, though, had switched from Nahida to Klee. Why is the little sunshine still so popular? Simple Klee's got great vibes. Her streams are super straightforward. She helps people pull on banners or boost their artifacts. But Klee only grants 3 wishes a day. If it's more than that, she gets annoyed, throws down the headset, and goes on strike. The fans don't have a choice. All they can do is shower her with gifts, lay on the compliments, and coax her. Most streamers spoil their fans. With Klee, it's flipped. The fans have to keep her happy. Captains, admirals, governors, every membership tier say nice things. Play along with the bit. If you tick off the little boss, you're not seeing anything that day. A few days back, an admiral let a complaint slip without thinking. The fans roasted him alive. He went home and got chewed out by his wife, too. The next day, he posted an apology on the forum. Klee saw it and, during her stream, said, that uncle was probably under a lot of work stress, so he couldn't keep his emotions in check. She asked everyone to cut him some slack and cheer him on. Just like that, Klee showed real heart. Now, whenever Klee goes live, it's become a signature of the platform. People call it the wholesome stream. No matter what rough patch you're going through, one look at Klee's sweet smile, and you feel recharged. Today, Klee was upgrading a crit headpiece. She gave it a gentle tap. A double upgrade effect procced instantly. Crit DMG went up by 28%. Crit rate increased by 16%. Whoa, double again, hee. Big sis is gonna be thrilled. That wraps today's enhancement. I'm off to blow up some fish. Klee waved at the camera. The chat instantly flooded with jealous emotes. Who wouldn't be salty? Those crit stats. That crit damage. Absolutely ridiculous. Just as Klee switched the game screen, a big pink tail whipped across the frame. The live chat exploded. Hold on, what was that, a broom? No way. With that color? How could it be a broom? It looked more like a Taoist whisk. Where would a whisk even come from? And yours can fly that smoothly? I'm telling you. It was some kind of tail, yet that shape was totally a tail. A tail? That one comment made a lot of people snap to attention. What even has a tail? And a pink tail at that? Definitely not a cat. Cats' tails don't stick up that high. A bunch of viewers started pressing Klee, asking what had been behind her just now. Seeing the chat, the little girl turned to look, puzzled. There's nothing there. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Her answer didn't convince the chat. Right then, a sultry voice came through the mic. Here, Klee, have some wafer rolls. I just tried one, they're pretty good. Thanks, sis. Oh, big sis. A lot of fans in chat were saying. They saw a tail flash behind me. But I honestly didn't see anything. Did you see that just now? Heh, I can't really be sure anymore. Maybe it was just my imagination. The chatty little fox put down the tray and walked away. At the exact moment, she completely vanished. A beautiful tail gently flickered through the air. If the viewers in the live stream still couldn't recognize her as none other than Yamakami Saori at that point, then their eyes truly deserve to be called useless. The chat was flooded with question marks. Wait, Lady Saori wa. It really was Lady Saori. This fox is too crafty. She was clearly here. But wouldn't he even show herself, not even a glimpse from behind? It's definitely Saori. She lets you hear her voice. Lets you catch a peek of her tail. But just one let you see her face. I'm done. Seriously, we've been played. I'd gladly be played by Yamakami Saori. Teach her a lesson, sensei. The comments got wilder by the second, quickly triggering the room moderator's warnings. After all, Klee was still just a kid. This kind of content wasn't tea for her eyes. The last time the stream had this much heat was back when Shinha appeared. After all, Saori's charm was truly unmatched. Just a single, offhand sentence from her was enough to send hearts fluttering into chaos. And yet, no one could even get a look at her. So some people shifted their attention to Klee instead, hoping she might be their way in. But Klee had been specifically warned by Lady Saori herself. Even a single glance had become a luxury. No way, no way. My big sister said so. Good girls don't peek. Just watch me play the game, everyone. Hee hee hee. Klee maneuvered her character in the game. She dropped a bomb, blowing every fish in the lake to bits. Then, as smoothly as ever, she picked up the fish meat. She'd done this exact motion countless times before. You could call it second nature. But the audience wasn't paying attention to her gameplay anymore. All they could think about was Yamakami Saori. Over by the couch, Miko was hugging a tablet, endlessly scrolling through the flood of live chat. How about we send more gifts? Maybe Klee will go meet that big shot beyond the fourth wall. I think that's a pretty good idea. Besides, I've already tossed in 5 yuan worth of gifts. The rest is up to you guys. That Sy Miko we're talking about, the Guji of the Grand Narukami Shrine. You seriously don't want to see her? And that gorgeous foxtail from just now, just thinking about it is exciting. They keep saying they want to see Ye Miko, but one T cough up a single cent TSK, no wonder they never see anything. Paimon, who'd been quietly watching for a long while, finally spoke up, wide-eyed. Miko, 1T those people get mad if you do that? Mad about what? Look, that guy who calls himself Ye Miko's dog has already dropped 500 RMB worth of gifts. They spend their own money and feel happy about it. ISNT that a win-win. And that Lady Guji Ye, come dote on me guy if you don't let him send gifts, he gets antsy. Haha, this world is just too entertaining. Way more fun than Tevat. A few casual teases, and they start opening their wallets for me. Why can't Tevat have a few more of these warm-hearted types? Lumen and the others were left exasperated. No one had expected Ye Miko to jump into Klee's stream and play Hype Squad. And people actually bought it. Sangonomiya Kokomi Kudanti help asking, Lady Miko, are you really going to go on camera? On camera? When did I ever say I'd show my face? They're the ones willingly sending gifts. Spending money for a little happiness ISNT so bad, is it? And I'm just speaking as a regular viewer. Seeing them all that worked up, I'm just chatting casually, that's all. Fine. Kokomi silently griped to herself about the slyness of this fox immortal. There's nothing she doesn't dare to do. She had way too many things on her mind. By now, Suhan had already finished editing the video, and had also set up a community forum for Seijuji Ye. Do you want to make a post? How do people usually do it? Usually, you do a little teaser before releasing the video. That's what the article section is for. Like how Kokomi does it. They just post a photo there. It's kind of like giving everyone a heads up in advance. You can also set up a fan club there, handpick the right people to help out. It's good for managing your fan base. Just don't mess with the fans, okay? Even though you're popular, there are still rules on this planet. If you go too far, none of us will come out unscathed. Suhan gave her a heads up in advance, worried that Ye might stir up trouble with her fans. After all, there had been past incidents like that. He definitely didn't want history to repeat itself. Ye nodded and said, got it. Don't worry, I don't have that much free time to play around with them. By the way, how do you read light novels or manga here? Oh, right here. Want me to use my account? No, help me create a new one. Also, earlier in the live stream, I gave the fans a little guidance, and they dropped over 10,000 soft coins in 10 minutes. Don't forget to send that to me. You're something else. Suhan muttered after hearing that. If this fox ever became a paid commenter, she'd probably be at the very top tier. He registered a phone account for her and transferred 10,000 soft coins into her private message inbox. Everything was done. The fox hugged the laptop contentedly and started browsing. Out of all the light novels, she preferred Genshin Impact-themed ones. This one looks interesting. Genshin. I became a national treasure during the Qixing festival. What exactly does national treasure mean? This one isn't bad either. Genshin, reincarnation. The black stockings transformed into shadows, huh? That's quite an unusual thought. And there's another existence sharing a body with Shadow. So why exactly did I get left out? I'm a celestial fox, after all. Obviously, I'm the real beauty standard in Inazuma. Kokomi casually flipped through the pages. She opened each one carefully, examining these books from another world. They blew her mind completely. This kind of unconventional storytelling? Absolutely right up her alley. Light novels in Inazuma had long fallen into predictable formulas. All those rules and conventions just couldn't be broken. In contrast, the works from Earth. They constantly surprised her. After flipping through for a while, Kokomi had already made up her mind. She then turned to browse around the forum, wandering through the Inazuma section. That's where she finally found the treasure trove. Illustrations and comics featuring both her and Shadow, each one more entertaining than the last. Now this is interesting. There's even a video of Shadow getting so mad she cries. Suhan, this one's brilliant, I've got to save it. Maybe I'll print it out and tape it to Shadow's headboard. Ha ha ha. She'll definitely throw a fit then. You know, aren't you afraid she'll chase you all the way to Mount Yagami and just slash you with her sword? Oomph. Like she hasn't tried before. She can't even catch me anymore. By the way, if we could convince Shadow to join us, what kind of role would you design for her? Well, I haven't worked it out completely yet, but I do have a rough idea. Oh, do tell. Kokomi looked at him with obvious interest, her tail swaying slightly behind her from curiosity. Suhan glanced at her pink fox tail and lightly coughed. It's just a rough idea. If you impress me enough, maybe I'll let you take over the job of brushing my tail someday. Really? Wait. Since when did brushing your tail become some kind of privilege? Translation note. This translation aims to preserve the playful tone, character personalities, and subtle humor of the original text, while naturally expressing it in American English commonly used in fiction. Expressions like throw a fit, blow her mind, and right up her alley help maintain the casual, conversational style appropriate for a novel. Sure, here's a natural and contextually appropriate English translation of the passage, written in a novel-appropriate style and reflecting American English expression. Suhan immediately put himself on guard. What's this fox spirit plotting now? She's not trying to trick me and record it all to post online, is she? Absolutely not. Oh, come on. You humans are all the same. You're always drawn to cute things like cats. Even though they're lazy and gluttonous, everyone still fights to be their little poop scooper. I, on the other hand, am 10,000 times cuter than any cat. So isn't getting to pet me a special privilege? Looking at Ye Miko's half-smile, Suhan felt like he'd already been played. Truthfully, from the very first moment he saw her, he couldn't help but feel the urge to touch her tail and those soft, fluffy little ears. But the moment he thought about just how clever she was, those thoughts were quickly buried. Sure, he had the power to suppress her abilities, but her strength had never been about brute force. It was her cunning that made her dangerous. If you don't talk now, you might not get another chance. Cough. It's not that I don't want to talk. I just wanted Shadow to cook something for me, but not like real cooking or anything. After hearing Suhan's words, Ye Miko couldn't help but laugh. You really are something else. I can already picture it. I mean, I did say it, right? What? I didn't hear anything just now. The sly fox turned away, acting as if nothing had happened. Suhan mentally groaned. I knew you'd do that. Just you wait, you little fox. As he turned his attention back to the game, something soft and fluffy suddenly brushed up against him. He froze. Looking down, he saw it was a pale pink foxtail. In an instant, he understood exactly what she was up to. Let me know if you'd like this adjusted for a specific tone, e.g., more comedic, dramatic, etc., or adapted for a particular genre, fantasy, urban, etc. Probably worried about being caught by someone. That's why she pretended to be playing with herself. Don't let that unreliable look fool you. This girl actually comes through when it really counts. She reached out gently and touched it. It felt fuzzy, kind of like petting a cat. How should I put it? The sensation was pretty much the same as stroking a cat, except the fur was smoother. Plus, there was a big, pink, tender tail. It was even warm to the touch. The weather had been pretty chilly lately. Suhan pulled out a blanket from her system space and gently laid it over the sofa. Meanwhile, in the live stream on that small Bilibili channel, the fans were already rolling with laughter. Come on, Yaya just sent 2,000 in gifts and didn't even get a glimpse. Ha ha ha. Zing, stop messing with her. Yaya's probably already mentally broken by now. Let her calm down for a bit. I told you already. She should just ask the cross-dimensional wall directly for a photo. Xiaoen, you're brutal. Thing is, I don't even know the cross-dimensional wall guy. I was on a business trip 2 days ago. Not like you guys. You've already got group photos and dined together. I can't even send a private message right now. If we weren't even in the same group chat, I wouldn't even know who he is. As the voice actress for Ye Miko, Yaya couldn't help but vent a little. She wasn't as outgoing and talkative as Duo. She just couldn't bring herself to walk up and start a conversation directly. It made her a little nervous inside. Hearing her say that, the fans only laughed harder. It's okay, Yaya. We'll just go all in and send a guardian title. The big boss will definitely notice. Who cares about salary anymore? We don't need it. Exactly. What's money compared to Miko? Look, some guy has been sending guardian gifts nonstop for 3 months straight. I'm dying laughing. Not sure what he is even after. Which idiot said that? You can get to meet Takahashi Nanako earlier if you throw in some cash? Facing a screen full of teasing comments, Yaya felt a strange mix of emotions. But Duo was clowning around in voice chat. Don't chicken out. Who knows, maybe it'll actually work. Lin Su and the others were pretty shy at first too. Then they ended up playing along anyway. And besides, fans love seeing us voice actors interact with cosplayers from the other side. It's also a good way to boost each other's exposure. Encouraged by Duo's words, Yaya finally made up her mind, grabbed her phone, and sent a DM to Suhan. She didn't have any wild requests. Just wanted a wallpaper photo, that's all. He accepted within less than a minute. Wow, I actually got his contact. You guys, watch me get a wallpaper pic like a boss. Excited, Yaya typed out a message, introducing herself and casually bringing up the photo request. However, 3 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Just as Yaya was starting to lose hope, her phone buzzed. She quickly opened it, and sure enough, a photo had been sent over. But it wasn't a picture of Takahashi Nanako. It was of Suhan himself. Under the photo was a message. You want to sneak a peek at this immortal fox spirit? You'll have to pay the price first. Clearly visible in the picture, Suhan was tightly wrapped up in several foxtails, and the one holding the camera was none other than Takahashi Nanako herself. Haha, didn't get the photo I wanted, but damn, this cracked me up. Yaya sent the picture into the group chat, and everyone burst into laughter the moment they saw it. Duo commented, oh no, even the mighty cross-dimensional king got clowned. Xiaoen replied, ha, even the great cross-dimensional overlord fell for it. But seriously, I gotta ask, why wasn't he at me tied up? Zhu Hua couldn't help but roast him. Wait a second, there is something seriously wrong with your logic here. Xiaoen, what the heck kind of reasoning is that? You're too much. Huh, so I'm the one who is supposed to be tied up? I'm the Raiden Shogun. TSS. If Lady Kitsune used her tail? No, I can't hold out anymore. Bao. Stop. You guys are going way too fast. That is over the top. But I am a little curious, how do they do that tail? Fans mentioned it in a video before, and I even saw an HD GIF. It looks exactly like the real thing. No way that CGI with fur that gorgeous. Makes me want to reach out and touch it. Yayonf, you're all just bewitched by a fox. Bunch of weak-willed chumps. Turtle-chan. Haha, I remember. Someone dropped a few thousand RMB and still didn't get to see. Lady Kitsune, you were losing it back then. If our willpower is the weak one, you'd have gone full fox already. Lin Su, I'm with Bao. Hey, what do you guys think? Should we head over with Zine that day and mooch a meal while we're at it? I'm in the mood to freeload again. Bao, is that really okay? Just as everyone was chatting away, a cover image suddenly popped up in the DM group. After seeing it, the little group called Dimensional Wall Harem went dead quiet. In the picture, Ye Miko is standing beneath the sacred sakura, with a line across the top. Eightfold allure, the kitsune descends. Dodo, holy crap, the big shot just dropped the video thumbnail. It's stunning. A live-action Ye Miko can be this mesmerizing. Bao TSS. Miko, my Miko. So beautiful, woof. Little N, Ayaka and Shunha are probably bawling in the bathroom. The dog ran off to someone else's yard again. It's fine, I approve this time. Ha. Just seeing pictures of Ye Miko is enough for me. Bao Bao, why don't you go be Miko's lackey already? Tao Dian, I've got to admit, do women this gorgeous even exist? And that foxtail, it looks way too real. Strands of hair, the sheen, and the way that tail sways so naturally. There's no way cosplay could replicate that. People on Blue Star have adored fox spirits since ancient times. Seeing the real thing now, who wouldn't be stunned? Zine, this hits harder than Eula's ceremonial dance, even a little scary. It's just overwhelming. Duo, we'll get to see it at 10 a.m. tomorrow. It's only a cover image, but we're already one step ahead. Yeah, the forums are blowing up. Everyone's hunting for first-hand info on Miko, and yet there's nothing to be found. Inside the villa, Ye Miko glanced at her phone and smiled. The harder something is to get, the more attention it draws. If you dump all the beautiful visuals at once, people just think it looks nice. But if you whet their appetite first, you spark discussion. People can't help imagining. When the video finally drops, that's when they'll be truly amazed. Ye Miko said to Suhan, what do you think of this kind of promo? Smart, but you can't keep using it. The first time hits the hardest. It's a one-off anyway. The fox spirit picked up a piece of Blue Star fried tofu and took a smiling bite. She hadn't expected the fried tofu in this world to taste this good. She'd have to bring some back later. The Genshin community erupted in heated debate. Everyone was talking. What exactly is in Ye Miko's video? Her looks were undeniably at their peak. Some people were even speculating whether there could be a scene with both Raiden Ei and Ye Miko appearing together. Of course, the more intense the discussion, the hotter the videos related to Ye Miko became. Meanwhile, Suhan was playing a video game while absent-mindedly stroking the foxtail. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, boss. I wanted to talk to you about something. Go ahead, Qingwan. May I ask if Ye Miko has already appeared? Don't worry, I'm not asking for a photo or anything. But there's going to be a Ye Miko rerun event after the Dendro Archon version update. If possible, could we talk about having her shoot a PV during the rerun? As the director of the operations department, Qingwan had her sources. She had just finished a meeting when her assistant brought her good news. After all, the Ye Miko rerun was coming right after the Dendro Archon version. Since an absolutely stunning cosplay had already appeared, she naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. After listening, Suhan glanced at the immortal fox beside him. Then he turned on the camera and slowly pointed it toward her. When Qingwan saw Ye Miko, who was sipping tea and playing on a tablet, on the screen, she froze for a moment, then burst into an excited scream. Oh my god! Ye Miko, my Ye Miko, she's like so incredibly similar. It's like looking at the real thing. Hearing this sudden shriek from the phone, Ye Miko turned her head slightly. That one glance sent Qingwan's heart racing. Absolutely stunning. So beautiful it felt otherworldly. As if she wasn't a woman from this world at all. If Shun he was a classic, cold, and elegant immortal, then the Ye Miko before her eyes was a sorceress. Every smile, every glance, was full of seductive charm. Who is this? Weren't we supposed to stay off camera today? A longtime friend of Genshin Company. We wouldn't have gotten this popular without her help. And by the way, what's in your hand is that ID card. Even the SIM card was arranged by her. Upon hearing this, Ye Miko immediately figured out the other party's identity. She smiled slightly at the camera. What do you need me for? Well, after the new update introducing the Dendro Archon, we're planning a rerun version of you, and we were wondering if you'd have time to shoot a PV trailer for us. By PV, I mean like a preview, the kind you see in games. Oh, I get it. But if we're going to shoot something, why not get Suhan to do it? His skills and resources are beyond what you can imagine. We just released the video, and you pay directly afterward. After hearing Ye Miko's words, Qingwan suddenly had an idea. Right. Why not just go straight to that Dimension Wall expert? She only needed to send over the script and storyline. It would save so much trouble, and the production quality would be top-notch. Mr. Expert, what do you think? Regarding the payment, we offer 30,000 renminbi per minute for a basic PV. This is just simple footage with no dialogue, just a brief appearance. If we add some animation effects and a few lines of dialogue, it goes up to 50,000 renminbi per minute. And for high-quality videos matching your standard, we can offer up to 100,000 renminbi per minute. The price Qingwan offered was actually quite reasonable, and MiHoYo definitely wasn't short on cash. As long as they could get videos at Suhan's level. 100,000 renminbi per minute wasn't even expensive. It would be a bargain. Suhan thought for a moment, then sent over the video he had just finished editing. Why don't you take a look at this first and tell me how much you think it's worth? My quality has always been at this level. Can I see the original version? Mister, I love you so much. Just wait a second. I need to have an emergency meeting right away. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. The call ended. Qingwan hurried back to the meeting room. Seeing her colleagues and boss still in the middle of a meeting, she gasped for breath and said, "The news is confirmed. Boss Yuan really has a god-tier cosplay of Takahashi, and he has already sent me the original video. Plus, the other party is willing to work with us. It's just, can we maybe offer a bit more money?" Even though they were all friends, Qingwan felt that Suhan shouldn't be shortchanged for such high-quality content. Big Wei laughed after hearing that and said, "If the quality stays like this, like what you'd see on Xiaopijian, even if we raise the budget by 20%, I'd still say it's worth it." Sis Qingwan, come on, play the video already. Let us see the immortal fox in action. All right, but everyone has to sign an NDA first. The guy trusted me enough to send me the original. Don't worry, we'll keep it under wraps. Seeing how eager everyone was, Qingwan finally cast the video from her phone to the big screen. Takahashi, incarnated divine fox. Just the cover alone was enough to get hearts racing. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The video was about 10 minutes long. Each scene was about a minute, plus an intro and an outro. As for the quality, it wasn't just HD. The real kicker was the actress herself, Takahashi. Her gaze, her smile, every subtle movement and detail was absolutely flawless. When the final scene came, and Takahashi unleashed the true power of the divine fox, everyone from MiHoYo was stunned into silence. Special effects like this? Unbelievable. Wow, I got chills, seriously. I'm telling you, this video alone is worth 3 million RMB. The cinematography, direction, acting, and the special effects. 3 million is a bargain. It'd be a steal. Incredible. I can only say UNB Studio has outdone themselves. Suhan almost thought he had misheard the quote. The price was definitely not low, but it wasn't unreasonable either, especially since the other party had mentioned long-term cooperation. Plus, having their name displayed on the book title and live stream room was a nice perk. The offer sounded pretty good, to be honest, but if it came down to 30,000 per minute, they could manage that too. It's just that they'd have to produce a lot more PVs going forward. In the long run, the budget might get a bit tight. Qingwan said on the phone, "Let's just go with revenue sharing then. If the results exceed expectations, we'll give you more accordingly." Suhan smiled slightly and replied, "All right, we have a deal." After hanging up the phone, he leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. This deal was solid, locked in for sure. And deep down, he knew this was only the beginning. Yes, even if the time is less than a minute, we still calculate it as a full minute. Also, if the traffic spikes noticeably after the PV is released, we'll add on some extra fees. Qingwan's tone was genuinely sincere. Suhan thought a price of 100,000 per minute was already quite reasonable. He never expected the other side to immediately offer 200,000. This was totally unexpected. Then it's settled. Just send over the contract later, and we'll sign it. No problem at all. Oh, by the way, big boss, about those custom tablets and phones we mentioned earlier. If you need any accessories like cases, feel free to contact us anytime. We have partner manufacturers that specialize in customized versions. You don't have to pay anything, just help us promote them a bit later. I'll also send you some official merchandise from the store, including limited editions for characters like Eula, Keqing, and Kamisato Ayaka. Clothing for Klee and Nahida is currently in production. All of that works. Suhan's eyes lit up. This kind of perk was pretty great. He wouldn't need to buy electronics anymore. Plus, the clothes were all high quality. He just needed to provide his size to MiHoYo. Don't underestimate these kinds of merchandise. Genshin Impact's official products brought in huge profits. A single pair of headphones could easily cost over 1,000, not to mention custom smart cars and electronics. But to be fair, the quality of Genshin's merchandise was solid, much better than average products on the market. The fans were also more than happy to support. The collaboration was successfully finalized. Qingwan started working on preparing the script, while Suhan went to collect the rewards. from completing the quests for Eula and Kamisato Ayaka. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained 30 high-quality blood orange trees. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained a gray wolf fur coat from the Mondstadt region. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained 30 Qingling bamboo shoots. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained 10 bottles of spirit spring water. Ding. Congratulations. You've received a special reward. Clucktastic Coop 1. Name, Clucktastic Coop. Quality. Description, a special coop that can rapidly incubate eggs. Normally hatching takes a long time, but with this, you'll get healthy chicks in just 2 weeks and half a day. Notes, chicks hatched are sturdy and lay eggs quickly. Tip, if it's a rooster, it'll be ready for market in 20 days. Warning, it only works for hatching chicks. Attempts to hatch other bird species will have no effect. Special function, built specifically for hens to brood. Suhan stared at this so-called special reward, momentarily speechless. It's not some epic tier item. But come on, system, could you at least give me something decent? What am I supposed to do with a chicken coop? He shook his head helplessly and moved on to the next reward. Ding, congratulations, you've received 11 pounds of rose salt. Ding, congratulations, you've received a 16x monocular wearable over one eye. Ding, congratulations, you've received 50,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received a special reward, an autonomous smart car. Name, autonomous smart car. Description, paint locked to a Paimon theme. All software and paperwork are fully set up. Special function, bulletproof, can shrug off any collision. This car is actually pretty practical, no more taking taxis. He wasn't short on cash, but a smart car still isn't cheap. Since it's a system product, it's definitely not ordinary. And with more people at home, having a car really is necessary. He'd been considering buying one. Now he didn't have to. Suhan went on to claim the next 2 special rewards. But for some reason, neither looked very useful. They might even come with side effects. Pansy brand special liquor, a brew with very murky waters. Liquor like this, even the brewer wouldn't dare guarantee what happens once you drink it. If you use it on someone you can't stand, it's perfect. The effects go like this. 50-50 chance you pass out on the spot, 30% chance your stomach aches all day, the remaining nearly 20% see the visions they fear most. Verdict, only 1 in 10,000 walks away unharmed. An ever-lightable campfire. No matter the time or place, it will catch and burn, and wind, rain, or snow piling on one snuff it out. Verdict, aside from cooking, it's useless. No need to dwell on that first bottle. Suhan recognized it at a glance as the infamous knockoff from his previous life. 9,999 out of 10,000 people will have something go wrong. The stuff exists purely to mess with people. As for that fire, maybe only Eula would find it useful. She's always out in godforsaken places like Dragon's Pine. Having a flame for cooking is actually handy. Ye Miko, absorbed in her game, heard Suhan sigh. She looked up and asked, "What's up? Why the sigh?" 4 pulls and not a single hit. Suhan showed her the items he did get. Ye Miko covered her mouth, laughing. Luck evens out. You used to pull great stuff, getting trash now is normal. If you hit the jackpot every time, that'd be the weird part. By the way, can you give me this pansy wine? You can't drink that. It's not like I'm going to drink it. Ye Miko rolled her eyes at him. That wine is obviously sketchy. Only someone with water sloshing in their brain would actually drink it. You planning to use it on someone? Don't tell me it's for EI. What? Clinging to this celestial fox's tail while thinking about other women. A woman you haven't even met, no less. How you're not like those guys who get bewitched by EI's figure. Are you? Not exactly. Alright. Even if I did want to tease Lady EI, I wouldn't use things like these as gifts for her. What I prepared is for the other 2. The 2 commissions? That's right. Anyway, I'm one of the Raiden Shogun's own. Those lesser clans keep coming after me time and again. Once I get EI back to her true self, not a single one of them will get away. Hearing that, Suhan handed the pansy sake over on the spot. Because those 2 commissions really did deserve a good thrashing. They were just throwing their weight around on borrowed authority. They'd long since forgotten the old samurai spirit. A few hard knocks would serve them right. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Ye Miko left, arms full of bulging bags. Back at the Grand Narukami Shrine, the Kitsune was in an excellent mood. If she didn't have a Guji's dignity to maintain, She might have started humming. By tomorrow, I'll be reaping something nice. I can't wait. I took that person for a formidable sort, but who knew they'd be so naive? This is too interesting. Far too interesting. But now wasn't he the time to dwell on that? Kano Nana. Ye Miko looked toward the doorway. Soon, a shrine maiden stepped inside. At your service, Lady Guji. Take this food down to the cave at the foot of the mountain. Yes, my lady. Kano Nana led a few people to carry everything down the mountain. They had no idea who lived in there. All they knew was that the person wore a mask and a red and white shrine maideness outfit. 10 minutes later, the shrine maiden set the items on the table and hurried off. Only after they'd gone some distance did a figure slowly emerge. She glanced at the food on the table and at the stack of books. Hanakara Sato let out a soft laugh. These delicacies don't do me any good, but a bite of fried tofu now and then not bad at all. Fried chicken really is pretty tasty. She picked up that craving from Kitsune Saigu. Foxes, after all, born loving fried chicken and fried tofu. And of course, light novels are her absolute favorite. She's living here now. It felt a little strange at first, but Hanakara Sato actually grew to like this kind of life. Sometimes she wonders if she really did come back. Would she count as Kitsune Saigu or Hanakara Sato? Early the next morning, everyone online had their heads down, glued to their phones. Some were still farming artifacts, waiting and watching at the same time. It's Ye Miko's video, after all. Who wouldn't he want to watch? If it's live-action cosplay. As long as you look the part, God-tier cosplay isn't out of the question. But here's the catch. Ye Miko is a fox. A kitsune. How do you recreate that? Hence the crazy hype. Even the scheduled upload shot to the trending list. What is Ye Miko really like? Time ticked by, and before you knew it, it was 10 in the morning. The moment the video went live, every uploader and fan on Bilibili got the notification. The creator you subscribed to, 8-Faced Ye, Celestial Fox Descends, has posted a new video. In Yaya's streaming room, staring at that thumbnail, the chat was flooded with "she's gorgeous" spam. Ye Miko's face held that sly, not quite a smile. Her eyes were pure flirtation. Oh my god, my Miko. If she gets a rerun, I'm wailing till my card melts. Yaya yelled, hyped as hell. The chat immediately started roasting him. TCH, I remember you didn't say that before. You said Miko's damage was low and only pulled C1. She's not even level 90 right now. Fake Miko stan, beat it. We true fans have been C6 forever. Exactly. If Dendro hadn't dropped, would you have gone for full constellations? Yaya, the voice actress for Ye Miko, completely ignored everything around her. Her full attention was now captivated by this video. Her delicate fingers lightly tapped the screen. The video began to play. I am Ye Miko, the head of the Grand Narukami Shrine, a retainer of the Electro Archon, and the supreme fox spirit who commands thousands of foxes. Cherry blossom petals gently drifted down. The fox spirit, dressed in red and white shrine maiden robes, slowly descended the stone steps. Graceful yet commanding, incredibly alluring. Like a poisonous flower with thorns, everyone knows getting too close could be deadly, yet still can't help wanting to reach out and touch it. That was the essence of Ye Miko's charm. The scene shifted. Night had fallen. The fox spirit sat solemnly on a raised platform, accepting the reverence of the townsfolk. Fireworks burst into the sky in the distance. Yet despite her dignified appearance, she quietly pulled off a little trick. She swiftly pulled out a candy, slipping it into her mouth when no one was looking. The highly respected Grand Shrine maiden in everyone's eyes wasn't just someone who loved sweets, but also secretly grumbling in her mind. This moment was so amusing that people couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, Ye Miko absolutely hated events like this. It was practically torture. But soon enough, her eyes sparkled with mischief, and she came up with a plan, pulling off a classic shell game. She had Fuyuko take her place on the platform, while she herself sneaked into the crowd to fully enjoy the festival's lively atmosphere. Ugh, festivals like this. Being there to watch just isn't fun. That little brat, Ye, didn't tell me I couldn't actually join in the fun when she made me the shrine maiden. If I had known it'd be like this, I wouldn't have taken the job. Being a general sounds way more interesting. Watching her mutter and pout quietly. Her fans couldn't stop themselves from liking the video, shouting that this was truly Ye Miko. Of course she is still a mischievous little fox. Sneaking out of a festival? Come on. The next scene showed the fox spirit walking down a quiet alleyway on the edge of town, immersing herself among the people to understand their lives, especially those suffering from the aftermath of war. In her hand, she held the mora she had just collected from Ye Publishing. She casually bestowed them upon these disabled individuals and made it clear with specific instructions. From now on, a monthly stipend would be given to these injured and disabled citizens, and suitable jobs would be arranged for them as well. The audience had all assumed that the Yakumo Yukari in the video was nothing more than a seductive and charming beauty. But who would guess she had been doing so much behind the scenes? When it came to the livelihood of the people, she turned especially serious, her expression solemn and focused. Suddenly, Yaya remembered something. If it weren't for this video, I would have completely forgotten Lady Yi has been in deep meditation within the sacred realm all this time. All these relief efforts were handled entirely by Yukari. So this is what she's been doing all along. Seeing her like this, a serious and dedicated fox spirit, I think I like her even more now. The scene suddenly shifted. Under the sacred sakura tree, a small table sat quietly, with a few familiar items laid upon it. Karuta cards, fried tofu, and colorful dumplings. Memories of days gone by surfaced in her mind. Even a clever fox spirit like her had moments of tears, but she always buried her emotions deep inside, letting them dissolve into cold sake. One sip of the cloudy wine slipped down her throat, and countless hearts fell silent. How many old friends had already gone far away? The shoulders she once leaned on had long since vanished. Compared to Lady Yi, Yukari herself wasn't faring any better. But what else could she do? As the high priestess of Inazuma, she could only grit her teeth and keep moving forward. But sorrow never lasted long. The mischievous Yukari always enjoyed teasing others to cheer herself up. Say, Sango, that little girl snuck down the mountain on her kite ages ago. Hurry up and chase her, Nanako. The fox spirit covered her mouth and giggled. Unseen to Nanako, Sango had actually been hiding beneath Yukari's foxtail the whole time. After searching for ages, Nanako finally found out Sango was still on the mountain. Thinking she had narrowly escaped, the little girl ended up getting punished even worse. But when the girl gave the high priestess that pitiful, pleading look, Yukari couldn't help but soften. With a sigh and a slight smile, she gently patted the girl's head and whispered, "Next time, don't try to run from your responsibilities, all right?" And just like that, the ice cracked, and warmth returned once more. It wasn't until I was grown that I realized he'd been choking back laughter the whole time. He obviously knew how it would turn out, and even made me hide on purpose. He did it deliberately, plain as day. Oh my, that kid's face when he realized it, absolutely priceless. If the fans found out that their gentle, big sister confidant was actually Goro in disguise, their hearts would shatter. Oh, right? I remember Earth has something like this too. What do they call it? Suit actors? Goro could totally debut as a virtual idol. He might even earn Watatsumi Island some extra cash on the side. When the divine fox gets bored, she is always changing her shape, copying people and goofing around all over the place. One moment a street vendor, the next a housewife. If you can imagine it, she'll dare to play it. Ye Miko, ever the consummate chameleon, had the viewers eating it up. That's the real Ye Miko, always teasing people for fun, secretly shedding tears when she is sad, and beneath that playful exterior, she does buckle down and work when it counts. When Yaya heard Ye Miko say that taking a bath makes her shed fox fur, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Damn, I bet Ye Miko is super stressed about the fact that she actually sheds when she bathes. But it looks like there's one last clip in the video. Wonder what it is. The screen flickered. With billows of black smoke, several samurai reeking of tatarigami slowly emerged. They were Inazuman monsters that needed to be purged as soon as possible. Too many people had already been hurt by those troublemaking fiends. The moment Ye Miko got the message, she rushed over. In a flash of lightning, she snatched a child out of the path of a descending blade. "Thank you, Lady Kitsune. Thank you, Lady Kitsune. Run on home, kid. What comes next? Isn't for your eyes. Yeah, there will be a price to pay for this, you know." Kushinada Hana no Himiko, her slender waist swaying delicately, advanced slowly toward the horde of monsters. With every step she took, violent thunderstorms spiraled wildly around her. Those gentle lavender eyes, once filled with warmth, now burned with fury, transformed into sinister, slit-like pupils of darkness. The pressure she emitted was several times stronger than when Raiden Ei first made her grand entrance. Do you fools really not understand the value of life? She gently flicked her divine staff, and in an instant, hundreds of lightning bolts tore through the sky, crashing down upon the monsters. Weaker warriors were reduced to ash in an instant, but a few stronger ones still resisted desperately. Die! For powerful warrior-type monsters roared in rage, swinging their massive blades as they lunged straight at the celestial fox. Their figures moved like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they were already before Hannah. At the same time, a pack of foul legacy beasts erupted from the surrounding shadows. So you even know how to set a trap? Cute, but have you overestimated yourselves just a bit too much? Her 9 divine tails erupted behind her, once soft and pink, now stained deep violet. The entire sky was bathed in a surreal purple glow, as the power of the celestial fox surged across the heavens. The monsters sensed the danger and looked up in panic. A piercing fox cry split the sky in two. Then came a massive, earth-shaking thunderclap. Heh, let this beautiful, tragic lightning be your final farewell. The killing intent in Hannah's eyes slowly faded, and her once darkened tails returned to their soft pink hue. In the distance, all that remained were scorched, smoldering remains. As the battle came to a close, Hannah was already seated in a modern-day cafe. Her beautiful fox tail wagged playfully. She rested her cheek in one hand, her gaze mischievous as she looked directly at the camera. Now, since you've already peeked at Lady Priestess's little secret, won't you at least hit that like button, drop a coin or two, maybe even hit follow? Unless, of course, there will be a price to pay for this, you know. You must have other women on your minds. The video ended abruptly. Voice actress Yayoi was the first to lose it. Dear fans, my heart has already been completely captured by this fox. I have to send her a gift right now. It was truly breathtaking. This was exactly what a complete Yae Miko should be. How could ordinary mortals ever guess the thoughts of a celestial fox? She immediately sent a reward worth $1,000. Meanwhile, regular fans didn't just give the video a triple thumbs up, they shared it like crazy with all their friends. Within the Genshin community, this video completely set things on fire. Everywhere you looked, there were avatars of Yae Miko. The last time they got this crazy? Well, it was also the last time. The key point was that Yae Miko's performance felt even more authentic than in the game itself. Tell me, who could possibly resist such an enchanting woman? Inside the villa, Yae Miko glanced at the comments under the video, her face brimming with smugness. Am I so quickly under my spell already? This water blue planet is truly entertaining just in a short while I've already gotten 100,000. Triple thumbs ups. I estimate before the day is over, this celestial fox will have earned 4 spins in the lottery. Kyuka, are you watching carefully? Lord Yae, you're simply too amazing. I'm afraid I'll never be able to learn this. Forget trying to learn, even attempting to imitate. Kyuka thought she'd never pull it off in this lifetime. Seeing the girl's expression, Yae Miko shook her head helplessly. You guys, you're just too stiff. If you could just be happy and earn rewards, why trap yourselves in all these rules and limitations? You're absolutely right. While we're alive, we should just enjoy ourselves. If you're always too scared to do this or think that, life will fly right by. Hu Tao, busy playing a video game while sucking on a lollipop, wholeheartedly agreed with Ye's words. That's just how people are. Being happy is what makes life worth living, otherwise your time in this world is for nothing. If not, when you get to the end of your life, your heart will be full of regret and remorse. Sangonomiya Kokomi nodded. I agree with that, but I'd rather spend my time studying. The more I read, the more I can learn. Shidi already finished her 3rd book, and she was now reading a tale about 3 nations warring in a time of chaos. It was gripping and surprisingly enlightening. Then Nahida asked, Keqing hasn't he come by in days, has she? Did something happen in Liyue? She stopped in for the night after you left yesterday. There's a lot going on in Liyue right now, a new city to build. Shipping lanes to clear work's really intense. Give it about 3 more days, and it should ease up a bit, Suhan explained. Truth be told, Keqing loved the vibe at the villa, relaxed, easy, no pressure. The problem was, she carried heavy responsibilities in Liyue, and she only felt at ease when she handled a lot of things herself. Busy as she was, after hearing Shinha would be coming by at night, she switched to dropping in during the evenings to rest. It let her unwind a little and also give Suhan a quick update on Liyue and chat about recent developments. Ye Miko said enviously, opening new sea routes sounds amazing. If only Inazuma would lift the Sokoka decree, our economy could really take off. Otherwise, relying on Ye Publishing House to prop things up, it's getting hard to keep it afloat. Didn't TU print a bunch of novels yesterday? Doesn't T that make money? At Suhan's question, Ye Miko rolled her eyes. Light novels do make some money, sure. The problem is Inazuma isn't as developed as the Blue Planet. Even if I just printed them and tried to sell them directly, I'd still have to sell them one by one. I can't exactly just bundle them all up and sell the whole stack at once, can I? Besides, supporting the soldiers' families is a long-term thing. How much can I really make off the Hakushin Publishing House alone? It's barely keeping me afloat these days. Back in the old days, I could at least sell books in Liyue, which would be brought in a little extra cash. But now Raiden Shogun went and issued that isolation decree, cutting off yet another one of my income streams. Ugh, so annoying. Just making trouble for me. Why am I so unlucky? As the spirit fox whined, everyone couldn't help but laugh. But Hu Tao suddenly perked up, hopping over energetically and asking, Kamiko, how about we team up? You can. Give me the books, and I'll take them to the people at Hakushin in Liyue. Once Inazuma lifts the isolation order, you'll have to help me open a branch of the Wangxing Funeral Parlor in Inazuma. How does that sound? And as for payment, we can settle once a month. I'll even waive the delivery fee. Huh, that is actually a pretty good idea. I didn't think you had it in you. Hu Tao. I got inspired by my fans. They said there's a ton of customers over in Inazuma. Hu Tao said with a slightly embarrassed grin, scratching the back of her head. But honestly, this is what I do for a living. And people still have to pay for their own funerals, right? So why not just come to me? It's professional, affordable, and a total win-win. Kamiko nodded. All right then. It's settled. I'll give you a token and a letter later. And you can help manage the shop for me. No problem at all. The two clicked immediately and quickly signed an agreement. Hu Tao grinned happily. If Grandpa were still around, our Wangxing Funeral Parlor business would be booming more than ever. Trying to win over the Dendro Archon of Sumeru, currying favor with Mondstadt's little son, and now hooking up with the right-hand woman of the Raiden Shogun. Hu Tao's talent for business. It's no exaggeration at all. Suhan's sheer strength was downright jaw-dropping. He let out a soft chuckle and pulled up Ye Miko's feature page from the back end. Then he quietly pushed out the announcement that the PV would be getting a live-action treatment. The fans were still buzzing from the previous news, and they never expected yet another surprise to drop. The comments section blew up, everyone asking, when exactly is the new PV going live? Suhan did a quick estimate at the earliest, it'd be another half month. After all, the day after tomorrow the Sumeru 3.2 update would go live. The pivotal arc about rescuing the Dendro Archon. With that in mind, he turned to Nahida and said, tomorrow, let us shoot a video. The game updates the day after tomorrow, so it's the perfect time to ride the hype. Sure, what are you planning this time? Hearing they could film together again, Nahida immediately perked up. Suhan thought for a moment, then smiled. This one's a comedy bit. It won't just be you on camera, others will jump in too. Sounds fun. I hope we can unlock more cool gadgets this time. Nahida's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but smile. Suhan patted the sofa beside him. Come on, have a seat. How are things over in Sumeru lately? Lately, I haven't meddled much in Sumeru's internal affairs. Maybe because of what happened in Mondstadt. There've been a lot more Fatui sightings in Sumeru City. So I shifted my focus to the desert. You were right, even if I don't step forward myself. As long as someone carries my will for me, it works just as well. Take camels, for example, and those artifacts that can reshape the environment. To people living in the desert, they're incredibly precious. I've already had Dunyarzad reach out to Dihaya, and with the Flame Main's help, I established our first foothold, Aru Village. And Miss Candace is a descendant of the Scarlet King. Honestly, communication wasn't easy at all at first, but deep down, she's actually a really good person. I used my mental powers to talk to her and even gave her a precious treasure. At first, she was a bit skeptical, but when the wind and sand were blocked by the forest and boats could actually sail across the desert, she finally started to believe me. As for Rahman and his people, some of them have already pledged loyalty. The sages are all focused on Sumeru right now, which has given me quite a few opportunities. Suhan listened and couldn't help but nod. This plan was actually pretty clever. Instead of stirring things up directly in Sumeru and drawing attention, it's smarter to work from the desert. As long as Rahman and his group play their parts well. The Academia 1T suspect that all of this is actually your doing. Even if they find out some treasures have been discovered, they'll just assume they're leftovers from the Crimson King. Next to them, Ye Miko asked curiously, "You're the Dendro Archon of Sumeru. No less, why on earth would you want to get involved with the desert?" I was locked away the moment I came into existence. And now, under the Academia's influence, the people of Sumeru only know about the great sage, the previous Dendro Archon. They don't even know I exist. Plus, the Fatui are meddling too. I have no choice but to act in secret. Seeing the way Nahida sighed, the spirit fox gently patted her head. She had expected a few comforting words, but instead, Ye Miko said, "Hey, what exactly was that treasure that sealed you away? Can I borrow it later? If the shadow refuses to listen again, I'll just lock her up too. Then I'll sit right outside every day eating those colorful dango, on purpose so she can't have any." Imagining how frustrated she'd get, crying and throwing a tantrum. That'd be so much fun, right? Don't walk away now, Naida. Let us chat a bit more. Walk away? If she didn't leave right now, her entire impression of the Electro Archon would completely collapse. She was already a homebound deity to begin with, and then she had to end up meeting this terrible woman. She hadn't died of frustration, yet that alone already proved she had great self-control. People say it's no wonder that in the game the Raiden Shogun would privately admit that the first thing she'd do upon seeing Ye Miko is take a swing at her. Back then she figured Raiden was furious because she'd been outmaneuvered. Turns out, that wasn't it at all. She just likes picking on people, okay? What a drag. I wanted to rope Nahida into messing with Ei too. She looks like a little kid but insists on acting all grown up. So boring. Ye Miko grumbled a few times. Then the system chime sounded. 2 quest rewards had been deposited. How pretty efficient. Barely over an hour, and it's done. Guess this Kitsune's allure still packs a punch. Ye Miko happily collected the rewards while muttering to herself. Ding, congratulations on claiming a treasure. Reward: Ancient Miko Inheritance, Demon Breaking. Name: Ancient Miko Inheritance, Demon Breaking. Grade: 9-star luck. Description: one of the ancient lineages from the dog demon realm. Among the 4 Miko powers, the demon breaking force manifests as violet and is highly destructive to evil spirits. Tip: the demon breaking force carries powerful purification. Any spell a Miko casts while wielding it receives a massive boost. Note: Destroyer of Abominations. This is the essence of the demon breaking force. Any evil foe struck by a Miko bearing it will find it hard to return to normal. Warning: only a Miko with a righteous heart can master this power. Special: the demon breaking force can be passed down to one's descendants. Staring at the violet orb floating before her, Ye Miko frowned. Demon breaking? A Miko inheritance, what am I supposed to do with this? Sure, it's ancient. The cultivation lineage flowing in her veins had already been passed down since antiquity. It couldn't quite compare to the Hakushin clan's inheritance, but her strength was already top tier. This thing seems like it's meant for someone else to use. Suhan glanced over and exclaimed in astonishment. What are you talking about? This is Demon's Bane power. Hurry up and use it. It may have been made by humans, but the boost it'll give your strength is beyond your imagination. Huh? Seriously? Do you think I'd lie to you? With this Demon's Bane power, you'll easily be able to dismantle the malice of evil spirits. And about the seal at Yashiro Island. If I remember correctly, the situation there has gotten pretty bad, right? With this power, you could actually try repairing the seal. After hearing Suhan's explanation, the fox quickly pressed the violet orb into her body. A clear, radiant light emerged from Ye Miko's body. The ancient Demon's Bane power had perfectly fused with her own. She gently raised her hand. A purple energy slowly gathered. Pure, sacred. This was a kind of power Ye Miko had never seen before, even in her own abilities. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a Yagen, then attached it using her hands. A hiss sound rang out. A filthy soul was effortlessly purified. This is just too amazing. Yae Miko wore an expression of shock. Yagen were evil spirits formed from the corpses of humans or monsters. And though they could be sealed using secret Fox Clan techniques, she had always been able to control them for attacks. They weren't something she'd care about breaking. But while she could control them, purification had always been difficult. Of course, she was capable of it even before, but never this easily. To put it simply, it was as natural as breathing. The damage this violet demon's bane energy dealt to evil spirits was simply beyond imagination. Suhan said with a grin. Now do you understand how powerful Demon's Bane really is? From now on, you can do more than just using branches as weapons in battle or drawing a bow and firing arrows. This immense spirit exorcising power is exactly the aid you need most right now. You're right. The troubles on Yashiro Island and the corruption on Mount Yagami both can be resolved. With this power, it was rare for Yae Miko not to tease him. This time, her expression was genuinely serious. If the seal on Yashiro Island wasn't repaired soon, Orobashi's power would continue to leak. Not only would the entire island suffer, but the corruption would spread to Mount Yagami as well. Now that she had this new power, she could finally catch a breath of relief. At that moment, Suhan reminded her, if you haven't yet obtained the treasure needed to save Hana no Tachibana, it's best not to touch her. Otherwise, your power of exorcism might become her death sentence. But I can't just ignore the corruption spreading across Mount Yagami either. Then why not start by purifying those two areas first to ease the pressure on the sacred Sakura tree? That makes sense. I'll give it a try once I return today. Yae Miko then drew the power back into her body and proceeded to claim her second treasure. Ding, congratulations. You have claimed a treasure and received the following reward: Millennium Soul Nourishing Incense. Name: Millennium Soul Nourishing Incense. Quality: Human Tier, 9 stars. Description: a mysterious item from a cultivation world. When lit, it emits a strange blue smoke. When absorbed by a soul, it strengthens the soul body. Quantity: 81 sticks. Tip: when lit, the smoke can be absorbed. Even if you're not in a soul state, it still affects your soul, though the effect is much weaker than direct soul absorption. Note: limited to 1 use per day. Using more than 7 sticks will cause the soul to grow increasingly stronger. Caution: this incense is made from Tianhun wood grown in the underworld. It is extremely attractive to souls. If you wish to lure spirits, simply light a small piece. People say that if you light soul-nurturing incense for someone who has just died, it can bind the soul in place so it won't reincarnate. The stick is vermilion through and through, its surface crowded with golden inscriptions, part Sanskrit at a glance, part messy talismanic scrawls. Whatever it was, the moment it appeared, Yae Miko couldn't sit still. She knew Hanakaru Sato desperately needed something like this. Suhan, could we let her use it? Yeah, it would work. And there's something I've been mulling over might help you. What is it? It's just a hypothesis, but Hanakaru Sato may be similar to those foul things that leaked out of the sacred Sakura. After Kitsune Saiga died, her soul might have been polluted and eroded, then merged into the sacred Sakura. Later, sensing danger on Narukami Island, she escaped the tree on sheer obsession. The more we purify her soul, the weaker it gets. So what if we strengthen her soul first, then scrub away the taint? Suhan's words hit like a bolt from the blue. Of course. How is Hanakaru Sato any different from those samurai she saw in that video yesterday? After the great sacred Sakura purification, they showed themselves to protect Narukami Island. Hanakaru Sato, meanwhile, was held together by a fierce, unyielding will. The corruption gnawed at her mind. Yes, but that same force had also slammed the shards of her soul back into one. Once she is cut off from the foul power running through the ley lines, her soul will naturally dissipate. But what if we keep nourishing her with soul-nurturing incense? At that thought, a trace of joy touched Yae Miko's face. Thank you, Suhan. If we can truly bring Hanakaru Sato back, I honestly don't know how I'll ever repay you. An old friend finally had a shot at rebirth. In that moment, her feelings surged and tangled. Even so, The one who returns might no longer be the Lady Kitsune Saigu she once was. But what could that prove? After all, part of her soul belonged to Lady Kazuha. She had already come this far. She thought that was truly incredible, because in the future, she could obtain even more treasures. As long as she kept striving, there would always be a chance. Suhan smiled after hearing that. Don't be so modest. I really admire both Lady Kazuha and Hanetsuru. You might think I'm a bit of a flirt, maybe, but someone who fights against darkness to protect Inazuma. Isn't that someone worthy of respect? And she was such a beautiful soul. It's such a shame that she just vanished like that. How could I ever say such things about you? Without you, even if Lumen had saved our Inazuma, the tragedy of the past still couldn't be undone. If it means bringing back my old friends, I'd be willing to pay any price. Isn't it normal for a man to have wandering eyes? If Suhan truly had the power to bring back the Raiden Shogun, she wouldn't mind playing matchmaker. That kind of loss and pain only someone who had experienced it could truly understand. This was exactly what Ekigami thought. Lady Kazuha meant far too much to her. Obtaining these two treasures made Ekigami feel like coming to Shueilon Star was truly worth it. There was delicious food, entertaining happenings, and the chance to bring back old friends. It was practically heaven. Now that I've gotten the treasures, I'll head back first. I'll come again tomorrow. Both the soul-nourishing incense and the seal on Yashiro Island needed her personal attention to handle. As for having fun, there would always be time for that later. Suhan nodded in understanding. Then be careful on your way back. Oh right, when you come next time, bring me a nice-looking hairbrush, or else I'm gonna end up bald from you petting me so much. Her long pink tail yanked itself free from Suhan's grip. Looking at the fox spirit's teasing smile, Suhan's face flushed slightly. But really, this wasn't something he could be blamed for. This fluffy pink tail smelled delicious and felt incredibly soft to the touch. It was even more addictive than petting a cat. Absolutely impossible to resist. Kazami Ye's lips curled into a faint smile as she turned and left the planet seal. When she returned to the Grand Narukami Shrine, she descended straight down. Hanetsuji, who was flipping through a book, looked up upon sensing her arrival and asked, "Why are you back so early today? I got my hands on a treasure. Come see." Ye took her hand and led her into the wooden hut. After closing the doors and windows securely, she pulled out a single eternal soul incense from within her robes. Hanetsuji stared at the stick, which was longer than her finger, and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is the eternal soul incense. It's extremely beneficial for the soul. I spoke with Suhan, and he said if you can continuously strengthen your spiritual form, you might actually survive the ritual of cleansing impurities." "Seriously? That powerful?" Ye then relayed Suhan's analysis in full detail. The other woman was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "It might actually be possible. The purification ritual essentially draws power from within me. If my soul is strong enough, maybe I won't fall apart. If I can strengthen my spirit in advance, perhaps I won't vanish completely. Let's give it a try." The eternal soul incense was slowly lit, and a thin wisp of gray smoke began to rise into the air. Hanetsuji gently inhaled. The moment the smoke entered her body, she shuddered. Her previously weakened state suddenly felt as if it had been infused with energy. She began breathing deeply, each inhale making her body feel stronger, and the fatigue gradually faded away. Only when the smoke had completely vanished did she finally open her eyes. "Why did it stop? I want more. It's been 10 minutes already. You inhaled all of it. How do you feel?" "It's like my whole body has been refreshed. I feel more energetic than ever. Look at me." Kasaguri deftly formed a hand seal. A ripple of spiritual energy shot swiftly into the distance. Moments later, it exploded with a thunderous boom in midair. Unexpected, she was already capable of casting low-tier talismans for attacks. This surprising development brought a smile to Ye Miko's lips. "You can actually use spirit talismans from the White Dawn clan? Impressive. I can barely manage one strike. My body is still weak, but this soul-nourishing incense really works." "Good. That is good to hear." Ye Miko pulled out 30 sticks of the incense from her sleeve and handed them over, explaining that only one could be used per day and that she'd need to ask again once they were gone. "Let us see the results in 7 days. If everything goes well, I'll start by cleansing the forest area first. I really hope you regain your memories soon. Yes, I'll do my best. Kasaguri gave a slight nod, and beneath her mask, a faint smile seemed to appear. After lighting and inhaling the incense, fragments of a memory stirred faintly in her mind. The person she recalled seemed to be the very Miko before her. Hesitating for a moment, she slowly stepped forward and gently placed her hand on Ye Miko's head, stroking it softly while humming a familiar tune. That familiar gesture and melody sent a tremor through the usually composed shrine maiden. Because long ago, back when she was a child, Fox Priestess would sit her on her lap, stroke her hair, and sing softly until she drifted to sleep. As the gentle hum filled the air, Ye Miko found herself naturally relaxing, leaning gently into Kasaguri's embrace. Inside the humble little hut, the two shrine maidens sat quietly, leaning on each other. Gradually, Ye Miko's form shimmered and shifted into a small fox smaller than usual. A soft, pinkish, adorable little fox curled up in Kasaguri's lap, just like in the old days. Not until dusk did Ye Miko stretch lazily, step out of the wooden hut, and slowly make her way back to the grand shrine. The shrine maidens were briefed on the precautions. The kitsune set out for Yashiori Island at once. If she wanted to disperse the thunderstorm, she'd have to wait until nightfall to act. Right now, Yashiori Island was crawling with troops from two of the shogunate's commissions. The Fatui had a presence there too. Ye Miko had no intention of exposing herself. When she reached the first site, she found someone already waiting. Lady Miko, you're finally here. Kokomi? What are you doing here? Meeting Ye Miko's question with a smile, Sangonomiya Kokomi replied, since we're talking about sealing Lord Orobashi's lingering resentment, as people of Watatsumi Island, we can't just stand by and watch. She wasn't alone. Luzi was there, and Goru, along with several key figures from Watatsumi Island. Everyone had shown up. Ye Miko swept her gaze around, nodded, and said, all right. Don't make a mess later, follow my lead. A goddess resentment isn't something you play around with. This isn't like a game where you crack a couple of puzzles and you're done. Understood, Lady Kitsune. Goru and the others answered together. Her caution was only natural. The goddess malice on Yashiori was so dense it had stirred up an unending thunderstorm. Even battle-hardened soldiers could be blasted to pieces by a stray bolt if they slipped up. Ye Miko handed each person a talisman. This will mask your aura. Put it on, and the lightning above one lock onto you. Goru Atsu, you too. Go clear out the monsters over there. Kokomi, you and Luzi. Go retrieve the warding stone in that direction. I'll repair this ceiling pillar myself. Everyone quickly fanned out. Sangonomiya Kokomi hesitated, staring at the broken pillar in surprise. Lady Miko, when you say repair, do you mean it was sabotaged on purpose? And naturally, do you really think the kind of force capable of sealing away a cursed god's aura could be destroyed by the shogunate's army or soldiers from the Watatsumi? Don't be naive. That factory of Scaramouche's and this seal here, they're the same. If only one or two were damaged, that could be coincidence. But for all the seals to be destroyed, that's just too convenient. A faint smirk of mockery appeared on Kazuha's face. The Fatui clearly wanted to cause even more destruction, and at the same time, to study the remains of Oroba in greater depth. It was only because of the isolation decree, the I-Hunt decree, and the constant wars in recent years that this had gone unnoticed. But the real issue was, if the people from Watatsumi had shown even a little more competence, they wouldn't have been played like puppets. Kamisato Ayaka caught on immediately, her sharp mind piecing it together. She let out a soft sigh. It seems I haven't done enough. From now on, I'll never allow myself to be used like this again. Go ahead and take care of things. I still need a bit more time. I hope to get this place repaired before dawn. Though there was no solid proof. No one but the Fatui could have done this. No one else had the capability. Kazuha placed her hand on the stone pillar. Purple energy began to surge. The dimmed patterns quickly began to restore themselves. Thankfully, her power had grown stronger than before, and the material of the pillar was especially unique, or it would have been completely destroyed. It had only temporarily lost function. When the golden markings lit up again, the two talismans were retrieved as well. Miss Kazuha, here you go. Once these are restored, the storm clouds above should finally calm down. Kazuha embedded the two talismans into the pillar. But the moment she set them in place, the black mist suddenly rose from all directions. Oh my, how interesting. The Fatui actually embedded both the monster mechanisms and the sacred talismans in the same location. If someone comes to repair it, they'd have to deal with attacks from both sides. Pity for you, but you ran into me. Just as Goru and the others were preparing to make their move, a streak of purple lightning tore across the sky. Dozens of monsters, brimming with malignant divine energy, collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning. And that 2-meter-tall samurai, impaled by a single foxtail, such terrifying power, caused the higher-ups from the Narukami officers to break into a cold sweat. Earlier, they had been calculating how to attack the shogunate. But now, it was clear they had overestimated themselves greatly. A fox spirit of this level could wipe out all their so-called captains and generals on its own. After the monsters were cleared, the sacred talisman began to take effect. Ripples spread outward. The once violent sky suddenly grew still. Even the storm of lightning across the heavens vanished. However, the wind and rain showed no sign of stopping. Let's go. Next location. Yes. Everyone hurried to follow behind the fox spirit, advancing toward the next site. One by one, stone pillars were restored, and the defenses grew stronger. The previously chaotic Inazuma Island gradually began to calm down in the dark night. Until the final seal was completed, the sky finally returned to normal. Looking up at the bright moon and stars in the night sky, Kamisato Ayaka smiled. Inazuma had been restored. From now on, they could grow crops here, no longer relying solely on seafood. The reason why the entire Narukami supported going to war was actually due to a large extent, because Inazuma Island had become unsuitable for growing food, leaving them no choice but to expand further toward the Namikihama coast. If they could seize Takebe Mine, only Watatsumi Island was in any position to even talk about survival. Now that the skies had returned to normal, Sangonomiya Kokomi felt much more at ease. She felt she could steady the situation again. All right, since the repairs are done, I should head back. Tonight really wore me out. Good thing you made it in time, otherwise this job would be dragged on for days. Yae Miko looked utterly exhausted. She packed up her things and prepared to leave. Just then, Kokomi and the others stepped forward and bowed deeply to her. Everyone did the same, Goru and several captains included. We may have come late, but we're truly grateful this time, Lady Yae Miko. Okay, I get it. Instead of thanking me, save it for EI when she gets back. As for me, I prefer something more tangible. For example, those pearl cosmetics from Sangonomiya send me 100 boxes. Now that's what I call a thank you gift. Lady Miko, you really do love to joke. We'll have that little gift prepared for you later. Kokomi always knows what's what. So thoughtful. All right, your big sis is heading out first. Yae Miko waved, her figure turning into a streak of lightning that vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, off to the left side of the Serpent's Head mines, a young man in a straw castle lifted his gaze to the sky, now clear once more, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. What on earth has been going on lately? Watatsumi's soldiers pulled back all of a sudden, and now the suppressing ward on Yashiori Island is back in place. Did something take a turn? I dropped by once and run into this. What a joke if this gets botched. That researcher is sure to lay the sarcasm on me again. Whatever. Let us put a little pressure on the two commissions. Without their delusions, they're bound to have a real headache. His tone was calm and cold, as if nothing in the world had anything to do with him. He didn't say a word, but when he glanced back toward the direction of Tatara Slope, a flicker of resentment flashed through his eyes. Yet none of the Fatui underlings dared to meet his gaze directly. After all, this man's methods were even more ruthless than ladies, and his strength far surpassed hers as well, because he was none other than the 6th-ranked Fatui Harbinger. His name, Shikano and Haizu. The next day, the Yae publishing house, long closed, reopened for business. It resumed selling books in Liyue. But this time, things were different. New content had arrived, fresher and more entertaining. Not only that, but comics were now available too. Titles like One Piece and The Tale of the Ninja Village had begun releasing updates one after another. As soon as these novels and comics hit the shelves, they sparked a huge craze across Liyue. Freshly printed books were being loaded onto carts and shipped out non-stop through the back door. Hey, be careful with those. Every single copy gives me a cut, don't damage them. Speed it up, and let the readers know the next update drops in 5 days. Hehe, look at all these books flying off the shelves. We're making bank. Hu Tao watched as the mountain of books was quickly snatched up, and couldn't he help but beam with joy. As for where all these books came from, well, they were bought online, of course. Just a small fee and everything was taken care of. As for transportation, Ye Miko had given her a bracelet, an enchanted item capable of carrying massive loads. That's how all the books got here. For every book sold, Hu Tao earned a commission of 200 mora. At first, she wasn't even going to take it, since she planned to open a shop in Inazuma someday and would probably need Ye's help. But Ye insisted, saying, if the isolation edict is ever lifted, there will be plenty of empty storefronts in Inazuma, no need to pay rent at all. Besides, if you're getting paid, you'll work harder. No wonder a fox, her mind was as sharp as ever. When it came to cleverness, no one could beat her. Inside the Jade Chamber, Keqing was giving a report to Ningguang on her recent work. The real estate in the new city is said to have sold 80% already. She still found it a bit hard to believe. So fast. A lot of the buildings aren't even finished yet. That's totally normal. Compared to Liyue Harbor by the sea, Guyunstone Forest here is more popular, and it's not far from Mondstadt either. Makes doing business way more convenient. Transportation is so developed nowadays. There's even a port over there. Of course, it's become a hot commodity in the eyes of the wealthy. Ningguang said with a smile. She had made a fortune from this deal. She had invested hundreds of millions of mora at the beginning. Now, not only had she broken even, she'd made a clean profit of 200 million. Is there any business that makes money faster than selling land? Recently, she'd been thinking about opening a bank. Not for any other reason, but she wanted to gradually replace the Northland Bank's position by entering the financial sector. She was almost fully prepared in terms of funding, but there were still a few issues left to resolve. Otherwise, the Liyue Bank would be already opened. All right, things got done ahead of schedule. You should head to Aquamarine Star now. It's been so long since you've gone back. That Mr. Su must be missing you, right? Not at all. He's got plenty of women around him already. You. Yesterday you were still thinking about how to finish your mission faster, and now you're denying it. Then let me ask you, why didn't you come back last night? And the way you walked? Ugh, come on. That's not true at all. It's just that. Last night he said his back was a bit sore, so I gave him a massage. Keqing would have been better off not explaining. Once she did, it became even more suspicious. Although what she said was actually the truth. Shinfei hadn't come back last night. When she went to find Suhan, she didn't know. He was training inside a virtual simulation space. By the time she walked into the bedroom, she just happened to spot her own stocking peeking out from under the other person's bed. So when Suhan emerged from the virtual space, rubbing his aching back, he got caught red-handed. The other guy claimed it was a mission reward. A line so obviously fake, not even a ghost would buy it. Keqing frequented Genshin forums often enough to know some men had weird kinks. She muttered a curse under her breath, calling him a pervert. To her shock, Suhan actually nodded in agreement. He said he'd just twisted his back and hoped she wouldn't mind helping out a bit. Truthfully, the healing pod could be taken care of it. Even Keqing herself couldn't quite explain why she did it at the time. Maybe she just felt a little sorry for the guy. So she gave his back a quick massage. Not with her hands directly, of course. Seeing there was nothing serious going on, Keqing didn't want to hang around and turned to leave the room, taking a few things with her before stepping through a spatial rift. What she didn't see was the look of quiet envy in Ningguang's eyes behind her. Ningguang had always longed for Earth. For her, as the Tianquan star, taking time off was nearly impossible. There was the matter of personal security, and then the immense pressure from her duties. But visiting Earth? That was different. She could take a proper, legitimate break, and even learn about another world in the process. The idea was incredibly tempting. But more importantly, she was curious about Suhan, a man with power beyond even gods, able to foresee the future before the game had even updated. Someone like that? She couldn't help but want to talk to him. So I better focus on what's right in front of me. If fate has something in store, it'll come when it's meant to. Looking at the towering pile of paperwork before her, she dove back into work once more. When Keqing arrived at the villa, there were already quite a few people there. Kamisato Ayaka, Paimon, Ether, Klee, Nahida, and even Sakuya Mizuki were all present. As for Eula, she was still out on a hunting mission. Shinha was in charge of handling matters in the chasm of the Qixing. Oh no, big sis Keqing, you're finally back? Paimon really missed you, cried Kali excitedly. Big sis missed you too, Keqing replied warmly. Here, this is spicy boiled fish from Wanmin Hall. It was specially prepared by Xiangling herself. Whoa, it smells amazing. Is that sea bass? This is my favorite. The little girl clapped her hands joyfully at the sight of her favorite dish. Paimon and the others also received gifts. Of course, Yakum wasn't left out either. She received a special pot of tofu hot pot made by Xiangling, with a few unique Liyue ingredients added in, giving it a distinctive flavor. So this is the new school of cooking that's emerged in Liyue these past few years? Impressive. The tofu is soaked through with broth, and there's even filling inside. This is so delicious. And these dumplings are great too. Yakum couldn't stop looking at the pot in front of her. Every single item was incredibly tasty. It was deeply satisfying. Meanwhile, Kali was happily hugging a bowl of steamed rice, eating with great enjoyment. As for Suhan, he got a new set of winter clothes, and they were handmade. Moreover, compared to last time, this time not only included winter wear, but also came with pajamas and other personal garments. It was clear that even though Ningguang couldn't come in person, she still cared deeply for Suhan. Every detail showed how much thought she had put into it. Hu Tao looked around and realized she hadn't received anything. She couldn't help but pout and said, "Hey, where's mine?" Keqing, you're being so unfair. You actually have the nerve to ask? Xiangling's been your best friend since childhood. And yesterday night you pigged out and didn't even leave us a single bite. These were all specially made early this morning, just for you. Hee, I just couldn't help myself. Don't be mad. I was just kidding anyway. All right, I admit I didn't bring any of Xiangling's food, but I've got other delicious stuff prepared for you guys next door, several pounds of it. Actually, Hu Tao had given the matter some thought. Last night really was too late. If she had cooked a meal, it would be gotten cold and wouldn't tea taste good anyway, and she had plans in the morning. What else could she do? Hu Tao wasn't tea cheap, not really. She was loaded now, after all. Sure, she'd spent a pretty penny on renovations back on the Waterblue Star. But here in Teyvat, she was raking in the cash. Just that morning alone, she'd made several 10,000s of mora. Why would she even care about spending a little extra on something small like this? The pastries she bought were actually all handmade by Xiangling. Mostly desserts that still tasted good when cold, and some snacks that didn't spoil easily. There were even traditional cold dishes from Liyue. While they were eating, Keqing mentioned she'd finished her assignment early, thanks to the personnel department hiring extra staff and personally training them. Liyue's office operations had expanded, and with people like Yunjin and Yalan covering the gaps, her workload had turned out lighter than expected. So, does that mean you can come every day from now on, Keqing? Definitely. And if there's a live stream, I can just get someone to cover for me. Today's shift is right? It's her turn. Keqing glanced around the room. Ye Miko, who was in the middle of eating fried tofu, immediately raised her hand. It was her first time hosting a live stream today, and she figured she'd take advantage of the buzz from yesterday's video to greet her viewers. Oh, so it's Ye-sen's shift today? Then once you get tired of streaming, just let me take over. Ye Miko nodded enthusiastically as she chewed. About 20 minutes later, the fox spirit had her fill of food and drinks. Time to officially go live. Fans waiting by their computers had assumed that as soon as the stream started, they'd see either Kale or Nahida on screen. Those two were definitely the most active streamers, going live almost every morning like clockwork at 9 a.m. sharp. What fans looked forward to the most was watching Kale cradling that little doo-doo-shaped bowl of hers. She slowly pushed her food around the plate. This was genuinely soothing. The little girl really didn't eat quickly. Her expression was focused and serious, and strangely captivating. In fact, many parents would even show their kids videos of Klee eating to teach them table manners. As for those clips where things blew up, they turned those parts off quietly. If the kids actually saw that, parents would probably have to grab a Seven Wolves cigarette and calm themselves down. But the moment the camera turned on again, what appeared before everyone was none other than Sakuya. That really stirred things up. The live stream instantly became chaotic. What the hell? No announcement? My wife's already online. Top comment, I suggest you wake up properly. If you're still dreaming, maybe go back to sleep. Sakuya is clearly my wife. Why are you all arguing? Didn't the commander here say just a few days ago that Yamiko was his wife? And Shinha too. Having Sakuya means having 8 wives at once. You just don't get it. With her, you basically own the entire forest. My Sakuya. Watching the flood of comments flying across the screen, the celestial fox smiled slightly, lips curling up. Then she began interacting with the audience. I just happened to have some free time today, so I thought I'd drop by for a quick stream. Probably around an hour or so. So everyone, cherish this chance. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll pick and choose which ones to answer. As for what I do on Earth, and my exact responsibilities, I think we can skip over those details to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sakuya had already set some ground rules beforehand to prevent certain unwanted questions. But the very first question caught her slightly off guard. After the fall of the Inari Shrine in Inazuma, both the Celestial Fox and the Earth Fox turned to stone. Other than you, are there any other fox spirits still around? And if so, why don't we ever see them during regular gameplay? That is a pretty interesting question. Inazuma's yokai are far more numerous than you imagine. And I believe I mentioned before, foxes are ranked, and the highest tier is the Divine Fox. Lady Kitsune Saigu and I left ordinary yokai far behind ages ago. We're what people commonly call Divine Foxes. Next come the Celestial Foxes and the Earth Foxes. They can speak the human tongue and practice sorcery. But taking on human form is extremely difficult. Below them are the foxes with yellowish coats. They're far from dumb, and sometimes their wild nature takes over. Say, hunting small animals like rabbits. But that doesn't change the bigger picture. These foxes are actually helping defend Inazuma. Monsters spawned from Tatarigami miasma are the ones they scout out or hunt down. They may move slowly and sometimes get hurt. But the Celestial and Earth Foxes have already suppressed the turbulence in the ley lines. So those monsters aren't nearly as ferocious. If you don't see them, it's because they don't want to be seen. For example, the Tanuki in the Jinju forest all know their spells. Do you really think our fox clan would be any less capable than those raccoon spirits? That explanation sounded perfectly reasonable. Now for the second question. Yamiko, are you and Ganyu really that close? That one is actually simple. Ganyu and I have known each other for hundreds of years back before Inazuma sealed itself off. I was the one in charge of liaising with other nations. As for Ei, that girl, aside from tinkering with her puppet, she was obsessed with the pursuit of eternity. By the way, Ganyu actually likes the sea Ganoderma dish I make. She just never eats much at a time, which made me think she didn't care for it. And she's just too busy. She said more than once she'd come to Inazuma to see me. But decades have gone by, and she still hasn't found the time. Bring up Ganyu, and this sly fox really does start to miss that formidable adeptus. After all, they're both beings of the immortal kind. But she was far too powerful. Rumor had it she'd even cut down a demon god. As for how she pulled it off, she never breathed a word. On the sea Ganoderma front, word was she only ever ate one at a time. The batch they sent over would last her ages. Yamiko had always been curious. One a day, does that really not leave you hungry? Faced with her question, the chat quickly supplied an answer. What are you talking about? Back in the day, Ganyu was so round, she looked like a ball. She literally choked a giant beast to death with food. Yeah, the fox froze. She hadn't expected that kind of left-field twist. No wonder Ganyu only eats one sea Ganoderma a day. Turns out she's worried about putting on weight. Right after that, Yamiko couldn't help but laugh. Who'd have thought that was the truth? Good thing Ganyu isn't here, or else. If I crack up, it'll be awkward next time we meet. Girls can be thin-skinned, wanting to look good is perfectly normal. If Ganyu were present, she definitely wouldn't dare laugh. The two of them had plenty of embarrassing history between them. For instance, Ganyu once curled up like a little dumpling to sleep, and Yamiko loved to snuggle into her arms. She was sure that if she poked fun at Ganyu, her own embarrassing stories would get dragged into the light. Soon, the third question popped up. If you met Sangonomiya Kokomi, would you two end up fighting? My, and you still claim you know me? Does this Guji look like the violent type? Little Kokomi bowed and called me Big Sis the first time we met. You think I'd actually throw hands? As for the whole Watatsumi Island affair, She does shoulder some responsibility, sure, but the root cause was the Raiden Shogun and that short fuse of hers. As for Ei, as long as Sangonomiya Kokomi offers a sincere apology, there's still a chance she'll be forgiven. Alright, next question. This is the last one after this week. Finally going to give Genshin Impact a try. Oh, right, version 3.2 is about to go live. There's going to be a gacha bonus event then. Make sure to follow, okay? Lady Miko, I'm a devoted fan. I want to ask you something. Is that foxtail of yours just a special effect, or does it actually exist? When a governor posed the question, Yae Miko only smiled, saying nothing. But on camera, a hint of pink tail gently swayed in plain view. It even curled around a cup to pour her some water. The scene left a lot of people completely stunned. Ha ha ha. Come on, don't be so shocked. Tech's so advanced now that cars practically drive themselves. It's just a tail. What's there to freak out about? With that easy bit of teasing, everyone's attention shifted. Yae Miko entered the game menu and started playing. She wasn't starting from scratch. It was an old account, and it even had a 5-star Yae Miko. Controlling her own character for the first time felt pretty special. She wandered around here, jogged over there, and casually teased a few monsters. That laid-back way of playing made the hardcore grinders feel embarrassed. They felt like the game was dragging them along, while she was the one actually enjoying it. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, Suhan was prepping new video content. Tomorrow's the version 3.2 update, and it'd be a shame not to whip up something and shoot a video right now. Paimon looked at the city built atop a giant tree and couldn't help exclaiming, "Who would ve thought Sumeru City in real life is way prettier than in the game? This is incredible. In-game buildings can't hold a candle to the real thing. Even from afar, Sumeru City is brimming with artistic flair. How should we shoot this video to do it justice?" Kaching Henti filmed in a long time. His eyes even gleamed with a hint of excitement. After all, last time she had been through quite the ordeal. Granted, she was wildly popular back then. This time, she was ready to strike back. Suhan lowered his head in thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. With a sharp snap, one after another, out of thin air in front of the academia, appeared puppet sages. Even the great sage Azar and the loudmouth Lei Bao were among them. He turned to Nahida and said, "You fly over to the Palace of Purity first and pretend to beg us for help. The show is about to begin." With a single thought from Suhan, suddenly, each of them held a weapon in their hands. But these weren't ordinary melee weapons. They were high-tech gadgets straight from Earth. Aimee held a 98K sniper rifle in her hands. Paimon clung tightly to a submachine gun. Kaching casually slung a blue Gatling gun over her shoulder. Kamisato Sarah carried a basket full of grenades. Hutao had a shotgun strapped to her back. Klee sat atop a small red plane wearing goggles, pockets stuffed with dory bombs. And before Shikimiya Satomi was something even more ridiculous. A full-size heavy artillery cannon sitting right in front of her. Everyone stared at the weapons in their hands, eyes shining with excitement. Nahida stood inside the Palace of Purity, shouting toward Azar and the others. "You bastards! Let me go, or else these heroes will make you regret it." "Oh, you mean them? I'm the great sage, and I have countless sages under my command. Let you go? Do you even deserve to be looked at by us?" The two sage puppets didn't hold back with their words. Suhan gave a subtle look. In an instant, Aimee pulled out her 98K and fired with a loud bang. "Guys, Operation Rescue Nahida is underway. Charge!" Paimon raised her submachine gun and began sweeping fire across the sky. Grenades and explosive shells detonated one after another. Azar, who had been smug just moments ago, was now pinned down under relentless fire. You're not playing fair." As soon as he finished speaking, Kamisato Ayaka raised her hand and fired a shot, sending him flying through the air.